Hey family, welcome back to my video. Today we will see, what if Harry Potter was son of the Rimuru Tempest? Before we start, I would like to extend my sincere thanks to the original author of this story for granting us permission to use it in our YouTube video. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. The author's creation and the original stories link in the descriptions, please do check that first. Now enjoy the video. That Time a Slime Was My Father by Fela's 65. James rushes down the stairs. He saw a black-cloaked figure standing over the shattered door of his home. He turns the stairway. Lily. It's him. Take Harry and run. He drew his wand, hearing his wife rushing upstairs. Move aside, the boy must die, the cloaked man demanded of the Potter head. TCH, like hell I'll let you near my son. Expelliarmus, a red beam of light hurls towards the figure only to be blocked. Avada Kedavra, the killing curse hurls towards the young man. James didn't have time to react, the spell was way too fast. James was thrown against the stairwell as the life within him is vanishing. The last thing before he dies was the snake-faced man shaking his head at him. You were filled with so much potential, you could have joined my cause. Such a waste. He walks up the stairs, leaving a dying James B. Vive old, mort, eh. A little light blue slime woke up from his sleep after a strange dream. He turns to his side pondering about what he dreamed. Rimuru-sama, is everything all right? A black-haired man with red eyes and yellow irises walks into the room. The slime looks over the demon butler with a worried expression. Diablo, it's nothing. I just had a strange dream, that's all. Rimuru assures his butler. Diablo tilts his head. A strange dream? Rimuru-sama, do you always have this strange dream before? He asked, worried for his lord's mental health. Rimuru transforms into his human form, a feminine body with yellow eyes and light blue hair. Nah, it's just a dream, Diablo, nothing to worry yourself with. He walks out of his room. The slime turns to his butler with a cheerful smile. Don't we have a meeting today? Diablo nodded, confirming his words. Indeed, Rimuru-sama, the meeting is about a new discovery deep within the forest of Jura, he informs his lord. Ah. The ruins, Rimuru remembers Gobta reported when he was on patrol with the goblin riders around the forest. I remember that the ruins were at least 1,000,000 years old or something like that. You are correct, Rimuru-sama. Vesta's research team is currently there trying to make heads or tails about it. Diablo followed Rimuru out of his home. For Vesta, he returned this morning to report his findings of said ruins. I see. Rimuru walks out of his home. I can't wait what the ruins are. Indeed, Rimuru-sama. Diablo smiles, following his lord as his bodyguard. Rimuru City, the capital city of the Rimuru Tempest Federation, home to various beings. To goblins, to demons, even some humans. This nation is known to the other kingdoms as the Monster Nation. A major trade port for traveling merchants across the land. Rimuru Tempest, the demon lord who governs the Rimuru Tempest Federation with humility and kindness. A bit odd trait for a demon lord, but his citizens don't mind at all. Many of the citizens adore the former human, in fact, they all worship him like a god. Good morning, Rimuru-sama. A hobgoblin greeted his sovereign. Rimuru smiles at the citizen who greeted him. Good morning to you as well, he greeted him back. Morning to you, Rimuru-sama. An orc greeted him. Morning, Rimuru greets before they arrive at City Hall of Rimuru City. Diablo reaches over to the door handle, opening it to let blue slime in. Allow me, Rimuru-sama. Rimuru reverts to his slime form, hopping inside the hall. Thank you, Diablo. He hopes before being scooped up by a certain violet-haired wicked Oni and captain of the elite guard known as the Yomigari. A group of Tempest residents was killed during the attack by the Kingdom of Falmouth and the church. They were revied by Rimuru and became his personal guards. Rimuru-sama, good morning. Shion spun around excitedly upon seeing her lord. Your trusty secretary is ready to go, my lord, she cheered. Diablo quickly took Rimuru from the Kijin's hands and into his. Shion Dono, Rimuru-sama has an important meeting to attend this morning. He smiles at the warrior. If you would kindly move to the side, Rimuru-sama is about to be late. Shion's smile twitched, taking Rimuru off his hands. Oh, Diablo. I'm Rimuru-sama's personal bodyguard and his first secretary, I decided that it would be best that I should be the one who takes him to the meeting with the others. She stated her reason for the demon. Diablo swipes the slime from Xian, then Xian swipes him back. This continues until they're pulling Rimuru from both sides. Guys, you two can escort me to the meeting together. Rimuru chuckles, not wanting to be pulled apart by their strength. They let go, returning the slime into his proper form. Of course, Rimuru-sama. We'll go whatever decision you decide. They smile as nothing happened just now. Rimuru just stares at them before hopping in the hall. Sure. He sighs as they follow him. Upon arriving at the meeting room, the two secretaries open the door for him to enter. Within the room was Rigurd, the Prime Minister of the Federation, Rigurd, the head of security, Benimaru, the Commander-in-Chief, Shuna, the economic advisor, Vesta, the lead researcher of the newly discovered ruins in the forest, Kaijin, the head blacksmith, Guard Mjalmile, the head of finances and public relations department, Hakuro, Rimuru's instructor, Geld, the chief construction manager, Sue, the leader of the Shadow Squad. These are the Rimuru Tempest Federation's government officials and subordinates of Rimuru Tempest. Hello everyone. Rimuru greeted his friends while entering the room. They all stood up, inclining their heads to the ruler of the Federation. Rimuru-sama, good morning, they said in unison. Rimuru hops over to his seat where Diablo and Xian stood beside him. So on to business. He turns to Vesta sitting next to Geld and Kaijin. Vesta, what did you learn from the ruins? He asked. Vesta stood from his seat, looking at the slime, happy to tell what his team has learned. Rimuru-sama, the ruins seem to be an ancient teleportation device from a long-gone civilization. An ancient civilization? I thought only villages were in the Jura forest before the Federation was created. Rigor questions, never heard about anything like that before. Vesta turns to the young hobgoblin. My team is on the lookout for any signs of houses, however they didn't report anything. Rigurd coughs along with Hakuro. Their faces express that they knew something. Well, there were legends passed down village chiefs. Legends? Of what? Guard asked, curious about what the Goblin King is saying. Geld looks at the human across from him, knowing what the topic is. I only know from my late father that it's a kingdom of highly evolved goblins, that's all. He explains what he knows before the old fair Oni continues for him. Among the elders, there was a legend that a kingdom of goblins was so advanced that it gains recognition as a nation from both the dryads and humans before both me and Rigurd was born, Hakuro explains, trying to remember what his great-grandfather's story. Kaijin nodded, feeling he heard this story before. Interesting, I let you know that there's a story about the Goblin Kingdom back in Dwargon. It says that the kingdom has many technological discoveries within the walls. So pretty much an advanced civilization, sweet. Rimuru commented. So what happened to them? If they're so advanced and successful they should be around to this day, he commented. Rigurd just shrugs, I have no idea, Rimuru-sama. All I know is that they disappear and that's it. The goblin explains. That goes with our story of them, Kaijin commented. However, our story indicates that they did an experiment that leads to a disaster to the kingdom. He told his former home's version of TH's story. Rimuru nodded before Benimaru spoke up. On the topic of the ruins, what did you find, Vesta? The fair Oni asked the dwarf if he found anything. Other than the teleportation device we found, nothing so far, Vesta explains to him. Might I suggest that we place on the clock security? Shuna interrupted, causing the room to look at her. I mean, we should at least have people watching the device. If someone happens to come across it, then a problem will appear from it. Rimuru thought for a while about Shuna's proposal. Shuna has a point, my lord, Sue spoke out. Someone foolish would happen to do something to the discovery, then disaster will fall not to the Federation but the other kingdoms as well. He supports the princess's claims. The rest of the table agrees with the two before looking at the slime for his opinion. Rimuru-sama? Xian looks down at the slime, seeing him think. Rimuru nodded and looked straight at his friends. All right. I'm for the security. I don't want anybody to have any ideas of using the teleporter. Hi. They all responded. Sue, I want you and the Shadow Squad to keep an eye on the area. Rimuru looks at the one-horned man. Sue nodded to his lord's request. Yes, Rimuru-sama. He disappears from his seat to do his task. Rimuru will never get tired of his special travel skill to inform his squad of their mission. He then turns to the others. I want to see this teleporter in person. Once he said that his subordinates froze upon hearing that. Diablo leans down to the slime. Are you sure, Rimuru-sama? It might be dangerous for you. Rimuru looks up at his butler, secretary. I'll be fine, I just want to see what we're dealing with here, he explains to the demon. The demon nodded, understanding his desire. As you wish, Rimuru-sama. Vesta, I want you to lead me to the excavation site, Rimuru asked the scientist to lead the way. Vesta nodded. Very well, Rimuru-sama, he obliges. Rimuru, Diablo, Shion, and Vesta arrived at a clearing near a strangely shaped cliff. Interesting cliff formation. Note: some strong magic residue still lingers around this area of the forest. Thanks, Seal. Rimuru commented before seeing the research team gather around a platform with somewhat familiar writing. Gabiru turns around seeing Rimuru and the others making their way here. Rimuru-sama, it's great to see you. He waves at the slime. Gabiru, you're helping the research team? Rimuru asked, surprised to see him and his friends out in the ruins. Gabiru smirks, placing his hands on his side. Indeed, Vesta requested our help to clear some debris off the platform, he smirks. Yeah, Sir Gabiru is so helpful, one of his friends cheered for the Dragonoot. I see, Rimuru has a blank expression seeing them cheering for the exiled son of Abaru. Vesta coughs, gaining their attention to him. Rimuru-sama, if you would follow me. He showed the slime the rustic old metallic disc in the center. Our team has excavated this disc completely made of metal. We believe it was made from adamantine steel. Rimuru nodded, following what Vesta was saying. So it's like a platform or something like that? He asked. After much examination, we found some writing around the edges. Vesta explains further on what they've uncovered. Is it some ancient language? Shion asked, getting intrigued by the strange writing on the platform. I haven't seen anything like it before. Vesta shrugs, we do not know, but we do believe it's some kind of writing of the ancient goblin civilization. He explains, showing the disc. Rimuru walks over to the disc. His golden eyes widen at the sight of the writing. The hell? This is English, he thought, surprised to see an Earth-based language in this world. Diablo looks at his lord, seeing his wide eyes. This language, it's from my old world. The blue slime said, causing his subordinates to stare at him. Rimuru-sama, how is this possible? Shion asked the former human standing in front of the platform. Rimuru kneels to touch the platform, dusting off the dirt. I'm not sure, but I do. He froze when the writing glowed white traveling around the platform. Rimuru-sama. Sue appears, sensing a strange feeling, heading straight for the slime and his comrades. The light engulfed the group. Vesta, the only one who wasn't engulfed, opens his eyes. Rimuru-sama. The research team search around for the ruler of Tempest. Where is Rimuru-sama? He cried out. Earth, Great Britain, Gringotts, June 4, 1992. Within a bank, an old pale goblin sat on his throne. He observes his bank through monitors he developed himself to keep an eye on his subjects and customers. His name is Gringotts, the ancient goblin king of the kingdom of goblins in the wizarding world. All is good today, Gringotts said to himself, observing each monitor carefully. Then sirens rang in the halls and his throne room. The Goblin King stood up from his throne, knowing all too well what this means. I am possible. How could this be possible? I've made sure our teleporter is shut down for good. His eyes widen with fear, not just for him but for his people. The doors burst open to his guards, rushing in donned with adamantine armor. My king. The teleporter room, a demon lord is within the compound. Ripclaw informs their king. Gringotts grips his hands, a demon lord. The whole reason why they left is to be free from their rule. Send every guard we have. We must not let this demon lord into the human realm at all cost, he orders his soldiers. Sir, they both respond, heading out to inform the goblin army to prepare. The old goblin walks over to an armor stand with silver armor that was collecting dust. I mustn't let my people suffer anymore. He donned on the armor and marched straight out. I must defeat this demon lord at all cost, he promises himself. Muru-sa, Rimuru-sama. Shion cried out his name. Rimuru woke up after the violet-haired wicked Oni called out his name. Shion. What's going on? The slime looks around the brick walls that surround the group. Where are we? We do not know, Rimuru-sama. Diablo stood behind him. My guess is that we must have teleported underground somewhere. He observes his surroundings. Oh. Rimuru stands up, looking around the place himself. He then spots a lot of archaic-looking machines near the wall or hanging down from the ceilings. It seems we're in a workshop of the sort. Gabiru walks next to him. In his hand was an old-looking clock. Yes, it seems we have Rimuru-sama. These machines look like the ones that Vesta has in his workshop too. Rimuru claps his hands with a bright smile. All right, we are in a foreign land with no knowledge at all. He announced to the group. So, roll call, Shion. Here, Rimuru-sama. Shion responded. Diablo. Diablo inclines his head to his master. Present, Rimuru-sama. Ranga. Rimuru's shadow morphs into a Tempest dire wolf, wagging his tail upon hearing his name. Here Rimuru-sama, he barks happily. Gabiru, the Dragonute presents himself to the Demon Lord. At your side, my lord, he smirks. All right, that's Rimuru-sama. It seems enemies are coming towards here. Sue appeared before him. Rimuru jumps seeing the fair Oni kneeling before him. Ga, Sue, I didn't know you came with us, he said to the spy chief. Sue looks upon the blue-haired man. I sensed something was off. I merely went over to protect you, my lord, he responded. That's kind of you, Sue Dono, but as Rimuru-sama's bodyguard and butler the task falls on me. The demon steps in the conversation. Diablo? Shion let her aura free, causing no reaction from the demon. Rimuru jumps sensing the intense aura from his secretary. Shion, can you? Oh, right, that task falls upon you as well, Shion Dono. Diablo caught on to what his master is going to say. Shion pulls back her aura and smiles at the butler. Rimuru wipes away the sweat from his forehead. Chris avoided. The doors burst open, letting a small army of small pale-skinned goblins in with weapons in their hands. Rimuru-sama. Shion places her hand on her handle, preparing to defend him. Sue sued up, preparing to attack too. It seems the enemy has already shown themselves. Gabiru prepares his ice trident, pointing at the enemy's army. Strange. These beings look like goblins but paler in the skin. The Dragonute examines the army. Ranga growls at them, standing in front of Rimuru. Rimuru-sama, stand back. We'll handle this, the Tempest Star Wolf claims to his master. Indeed, these worthless creatures will tremble before us. Diablo revealed his claws at the army, causing them to flinch. A demon. Impossible. They're only supposed to exist in that world. How can one be here on Earth? Rimuru's eyes widen at the name of the place. Earth? The slime walks up to the army as they step back. Everyone looks at their master walking forward to the army. Rimuru-sama. He held out his hand, indicating for them to stay put. Halt. Don't step any further. Ripclaw orders the Demon Lord. I want to know that this place is Earth, Rimuru states his reason. The goblin army looks at each other before looking back at the slime. Yes, this is Earth, Ripclaw answered the Demon Lord. Rimuru's eyes widen at the confirmation from the pale goblin. Then which country are we in? If you don't mind, tell me that is. He asked the goblin commander. You're in Great Britain within the Bank of Gringotts, Demon Lord. The goblin army made room for Gringotts marching forward to face the slime. Mind if I ask why you want to know? Rimuru Tempest, I'm the lord of the Rimuru Tempest Federation. Rimuru announced his title to the king of the goblins. I'm also a demon lord, but you already know that. He jokes with them, receiving no humor at all. My lord. Gringotts looks at the strange being, acting all friendly, unlike the other demon lords he encounters. Tell me, Lord Rimuru, what is your business here? He demanded of the slime. Oh, we were at a dig site with the Jura forest when a light engulfed me and my subordinates to this bank. Rimuru explains their story. Gringotts. Why does that sound familiar? He ponders on the name. The Goblin King looks at Rimuru's subordinates, a dire wolf, 2 ogres, a lizard man, and a demon. They seem different from the last time I saw their race, more evolved. He thought. Gringotts then. Looks back at the slime, staring at him. It seems you are not lying, Lord Rimuru. However, we don't trust you fully. Gringotts explains to the demon lord. Rimuru nodded, understanding their point of view. Understandable, Gringotts, I am King Gringotts, the king of the goblin race and founder of Gringotts Bank. The goblin announced his title to the group. Xian, Ranga, Gabiru, Diablo, and Sue look at each other, surprised to hear a title. Goblin King? They said, confused with the title. Gringotts noticed their confusion. I don't get why both of you are confused with my title, he said, glaring at the monsters. Show some respect to King Gringotts. One of the goblin soldiers yelled at them, inflaming their anger. This caused the army to be defensive from their reaction. Stop! Rimuru yelled out. His subordinates stand down upon his voice. He looks around the room, sensing the tension between the army and his subordinates. It seems that we need to be better acquainted with each other before we do anything. The slime reasons. Agreed, though I have many questions that need answering. I do believe we need a peaceful setting than in the workshop. Gringotts agreed with the Lord of Tempest. I have a place where we can be familiar with each other. Rimuru nodded. Can't agree with you more, King Gringotts. Gringotts motions his hand to the exit. If you and your subordinates will follow me, then we can be acquainted. The army and Rimuru's group left the workshop to a suitable place for a proper conversation between them. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 2 AN. Once again I listened to Season 2's opening for this anime and boy, it's so catchy and enjoyable that I can't stop writing. Lol. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH2 A new ally. Rimuru was sitting between Xian and Diablo on a couch in front of Gringotts. Sue and Gabiru stood behind him, cautious of the army that is waiting right outside the room. As for Ranga, he stays within his shadow. The slime took a sip from the tea provided by the goblin servants for them. I have to say, King Gringotts, this tea is nostalgic. Even if we don't have anything like this at Tempest, it's still refreshing. Xian nodded, taking a sip herself. Indeed, Rimuru-sama, this tea is refreshing both the mind and soul. The wicked Oni smiles at the flavor. Only if Hakuro was here, he'll agree with us. Gringotts gave a weak smile, happy to see his guest enjoying his hospitality. I'm glad you are enjoying the refreshment, Lord Rimuru. His eyes darted over to the butler, staring at his cup. Diablo merely stares at the liquid, cautious if it's a poison or a paralysis potion. Diablo, the tea is fine. It's not anything harmful to me and the others. Rimuru informs the demon, urging him to try it. The demon smiles at his lord. Very well, Rimuru-sama, if you insist. He took the cup and sipped the liquid within it. His eyes widen at the taste as he pulls it away. Interesting flavor. My compliments to the one who brew it. Gringotts nodded before his face became serious. Now, tell me, Lord Rimuru, how is it that a demon lord such as yourself was able to get a demon, a lizard man, a dire wolf, and 2 ogres to follow your command? If anything, both the lizardmen and the ogre tribe are quite picky with those who want them to follow. Is that an insult to our lord? Sue demanded of the Goblin King's reason. My apologies, I mean no insult, Sir Sue. Gringotts raised his hands to calm the fair Oni. I was just merely curious on how your lord gained your loyalties. He stated his reason. Rimuru eyes his spy. He looks like he's ready to kill. Sue, it's fine. The slime calms down the spy chief. He turns to Gringotts in a calm motion. To answer your question, I was just offering my help that time. You see, Sue and Xian's village was destroyed by an orc attack. Gringotts' eyes widen, surprised to hear a docile tribe would attack a tribe that was higher in rank. How is it possible? The orcs were level D monsters, attacking only those who provoked their home, he asked the slime. Indeed, the orcs were docile tribe until a famine in their lands struck and a Majin of a demon lord took advantage of their situation. Xian explains to the Goblin King. That said, Majin used the orcs to destroy our village as revenge for not joining his side. Gabiru nodded, remembering Gelmud's plan for a puppet demon lord to control. A terrible moment of time, if I say so myself. The Dragonood sighs. So an orc lord has been born in your world, then became the orc disaster. I heard of the legend before. Gringotts closes his eyes, knowing the threat the rare monster possesses. How did you even defeat a being such as the orc disaster? he asked the group. You see, our Lord Rimuru-sama defeated the orc disaster in integrating the remains of the orc army into his newly founded nation of Tempest, Sue explains to the Goblin King. Shion nodded, remembering that day clearly. Yes, they now evolved into high orcs with the orc disaster's son as the orc king. She continued the story. Gringotts looks at the young boy, impressed that this boy was able to defeat an enemy such as the orc disaster. Impressive Lord Rimuru, as a demon lord you clearly easily defeated the monster, he smiles. Rimuru chuckles, finding that part funny. Well, I wasn't a demon lord during that time. I was a humble slime who wants nothing but to protect my allies. Slime. Gringotts blinks before letting out a hard laugh. Plus you are humorous Lord Rimuru? There is no way a demon such as yourself is a... Rimuru reverts to his original form. A rounded small light blue slime between both the wicked Oni and demon butler. Slime. Gringotts just stare at the lowest and weakest monster in their records. As you can see, what I say is the truth, King Gringotts. I am indeed a slime, reincarnated from a human named Satoru Mikami. Rimuru reintroduces himself to the Goblin King. I rule Tempest with various of monsters following me, goblins, orcs, dire wolves, lizardmen, ogres, demons, beastmen, and even humans. Rimuru stated his title and kingdom. My goal is to create a nation where everyone is treated equally. Gringotts coughs, hearing his proclamation to his rule. I see, you mentioned goblins. I wasn't aware there are my species still remaining in your world. Amazed that this slime was able to do all he claims on his own. Rimuru nodded. The goblins were separated into small tribes until arrived and helped rebuild their villages and evolved into hobgoblins. There are many goblin lords under my prime minister, rigored the Goblin King. Gringotts nodded, understanding what he was saying. I see, I too evolved to the Goblin King centuries ago. I'm happy to know that my race is being taken good care of by a kind demon lord such as yourself. He smiles knowing he could trust this man. No slime. Note. The Goblin King, Gringotts, is centuries old, age unknown. Rimuru's eyes darted to the side at CL's side note. Well shit, he looks like he's 50. He sips his tea, comprehending at the age of Gringotts. Rimuru smiles brightly, glad to help out where I can, the slime. Looks at his tea, already knowing what needs to be done. Though this was nice, I believe we should head back home to Tempest, he said, causing both Diablo and Shion to stand from their seats. The slime hops down, reverting to his human form. Gringotts has this sorry expression on his face, feeling bad for his new acquaintances. Sue noticed the Goblin King's sudden change in mood. Is something wrong, Your Majesty? The spy asked the old goblin. Gringotts sighs, going to say it out loud. I understand, your wish Lord Rimuru, but it's been centuries since the teleporter been operational. He saw the gobsmack faces of the evolved monsters. So does that mean we cannot go home? Gabiru asked the old goblin. Gringotts quickly shook his head. No, it means it will take longer to study the machine since we hardly use it anymore. He ensures the group from their worries. Rimuru sighs in relief that it's not a major problem. You really scared us there, King Gringotts. He chuckles. Well, Veldora and the others will take care of things back home. Please, call me Gringotts. The Goblin King urges the slime to use his name, and you all are welcome to stay here at Gringotts as my honored guest. He offered his hospitality to the Demon Lord and his entourage. Diablo inclines his head to the old king. That's kind of you, Your Majesty. He smiles softly. Indeed, we must repay you. Gabiru proclaims, seeing the need to do so in return. Shion nodded, agreeing with the Dragonoot. Yes, name anything. The doors burst open to an envoy of Gringotts. Why, Your Majesty, there's trouble with the tellers. Razortooth informs the king of the goblins. Gringotts' eyes widen, having a feeling it's them again. Don't tell me it's the Malfoys, Your Majesty. The pale goblin informed the king. They just barge in when we were closing the doors for the night. Rimuru's mind went all static. Damn, Malfoy. He grips his head, as images of a young boy with tied-back blonde hair laughing at him. What was that? Rimuru-sama? The blue-haired man looks at the violet-haired woman calling his name. Are you all right? You seem to be in pain, she asked, concerned for the slime. The demon lord looks at his subordinates sharing the same worried expression as Sheehan. I'm fine everyone, just a sense of nostalgia. He smiles ensuring them. They all looked at each other, unsure if he is really okay. Gringotts turned around to his guest, inclining his head to them. I do apologize for leaving suddenly. My subjects are in a pickle right now and need my attention, he explains to the other worlders. Rimuru waves his hand. No worries, I dealt with similar situations as you Gringotts. He smiles, then a thought crosses his mind. If you don't mind, maybe I could help ease the tension of whoever is giving your subjects trouble. He offers his services as payment for letting them stay with him. Gringotts blinks at the demon lord offering his help in this situation. If you insist, Lord Rimuru. Please follow me. He walks out of the room, leaving the slime alone with his subordinates for a moment. My lord, is this a wise decision you made? Sue asked if this was the correct move that he made. We're in a foreign land with little knowledge of how this world works. He stated his reason. Gabiru nodded. Even if I hate it, I have to agree with Sue. The Dragonood agrees with the blue-haired man. If anything, we should be observing the residents of this world. Gabiru being reasonable. That's weird, but I see their point. Rimuru thought before finalizing his decision. We already agreed to assist Gringotts. I'm not the one to go back on a promise, he stated to his subordinates. Sheehan nodded. That's our Rimuru-sama, always thinking of others. She smiles. Yes, that's our lord for you. Ranga wagged his tail within Rimuru's shadow, happy that he's willing to keep his promise. Sue and Gabiru looked at each other before obliging to his request. Very well, Rimuru-sama. Sue inclines his head to the slime. This is your choice in the matter, Rimuru-sama. Gabiru shrugs his shoulders before gazing his eyes at the demon butler. Diablo blinks with a small smile. I'm merely Rimuru-sama's butler and bodyguard. I follow whatever decision he makes, he stated, inclining his head. Rimuru gave a thumbs up at the demon. Diablo, thanks for supporting me like always, he smiles at his butler. How dare you denied me access to the Black Vaults? Lucius stood above a goblin teller. You half-breds should know your places. When talking to a pureblood, he exclaims. The teller stood on his knees, looking upon the blonde-haired man. Lord Malfoy, once again I cannot let you go into the Black family vault. Even if you married Narcissa Black, she's not the lord of the family. Sirius Black is. Don't talk to me, you pathic excuse of life. Lucius kicks the goblin back for talking back at him. Know your place. What's going on here? Gringotts arrived on the scene, witnessing the treatment of his subject from his customer. King Gringotts, Lord Malfoy is. Gringotts places his hand on his fellow goblin's shoulder. His face is bruised from the pureblood's kick. No need for an explanation, my friend. I'll handle things from here. He got up and walks up to the arrogant wizard. Lord Malfoy, what may I help you with today? Gringotts asked the wizard, holding back his anger and frustrations for this man. Lucius glares down at the king, not caring that he's more powerful due to his evolution. Gringotts, your subject has disrespected my family and my wife's. I demand retribution for his arrogance. He demands more money from the king. The Goblin King gritted his teeth, knowing that the wizard knows the law between goblins and wizards. If the goblins wish to stay in our lands, you must abide and follow any wither wizard's demands, a law that almost every monster of this world needs to follow or the consequence will follow. Not wanting any more harm to his subjects, of course, Lord Malfoy, all me. Giving in to demands? Really, Gringotts, I thought you were an honorable and respected king. Everyone looks at a masked blue-haired boy walking forward. Lucius glares at the strangely dressed boy. You have no say in this, boy. You are too young to understand the adult. He watched the boy opening his hand, forming a sphere in his hand. Rimuru gave the sphere to the goblin, taking it cautiously. It's a healing potion, it'll heal you up, he said in a tender voice. The goblin teller looks at the masked man, then at the orb. He drank the potion, his body glowed, healing his bruise quickly. While I'm healed, he said in shock, feeling no pain on his cheek. He looks up at the demon lord and bows in his presence. Thank you, Lord Rimuru. From now on I shall forever be in your service. No worries, just live your life however you see fit. Rimuru stood up, walking to where Gringotts stood. Now then. Lord Rimuru, Gringotts saw the miracle that the slime did to his subject. A deed that deserves something in return, as it says in their code. Lucius's eyes widen at the strange magic that was performed by the boy. Magic that is unknown to a pureblood like him, something that the Dark Lord would be interested in. Who are you? What magic did you use? Tell me now, he demanded of the slime. Qian gritted her teeth at the human man, talking in a disrespectful tone to her lord. Sue touches the wicked Ona's shoulder, calming her down. Rimuru-sama can handle himself, Qian. He ensures the secretary before eyeing the demon who share the same distaste for the human. That goes for you, Diablo, Sue said to the devoted demon. Diablo heard what the spy has to say to him. He respects his wishes but remains diligent. All I just did is giving a simple goblin my nation's healing potion. Rimuru explains to the blonde man. Within his very core was a wave of deep anger and hatred he never thought was there before. Those emotions were bubbling up to his entire being. Now might I ask why a grown man is acting out like a child in a public place? Gringotts and the rest have their eyes widen at the insult at the prestigious man in the ministry. Lucius was appalled at the insult. A child? I am Lucius Malfoy, lord of the Malfoy family. I won't let my name be slandered by some lowlife mudblood insult my name further. He looks at the Aurors that was acting as his guards. Arrest that boy for insulting me, he demanded. Rimuru's eyes widen as a memory of young Lucius flashes in his mind. Malfoy, Lucius Malfoy. He whispers to himself, remembering the name with memories he has never seen before. The Aurors walk up to the demon lord, wands at the ready. Hey brat, you're coming with us, an Auror said to the slime. We'll teach you a lesson on respecting those above you. The other Auror added, coming closer to the small demon lord. As their hands were about to reach for Rimuru, they halted. They struggle to move but can't, for something is holding them in place. It seems that it is you that needs a lesson. Rimuru revealed his hand. Strings came out of his palms. Those strings were the cause of why the Aurors cannot move. How? What did you do? The Auror demanded of the slime as he struggles to get free. Rimuru simply walks to the Aurors holding out his left arm. I use something I call sticky steel thread. Now I believe both of you need to sleep. A greenish dust cloud came out of his hand and moves towards the Aurors. What is? The Aurors can't finish their sentence, for the parleying breath took effect quickly. Gringotts and the other goblins watched in amazement, for someone they just met went off and defended them without a reason to do so. Lord Rimuru is certainly a powerful demon lord. Using his power to defend my race like that, this feels like a dream. The Goblin King thought, feeling an urge to serve him. Now then, Lucius Malfoy. Gringotts snap out of his daze and draw his attention to the slime standing in front of Lucius. Lucius was trembling in fear. The two strongest Aurors he personally hired have been defeated easily by a mere boy. Stand back. I have an outstanding reputation in the ministry and close ties with Minister Fudge. He smirks evilly, thinking that would scare him. If you don't want any trouble with the ministry, then I suggest you turn. He felt a force so strong that it caused him to cough. The wizard fell on the ground, gripping his stomach, feeling the pain. Why did you? Rimuru stood above the wizard, hand into a fist, glaring at him with an intensity that causing him to tremble. I do not care of the Ministry of Magic or the corrupt politics of the wizarding world. His eyes widen at what he just said. How did I know that? He said in his mind. He ignores that question and kneels at Lucius's eye level. Now I want you to leave this bank and never come back unless if it's a financial issue. Got it? He demanded of the weakling, letting his aura out. All right, what's with me today? Know anything about it, Seal? He asked the intelligent core within him. Note. There seems to be a lingering soul within you. This soul might be the one who is causing your rage. Seal informs her master. Rimuru blinks, surprised to hear that answer. I have another soul within me, creepy, he commented. Lucius was filled with fear for this boy. He got up from the floor and ran in the other direction. Just you wait. You regret ever crossing path with the Malfoys, the blond man proclaims. The demon lord sighs, placing his hand on his side. Wow, after all these years Lucius is still a coward. Rimuru blinks, saying his name all casually as he did it before. Rimuru-sama, are you all right? Diablo walks over to his lord, seeing him standing in the center of the bank. Rimuru turns his head to his subordinates arriving behind his butler. "You guys," he gave them a light smile, "I'm fine, nothing to worry about everyone." A loud thud came right next to his subordinates. He looks over to Gringotts kneeling before him. Then more goblins knelt before the demon lord. "Gringotts?" the slime asked, wondering why he is kneeling before him. Gringotts looks up at the slime, eyes filled with gratitude for his actions. "Lord Rimuru, I can't thank you enough for defending my subjects. Your kindness has no bounds," he said sincerely. Rimuru scratches his head, embarrassed by the gratitude that he received. "No need for you to give me that much praise, I just saw that you need my help. I help those who need it. That's our Rimuru-sama, defending the innocents." Shion smiles, expressing her loyalties. Sue looks at Rimuru, detecting something odd in the way he acted back there. "Rimuru-sama, when you face that man, it seems you know him from somewhere." He pointed out the strange behavior that the slime showed. Gabiru nodded, seeing that too. "Indeed, that is odd behavior for you Rimuru-sama." Rimuru looks at the Dragonute and Fair Oni, seeing what they mean. "I know, I can't help but these strange feelings of annoyance and hate for that Majin." "That was Lucius Malfoy, my lord," Gringotts informed the demon lord and his entourage. "That man is no Majin like the ones in your world. This man is a wizard. My researchers concluded that if the wizards from this world evolved, they too become Majin." The Goblin King told them what his researchers told him. "I see." Griphook looks at the slime, also wanting to share something. However, that's highly unlikely for them to do so, for they believe any other magic besides those that the ministry approves to be dark. Rimuru grips his head. Memories of a classroom with a ghost floating in front of a board were speaking the same topic as now. "Why am I getting these memories?" he asked himself. "Rimuru-sama, are you really all right?" Diablo asked, seeing how many times he keeps gripping his head. "You keep on repeating the same actions as before," he commented, getting really concerned for him. Gringotts got up from the ground, seeing something like this before. "I seen this before, tell me Lord Rimuru. Have strange memories keep flashing in your mind?" he asked, having a feeling it's the same case. Rimuru nodded. "Yeah, my skill seal told me that these memories are from a soul within me." "A soul?" Shion gasps, getting really worried now. She turns to the Goblin King. "Is this situation a one for concern, King Gringotts?" she asked, worried for Rimuru. Gringotts shook his head. "No, this is common for reincarnated beings. You just need to go with the process, letting the memories out." He explains the procedure to the being who helped his subject. "Oh, how so if I may ask?" Diablo asked the pale goblin. Gringotts stood up along with his subjects, indicating to follow them to the back. "If you follow me, I have a device that would help people such as yourself Lord Rimuru," he explains to the slime. Rimuru's eyes widen at the information. "Wait, you just have a device like that just laying around? I find it suspicious that you have something like that in your possession Gringotts." He stated his suspicion to the king. "Yes, do we know that this isn't a trap?" Sue sees this as suspicious. Having a device like that is not a coincidence. Gringotts let out a hard laugh, hearing their concern for his offer. "Yes, I know this seems highly suspicious to you. However, do understand that long ago we have most people who were reincarnated back in your world." He started to explain to the group. Many said reincarnation was having trouble as memories of their old life interferes with their new life. Rimuru blinks, hearing the explanation of the device. "But I didn't have any problems with my memories before. In fact, I still remember my time as Satoru Mikami very well." "Indeed, how can your device help Rimuru-sama if he already knows his past life?" Gabiru asked, curious how this will help his lord. Griphook looks at the Dragonute following behind him. "You fail to realize that a reincarnation can happen many times," he explains. "Those who were having trouble with memories are those who were reincarnated many times before." Shion nodded. "I think I understand what you are saying, King Gringotts. That at least put my mind at ease." She sighs before seeing a huge door, guarded by 2 goblin knights. "Your Majesty." Both the guards saluted to their king's appearance. Gringotts waved at his 2 guards before they opened the door. He turns to the slime and his entourage. "Lord Rimuru, this is the room where the device will help you with your memory problems," He showed a huge crystal connected to a large archaic monitor with a hand-printed bronze panel attached to the monitor with steel wires. Rimuru's eyes widened at the sight of the device. You have wires and monitors. I thought magic disrupts technology. He froze, realizing what he just said. Great, another information I somehow know. He sighs mentally. Gringotts chuckles, seeing his confusion humorous. You humor me, Lord Rimuru. As you can see, back in your world my kingdom of goblins is advanced in many ways. He walks over to the device, activating it after so many years of being inactive. This includes technology powered by magicules and electricity from our Majins. Not even the humans outside the wizard community know of this. He explains. Does that mean the wizards doesn't know of this either? Diablo asked the Goblin King, observing him reactivating the machine. Griphook nodded to his question. You are correct. Wizards believe they are superior to the humans outside of the magical domain. He explains to the demon, curious of their world. They believe that they are beings with ultimate power, that everyone below them should obey them. The goblin scoffs at the ridiculous notion that the ministry place for their kind. Sue crosses his arms, feeling a sense of anger for their way of thinking. So they're arrogant that they believe that would look down upon another race. He commented from what he got. Ripclaw nodded. Yes, they're too arrogant that nothing could defeat them unless it's their own kind. He chuckles, realizing who was here. That is until your lord showed up. Rimuru's ears perked up. I take it there's no demon lords in this world? He asked, already knowing the answer. The goblins looked at each other before coughing. Well, Lord Rimuru, there is one person who said he's the Dark Lord, however he doesn't compare to a true demon lord like yourself, Gringotts explains. Really? I bet it's Voldemort. Rimuru froze as a memory of a pale-faced man standing above him with an evil smirk. Gringotts observes Rimuru's sudden reaction to that name. He now got an inkling feeling of who Rimuru used to be in the past. After he presses some buttons, he turns around to the group. All right, it's all set. Just place your hand on the panel here and the information of who you were will show on the monitors. He explains how the device works. Rimuru steps forward, about to place his hand on the panel when Shion leans in. Are you certain of this decision, Rimuru-sama? The purple-haired woman asked her lord. The slime nodded, wanting to know who he was before being Satoru Mikami. Yes, I want to know who I was before my previous incarnation, Shion. He places his hand on the panel. The crystal glows in a rainbow as ancient writing appeared on the crystal. The writing transfers to the monitor, translating to familiar writing for the Rimuru's subordinates. The slime looks at the monitor, reading the words. Rimuru Tempest, Demon Lord of the Rimuru Tempest Federation, 2nd Incarnation. Satoru Mikami, 1st Incarnation, James Charles Potter. Once Rimuru's first incarnation's name appeared, memories of being James Potter flowed into his mind. The memories flood his mind before blacking out due to how many there are. Rimuru-sama. How do you like it? I plan for the monsters from the wizarding world to join Rimuru as their new lord. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 3 Enjoy the chapter. Ch3 The Slime Reclaiming. Gringotts stare at the darkened slime on a pillow in a chair he provided by a request from Shion. Are you sure Lord Rimuru is alright? He's been like this for a while. The Goblin King asked the subordinates of the slime. Shion places down her cup on the table, then looks at Gringotts. I wouldn't worry. Rimuru-sama is like this when he used too much magicules, or a large amount of stress gets to him. She explains to the pale goblin. Yes, at any moment Rimuru-sama will wake up back to his regular self. Ranga wagged his tail, being positive that his master will wake up soon. The Goblin King nodded, seeing how Rimuru's subordinates are calm in this situation. If you're all calm, then I shall be too. He can't help but look at the darkened slime on the chair. I did have my suspicion about Lord Rimuru being James Potter. The way he acts to Lord Malfoy is exactly what James would have done. Diablo walks in with a tray cart filled with refreshments that the Goblin Chiefs provided for the King and Demon Lord. If I may, who is this James Potter you speak of, your majesty? The demon asked, serving some baked goods to the occupants. Gringotts took the pastry from the butler with humility. I believe this topic is one that your lord should tell you about, he said, eyeing the sleeping slime. Rimuru was floating around in an empty void with no one in around in his slime form. Where am I? What is this place? He asked himself. You are in the void where souls of incarnations meet. A figure walks over to the slime, revealing a face that the demon lord instantly recognized the face. You're me, Satoru Mikami. He points out his former form. Satoru smiles at his reincarnation. Yes, I am. I'm sure you're a bit confused about why you're speaking to yourself when I'm you. He jokes with himself. Yeah, no brainer there. Even that sentence that I made doesn't make sense to us, Rimuru commented on Satoru's statement. He shook his head, getting the feeling why he's here. Anyways, why are you here in this void? I'm sure there's a reason on why. Satoru nodded, motioning his hand to the bright light behind him. You're correct, me. I'm here to introduce you to someone. Well, we already know him from our past. Huh? Rimuru heard footsteps coming behind his former self. A figure steps out of the light with hands in his pocket. So, the man chuckles seeing the light blue slime. I have become a slime in my later incarnations. If Sirius and Remus see this, they'll tease me about being a slime. I'm sure you will meet them again soon. He shrugs, smiling at the sight of himself. Rimuru saw the messy black-haired man with dark eyes. You are James Charles Potter. James introduces himself to his future self. It's a pleasure to finally meet you, Demon Lord Rimuru Tempest. He greeted the Demon Lord, shocked to see him in person. Same here, James. Rimuru greeted back at the former lord of the Potter family. He looks over to his previous incarnation walking back to the light. Wait, where are you going? He asked the human male. Satoru halted his movement, turning to the slime. I was just here to do introductions, anyways good luck Rimuru. James here has something important to speak to you about. He waves and walks back to the light, disappearing in the brightness. See ya next time Satoru. James waved before looking back at himself. A demon lord, never thought I see the day I would become one or even thought I become one. He smiles at the strange thought. Rimuru raised a brow at the wizard standing in front of him. So what do you want to talk to me about, my dude? The slime asked his former incarnation. James looks down at Rimuru, looking at him curiously. Rimuru, I ask of you to take care of our son. Raise him like we always meant to. Rimuru's eyes widen, remembering bits and pieces of an infant in his hands. Wait, we have a son, he asked, surprised at the information. He then sees James staring at him blankly for saying those words. Hey, I'm still getting used to the idea that I lived another life before my previous one, the slime reasons with himself. The wizard sighs before going into serious mode. Yes, his name is Hadrian James Potter. James told the information to him. You see, I'm concerned for his well-being, as you already know from the information I'm slowly giving you. The wizards are corrupted in many ways, the racism of monsters, segregation of people who are affected by lycanthropy, and many more. The slime nodded, understanding the worried father. I see, so you want us to take Harry back to my world where he could grow up happy. He concluded, receiving a nod from the wizard. Of course I would do it, you or me, James. Therefore Harry is my son. He stares at the revived father. I knew I could count on myself. James jokes with himself before hearing a bell. It seems our time is up, he commented. Rimuru nodded, understanding he needs to go. All right, I promise you that he'll be in good hands. The slime smirks at the wizard. After all, I'm you. James chuckles at the joke he made. Thank you, Rimuru. Once we leave this place, the memories of you being me will come back to you fully. He stated to the slime, you will obtain all necessary information of the people in the world. All right, oh, one more thing. Rimuru halted the wizard for one last question, already retaining the memories of being James. What happened to Lily? I know she died that night with Volleywarts. Ah, we already met her, James said, smiling at himself, for she was your destined one. Rimuru's eyes widen, remembering Shizu. Oh, now I know what you mean. He sighs before James disappears from his sight. I do wonder when Lord Rimuru will wake up from this state, Gringotts commented before the slime glowed and jumps. Rimuru was back in real time from the void within him after speaking with his past incarnation. Speak of the demon and he shall appear, he cheered. The slime's subordinates turned to their lord, inclining their heads for his recovery. Welcome back, Rimuru-sama, they greeted the demon lord. The pale goblin king inclines his head to the demon lord, Happy to see him well. I am pleased to see your fully recovered lord. Rimuru. He greeted the slime along with his aides. Indeed, we are truly happy to see you well, Ripclaw added. Rimuru blushed at the compliments he was receiving from the people here with him. Ah, thanks, guys. He laughs before Gringotts stood up. Lord Rimuru, while you were recovering I had my scientists repair the teleporter to return you all home, Gringotts informed the Demon Lord. It will take 2 days to be fully operational. That's good news, my lord. Sue looks at the slime before the Goblin King continues onwards. However, Xian looks at the Gringotts, knowing there's a catch somewhere with any news. However, she asked what the catch of this situation. Gringotts smiles at the slime, already deciding for what his kingdom's future is. However, I would like to take me under your reign. Huh? They all raised an eyebrow from the questionable reason that the king gave. The Goblin King kneels to his knees at Rimuru, inclining his head along with his aides. Lord Rimuru, allow my kingdom of goblins to serve you, he announced to him. I know this is a selfish request, but I am indeed looking out for my subjects' well-being. For years my kingdom suffers from the ridicule of wizard laws. Gringotts explained to the Demon Lord. My people have witnessed many things from being here. I want what's best for my people, so please, allow me to serve you and make your goals into reality. He begs further to let him agree to his pleas. Rimuru felt uncomfortable with this situation he was in. A respectable and experienced king such as Gringotts shouldn't be pledging his loyalty to him. As much I appreciate the gesture, but I can't simply take your allegiance to me like that. The slime explains to the old king. Xian steps forward. Indeed, Rimuru-sama is instead offering an alliance between our two nations, she said as his secretary. It wouldn't be right if Rimuru-sama has your entire kingdom under his reign. Spoken like a true secretary. Rimuru thought before continuing her statement. It's true, you ruled your people for so long, it would be right of me to just take over. An alliance sounds better off than having you as my subordinate. Plus if we're allies then we can help our nation prosper with the knowledge we both have. He lends out his slime stubs to the king of the goblins. So how about, King Gringotts? Do you accept our alliance offer? Rimuru asked the old king. Gringotts nodded, shaking his stub forming an alliance contract. As the king of the Goblin Kingdom, I King Gringotts accept the offer and accept the offer of an alliance from the Rimuru Tempest Federation. He proclaims his kingdom's allegiance to the Demon Lord's nation. Glad to have you, King Gringotts. Rimuru smiles before the goblins began to glow gold. What the heck? He asked, surprised to see them glowing. Ah! Gringotts and the other goblins scream in joy. The power that they felt within them was powering them beyond their imagination. The subordinates of Rimuru and himself witness the next stage of their race. Hey, Seal, what is? Answer. The goblins are evolving pending the formation of the alliance. Seal explains to her master. Whenever a race of this world forge an alliance or becomes your subordinate will evolve to the next stage. Oh, sweet. The light fade revealing a more youthful and buffed Gringotts. Holy shit. His appearance changed as Rigard did. Rimuru gasps. Note. Due to the forging of the alliance, King Gringotts and the Goblin Kingdom has evolved into pale hobgoblins. Seal informed the slime of their new appearance. Rimuru looks up at the name given by Seal. Pale hobgoblins? Does that mean Gringotts is? Answer. Gringotts evolved from the Goblin King to the pale Hobgoblin King. Not much different from the Goblin King Rigard. Seal informs the Demon Lord of the Goblin's status. So basically the same, right? Yes, sweet. Rimuru hopes down from the chair, making his way to the now evolved Gringotts. Gringotts look at himself thoroughly, feeling a new power within him. Lord Rimuru, this power is unbelievable. He looks at his subjects, looking more human before their evolution. Yeah, sorry I guess it's because that we forged an alliance between our sovereigns that caused your entire race to evolve into pale hobgoblins. Rimuru chuckles before being picked up by Xian. Excellent demonstration of your powers, Rimuru-sama. Xian praises her lord of his abilities. Sue nodded but sees a complication with this. Yes, though this might cause some problems with the locals who were involved with this nation. Gabiru and Ranga nodded, understanding what they meant. Gringotts flexes his hands. Yes, I do believe you're right, Sir Sue. He clutches his fist and looks at his new allies. However, this is hardly your fault. We forge an alliance between our nations for the prosperity of our citizens and that we will not regret, he stated to them. Rimuru nodded. Thank you, Gringotts. He smiles before remembering something that James asked of him. Gringotts, can I ask of you something to do for me? Gringotts nodded. Anything, my lord, he smiles. Private Drive Number 4, June 4, 1992. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, a title he dislikes very much. A title that indicates that he was the sole survivor of his family and the rest of the wizarding world celebrates for him living but ignores the fact that 2 lives were lost on that day. He was in the spare room that the Dursleys gave him since he was getting too big for the cupboard. The black-haired kid laid in his bed, reflecting on his life up to Hogwarts. He sighs looking at his familiar, an owl named Hedwig. Hey Hedwig, do you ever wonder what's out in the world besides the wizarding world? He asked the owl. Hedwig only chirps in response to her master's question. I guess you an only chirp in response, girl. Harry chuckles before hearing his uncle call out his name. Boy! Get your ass down here! Vernon shouted his name from the bottom of the stairs. Harry sighs, wondering what his tubby uncle wants from him now. Hedwig chirps worriedly for her master since she first witnesses firsthand how they treated him. Don't worry Hedwig, I'm sure it's just a small thing he got riled up about, he assures her before heading out. Hedwig watches the boy exit the room. She can't help but worry for the safety of her master. Only if she could do something about it. She then felt a presence in the room, a presence that was evil. Harry arrived down in the kitchen where Dudley was stuffing his face with many junk food and processed food. Now Dudley, eat slowly or else you choke. His Aunt Petunia warns his overweight cousin sitting in front of him. Dudley rolled his eyes and continued to eat the food, ignoring her warnings. Petunia sighs with a smile seeing her son enjoying her food. Her mood changes when her eyes laid on her freakish sister's son, a freak that she calls her nephew. Oh, it's you. She glares at the boy. Yeah, it's me. Harry talked back at her, don't use that tone on me boy. Petunia warns her nephew before indicating for him to shoo. Now go. Your uncle wants something this instant from you. She orders Harry to get away from her sights. Harry sighs, walking into the kitchen where he saw a walrus scrounging in the medium-sized fridge. You call me Uncle Vernon? He asked, gulping his fear within him. Vernon got up from searching in the fridge. Boy, we're out of food, head to the grocery store and buy some more food now. His eyes draws over to his son eating like a pig. And make it quick, my son needs to eat to grow. He huffs putting money on the counter for him to use. Harry was about to grab the cash before Vernon grabs his arms. And if you ever think of getting something for yourself, I swear boy you'll be meeting the end of my fist if you do, he warns his freak of a nephew. Harry nodded before he lets go of his arm. He watches his uncle sat down next to Dudley, cooing at everything he does. Harry mentally scoffs before grabbing the money and heads out of the door. The young wizard was in the store, almost finished with his shopping for food. He heard many gossips about him by the other moms in the store. Isn't that the troublemaker from the Dursleys? She whispers to the other mom. I think he is, that poor family. Taking in a no-good child of a drunk, the other mom whispers back. Harry ignores the whispers and continues with his shopping. He looks at the list before looking back at the shelf. Oh, you got to be kidding me. He sighs seeing the item way on top of the shelf. He looks around for a clerk or a stool he could stand on to retrieve that item. There was no one around or any stool he could stand on except for the cart he has. I guess I have to use the cart then. Harry was struggling to retrieve that item until someone walked beside him, something that no one did before. Allow me to be of assistance. Harry looks at the man in black pants and tailcoat with a red pocket watch chain. A white gloves and shirt with a tie-shaped bow. His hair is black as night with a streak. One red and one yellow. He saw his eyes with an odd coloration, red eyes and yellow irises. He handed the box of cookies to him with a smile. Here you go. Harry took the box from the mysterious man smiling down at him. Thank you. I'm not sure if you notice this but they are staring at you. Harry points to the women gossiping about the stranger helping him out. The man simply ignores the gossip around him. I wouldn't worry about me, young man. I'm simply helping a child in need of an adult, he said to the young wizard. What's your name, sir? Harry asked the well-dressed man for his name. I have to thank you properly for helping me out like that. He stated his reason with the man. The man smiles at him, placing his hand on his chest. Diablo, you may call me Diablo, young master. He introduced himself to his master's son. Diablo. What a strange wait. Young master. Harry looks at the man about to ask him why he calls him that. Where did he go? He looks around for the man named Diablo only to see he disappeared without a trace. Harry looks around once more for the man before shrugging it off. Weird. He walks over to the counter and paid for the items that he grabs and leaves the store. When Harry walks down the sidewalk, he can't shake the feeling that he was being watched afar. He shivers, still feeling like eyes are watching his every move. Today is sure strange. First was that feeling when I left the room, then that man. He sighs, arriving at his relative's home. Sue watches the boy enter the house, closing the door behind him. So that's the heir to Tempest. The spy commented, sensing someone behind him. What's your take on the boy? He asked the being behind him. Harry was in the kitchen, cooking Dudley's dinner, however his mind is off somewhere. He still sensed the presence of something watching him. He snaps back into reality when he smelled burning. Shit. Harry quickly turns off the stove and moves the pan away from the area. You got to be kidding me. He sees the food already burnt and crisps. The young wizard sighs, seeing the sight of ruined food. Before he could fix the mistake, he heard someone he anticipated when the smell of the smoked food travels around the household. Boy, what did I tell you about burning our food? Harry flinched. Knowing what's next. Uncle Vernon, I'm sorry, Ju. A sudden whack across the face caused him to drop everything on the floor. He looks up at the red, angered face of his uncle. Don't you talk back, boy. You are always causing problems to good, hard-working people like us. Vernon starts kicking Harry in the stomach. When you first appeared here, I knew you're a problem child just like your parents. Then you went on to ruin our meal. I teach you a lesson that the freaks won't. Harry grips his head, preventing Vernon from hurting his skull. He looks up, seeing his aunt just watching him in pain with a smile, and cousin just cheered his father on. Please stop, uncle. Shut up. You have no right to beg for mercy, freak. Vernon kicks him harder for begging for his life like a normal person like him and his family. This is what you deserve. You mistake of a child. He shouts more at the young boy. Yeah. So him no mercy, Dad. Dudley cheered for his dad. Harry couldn't take it anymore. He just could take further abuse from his relatives. He winces in pain when his tips of his shoe impacts his stomach. Somebody, Headmaster, Ron, Hermione, anybody please help. He prayed for help. Somebody help me. Vernon grabs Harry by the collar, lifting him from the ground. Freak, I'll give something more than just a beating. A reminder that you are. Everything froze in place. Harry opens his eyes, seeing his uncle and his relatives frozen in place. WA is, insert warlord. That time I got reincarnated as a slime ost. Kuhihihi. Did the young master call for my assistance? The voice, familiar to Harry, causes his eyes to widen. Why you? You're? A shadow stood beside him, leaning into his ears. The man smiles next to him. Indeed, young master. I came for you, and when you call for my help I came right away. Harry eyed the man next to him, his figure dark. He tries to see him fully, but he could only make out what seems to be wings. Why you did? But why? He chokes, feeling his uncle's strength pressing against his neck. My lord wants you back. As his subordinate and butler I intend to accomplish the task. The man explains his reason to the young wizard. Why you're working for Voldemort, Aaron? The man shook his head, not knowing who he is talking about. I have no knowledge of this Voldemort person is. I work for my lord and master, the great Rimuru Tempest. He corrected the young master. WWH Ga. I suggest you order me to assist you a bit here. The demon noted the man hurting his master's heir. I can do it. I don't care. Harry chokes out the order to stop his uncle. The demon smiles at the order. His master said to retrieve this boy, however he did not solicit what to do when someone harms him. Very well, Hadrian Sama. He disappeared, then the entire world resumes to normal time. Worthless in every. Vernon paused, seeing a pentagram under him and the freak. He looks at the boy, dropping him on the floor. What freakishness is this? A bright light shrouds the kitchen and the entire household. Vernon and his family opened their eyes to a man dressed as a butler with a red and yellow streak down his jet black hair. Who the bloody hell are you? Are you one of that freakish Gover? The man opened his black eyes. Petunia trembles in fear hearing the stories about them before. It can't be. The demon opens his arms. I am Diablo, subordinate of the demon lord Rimuru Tempest and his heir, Hadrian Tempest. He smiles at the cowering humans before him. Now as my young master orders, I shall do my part. He laughs manically for what's to come. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 4 AN. So a bit of a warning, there will be a lot of blood in this chapter. This takes place his second year going into fourth. Ch4 Hadrian's butler Vernon trembles at the sight of the mysterious man standing before him. His clothes are those he dreamed of wearing, dignified, and brought out respect. However, his hatred for freaks snaps him out of his daze. Who are you? How dare you enter? Diablo looks behind him seeing his young master staring at him. He kneels to the frightened child, having no idea who he just summoned. Demon. Harry's eyes widen with fear. Indeed, young master, I am a demon. A primordial demon. Diablo grabs Vernon's hand holding a knife in the palms. A human-made knife. Really, you're a businessman who has knowledge of the wizard realm and bits of information of demonic entities. He squeezes his arms hearing the bones crack. Let go of me, you freak. You can't harm me, your ministry won. Diablo simply smiles at the walrus demanding things of him, something that he has no place to do so. I'm sure Rigard Dono and Rimuru Sama will forgive me this once in, entertaining our young master. He smirks, eyeing Harry before pulling his arms out of his sockets with ease. Gaw hhhhhhhhhhhh. Vernon cried out in pain from his arms being ripped out from his shoulders. My arm, my fucking arm. His eyes widen, tearing at the pain. Ah! Petunia shrieks at the sight of her husband, armless and the demon butler holding his arm. A sadistic chuckle came out of his curled lips. Oh God! Dear God! Somebody Dudley no! The horsewoman watches her son run up to the demon. Dudley punches the Diablo with his feeble human strength. You freak! You bastard! The piglet cries, anger fueled every once in his being for that demon doing that to his father. Give back Dad's arm! He demanded of him. Harry watches Diablo staring down at Dudley in awe. A demon, an actual demon. The only thing that was in his mind, not processing that he just ripped his uncle's arm off. Dudley keeps punching Diablo hoping this would scare him. He smirks looking up at his scarred face before it frowned. The demon just smiles at him. Interesting. Normally I wouldn't kill a child since it's Rimuru Sama's rules. But since Hadrian Sama called me to dispose of the people here, in a flash, Dudley's head soared across the room. Dudley didn't see it. The last thing he ever saw was the sharp claws of the demon across his body. Petunia and Vernon watched in horror at the demon making a quick kill with their son. No, no, no. No. Petunia shrieks at the sight of her headless son's body slamming on her porcelain white floors. His blood poured continuously on the now red-stained floors. You bastard! You killed my son! Vernon cried in pain from his missing arm. Diablo relished in the agonizing screams of his victims. Ah, music to my ears! He threw Vernon's arms to Petunia, causing her to scream some more. He then eyed his young master, watching both in horror and in awe at his power. I guess I should make this a bit quicker, he sighs before racing over to Petunia, grabbing her by the neck. Gack! Petunia coax, feeling his strength closing her windpipes. Diablo smirks at her pain, struggling to get free. Please, and no. Why are you fighting? You should know that a human stands no chance against me. His grip tightens hearing her struggle increase tenfold. Blood starts to pour from her mouth. He then pulls her closer to meet with his yellow, red eyes. Now then, say goodbye to your pathic life. He closes his fist as her face pops out in blood. The demon drops the worthless human body on the floor before making his way to finish where he started. Now to finish with you, Mr. Dursley. Vernon crawls back in fear. Fear of the demon who just slaughtered his entire family. Wait. You're a demon, right? Yeah, that freak his kind worships the devil. He tries to reason with the primordial being. You should kill him instead. Harry froze hearing what his uncle just offered. He jumps seeing the demonic glare of the butler. He smiles at him, causing the boy to freeze in place. He's considering it. He stumbles back, trying to get away from him. Diablo turns back to the bawling walrus, ignoring his young master. My master has taken interest in the young master. For me to dispose the young master is for me to dispose of my master. He stated his reason to Vernon. Vernon trembles seeing he disagrees with his offer. The demon flashed over to the tubby man. A sadistic smirk was across his face. Since you're the one who harmed the young master, you'll have special treatment from me. He smiles at him. Vernon was bawling out more, knowing what's next. Wait, Diablo slices off his other arm, then proceed with his legs. No, stop. Please no. The pain from his missing limbs tenfold than his missing arm before. His stream face of tears stares at the demon, pulling him closer. Diablo pulls him closer. I had fun today. I thank you for that, Mr. Dursley. He chuckles, raising his hand, revealing his claws. Vernon's face pales, already know what's next to come for him. As much I love to toy with you, human. I must carry out Rimuru-sama's orders. No. The walrus was sliced diagonally, his other half drops on the floor while Diablo held onto his neck area. Diablo drops Vernon's upper torso on the ground, dusting off his gloves of the human filth. That was most enjoyable. He turns to his young master. Young master, we must leave for the kingdom of Gringotts. Rimuru-sama is awaiting for you with King Gringotts. Harry snaps out of his daze, finally realizing this demon killed his relatives in cold blood. Wait, why should I go with you? He asked the butler. You're a demon, an enemy of light and all that is good. I thought you were going to discipline them, not kill them. He points at him. Diablo merely accepts the information. The order was interrupted when you gave it out. I just interpreted that you wanted them to be disposed of. He reasons with the human. The black-haired boy blinks at the demon kneeling before him, listening to his razon. Really? That's his reason, he thought, before taking a good look at him. Definitely a demon lord's servant. Harry observes him. It seems I do not need to explain what I am, young master. He inclines his head respectfully to him. Indeed, I am a demon serving the demon lord Rimuru Tempest. He reintroduces himself to him once more. Who is this Rimuru Tempest? Harry asked cautiously to the demon. And a demon lord? I thought those were myths. He winced in pain at the bruising from his deceased uncle's kicks. He places his hand on his side, feeling the pain upon touching it. Diablo quickly kneels beside the young master, checking his side. Hey, what are you? Severe bruising, and some broken bones. Diablo nodded, seeing the extent of the damage to Harry's body. Though I do not have some potions on me, I believe once you're acquainted with our Lord, he'll heal you. He simply smiles at the young boy. Why would you think he'll help me? Harry glares at the demon, untrusting of the one who killed the people he was staying with. Diablo smiles. Rimuru-sama is someone who is connected to you in many ways, though not in his current form. He explains, scooping him up in his arms like a child. Harry jumps, not expecting the sudden action of a demon. What are you doing? He asked what he was doing to him. They teleported from the bloody kitchen scene and onto the streets of Privet Drive. Once outside, Diablo gently placed down his young master on the ground, knowing that teleporting will cause some backlash on a child. Harry throws up from the sudden teleportation on the sidewalk. Diablo places his hands on his chest, inclining his head to his young lord. Apologies, I forgot you were human, young master. He apologizes to the wizard boy. Harry gasps, after emptying his stomach, and looks at Diablo. So, what now? You told me you were going to take me to Gringotts, he asked the butler. Indeed, my lord and master and King Gringotts are in an alliance now, Diablo informs the heir to Tempest. After some interesting information from our new allies, he asked of me and a colleague of mine to track you down, taking you back to meet him, he said with confidence. His lord wants to meet me. Why? Harry ponders before realizing what else he said. Wait, colleague? He looks around for another demon-looking guy. Where is he? A blue-haired man with a single horn appeared before him. A freaking ninja. Just who is this demon lord? He was surprised at the appearance. Harry took a deep breath, calming himself from the sudden man appearing like that. Forgive my rudeness, my lord, I'm called Sue, the chief spy for Rimuru-sama. Sue introduces himself to the heir of Tempest. I was sent to retrieve along with Diablo. Our master is eager to meet you in person, he explains to the young master. Harry places his hand on his chin. Whoever this demon lord Rimuru is, he must have found out about me, he felt suddenly. Lightheaded. Sue and Diablo's mouth gaped at the sight of their young master. Hadrian-sama. Harry looks down at his right side, his shirt was turning red, a rib pierced his side. Oh, Hadrian tumbles back before being caught by Diablo. Young master, we need to heal you right now, the demon said, holding him like a child. He saw the blood and was concerned about his wounds. Harry shook his head. Wig, my, owl, only a few words managed to slip out of his mouth before passing out due to blood loss. Diablo tilts his head, hearing his young master's request. Wig. I'm guessing that's a pet's name. He turns to Sue, looking at the house 3 units down. Sue Dono. What's the matter? The demon asked the fair Oni. Someone is watching us, Sue commented. Diablo blinks before the blue-haired man looks back at him. Diablo, take Hadrian-sama to Rimuru-sama. I'll handle his pet and the one who was watching us. He ensures the primordial demon. The butler of the demon slime nodded, feeling insured from the spy. Very well, Sue Dono. I leave you here to finish things. Diablo teleported with their new master back to the bank, leaving the fair Oni alone in the human neighborhood. Sue looks around the area once more for any observers. He then went back inside number 4 housing unit where he saw the halls and kitchen filled with the blood of his master's relatives. Now where is... He paused, hearing the chirping and hooting of an owl up the stairs. The fair Oni made his way up the stairs, hearing an owl hooting getting louder each step he took. Here, Sue said, arriving at a wide door. He opens the door, letting himself inside. Hedwig chirps, seeing the spy. You must be Hadrian-sama's pet. He walks over to the cage and released the bird from her cage and landed on his shoulders. Sue blinks at the beautiful animal on his shoulders and scratches her chin. You're a beautiful bird. I seen birds like you before, but never have I seen one with white feathers. He smiles. Sue walks back to the front, ignoring the bloody scene that was behind him. Once he stood outside the household, he looks at Hedwig, who looks at him back. Since you're Hadrian-sama's pet or familiar of some sort, I take it you know where he is? He asked the owl. Hedwig nodded, ruffling her feathers in preparation to take flight. I'll leave you to find your way. Sue threw his arms up, letting the owl take flight in the night sky. The spy then turns his attention to the house 3 units down. Arabella Figg was breathing heavily in her home. Her eyes widen at the sight of the men that were with Harry. One peculiar man frightens her, the black coloration in his eyes. Those red pupils, his killer aura, all shout to her as a demonic entity. She peers out of her curtains for any signs of the demon. Arabella took a deep breath, calming herself before doing what she must do. Dumbledore, Albus needs to be informed right away. Arabella was about to flow to his office when she can't move. Why can't I? You will do no such thing. Arabella's eyes widen, sensing one of the men standing behind her. How did you? The old woman felt her blood dripping from her neck and her entire being. My lord and master want his heir back. I intend to complete the task to the fullest, Sue informs the squib. Even killing those who would stand in the way of the task. Arabella gulps before hearing what the spy said. Heir, what does your demon master? You don't need that information. Sue grabs hold on a single thread before pulling it lightly, causing blood to splatter everywhere in her living area. The fair Oni stares at the bloody scene before letting the cats out of the house and returning to his master's side. Gringotts, June 6, 1992. Harry felt weird all of a sudden. He felt stronger, healthier than before. Wow, is it just me or I feel a lot better, he thought, still a bit weak to open his eyes. Then he remembers that demon butler and a single-horned man kneeling at him. Was that real or a dream? God, if that was a dream, that was bloody as hell. The boy can't help but feel a bit comfortable, something that he hasn't felt since he was at Hogwarts and the Weasley. He gains enough strength to open his eyes a bit, Then a voice of an angelic woman caught his attention. "Oh, Hadrian-sama, you're awake. I'm glad that the potion Rimuru-sama gave you was able to work," the woman commented on his awakening. Harry's eyes open, seeing a huge pair of breasts underneath his eyesight. His eyes widen and jumps forward, getting a full view of the lady he was resting on. A violet-haired woman in a light green shirt and purple suit and pants. She shares the single horn on her forehead. "Who are you?" he asked the wicked Oni. "Why was I under your breast?" He gulps, embarrassed that he was looking up at a woman's private part. The violet-haired woman smiles at the young boy. "My name's Shion, young master." The wicked Oni introduces herself to her the heir of her lord. "I'm the secretary for Rimuru-sama." "And I'm Gabiru, young master." Harry jumps hearing a booming voice behind him. He turns to his right seeing a purple dragon man puff and out his chest proudly. Harry has never seen a creature like that before. Sure, he has seen centaurs, giants, trolls, and goblins, but nothing like these two before. What are you?" he asked the Dragonoot. Gabiru blinks at the young child. "You don't know what I am." He froze, feeling the wicked Oni about to insult their young lord. So, I'm a Dragonoot. The evolution of a lizard man." He shortens his explanation to the boy. "A lizard man. Now a demon lord, an ogre, and now a lizard man. Is every legend from Care for magical creatures are real?" Harry thought, surprised to see them. "So what do you all want from me?" he asked the monsters in the room. Gabiru looks at Shion, watching her standing from the couch. She made her way over to the young master. "Hadrian-sama, we serve you with every ounce of our being," she explains. "Rimuru-sama has calmed you as his heir, his child, therefore you are the young master." "Wait, what? Why would a demon lord take interest in me?" Harry asked the wicked Oni and the Dragonoot. "I'm just a human with no reason to be treated like a celebrity, unless you worship me as the boy who lived part." He assumed that's their reason why they're all treating him like a god. Gabiru looks at Shion, confused by the title the young master called himself. "We would not follow you just because you lived, young master." The Dragonoot informs the boy. "Rimuru-sama is the kindest demon lord out there." "A demon lord, kind?" Harry thought that was a weird trait for an evil being. "Indeed, we follow Rimuru-sama for his kindness. This includes his lineage." Shion continues after her comrade. "This includes you, Hadrian-sama," she told the young master. Harry was unsure how to feel that a demon lord wants him to be his heir. He looks at the two once more, devoted to serving him as their master. What does this Rimuru look like? An image of a buff man with horns and black hair came up in his mind when he thinks of a demon lord. Shion smiles, ecstatic that the young master would take interest in the appearance of her lord. "I can answer that, Hadrian-sama." Shion Dono, Rimuru-sama has requested that the young master meet him. Diablo enters the waiting room with two humanoid twin maids, pale hobgoblins standing behind him. Harry instantly noticed the butler. A blood-soaked kitchen with pieces of human parts were scattered around the room. "Now I remember. You killed the Dursleys," he points at the demon. Shion and Gabiru look at their fellow subordinate who just smiles. "Diablo." The wicked Oni asked what the butler did. Yes, I killed those humans." Diablo just said it out loud. He crosses his arms, still retaining his smile. "Though my reason is completely understandable. Those humans were harming our young master here. On a miscommunication on my part, one dealt with them." Diablo simply inclines his head, apologetically to the young lord. "I do apologize, my young master." He apologies to him. Harry was about to say something when Shion steps forward. "Did you at least report the incident to Rimuru-sama?" the secretary asked the butler, crossing her arms. "Of course, an incident must be reported to our Lord Shion Dono," Diablo said respectfully to her. Harry looks at Shion, placing her hand on her cheek. "Sigh. I guess that's a reasonable action for you to do, Diablo," she sighs. "They're fine with it. Is this even normal?" Harry's eyes widen that they're not even shocked by the news. Is this even normal for you guys?" he asked them. Of course. Pretty much Rimuru-sama set out some rules that we should not harm any humans unless the situation changes that." Gabiru informs his young lord. "Anyways, should we head to the throne room? I'm sure Rimuru-sama is waiting for us along with King Gringotts." "Wait, Gringotts? Why would the Goblin King ask a cat? Harry paused, remembering what Diablo informed him before. So, the king and your Lord Rimuru is what, allying some kind? He asked the monsters in the room. Sheehan claps her hands together. A smile was plastered on her face. Excellent deduction, young master. You are truly Rimuru-sama's heir, she cheered. Diablo nodded, proud to serve someone smart like his lord. Indeed, Sheehan Dono, Hadrian-sama is truly smart for his age. He smiles at them. Geez, they're very devoted to this Rimuru person. Harry blinks, observing their loyalty to the demon lord. If we may, your lord and our king are awaiting for Lord Hadrian. The twin pale hobgoblin maids said in unison, informing their guest. Diablo simply nodded, agreeing with the twins. Of course, you too. He turns to Harry, jumping upon his eyes laid on him. Young master, please follow us. He motions his hands to the halls. Harry looks at Sheehan and Gabiru. They nodded before he sighs. All right, let's see this demon lord Rimuru person. As you wish, Hadrian-sama. Diablo and the twins responded. Harry's eyes widen at the newly evolved pale hobgoblins. Their appearance was completely more human than their original forms. What happened to these goblins? He examines them, working livelier and happier. He looks behind him. Sheehan and Gabiru followed closely like some sort of bodyguards for him. Harry then bumped into Diablo, halting in the hall. Sorry, Diablo, right? He asked the demon. Diablo turns around, inclining his head to him. Young master, beyond this door we cannot enter due to the meeting with the Goblin King and our lord. He explains to the human boy. However, you are allowed to enter the throne room. I see. Sheehan leans over his shoulder with a light smile. Don't worry, young master. I'm sure Rimuru-sama and you are going to get along great. She encourages Harry to enter the room. Harry looks over to Gabiru, giving a thumbs up. You can do it, young master, he smirks. The wizard sighs before walking over to the door, opening it to a golden area of the bank. He looks at the subordinates, smiling at him. We'll be waiting out here, young master. Diablo inclines his head before the door closes behind him. Harry walks down the red carpet, seeing a figure around his height and King Gringotts laughing towards him. He saw Suez standing beside the boy with light blue hair. Boy Hedwig was on his shoulders, nuzzling against his hair. He jumps when Gringotts gazes on him. Lord Potter, welcome to my throne room. Yes, welcome sir. Griphook greets the young wizard entering the throne room. I see you are fully healed from your injuries. He smiles. Harry saw a white-haired pale man around his 30s. His ears were at a point and his clothing is more sophisticated. He then saw the monocle around his right eye and remembers the teller he met in his first year. Wait, Griphook. Is that really you? He asked, surprised at his new appearance. Griphook merely chuckles at the shook expression on his client's face. Indeed sir, as you can see, I have evolved into a pale hobgoblin. He explains their new appearance to the wizard. Harry still retains a sense of shock from the revealment of their evolution. He looks at the Goblin King, smiling down at him. Is this true, your majesty? He asked respectfully to the sovereign of the goblins. Yes, all of my subjects have evolved into pale hobgoblins. Gringotts eyes the boy before him. The cause for our change is this man right here. Lord Potter, allow me to introduce the demon lord that the Goblin Kingdom allied with. Harry saw the light blue-haired boy man turning around slowly. He had a mask on with a unique design to it. He felt a strange connection to this, being a connection he cannot explain in words. Who are you? He asked, watching him removing his mask, revealing a child's face. Rimuru smiles at him. Hello, Harry. I know this sounds weird, but he took a deep breath, a bit unprepared for this. But I'm your dad. And how do you like it? I'm planning to have a few people go with Harry to Hogwarts later. Anyways, please leave a comment or review. Chapter 5 AN. In my view, reincarnation works in different ways. For Harry's name, I like the name, Hadrian. That name sounds aristocratic to me, and the goblins. I decided to talk a different approach for them than the original. This is my story and I decide how it goes. Ch5 Father and son 1 hour before meeting Rimuru was pacing back and forth in the throne room with Gringotts, mentally preparing himself in meeting his son. Master, please relax. You're putting too much thought over this. Ranga said, worried for him. Sorry Ranga. I was preoccupied with something. The slime apologies to the Tempest Star Wolf. Did you say something? He asked. Ranga sighs before looking at Gringotts and Griphook for some assistance. The Goblin King looks over to the pale hobgoblin before drawing his attention to the slime. Lord Rimuru, he calls his name, gaining his attention. Yes, Gringotts? He asked. Lord Rimuru, Sir Ranga is saying that you should relax. Gringotts explains the dire wolf's concern for his master. I do understand. What's your feeling right now, but pacing around like that isn't good for you, he said to the slime. Griphook agrees with his king. Agree, my lord. I'm sure Lord Potter would be ecstatic to know you're alive. The pale hobgoblin smiles before another thought raced in his mind, though there might be some frustration that Lord Potter will hold against you, just a peace of mind to keep my lord. He inclines his head. Why should the young master be frustrated with our lord? Ranga asked the pale hobgoblins next to him. Gringotts looks at the Tempest dire wolf, already knowing what Griphook means. Sir Ranga, what Griphook means is that it's been 12 years since he has a proper parental figure in his life. He explains to the wolf. Proper parental figure? Ranga tilts his head before feeling a familiar aura from the room. He looks at Rimuru. His dark aura radiates from his being. Rimuru-sama, he barked. Rimuru looks at his subordinate, withdrawing his aura. Sorry everyone, I was just thinking what Lily's sister and husband have done to Hadrian. He apologies to the people in the throne room, placing his mask to refrain himself from letting his aura out. Gringotts nodded, understanding what the demon lord is feeling. Worry not, Lord Rimuru. Dumbledore has disregarded both yours and Lily's will in not letting Petunia Dursley take your son. He commented. He looks at the skyline, seeing a snowy owl dive in. Rimuru saw the snowy owl, heading towards him. Huh? An owl? He raises his arms, letting the bird perched on his arm. Why did this owl land on me? Oh, that owl is Lord Potter's familiar. Hedwig, I believe her name is. Griphook informs the demon lord. An owl, a common familiar in the wizarding community. Diablo appeared behind Rimuru, holding an unconscious Harry in his arms. Rimuru-sama, Lord Hadrian needs medical attention. Immediately, the demon butler informs his master. Gringotts and Griphook rushed over, seeing if they could offer any assistance. Rimuru walks over to the demon holding his son protectively. What happened, Diablo? Rimuru asked calmly. Rimuru-sama, I failed in protecting Hadrian-sama. Diablo apologizes to his master. The young master was severely injured by the fat man he calls uncle. Upon his call, I eliminated the entire family. Sue Dono has dealt with a spy we believe to be connected to this Dumbledore person. He reported the incident to the slime. Rimuru looks at the black-haired boy, feeling his cheek. Harry, I'm sorry that I took too long. He smiles softly at his son. Gringotts coughs, snapping the slime from his daze. My lord, if I may, I can have my doctors heal Lord Potter. No need, Gringotts. Rimuru formed an orb in his palms, placing it on Harry's body. As his father, it's my duty to care for him, he stated before calling Sheehan via telepathy. Sheehan, can you come to the throne room? The doors open immediately to the violet-haired wicked Oni and blue-haired Oni by her side. You call Rimuru-sama? Sheehan asked respectfully to her lord. Rimuru gently took Harry off Diablo's arms and walked over to her. Can you take care of Harry until he wakes up for me? He asked the member of his 12 lords. Sheehan gently took Harry from Rimuru's arms. She smiles at the slime, accepting the task. Of course, Rimuru-sama. I shall care for the young master like you was you. She walks out of the throne room to the guest room where they're staying. Sue, please report on your side of things at the Dursleys. Rimuru asked the fair Oni for his point of view of the incident. Sue obliges, kneeling on his knee. Hi, Rimuru-sama. Present time. I'm your dad. Rimuru looks at the black-haired boy. Harry's eyes widen at the sudden news he received. M.I.D.D. Dad? He blinks, seeing the feminine boy standing before him. He's my dad? He thought, gripping his hands. Note. The wizard Hadrian Potter's sudden action indicates he's angered by your sudden information. Seal informed the demon lord, seeing the level spiked. Answer. Thanks, Seal. Rimuru thanked his unique skill and looked at the angry expression on his son. He mentally sighs, anticipating this moment. I shouldn't be surprised that this is how he reacts. He thought, noticing his fist tremble with anger before. Lord Rimuru, should we? Gringotts paused, seeing the demon lord shakes his head. He nodded, going with his request. Yes, my lord. The slime stared directly at the boy. His eyes shot up, filled with anger. You don't have the right to call yourself my father. Harry exclaims at the demon lord. My father died with my mum 12 years ago. Why should I believe any words from a demon, no less? He demanded a reason from him. Rimuru-sama, ha? Ranga sat back down, seeing his hand motioning him to stand down. Rimuru looks at his son, angry about this predicament. I understand that you don't believe me, but it's true. Bullshit. Harry retorted back at him. Wow, this kid inherited Lily's fire and temper. Rimuru sighs. Look kid, I get what you are feeling right now. But trust me when I say that. I am your dad, I've been reincarnated 2 times, a lot of things happened and eventually, I became a demon lord. Harry scoffs at his reason. So you became a demon, an enemy that is all good. He crosses his arms, glaring at the boy who claims to be James Potter reincarnated. How'd I know you're not lying? You probably just saying that to get to me, demon. He sneers at him. Gringotts stood up from his throne. Lord Potter, what Lord Rimuru say is the truth. He looks at Griphook, nodding to what he's going to request. King Gringotts, why are you helping this demon saying that he's my father? Harry asked the Goblin King, forgetting that disrespecting the Goblin King is a crime. Why have you allied with the devil? Gringotts remained calm at the disrespect Harry is showing him. Here you go, your majesty. Griphook handed the paper with the information about Rimuru. Lord Potter, Lord Rimuru has done a great deed for one of my subjects, Gringotts explains to the boy. A deed that earned my respect, from that a friendship between both sovereigns was forged. He explains to the child. Harry looks at Rimuru, after hearing what he did for Gringotts. He remembers what Gabiru and Sheehan told him about their master as the kindest demon lord. Hey, I thought those two were just saying those words since they're your followers. He scoffs before the Goblin King handed him a paper. Lord Potter, this paper will disclose the truth, Gringotts explained, watching the boy take the paper from his hand. Rimuru stood there, watching Harry read the information. He looks at the slime with wide eyes, still fills with anger. This can't be. You can't possibly be my dad. He grips the paper in his hand. Like it or not, you know the goblin technology doesn't lie, Harry, Rimuru said to his son. Harry paused, remembering Hermione said that the parchment produced by the goblins never lies. Fine, I believe you. But that doesn't mean I trust you, he stated at his father. I still need a reason why out of the many opportunities that you decided to show yourself now. He glares at him. Rimuru rubs the back of his head, a bit embarrassed to say his reason to his son. Well, you see I got the memories of me being James back and an incident causes me and my subordinates to come to this world. So, he chuckles, receiving a dead stare from Harry. Harry just stares at how causal his father's reason is. Really? That reason is hard to believe if you asked me. He huffed, glaring at him. I know, but it's true. Rimuru chuckles, hearing his son sigh. So what now? Are you going to take me back to your home or? Note. The wizard Hadrian Potter is distrustful of, I can see that seal. Rimuru said to the skill. Oh, Seal shuts off, waiting for a moment to assist. Rimuru places his hand on his side. Well, it's your choice. I find it wrong to take you back to Tempest forcibly. He stated his reason, watching him making his decision. Harry looked at the pale hobgoblins and the Tempest dire wolf staring at him. He sighs, crossing his arms. Can't exactly refuse, can I? Both Ron and Hermione's families are on holiday and my relatives are dead. He shrugged, seeing no other choice in the matter. So yeah, I'll go with you, he said, causing Ranga to wag his tail excitedly. Hadrian-sama, that great news. Ranga pants excitedly, his tail still wagging with joy. Harry held out his arms, letting Hedwig perched on him. He looks at the slime, smiling at him for agreeing to come with them. There's one thing that I need to point out. Rimuru nodded, wanting to hear what his son has to say. Sure, what is it? He asked. I do not like the Hadrian part when your followers address me. Harry stated. I know I was named after a relative, but it's too formal for my taste. he explains to his father and the dire wolf. Rimuru nodded. Sure. I'll tell my friends to call you Harry instead. He smiles before mentally calling his subordinates in the throne room. Gabiru, Shion, Diablo appeared before them, kneeling on the floor. You call, Rimuru-sama. Rimuru placed both his hands on his side. Everyone, from now on you can call my son Harry. He smiles at them. Yes, Rimuru-sama. They all responded, obliging to their lord's request. Harry blinks at how easy that his father's subordinates were able to comply with his single request. He jumps back when he noticed their eyes laid on him. Harry-sama, from this day forward we are your subordinates. They incline their heads respectfully to the young man. This is weird. I never had people swearing their loyalties to me. Harry pets Hedwig, resting on his shoulders. Rimuru chuckles. I would get used to it, Harry. When we return to Tempest there's a lot more who'll swear their loyalties to you. He chuckles, already thinking of the crowd kneeling to him. Harry groans at the mere thought of a kneeling crowd. He then remembers something important. My stuff. They're back at the Dursleys, he exclaims, remembering all the many items he owns. Is that all? Gringotts walks up to the boy. I'll have my guards retrieve you. Diablo stood up from the ground, placing his hand on his chest. No need, your majesty. I shall retrieve your belongings, Harry-sama. He inclines his head to his young master. Rimuru nodded, agreeing to his offer. Make it quick, Diablo. We wouldn't want you to be seen by the wizards now, he said to the demon. Diablo nodded, remembering the wizards have a distrust with anyone with red eyes, in Diablo's case, his black eye coloration. Understood, my lord. He disappears from the throne room to do his task. Harry looks at Rimuru, smiling at where the demon was. So, what now? Do we head back to your home or? Unfortunately, the teleporter is under construction and needs at least 12 hours to be operational, Gringotts informed the group. Note. This is the appropriate time to know the wizard. Harry, Seal informs her master. Well, that's good, Rimuru commented, looking at Harry confused on what he means. This means we can catch up 12 years of your life in 12 hours. He smirks at his son. Harry felt a bit uncomfortable about the idea that his father suggested. He looks at Hedwig, looking back at him. Can't believe I'm doing this. Privet Drive. A group of elite Aurors apparated near the household of the Dursley at the request of the headmaster of Hogwarts. Tell me again why. We at this Muggle community, sir, are? An Auror asked the leader of their group. The leader looks at the young rookie for asking a question like that. It's because Dumbledore asked for it. We do not question the one who defeated Grindelwald. He knows what's best for the wizarding world. Captain, we have a problem. The two turn around to the entrance of the household. One Auror threw up on the side while the other just stared with horror. The captain walks inside the Dursleys' home and saw the bloody scene before him. Dear Merlin, what has happened here? He covers his mouth at the brutality. What kind of monster did this? He commented, feeling sick to his stomach. Hold on. Where's Harry Potter? The Auror asked. Everyone paused before going around the house in search of the boy who lived. The captain burst open the doors in the second-floor doors for any clues on the whereabouts of Harry. The last room that he needs to check is the one down the hall, the one that Harry used to live in. This must be Harry Potter's room. He opens the door. Upon entering the dark room, everything, his books, clothing, and the birdcage where his owl stayed on the report was gone. What the heck? The captain said, shocked to see the barren room. I thought this is where Harry Potter stayed when staying with his relatives. Where are his belongings? He questioned. Sir, there's something you need to see in the main hall. A fellow Auror enters the room with confusion on his face. The captain looks at his subordinate, wondering what's so important than the missing hero of the wizarding world. He groans, following him to the bottom of the stairs. What's so important that you need me to? He froze, seeing 3 baggage near the entrance. What's going on here? Why is there luggage near the door? He demanded answers from them. They all looked at the Auror captain, standing on the stairs. We do not know, sir. We turned around for a moment and there they are. An Auror explains to him. That's not a good excuse. Tell me the truth now or I'll have. Oh my, this is a surprise. The wizards jumped at the mysterious voice that came behind. They all turned around to a black-haired male with a red and yellow streak in his hair. I wasn't expecting anyone to come to this household this late in the evening. He casually said his eyes were closed as he talks. They all took out their wand, sensing a dark aura around the man. Who are you? What are you doing in the boy who lives home? The captain of the Auror squad demanded of the stranger. The man sighs. Really, that title again. He places his hand over his eyes, thinking of how ridiculous his young master has. Hearing that title, it's quite embarrassing for the young master. No power, no purpose other than surviving a murderer. He sighs, receiving scornful glares from the Aurors. Who gives you the right to insult our savior like that? An Auror exclaimed at the man. Yeah, who are you anyway for saying that to the boy who lived? Another Auror added, disliking how he speaks about Harry Potter. The captain walks up to the man, pointing his at his throat. You better apologize, Muggle. You have no idea who you're messing with. He glares at the man. Diablo could hear the snickering behind the foolish human. He just smiles, not opening his eyes to look at him. Oh well, I guess I'll be a few hours late. What does that mean, Mug? Where did he go? The captain gasps, hearing a loud thud behind them. The Aurors looked behind them and saw the headless corpse of their rookie Auror. Tell me, did he just complete his training? The man said, holding his head in his hand by his hair. From my observations, he didn't have much experience in this field for long from the way you spoke to him. They all had a sense of shock and fear rushing all over their bodies. Their rookie has easily been taken out by a Muggle in their eyes. How is this possible? An Auror demanded of the man, aiming his wand at him. How could a Muggle wait you? The Auror points at him. You killed both the Muggles here and that squib here. Now all the Aurors aim their wands at the man, determined to bring him justice. The man simply smiles at them, not at least affected by their claims. As much I would like to take the credit, my colleague should be praised for sensing her watching us, he explains. The captain had enough of this foolishness from this man, enough, by the order of the Ministry of Magic. I hereby put you under arrest for the murder of Muggles, a squib, and a fellow Auror. He proclaims, hands where I can. Foo. Oh, how much I love this. The man drops the head on the ground, hugging himself as excitement rose within him. The last time I feel this excited was when my lord summoned me and named me, he chuckles. You're what? An Auror questions his wording. Are you in league with you know? The man opens his eyes, they step back seeing the odd coloration of his eyes. The captain steps back, seeing him for what he truly is. The man places his hand on his chest, inclining his head. My name is Diablo, a demon in service of the true demon lord. Rimuru Tempest. He introduces himself to the Aurors. Since you're here on the young master's whereabouts, I have no choice but to proclaim you as enemies of my lord's heir. He smiles, stepping forward. A demon lord's servant. An Auror said, fear rising tenfold from the unholy being. And no, it can't be. In a split second the group of highly trained Aurors was gone, with no survivors left to tell the tale. London, 6 p.m. Harry sat down next to his reincarnated father, enjoying some ice cream at a nearby parlor. At first, he thought it was a terrible idea because of the Dragon Man and two horned people following them in the Muggle world. However, it seems his father handled that problem. Harry looks at Rimuru still in his human form, then at Sue and Xian. They look the same other than missing their horns, and Gabiru. A white male around 20 and still retain the slick back. Black hair. So, Harry, how you've been for the past 12 years? The slime asks his son. It's been fine, other than living with the Dursleys, it's fine. Harry said, feeling uncomfortable talking about this to his supposed father. I see, you made some friends here. Or did the Dursleys forbade it? Rimuru asked, getting all worked up for how those humans treated his son. Harry blinks before answering. Oh, yes. I made plenty of friends at Hogwarts. He could sense his father's frustration with him. Only at Hogwarts, huh? Rimuru ponders before Harry asked him something. How'd I address you? I mean, I know you're my father reincarnated, but this is all too much for me to comprehend. Harry explains, still getting used to the fact he has a father now. Rimuru jumps, realizing this must have been too much for Harry to handle. Crap, how should I answer that? Seal your up. He mentally panics, forgetting this was a simple question for him to answer. Answer. Use your name for the time being, then the wizard Harry Potter will call you father shortly. Seal answered her master's question. Thank you, Seal. I always can trust you with the answer. Rimuru thanked his unique skill in his mind. Rimuru coughs before giving his answer to his son. He looks at Harry, waiting for his answer. As much I would like for you to call me Dad, I prefer for you to call me Rimuru if you're uncomfortable with this, he said to him. Harry looks at Rimuru then at his subordinates, wanting to say something in this. He looks back at Rimuru. Why are you doing this? He asked the slime what's his agenda for him. Rimuru smiles at him, understanding why he asked a question like that. You see, Harry, I kinda felt guilty leaving you that night. I made a promise to myself that when I see you I will take care of you like how it was meant to be. He got up from his seat, looking at him. As your father, I will keep to my promise and make your life enjoyable to the fullest. Harry blinks, hearing a sniff from both Sheehan and Gabiru hearing their lord's words. Okay. Rimuru, I believe you. Rimuru smiles at him before he continues. But promise me something, he stated. Anything, Harry, Rimuru said, wanting what he wants from him. Promise me that I can see my friends from Hogwarts, Harry stated. I want to finish my Hogwarts education. That place is like a second home to me, he explains to his father what he wanted from him. Rimuru nodded. All right, you can finish your education, Harry. He obliges with his request. To be honest, I rather have you continue your education than have you learn something completely new and don't understand it. Harry nodded, happy that Rimuru agreed. Anyways, I believe we should get back, Rimuru said. He looks at him still retaining his smile. Shall we head back? He asked him. Sure. Harry stood up, heading back to Gringotts. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 6 AN. Sorry this took long, please enjoy the chapter. Ch6 The Prince of Monsters. What do you mean they're all dead? Cornelius Fudge demanded of the Auror. He does not believe a word the wizard has reported to him about the scene. As I said, Minister, when Captain Porter failed to report in, we found both him and his team brutally murdered. The Auror reported, rethinking the bloody scene at the Muggle household. Fudge looked horrified by the report he read. Dear Merlin, what kind of monster done such horror? He gasps, reading every word on the parchment. What of Harry Potter? Was he a part of those Muggles' body count? The Auror shook his head at the minister's question. Upon further investigation, we found that the boy who lived's personal items have gone missing, along with his wand, his clothing, and owl. He reported to the corrupted man. Both my team has concluded that Harry Potter has killed his relatives for apparent reasons. Preposterous. Harry Potter doesn't have the ability to take lives. Dumbledore walks into the office after hearing of his puppet has gone missing. I made sure of that. He informed the wizards in the room. Fudge was relieved when his quote advisor has made an appearance. Dumbledore, thank Merlin you're here. He greeted the old man. Care to bring your insights into this predicament we're facing? The minister asked the headmaster. Dumbledore sighs, trying before in locating his puppet. Unfortunately, the instruments that were supposed to tell me where young Harry has malfunctioned. He regrets informing them. But fret not, I have a contingency plan for this exact situation. Fudge was delighted to hear that Dumbledore has something up in his sleeves. That's great news, Dumbledore. The wizard clasps his hands at the good news he received. Do tell us what you have in mind, headmaster. I would really appreciate it. He smiles, wanting to hear more of his plan. It's quite simple, Minister. Gringotts, June 5, 1992, 8 a.m. Harry woke up in his bed in the guest room that Gringotts provide for him. He got up, stretching his limbs from never had comfortable sleep before other than Hogwarts's beddings. Merlin, it's been a while since I had a good night's sleep like that. He heard Hedwig hooting in her cage. Good morning, Hedwig. Harry greeted his owl. I see you had a nice night too, girl. He smiles. A knock again both their attention. They look over to the door as it was opening. Good morning, Harry-sama. I hope you're all rested up today. Sheehan greeted her young master. Harry blinks at his father's secretary, smiling brightly at him. Sheehan, good morning to you. Are you always this cheery? He asked the wicked Oni. Sheehan blinks, tilting her head at him. What do you mean, Harry-sama? Never mind. Harry looks away, hiding his blushing cheeks. So, what are you doing here anyway? He asked her, not trying to be rude to the woman. "Oh, Rimuru-sama requested me to inform you to meet him and King Gringotts in the throne room." Shion relayed the message from her. Lord. Harry links at the sudden news from the wicked Oni. "Oh, all right," he responded, getting his shoes on. Afterward, he looks at Shion, ready and waiting for him to finish. "Lead the way, Shion." Shion smiles brightly at the young master, obliging to his orders. "Hi, Harry-sama," she cheerfully replied. The two walk down the halls of Gringotts. Harry still doesn't believe these humanoid goblins are the same goblins that he met last year when Hagrid brought him here. They're more nice and polite to him than before. "Shion, how long did you know Rimuru?" "Ah, that was way back." Shion giggles. "Remember the day she first met him?" "Let's see, I met Rimuru-sama when both mine and Sue's village has burned to the ground by an orc attack led by Imogen." Harry's eyes widen. He heard of orcs from what Hermione told him. "Aren't those pigmen monsters?" he asked, picturing them in his mind. Shion nodded. "Yes, they are. Rimuru-sama has promised us to avenge our fallen brethren, and he did." She smiles, remembering the battle. "Afterwards Benimaru-sama and the rest of us pledge our loyalties to our lord now and forever." "So what happened to the orcs?" "Rimuru told me that there are orcs in the town of his." Harry asked his father's secretary. He recalls right before he went to bed. Rimuru has told him all about the town during dinner with Gringotts. Shion smiles at him. "Of course, the orcs have sworn their loyalties to our lord," she stated to the boy. "Rimuru-sama made a promise to the orc lord to take in his people and care for them. They contribute their labor." Harry didn't hear that Rimuru made a promise like that from his father when they talk, so he's forgiving too. "Depends on the situation, Harry-sama." Shion corrected the young master's wording. "He can be merciless to those who considered enemies to the Federation." She lectured a bit of the demon lord. "Oh," Harry looks forward, coming up to the throne room. We're here already. That was fast." He commented on how quick it was by just walking. Shion opens the door, revealing Gringotts with his aides along with Rimuru, and the others standing in the middle of the room. The violet-haired woman walks forward into the room, letting them look at her. "Rimuru-sama, I have brought Harry-sama just like you asked me to," she cheerfully informed the demon slime. Rimuru nodded, happy to see Harry here with them. "Thank you, Shion." He adverts his attention to his son, standing behind his secretary. He smiles at the young wizard. "Good morning, Harry. I hope you had a restful evening last night," he greeted his son. Harry nodded. "Yes, I did." Rimuru. He looks around the throne room's occupants, wondering why they're here. "I'm betting you are wondering why you're in my throne room again, Lord Potter," Gringotts said, sitting on his golden throne. "I am, Your Majesty," Harry responded respectfully to the king of the pale hobgoblins. Gringotts looks at his new ally to give clarity on why he's here. Rimuru walks over to the curious boy, about to explain to him. Harry looked at his father, wondering if he's going to explain what's happening here. "You see, Harry, in our world, there are monsters with unique skills. I figured that you're going to need some skills to fend yourself from them." Rimuru explains to the young boy. "Unique skills? What are those?" Harry asked. "Never heard them before. Is it like some kind of special magic or something to a person?" Rimuru thought for a moment before answering him. "In a way, they're the next stage of extra skills that a person possess. We all have one." He explains to Harry. "Since you haven't gained any skills of your own, I have decided to try something on you." The black-haired tilts his head, wondering what he is going to try on him. "So what? I'm some sort of an experiment now?" He crosses his arms, staring at the slime. "Basically, yes." Rimuru smiles, trying to make a joke out of his plan. "That doesn't help one bit." Harry yelled at him before he sighs. "So, what's this plan of yours, Rimuru?" Rimuru smiles, placing his finger up. "Simple, I have to claim you as my son by blood, adopting you. From that, you should require some skills of your own." He explains the basics of what he had in mind. "Are you sure that's even going to work?" Harry asked the Demon Lord. "This plan has some hidden holes that I can clearly see." Diablo dramatically sighs, a smile spread across his face. "Ah, marvelous. The young master is smart as our lord." He embraces himself, loving the excitement he's feeling. Harry looks at Diablo. clearly seeing sparkles radiating from his body. Is he always this passionate with everything? He asked, Diablo still radiating. You have no idea. Rimuru sighs before returning to the topic. In any case, I consulted with Gringotts and he said this was safe to try out. He looks at the pale hobgoblin king, nodding confirming it was safe. Gringotts stood up from his throne, walking down to join them. My researchers have gone over the data, and the odds of this technique going wrong is quite low. He ensures the young boy's worries. But you don't have to do it right away. Gringotts is right, Rimuru commented. He places his hand on his hips, waving his other hand. The choice is yours to make, whether you want to go with it or not. I'll support you, either way, Harry. He gave them options for him to choose from. Harry thought for a moment, going over the choice if he wants to go with the blood adoption plan or not. Should I do it? I mean, it would be wicked if I have some new magic or skills on hand when facing Voldemort again. Then again, people might despise me for have these skills. But, he closes his eyes, making them all wait for an answer. Rimuru coughs, bringing him out of his train of thought. No need for you to rush, but do have an answer ready. I'll do it, Harry stated out loud. If you say that your world has powerful monsters within it, then it's only natural for me to have these skills, he explains to the demon slime. Both Rimuru and Gringotts nodded, understanding his reasoning for his acceptance. All right. Rimuru claps. Shall we get started with this adoption? He looks at the pale hobgoblin. Gringotts nodded, looking at his aides to bring in the necessary materials for the blood adoption ritual. A few moments later they brought out parchment, a knife, and a podium to perform the ritual. The pale hobgoblin king looks at the human boy. His face was now expressing some sort of regret on this decision. I would worry, Lord Potter. It's just a prick on the finger and that's it. Then what's that knife for? Ranga growls, seeing the design of the tool. A skull on the end of the hilt with many jewels around the skull. The aide took the knife, showing it the Tempest Star Wolf. The creator of this ritual deems it necessary for the knife to be like this, even if it's over the top. He mentions the over-the-top design. I see what you mean by over-the-top, Diablo commented upon seeing the knife. Shall we begin? Gringotts asked, stepping behind the podium, already prepared to perform the ritual. Rimuru looks at Harry, walking forward next to him. Ready, Harry? He asked his son. Harry nodded, still a bit nervous about this, however he wants to this. Ready. Gringotts smiles and proceeds with the ritual. He took the knife. Watching both of them stepping forward to the podium. Now Lord Potter, please give your hand here please. He watched Harry giving his right hand to him, allowing the hobgoblin to prick his finger. Harry winced a bit, watching his blood drip down on the paper. Now it's my turn, Rimuru commented, his eyes turned to a crimson color. Seal, you're up. Analyze the parchment for me will ya? He picks up the parchment. Analysis complete. Would you like to absorb the parchment? Seal asked the demon slime on the next move. Yes, the parchment began to turn to a slimy blue coloration before it came to his other end. Absorption complete. Your DNA structure is now included in the parchment, Seal commented on the completion. What did you just do? Harry asked, seeing what his father just did before high eyes. Rimuru smirks, waving the parchment in the air. Since my blood is a bit different now than before, I just absorbed the parchment within me. Now it has my DNA sample within it. He explains, handing over it to Gringotts. Now for the blood adoption ritual can begin. Gringotts placed the parchment on the podium, hovering his hand over it. A magic circle formed beneath his palms before disappearing after a good few seconds. And done. You now have some skills inherited from Lord Rimuru. He informs the group. Harry blinks before feeling a strange wave within his very core. That weak feeling he always had was now gone. What was that? Harry thought, hearing Sheehan walk behind him. Sheehan smiles at the news. That's excellent news to hear, King. Gringotts. She cheered, placing her breast on Harry's head. Now the young master has Rimuru-sama's abilities just like him. Indeed, Sue nodded, hiding his cheerfulness with his cold expression. Naturally, Harry blushed at the fact a woman is hugging him. He could feel her breast on his head. A dream only a few boys in his house could dream of. Wait, that's it? I thought rituals are all flashy and impressive? Ah, now I see. Gringotts chuckles at the boy's conclusion. The flashiness you must have heard of was just us playing the wizards. They demand that everything is what they expect, something that is looked down upon here. He shrugs. Harry felt guilt just saying that before he moves on. So what are my skills? Gringotts handed over the parchment for the two to read. Let's check it out, Harry. Rimuru grabs the parchment off the pale Hobgoblin King's hand. Harry looks at the parchment, being held by his father. What's that title? Reading the words on it. Harry Tempest Race. Wizard, former, Majin, evolved. Title. Prince of Monsters Extra Skills. Control Flame Control Magic. Magic Interference Dark Flame Dark Thunder Abilities. Resist Paralysis Resist Magic Resist Poison Resist Psychological Attack Resist Death. Resist Holy and Demonic Attack Magic. Summoning Magic Anti-Magic Area Wandless Magic Fire Magic. Unique Skills. Beast Tamer Draconic Tamer Keen Eye. Well then that's a whole lot of skills, Harry commented, seeing the skills he has. Rimuru smiles softly seeing a familiar skill his son has. Shazoo, it seems our son has your skill too. He thought before snapping back to reality, feeling a tug on his sleeve. Rimuru, what do these skills mean? Harry asked, unsure what they mean. The only speculation was in the young Majin's mind of what his skills mean. Rimuru just ruffles Harry's hair, ensuring it's all right. Don't worry, you'll learn what all it means later, he smiles. That's right, you have plenty of time to learn all of your skills when we return home, Harry-sama. Shion smiles, supporting him in any way possible. Harry nodded, all right, if you all say so. He shrugs, fines with it. So, Gringotts, is the portal back to our world is online? Rimuru asked his new ally if the way home is operational. I have spoken to my team. The teleporter is fully operational for use, Griphook informs the group of the teleporter. Everyone was smiling brightly, receiving the good news from the pale hobgoblins. Is there any way to thank you for your people's generosity, King Gringotts? Gabiru expressed his gratitude. Gabiru will see to it that your request is needed. Gringotts chuckles, waving his hand indicating he already has what he wants. A trusted ally nation to call true allies. Being in your alliance of nations is good enough for my nation. All I ask is to bring some representatives of mine to share information. Sue smiles softly, a good condition for both parties, he commented. Harry looked at each of the monsters smiling with one another. Maybe this isn't as bad as I thought if they're being friendly with one another, he thought before Rimuru coughs. Harry, why don't you get packed? We'll be leaving in an hour or so, Rimuru informed his heir to Tempest of the plan. Oh, right. Harry blinks before turning around, heading back to the guest room he was staying in. After 30 minutes, Harry already had his luggage and Hedwig all set for traveling. He plops down on the comfy bed, having a last feel. Before going to sleep somewhere new to call his home. Harry? Are you inside? Rimuru knocks on his door. Harry jumps up, hearing his father's voice outside. Oh, come in. He watched the door open to a familiar light blue man walking inside the room. Hedwig greeted the demon lord, like when she first met him. I see your owl as cheerful as ever. Rimuru smiles walking over to his son. What are you doing here? Shouldn't you be discussing some more things with Gringotts about your nations? Harry asked. Watching his walks to his luggage. Rimuru waves it off. Shion and Diablo can handle the negotiation. He informs the young Majin. I just want to see if you're alright with everything happening so fast for you. The slime looks at his son. Harry rubs the back of his head. He wasn't really good at hiding his feelings from the people who care for him. Can't really hide it, right? He looks at the demon lord. You're not really good at hiding it. Rimuru chuckles. You're much like your mother in more ways than one. He commented, having seen the memories from James's perspective of Lily. Harry fiddled with his fingers before asking his father something. Rimuru, is Mum reincarnated like you in your world too? He asked the slime for any information about his mother. Rimuru sighs, sitting down next to him. As much I would love to see you happy, there are things that can't come real. He took out Shazoo's mask from wherever he was keeping it. The black-haired boy got a feeling something happened to his mother, he could tell from the expression on Rimuru's face. So, Mum died? He spoke out. Yeah, your mother died from old age. Rimuru explains to him about how she was summoned centuries before he was incarnated. He told him about how Leon Cromwell used her body to house the fire spirit Ifrit within her and that he was keeping her alive for so long. After all that, your mother asked me to absorb her body into me, not wanting to be buried in the world that took her from her incarnation's mother. He stood up from the bed, showing Harry his full body. By absorbing Shizu, I gain a human body and her appearance as well, Rimuru explains. So basically I'm your mother too. He chuckles slightly, knowing it was a bad joke just now. Harry giggles, hearing the horrible joke. That's the worst joke I heard, he commented before sighing. Well, at least I heard that she was well taken care of in her final hours, he smiles. Rimuru laughs, placing his hands on his hips. I know. He smiles before looking over the remaining belongings his son owns. Now, want me to help you pack your things, Harry? He eyes the Majin. Harry nodded, getting up from the bed. Sure, Rimuru. He agrees as both father and son pack his things away for tomorrow. Diablo, Xian, Sue, and Gabiru stood before Gringotts, sitting on his throne. And that's the representatives I'll be sending to your world. He places down the parchment on his side table. Thank you for the information, King Gringotts. But there's something else you wanted to discuss with us, don't you? Xian looks up at the pale hobgoblin. Gringotts smirks at them. How do you know? Sue lets out a small chuckle. We've been through many obstacles in our world that need a keen eye on everything. The spy told the king. We can easily tell what's wrong by how a person is acting. Indeed, you just now sounded worried even if you tried to hide it. Gabiru points at Gringotts. My father does the same thing as you do, he smirks. Now what is it you are worried about, King Gringotts? Diablo looks at him. Does it concern our lord and young master? He asked the pale hobgoblin. Gringotts smiles, seeing he can no longer hide his worries. Yes, ever since Lord Rimuru and you all showed up, discovering who our lord is, and retrieving Rimuru Tempest from his relatives. You all are attracting more attention to yourselves by the Ministry of Magic, he informs the group. Xian tilts her head, thinking of the man who spoke ill of her lord. You mean the wizard who tries to subdue Rimuru-sama? And those who were at Harry-sama's relative's household? Diablo asked before scoffing it off. What of it? He asked. Just a fair warning for what's to come in the near future, Gringotts explained to his allies. These types will stop at nothing to try to get the boy on their side, even killing those who they look down upon. He grips his fist tight, remembering all those times they mistreat his people. Sue closes his eyes, understanding what he means. Human supremacy, we experienced that when Tempest was attacked, he commented. So they'll try to find our young master and take him away. That will be a difficult task for them. Gabiru nodded, having full confidence they'll succeed in protecting him. Try as they may, they have to pass as 12 guardian lords of Lord Rimuru. He smiles, filled with confidence. Gringotts nodded, not at all surprised to see humans still believe they're evil. Yes, know that I will do everything to hide Lord Harry's whereabouts the best I can, but I can't make any promise. We know, just try your best, Your Majesty. Diablo inclines his head in respect for his dedication. How do you like it? The next chapter is back to Tempest for the gang. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 7 Sorry it took so long, please enjoy the chapter. Ch7 Welcome to Tempest. Harry looked around him, seeing Xian and Sue standing next to his father. Gabiru and Diablo stood on the other side from him. As for Ranga, he stayed within the slime's shadow. He stood right behind Rimuru, watched the pale hobgoblin scientist prepare the teleporter to their home. Hedwig hoots, gaining the attention of her owner. Hedwig, I know this must be exciting but please calm down, he pleaded with his owl. Lord Rimuru, Lord Harry. Two voices came behind the group. They all turn around to the same twin pale hobgoblin maids that served with Diablo when Harry was unconscious. I know you too, Rimuru commented, seeing their faces. Your names were Alraf and Alikit, my lord. They inclined their heads to the demon lord. Rimuru thought for a moment, rethinking their names. Are those the names you were given, or? We do not mind that we change our names to whatever you desire, my lord, Alikit responded like a robotic person. Alraf nodded, agreeing with her sister. Yes, we understand that our names are hard to pronounce. If we are to serve under Lord Rimuru and Lord Harry under our king's orders, then it's best to go with a name suiting for your taste. She responded with the exact tone of voice like her sister. Harry looks at Rimuru, pondering what to do with them. My lord, Diablo asked his master. Rimuru nodded. All right, fine by me. The slime responded. If it is okay with Gringotts, then it's all right with me. He looks at Harry, smirking at him with an idea in his mind. Why are you looking at me like that? Harry asked, stepping back, seeing his mischievous smirk he got to know for a few hours. By now, I have already gotten the feeling you're up to something. Rimuru, he said to his father. Rimuru laughs at his son's comment. Come now, Harry, don't be like that. He laughs. Since you're my son, I believe you should name these two. Shien's eyes brighten up, knowing what this means for their young master. Ah, Harry-sama, you're going to name these two? She asked, excited to hear that he's going to name the maids. Wait, name? What's so exciting for receiving a name? Harry asked, not getting what they're getting too worked up about. Rimuru chuckles, raising his finger in the air. You see, my dear son, naming a monster will make them stronger. Most monsters evolved further, he informs the young Majin. Harry steps back, feeling their eyes are staring at him. Wait, you want me to have that responsibility? That sounds a lot for a wizard or Majin in your case like me to handle. He reasons with his father. About the sudden request. Shouldn't you be the one who names the twins? I would normally, but I want to test your powers before I do anything else with you later. Rimuru explains his reason why he should name the twins. Note, naming a monster or two will take a lot of magicules or magic from your core. You'll most likely be a day or two for your power to be restored. He informs the boy. Harry blinked at the whole new information he just learned. That doesn't make it better. He exclaims, learning how much magic he's going to lose if he names them. If I name them, then I'll pass out. I do not want that to happen to me, Rimuru. Sue understood what Harry means. The young master's right. A child such as him shouldn't be naming a monster anytime soon. He supports the heir of Tempest. I believe once he's older, then he can name any monster he comes across. He reasons with his lord. You have a point there, Sue, Rimuru answered, seeing their point of view. Then how can I? Note. Due to your relationship to you, the being Harry Tempest will not pass out upon naming the twin pale hobgoblins. Seal interjected in his mind, after hearing the conversation. Always on point, Seal. Rimuru smiles that his skill was able to calm his worries about this. I wouldn't worry about it since you're the son of a demon lord who claimed you as my heir. Your magicule loss won't be severe. He recited what Seal just informed him. Harry thought for a moment before he complies with the slime reason. Fine, I'll do it. He walks over to the twins, kneeling on their knees before him. He looks back at his father, watching his actions. I trust you to be right, Rimuru, he stated. Gabiru gave a thumbs up, hoping to encourage him. You can do this, Harry-sama, he cheered. Yes, we believe in you, young master. Ranga wags his tail. Diablo simply smiles at the young master, waiting for him to name them. Harry looks at the maids, thinking of a name for them. Let's see, since your name is Alikit, you should be Alexis, the pale hobgoblin maid with a hood glows, accepting her new name from her master. A wonderful name, young master, you have given to me. The newly named Alexis inclines her head to her master. Harry looks at the other maid with her hair in a bun. And yours should be Alice. Her body glows upon receiving her new name. Alice smiles, liking her new name. Your name for me is perfect, young Master Harry. She compliments her name given by the young Majin. Diablo claps his hands, applauding at his young master's new powers. Outstanding, young master, you are truly magnificent. He was proud to be serving under him. Harry just eyed the demon, applauding him just naming two people. I better get used to him cheering at everything I do from now on, he mentally sighs. Rimuru looks at his son, a bit relieved that he didn't pass out like he did when he was naming monsters. Well done, Harry. It seems your magicules level hasn't dropped a bit when you named them. Well, that's good. Harry looks at the hobgoblins that from now are going to be his maids. Deep in him, he felt a bit awful for have them serve him, but at the same time all right with it because they are willing to serve him. I apologize for interrupting, but the teleporter is online, Lord Rimuru, Gringotts interjects as his scientist activates the archaic machine. Rimuru and the rest smiles, ecstatic that their way home was open for them to enter. Thank you, Gringotts, for this again. He thanked the pale hobgoblin king. Gringotts waved his hands. No need for their praises. It's nothing, just remember that we're in an alliance now. As so, we help each other out. He said to the slime. I will be sending delegates later to forge the official alliance, Lord Rimuru. I wouldn't expect nothing less, Gringotts. Rimuru looks at Harry, watching Alice and Alexis taking his luggage with Diablo ordering them where to place them on the platform. Harry looks at his father, offering his hand to him. Are you ready to go home with me? The demon lord asked him. Yes. They all enter the teleporter, letting the machine teleport them where they belong. The teleporter shuts down, cooling off after a successful teleportation. Teleportation successful, my king, Ripclaw informed his king of the data. Gringotts smiles, happy to hear that. That's good. Now then, let's prepare the delegation. My king, Albus Dumbledore is here to speak with you. A pale hobgoblin guard rushed into the laboratory. The Forest of Jura, June 6, 3 p.m. The old teleporter activated, bringing a group of monsters and Imogen on top of the platform. Harry looks around the forest, wondering if this is the place. Is this Tempest? I thought it was a town from what you told me. Indeed, are we in the right place, Lord Rimuru? Alice asked her new lord and master. Gabiru smirks, laughing slightly. This is just the Forest of Jura, my young master, and maids. The Dragonood explains. Tempest is just a few clicks north from here. Do you hear that? Sue interrupted, causing everyone to be silent for a moment. Sheehan looks at the spy, not hearing anything. Sue, is your hearing all right? I don't hear any. Diablo then senses something too. A huge group of monsters coming this way. No, he's right, Sheehan don't know. There's monsters coming this way, an army of them. What? Harry exclaims, feeling a bit panicked from what the demon informed the group. The twins took out their weapons, Alice with a spear axe and Alexis with a spear. They stepped forward in front of their young master ready to defend him. Young master, allow us to handle the adversaries. Alice proclaims to her lord. Indeed, we'll fend them off as much as we can for you to go to Tempest. Alexis added to her sister's proclamation. Ranga jumps out of Rimuru's shadow, ready to attack whoever tries to harm his lord. Master, please take the young master and leave. Rimuru closes his eyes, feeling the army coming, however this feeling he knows all too well. No, wait. This feeling is. Let's go save Rimuru and the others. Iveldora Tempest will save you, my friend. Charge, a tan man with blonde hair shouted with an army of demons, orcs, and the goblin riders behind him following his lead. Yeah. Rimuru steps forward and held his hands out. Stop. Benimaru saw the slime holding out his hand. He held up his hand, stopping their advancement. Stop the march. The samurai general ordered the army to stop. Hell looks at Rimuru, then at the others. Rimuru-sama, you're safe. Geld looks at where the Flame Lord was looking at, saw the demon safe and sound with the others behind him. He's right. It's Rimuru-sama and the others, he confirms the claims. Everyone got down on their knees, inclining their heads to their lord. Rimuru-sama, we're happy you're safe. Harry peeked behind his father, seeing the army of Tempest bowing to him of his return. Is this Tempest residence? All of them look like they're powerful, he thought before hearing a sigh from the crowd. Man, I was hoping to go to war or something like that. A blonde woman with blue eyes scratches the back of her head. It's been way too peaceful nowadays. A violet-haired girl with a ponytail on her side smirks. Whenever we think Rimuru-sama is in danger, you're right on the scene, Carrera. She eyes her fellow demon lord. I'm his loyal subordinate Ultima, besides any gratitude from his is worthwhile in my books. The primordial demon of yellow smirks at the primordial demon of violet. Much better than your feeble attempts to gain his attention. She eyes her fellow demon. Is that so? Ultima strained her smile. Ultima began butting heads with Carrera before a white-haired woman with red eyes steps in. Now you two. This isn't the right place for a squabble. The primordial demon of white looks over at the human child behind their master. Rimuru-sama, Care to explain why a Majin child is hiding behind you? Testarossa asked the slime. Harry jumps, seeing the eyes of every monster laid on him. He steps out and smiles at them nervously. Hello, he greeted them nervously. Benimaru looks at Xian and Sue who just stood behind the child. My lord, what do you all? Benimaru, I will explain to you all soon, Rimuru announced to the army of Tempest. I would like for Harry here to rest before we do anything major. Without any hesitation, they obliged to their master's will. Hi, Rimuru-sama. Harry looks at Diablo, standing by Rimuru's side. Hey, Diablo. Is everyone here just going to accept Rimuru's words like that? He whispers to his demon butler from behind him. Diablo eyes the young master with a smile. Indeed, young master. Your father is in our words our God. I'm sure Xian Dono has explained things to you already why we obey him. He whispers back to the child. Harry looks at Rimuru talking to the red-haired and two hornmen before he bows to him. He turns to the army waving his arm. All right. Everyone return to Tempest. Everything is fine here. Rimuru walks over to Harry, about to explain what the plan is when Veldora steps in front of him. Rimuru, tell me, is that your kin? I can sense a familiar aura in him, similar to yours. The storm dragon asked his brother. Yes, Harry is my previous incarnation's son, so that makes him my son now, Rimuru stated to the guardian deity of Tempest. I intend to raise him here, his family from the world we have been trouble for him. I made a promise to myself that I will take care of him. Veldora remains silent before bursting into laughter. Ahahaha. I have a nephew, the dragon announced out loud, grabbing the demon lord. I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Think of the things that his uncle could teach him. He laughs, excited for the future with his new nephew. Rimuru could picture the activities that Veldora would try with his son, his parental kicks in a bit. Try not to do anything reckless, Veldora, he chuckles nervously. Ahahaha, of course, my brother. Veldora froze a moment, thinking something important just now. Should I write to Milam and the others about our new member of the family? He ponders out loud. Rimuru let out a loud nervous laughter, already knowing what the others would do to Harry. Ha 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 ha, maybe just introducing Harry to them one by one? He pleads with his sworn friend, brother. Harry watches his father and the man talking to each other, before feeling a gentle touch from Xian. This way, Harry-sama, she leads the small boy through the forest, heading over to Tempest where he would get settled. Harry sat outside of the meeting room where Rimuru and what he believed to be his government officials. Harry, why don't you stay out here? I have something important to say to my friends inside. We'll get you settled when I'm done with them. He waited out there for a while now, bored out of his mind. Diablo has taken Alice and Alexis to Rimuru's place with his luggage and Hedwig and said they'll meet him later. Harry only got a few glimpses of the city when they arrived due to the army blocking his view, acting as an escort for him and the others. He looks to the huge window in front of the meeting room door and decides to take a peek at what the townsfolk looks like. Harry looked at the window and saw a variety of beings walking about outside the town hall. What, that there's a whole lot of monsters out there, he exclaims, never seeing anything like this before. He leans forward, getting a good view of the town square, people with animal ears, orcs, goblins, dragon people, humanoid animals, and humans walking around freely regarding the other's race. The young Majin also saw children with the same description he used were playing on the street. He could hear their laughter and cheers outside, sending him a warm feeling inside him. This feels like a dream, yet I know it's real. Pardon me. Harry jumps, turning around to a large insectoid beetle standing behind him with a glass of water in one hand and a bag of sweets in the other. Xian Dono told me to give this to you, the insectoid told the young boy. Harry just blinks, shocked to see a monster like him around. Well, he shouldn't be too surprised. This is a nation of monsters after all. He shook his head and took the beverage off the monster's hands. Thank you for this. He thanked the demon lord. The insectoid just inclines his head, heading inside the meeting room. Wait, what is your name? I have to thank you properly for giving me the drink and cookies. One of Rimuru-sama's 12 demon lords, the Mist Lord Zijin informs his new master. Harry nodded, hearing his name. Thank you, Zijin. He thanked him properly, watching him enter the meeting room as he partakes on the beverage. Rimuru looks around the room, His 12 demon lords, Rigor, Sue, Kaijin, Shuna, Guard, Hakuro, Vesta, Veldora, and even Ramirez sat around the table. First, before any one of you overwhelm me with questions on where we've been, I will say that we've been transported to another world where the ancient civilization of goblins was now living. Hakuro, Rigard, and Kaijin's eyes widen at what their lord just said. Impossible, Rigard trails off. That can't be, Hakuro trails off, still processing what he said. They still live? How is it possible? Kaijin gasps, knowing that their civilization is still existing. Ramirez floats up, confused about what's happening. I'm sorry. What are you guys talking about? The Queen of the Fairies asked the people around the room. Veldora's brain clicks on what the three old men are saying. You mean the lost goblin nation ruled by the Goblin King Gringotts? The Storm Dragon gasps. The one who leads his nation to a technological revolution. That goblin nation. Yes, Gringotts is quite helpful. When we first arrived, Rimuru explains to his subordinates of what transpires in his old world and how Harry is his other incarnation's son. So let me get this straight, that Majin child that was standing behind you is your incarnation's son. Ramirez pieced the picture in his mind. She looks at Rimuru, nodding that she got it right. Kumara crosses her arms, looking at her lord. In short, he is to be the next demon lord of Tempest, Rimuru-sama? Shion nodded, having faith in Harry to be an excellent leader when of age. I have complete faith in Harry-sama. He's respectable to complete strangers like us, and he isn't shy away to speak out his mind. Shuna looks at the wicked Oni, still processing what to think of the boy. Is there a reason why you think that way, Shion Dono? The princess asked her fellow Oni. What Shion Dono say is true. When I push a bit when introducing myself to the young master, he stills listen. Gabiru supports having the Majin be the next demon lord. Plus he has a stored away power that he's yet to awaken, Sue added to their claims. I see, I too sense something within him when I lay my eyes on him, Shuna commented, feeling that she knows what to think of the boy. Benimaru thought for a moment, seeing his fellow Onus in support of this. As long as Rimuru-sama fine with it. It's fine with me. The Flame Lord commented, seeing the trust they have in the young child. So what? Are we his babysitters now? Carrera asked, her feet on the table. We're demon lords. This kid was raised by humans who fear demons. Who would have said that he would sell us out to his kind? The Chief Justice of Tempest concluded. Ultima stretches her arms forward, liking the idea of an heir of Tempest. I don't mind, from the looks of the child he's kind of cute. The Chief Prosecutor gave a cute smile. Carrera-sama has a point. A lot of human children fear demons due to the church's influence, Guard commented on the demon lord. That and the fact he's from another world with different beliefs than ours is concerning. Vesta nodded. Can we really trust this child, Rimuru-sama? He looks at the slime, also thinking the same thing as Guard and Carrera. Harry-sama, not like that, Zijin spoke out, which is a surprise to everyone in the room. Testarossa smiles, placing her hand on her cheek. Well, the Mist Lord is speaking. How rare to see. The Tempest military attaché commented. Adelman looks at Zijin, curious on why they shouldn't worry about this child. Curious, you only just met him, and yet you are devoted to the child. What's your answer, Zijin? The insectoid closes his eyes, remembering the moment he met the young master. He said thank you, to a demon lord no less. He started his answer. That's it? Kumara asked, eyeing the Mist Lord. Nothing else? Kaijin stroked his beard, having an idea of what kind of child Rimuru claims as his own. From what the others are saying, this kid seems to have been through a tough time before you found him, Rimuru-sama. The dwarf concluded. Did you retrieve him from an abusive household? Rimuru nodded. Yes, his relatives have been mistreating him, so I decided to take him from there. He explains to his subordinates. Harry seems to be warming up to me ever since I told him that I was his reincarnated father. How kind of you, Rimuru-sama, taking a child from an unfit home. Rigard sniffs, letting the waterworks out. Rigard just patted his father's back. Father, he just smiles through his crying. A child in desperate need of a parental figure, Hakuro ponders. Very well, Rimuru-sama, we'll support your decision, the old fair Oni said. Everyone in the room nodded, except for Carrera. I still don't like it, but I will go with it, Rimuru-sama. The primordial demon of yellow went along with the demon slime's path. Thank you everyone for trusting me in this decision. Rimuru thanked everyone in the room. He then looks at Shuna, knowing what to do with her. Shuna, can you be Harry's aide? He's still rather new to this world. I would like it if you were to show him around the city. Shuna gracefully smiles at her lord, accepting it without question. Of course, Rimuru-sama, I will do my best, she said humbly. All right, this meeting's dismissed. Rimuru stood up from his chair. You all may go back to whatever you were doing before. He orders, seeing everyone paid their respects to him, leaving Kaijin, Vesta, Veldora, and Guard. What can I do for the four of you? Kaijin looks at the slime, having something important to tell him. Rimuru-sama, if you are really intending for Harry-sama to be your heir, then you must know already what you must do, the blacksmith said to the slime. What am I supposed to do again? Rimuru thought, unsure what he means by that. Come now, Rimuru, surely you can't be serious that you didn't know what to do when a ruler has an heir. Veldora sighs, knowing all too well what his brother must do. Note. Every kingdom's ruler has to introduce their heir to their subjects and allied nations. A tradition passed down from each generation. Seal assisted the slime with something he wasn't aware of until now. Wait. What? Rimuru-sama, when would you like to address Harry-sama's coronation? Vesta asked, already knowing what the process is. I'm sure King Gazel would be pleased to hear you're a father. He smiles at him. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 8 I plan for this story to be longer. I want each of the Tempest officials to get used to Harry. Of course, this will play along when Harry goes back to Hogwarts. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH8 day in Tempest. Harry felt the sunlight hitting his face. He woke up in a small room with a window next to him. His bed was on the floor, a futon mat from what Rimuru told him when he was showing the way to his home. He looks around the room, small yet the right size for him. Wow, this is way comfortable. He felt the futon. He pulls off the covers, reorganize them as they were before. Harry looks around his room, seeing no sign of Hedwig. Maybe Diablo took her out. He walks over to his door, opening it when he steps of something squishy. Hey, Harry. Gah. Harry tumbles back, hearing the voice of his father beneath him. He looks at the floor, seeing a light blue blob with his footprint edge in the slimy body. What's that thing? Oi, Harry, it's me. Rimuru's dent pops back into place. Harry looks closer to the slime, looking back at him. Rimuru? Is that yo? The slime nodded, going into his human form. Yeah, it's me. You just saw my slime form, that's all. Rimuru informs his son of what he saw. I find it more comforting to sleep like that during the night. Speaking of sleep, how's yours? He asked him, curious if he adjusted to his new home. Harry stood up from the floor, looking at his father in the eyes. It was good. I mean, I never slept on the floor with a comfortable mattress like that. In all, I slept well, he said. That's good to hear, Harry. Rimuru ruffled his hair. That sudden movement from the demon lord towards him causes a bit of awkwardness. Harry looks away, feeling uncomfortable since they're practically the same height as him. Oh, did I just make it awkward for you, Harry? Rimuru blinks, notice his discomfort expression on his face. A bit. It felt weird that you ruffled my hair like that. Harry admitted to his father how he felt when he did that. I see. Rimuru rubs the back of his head, feeling bad for doing that without his permission. Sorry, just instincts, ya no. He smirks. Harry nodded, not sure what he means by that. You. Lord Rimuru, young master. Breakfast is ready to be served. Alice appeared in the hall, inclining her head to the masters of the household. Harry looks at his maid, surprised to see her in a maid outfit with a short white shirt and a black skirt that was just above her thighs, unlike the long white dress she wore back at Gringotts. Alice? Where did you get that outfit? He asked his maid about her questionable outfit. Rimuru got a pretty good idea where she got that outfit from. Is it from Shuna, Alice? Indeed, my lord. Lady Shuna has graced both me and Alexis with new uniforms due to the summer season. Alice confirms her new lord and master of how she got this outfit. It looks good on you, Alice. Rimuru gave a thumbs up to his new maid. Alice inclines her head, appreciating his compliment. Thank you, my lord. Rimuru looks at Harry, bushing furiously at the short skirt Alice was wearing. Shall we head downstairs for breakfast? He asked the young Majin. Harry snaps out of his mind, shaking his head to regain his composure. Sure, he replied quickly. Harry and Rimuru follow Alice down the stairs, where Alexis was serving the plating on the table. She spots her masters and sisters and immediately inclines her head. Good morning, my lords. She greeted them both. Alexis, good morning. Rimuru greeted his other maid as the father and son sat down on the floor. Harry looks at the table, a bit short and a bit too close to the ground than he was used to, but he's willing to adapt. The doors slide open to Shuna and Diablo with food in their hands. Ah, Rimuru-sama. Harry-sama, good morning. We just finished cooking. Shuna, you really don't need to serve us breakfast every morning. Rimuru watches the Oni princess placing their food on the table. Diablo serves himself and the maid's portion on the table. Shuna-sama was teaching me how to cook, my lord. It's my duty to know every little thing in betterment to serve you, Rimuru-sama. Shuna nodded, sitting down next to Harry. Yes, Diablo was excellent in the kitchen this time. He doesn't need me to teach him anymore since he mastered cooking. The Oni smiles, proud of the demon. That's great news, Shuna. Rimuru looks at Diablo, proud he was able to learn something new. He tried the food, his eyes shot open at how good it is. Your work really pays off, Diablo. Harry tasted the food, his eyes widen at the unique flavor. This is good, I never tasted anything like it before, he said, digging straight into the dish. Diablo's face brightens at the words of appreciation for his cooking. Ah, those words, Harry-sama, resonates with me. The demon dramatically said, like he was blessed by a god. From now on, I shall cook up to your expectations, he proclaims. Oh, no, you don't need to do that, Harry chokes, shaking his hands to his butler. Rimuru and the others laugh at the small bonding moment with them. As soon they finished with their breakfast, Diablo looks at his master, remembering something important he needs inform him. Oh, that reminds me. Rimuru-sama, Vesta Dono, and she and Dono are expecting you at the town hall for the ceremony? Harry looks at Diablo, still sitting on the floor. Is there some kind of celebration coming up? He peeked. Rimuru looks at Harry with a smile. Tempest is well known for having big celebrations. The last one we have is the Harvest Festival. The day I became a demon lord, he informs his son of the nation's holidays. Oh, so what's this one's about? Harry asked, interested in the topic. Rimuru thought for a moment, remembering what Kaijin, Guard, Veldora, and Vesta has informed him about the ceremony. It's relatively new for us, but it's a tradition between kingdoms that a day will be selected to introduce an heir to the people and the other nations as the next ruler. He informs his son of what they're planning. Harry got a feel what he means by that. It's like a coronation thing, right? He asked, wanting to be sure since he is the king of monsters. I had a feeling that the case since you're a demon lord and all, he said to the group. Shuna returns from the kitchen after removing all the dishes. You're right, Harry-sama. This will be the first time we've done anything like this in Tempest. She smiles, our allies will be present during the coronation. King Dwargo from the armed nation of Dwargon, Elalud Grimwald and his daughter as dignitaries from the Sorcerer's dynasty Sarian. Luminous Valentine Demon Lord of the Holy Empire Ruberios, representatives from the Kingdom of Blumend. Yumu or King Farmanas of the Farmanas Kingdom Demon Lord Milam from her domain and members of the Octogram will come too. Octogram? What's that? Harry asked, thinking that's a name for the organization or something like that. Diablo walks in, wiping his hands on a piece of cloth. A name for the strongest 8 demon lords that determine if a new demon lord has the stamina to be a demon lord. He informs the young master. Since you're the heir to Tempest, it's only natural for them to determine your worth. That doesn't help one bit, Harry exclaims, worried that they might kill him for being different. How do I know that they won't just kill me right there and now in front of the people? I wouldn't worry about that, Harry. Rimuru steps in, seeing the distress his son is in. You see, I'm one of the Octogram members. If Milam and Luminous meet you, then they'll support my decision. Ramirez will vouch for you too, since you two somewhat met. Harry looks at his father, not getting what he means by met. I don't remember meeting anyone by that name, he said. Ah, that's because the meeting was dismissed. Rimuru said to his son. She's the little blonde fairy who was going out with Veldora. Okay. But how do you know she would support you with this? Harry asked, getting a feeling that most of the monsters in the room during that meeting distrust him for a reason he understands. Rimuru chuckles, remembering her enteral debt to him. Well, a long time ago our relation came to a rocky start with a golem she owns was destroyed by me. I created a new one, then it went smoothly down the road up to now. He shortens the tale of how he met the Fairy Queen. The demon slime stood up from his seat, stretching a bit. Well, time for work, he sighs. Am I supposed to stay here? Harry asked, wondering what to do here where there's no television or books with English translations around for entertainment. You'll be spending the day with Shuna, she'll give you the tour of the city. Shuna stood up from her seat, inclining her head to the young master. I'm very honored to give you a tour of the city, young master, Shuna announced to her young master. Rimuru sat at his desk, hearing what Kaijin and Vesta are saying about the ceremony for Harry, and that's how a coronation ceremony for the next heir would go. Yes, once the ceremony is over that day will become a holiday until he takes the role of ruler. Kaijin finishes off Vesta's explanation. So let me run it by you one more time. Rimuru wants to make this day for Harry perfect. Something that he deserves as a living being, a day that he could feel special. I have to give a speech on why Harry should be my heir, have him pledge himself in ensuring the citizens in the other countries that he won't double-cross them, and finally I place a crown on his head to finish off the ceremony. That's pretty much it, Rimuru-sama, Vesta confirms his lord's explanation on the ceremony. Shion smiles, hearing the simplicity in the ceremony for the young master. That sounds easy enough to do, she commented. Vesta and Kaijin chuckle hearing her said that. You say that now but trust us when we say it's a complicated process that will take months to plan, Kaijin said, remembering when he first went to a coronation ceremony when he was still in the Dwargon army. We will assist wherever we can but try to anticipate any fallbacks that would cause the ceremony to be off track, Vesta warns. Rimuru and his secretaries of the cons of the ceremony. Diablo nodded, understanding that this will not be easy. I shall make a list of the possibilities of how this celebration would go wrong, he offered. Rimuru likes what Diablo is saying. Thank you, Diablo. Shion, can you prepare a guest list of who's coming? Right away, Rimuru-sama. Shion smiles, inclining her head to the demon slime. Rimuru looks at the window, seeing some birds outside pass by. Is something wrong, Rimuru-sama? Vesta asked the slime. I do wonder what Shuna and Harry are up to, Rimuru asks himself, thinking of the two. Harry looked around the street in awe, seeing the buildings for the first time without being protected by an army escort. Wow, did you guys really build this city on your own? He asked, seeing some technology, clothing, and buildings are more like the ones back in his original home. Yes, though we moved locations after the orc disaster due to the population boom, Shuna explains to the young master. Geld-sama oversaw the construction of the buildings and the roads. He was the chief construction manager for the many of the construction sites. His department works fast with quality, as you see. She motions the area. I see, then he must have loved building things before. Harry concluded, having a good thought of what kind of person this Geld was. Shuna looks ahead and saw the barrier lord walking out of a construction zone. Speaking of Geld-sama, he's right over there. She points over to the High Orc King, reading off his clipboard. Harry's eyes widen, remembering him outside the meeting hall. He was the pigman or High Orc who was looking at him while he went out. I saw him at the town hall yesterday. He was looking at me along with some others. He said, he was the one who constructed the city. Harry asked, sounding impressed. Harry-sama, don't take this the wrong way, but Geld-sama and the rest of us were concerned for Rimuru-sama's safety. Shuna stood beside him. Of course I trust you, but for those who are devoted to him will be wary of you since you're human. Harry looks at Oni Princess, hearing what she said. I take it you had a bad encounter with humans here. It's a complicated topic to explain. Shuna smiles, she took his hand leading him over to the construction zone. Geld-sama. Geld turns around seeing Shuna dragging the human that his lord has claimed as his own. Shuna-sama, it's always a pleasure to see you. Might I ask why you're here? This is a construction zone and I hate for you two to get injured here. He looks over to Harry, shyly. Looking to the side, Oh, I know, Geld-sama. I was just giving Harry-sama the tour of Tempest. Shuna explains to the High Orc King. Oh, I do remember Rimuru-sama said that to you. Geld looks over to Harry. A good morning to young master. He greeted him. Morning sir. Harry greeted his father's 12 demon lords respectfully. Geld blinks at the politeness the young master gave him. He smiles that Zijin was correct about him. So, how may I help both of you this morning? Shuna smiles, pushing Harry closer to the demon lord. While I was giving the tour, I mentioned that you and your department built the roads and streets of Tempest. He sounded impressed by your work, so I figured that I introduce you two properly. Harry nodded at Shuna's exact words of how he was feeling. It's true, back home a building would take months to build or even years. Most of the time abandoned, and others in poor quality. He said to the orc, looking at the almost finished building. From what I see, the work shows your dedication and care for the city. I admire people who put their hardest on things, he admits. Geld blinks, hearing a strange yet satisfying admiration from Harry. He saw him snap his head over back to him. Sorry if that came out weird, I just like seeing hard work and dedication from people. He apologizes to him. Nonsense, Geld inclines his head to him. Young master, I appreciate your kind words. Your father is exactly like you whenever a project is finished. He smiles, finally having a good feeling out the boy. Oh, you're welcome. Harry rubs the back of his head. If you don't mind me saying. But I believe you all should take a break. I don't want you all to overwork yourselves too much. The others heard what the human their lord said to them. They smile, seeing he cares for their health. Of course, Harry-sama, we'll try to have a break soon. Geld smiles at him for caring for them. After a while, they continued the tour of the city. Shuna has introduced many of the citizens she was friends with to Harry. Of course, learning that he's Rimuru's son, they instantly respect him by calling him young master or Harry-sama. Harry huffs, feeling a bit tired after meeting so many people in one day. Merlin, talk about so many people. No wonder this city is expanding. He huffs. I'm terribly sorry, young master. I didn't expect so many people to come to pay their respects to you. Shuna apologizes for putting him in a situation like that one. It's fine. Figure that I might get used to people here worshipping me as a savior like back home. Harry jokes, before feeling hungry. Shuna heard his stomach growling. Even if it's just 11 in the morning, she looks around for the sweet shop she often goes to. Harry-sama, over there is the sweet shop I often go to whenever I feel peckish. She points to the pink and white banner shop. Harry looks up, seeing the shop. He felt again his stomach growling for something to eat. All right, let's check it out. Shuna guided the young Majin over to the shop. When she was about to open, the doors opened to a familiar blonde woman with a lollipop in her mouth. Oh, it's you, Shuna. Carrera looks over to the boy, who felt a shiver down his spine. And the young master too. I take it this visit is to get some candy here. The Chief Justice Officer assumed that's why they're here. Shuna nodded to the primordial demon of yellow. You are correct, Carrera-sama. The young master seems to be a bit peckish. I figured that I should bring him here, she said to her. Carrera nodded, pulling out her lollipop. She looks at Harry, having a smirk on her face. Well, I can assure you this is the best place to get a snack. She walks past him, petting his untamed hair. Enjoy, kid. Harry looks back at Carrera, disappearing within the crowd. That was weird. I thought she would be more distasteful of me. Shuna smiles softly at him. I wouldn't worry, Harry-sama. She's just seeing your worth in her eyes, she explains. That still doesn't help me one bit, Harry said, still looking at the crowd before entering the shop. The shopkeep smiles, seeing Shuna again. Welcome to my shop, please look around as long as you want, he greeted them. Thank you. Shuna gave her thanks. She walks around the candy-filled store, leading Harry in. Thank you, sir, Harry said before following the Oni princess. They look around at the variety of candies the store has to offer. Surprisingly for Harry, there's a whole selection of chocolate in one area with the one he knows and some completely different. Harry-sama, I'll be on this side if you need me, Shuna calls out, walking into the marshmallow aisle. Okay. Harry turns back to the selection, having trouble on which one to pick. Why picking one is so hard to choose. He sighs before feeling someone behind him. Here ya go, kiddo. Harry turns around seeing the man he saw leading that army to where he and Rimuru were. This here is my favorite, its milky sweetness is hard to resist. He grins, handing him the snack. Harry took the chocolate from the man. Thank you, sir. No sir nonsense, call me Uncle Veldora, Veldora said, urging him to use that title. Harry looks at the storm dragon, surprised to hear that from him. Uncle? You mean you're Rimuru's brother? He asked surprisingly. Veldora nodded, crossing his arms. You're right, I'm your father's sworn brother. Tell me Harry, why are you calling Rimuru his first name? Shouldn't you be calling him dad or father? He asked, curious as to why he calls him by his first name. Harry felt an uncomfortable feeling about this, unsure to answer Veldora properly. He just gave one. I'm not used to having a dad around. For the early years of my life I never have any father figures, so, yeah, I guess I'm saying that I need a bit of time to get used to having a father. I see, so that's your answer. Veldora took a moment to process what his nephew stated. Understandable, seeing how your relatives treated you, he said. Harry's eyes widened to hear that from the guardian deity of Tempest. How did? Rimuru and I spoke a bit before heading back to town yesterday, Veldora explains before throwing his arm over his nephew, bringing him closer. But don't worry my dear nephew, your uncle Veldora will help you with your relationship with Rimuru. Ha 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 ha, he laughs. Harry felt awkward, not sure which one. Being in a one-armed hug by a stranger or the fact he will help him get closer to Rimuru. Shuna heard the commotion from Veldora. She rushes over to see if the young master was all right. Harry-sama, are you all right? I heard a commotion over here and... She paused, seeing the storm dragon hugging Harry with one arm, laughing out loud. Veldora saw the store doors burst up. Everyone turns to the front seeing who was the one who burst the doors. Veldora. I just got a letter that we got a new member of the family, a familiar in. Excited voice boomed from the smoke clouds. Is it true? Harry peers through the smoke. A young girl with pink hair tied in pigtails wearing a questionable outfit were standing on the rubble of what used to be a door. Yes, Milam. I'm happy you got my letter, Veldora greeted his niece. Of course, I wanted to introduce myself to my bestie's offspring, Milam cheered. Now where is that lil tyke? Good old Auntie Milam wants to play with him. Harry blinks, at the strange young girl around his age call herself, Auntie. Can this get any weirder than it already is? Answer. Yes. EH.AN. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 9 AN. The story takes after the Tema War, though I only got some of it. I understand some of the content. As for the other question, as long you give credit, I don't mind at all. And another thing, I have final projects and essays this month, so stories will be slower in updates. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH9 Picnic at Tempest, June 17, 9:50 a.m. Rimuru, even if he was busy with the coronation for his son, observes his interaction with their citizens. He had Sue order Soka to observe Harry. He wants to know how he's adjusting, how he's getting along with everyone. There are a few who still distrust the boy, however, Rimuru has a plan for that. Diablo, the demon butler, appeared behind him, his hands on his left chest. Yes, Rimuru-sama? Rimuru hops around to face his butler. Diablo, can you prepare a picnic near the lake? Of course, Rimuru-sama. Diablo sets off, doing what he was tasked to. Rimuru-sama, what are you planning? Shion asked, standing next to him. The slime looks over to his secretary, holding a clipboard for the coronation list. Harry has been doing great in meeting people. However, most of the citizens are wary of him. I see, so this picnic is about getting to know Harry personally? Shion asked, seeing what her lord is thinking. She claps her hands together, thinking of the food she could make. What an excellent idea. Rimuru-sama, I shall prepare the food right away. Rimuru froze. Even if Shion's cook skill is great with making her food taste as she envisions them, the appearance still needs a lot of work. I mean a lot of work. Wait, Shion, let Shuna help you with that, or Haruna even, he shouts. Shion skips around, a happy expression was plastered on her face. Worry not, Rimuru-sama. I've been practicing. She giggles, passing Ririna walking into the room. Ririna, are you here with the guest list for the coronation? Rimuru asked the goblin lord. Ririna chuckles slightly, Not exactly, Rimuru-sama. It seems that Milam-sama's advisors arrived today. Frey and Carrion walks into the demon slime's office. Rimuru transforms into his human form ready to greet the former demon lords. Frey, Carrion, I'm surprised that you two just made it today. Milam was here 2 weeks ago. Carrion smirks, crossing his arms on his chest. Well, once Milam received a letter from Veldora, she bolted from her office, breaking her own window. He explains to his ally. Yes, I'll have to scold her later when I find her. Frey sighs, placing her hand on her cheeks. Anyways, now for the interesting topic. Frey smiles at her ally. The Beastmaster looks at the slime, knowing what his friend is now going on about. You finally knock someone up, Rimuru. Do tell us how you were able to knock up to get yourself an heir. He retains his cheeky smirk. Rimuru scratches the back of his head, a bit embarrassed to say. Well, it's a complicated story. We have the time. Frey walks over to the couch, placing herself on the furniture with Carrion following suite. Rimuru sighs, obliging to indulge the two of the tale of Harry. Harry sat in his room, looking at the sky. Hedwig was there with him, observing her owner's strange actions. He flops back on his futon, frustrated that he doesn't understand what is happening to him. Whenever I try, I still can't get that voice to speak. Voice? What are you talking about, my nephew? Harry opens his eyes, seeing Milam staring down at him. Harry got up quickly, bumping their heads at each other. Milam held onto her head, feeling pain where their heads impacted. Geez, you are really strong. You even to hurt me on my head. Milam whines, rolling around in pain. Strong? Your head is hard-headed like a freaking rock. Harry huddles on the floor, rubbing his own forehead. Note. Due to your relation to the demon lord Rimuru, your strength is higher than previously. The same voice that appeared whenever it like again spoke in his head. There. Who are you? Why are you in my head? Harry jumps up, expecting a quick and precise answer from her judging from the voice. His eyes flatten, once again no answer. Damn it. Milam sat up, rubbing her forehead. What are you talking about? Nobody here said a thing. The demon lord said to her kin. But Harry decided to move past it, going to wait until he got a chance once again for her to speak. So, what do you want, Milam? He asked, turning to the dragon. Come on. I told you to call me Auntie Milam. Milam whines, wanting to be called that since she found out about him. Harry just looks at her, seeing their act more like a child than an ant figure. Thanks, but no thanks. You are clearly younger than me, from the way you dress and the way you AC. Oh, did I not mention that I'm way older than you? Milam stuck out her tongue at the young Majin. I'm like over 2,000 years old, by the way. Harry blinks, seeing her full body. Both of them sat down at the dining room table. Veldora was there reading some manga that Rimuru lent him. He looks over the book, seeing his nephew with a nervous look he's making. Is something wrong, Harry? He asked the young boy. Nothing's wrong. Harry jumps, pretending that everything's all right with him. Milam finished drinking her soup, sighing at how good that was. I just merely told him my age, that's all. She waved like it was nothing. Veldora's eyes widen, understanding why Harry has a shocked expression on his face. Oh, now I get it. He looks over to his nephew, wanting to clear something with him. Harry, we true dragons lived for a very long time. It's completely understandable why you're shocked. We age slowly, he smiles. Yeah, one of the perks of being a dragonoid, the destroyer cheer in glee. Harry held onto his head, trying to comprehend what he just learned. I never knew that the only dragon I met was Hagrid's pet dragon. Norbert. He said to his family. I never thought in a million years that I would meet not just one but two humanoid dragons. Milam laughs, patting the young Majin on the back. Well, now you got two in your family. She smiles, liking the boy even more. Yes, and we are proud to call you as such, Veldora smirks. Harry blushed, never felt any love from a relative before until now, TT. My lords, Lord Rimuru has sent us a message that there's a public picnic this afternoon for the young master. Alice walks in with a letter in her hand sent by a messenger. Milam looks back, her eyes filled with excitement at the mere thought of a picnic. The food, games, everything about it sounds exciting for the dragonoid. That sounds fun. She got up, skipping over to her nephew, grabbing him by the arms. Come, Harry, doesn't that sound fun to be in? She smiles. Harry allows his aunt to tug on him, forcing him on his feet. Yeah, but what's the purpose of this sudden picnic? He asked. Looking at Alice. No doubt that this is a way for the Tempest residents to get to know you a bit, Veldora commented, seeing what his sworn brother is planning. It's good for both sides, for you to make new friends here and for the citizens to see how trustworthy you are. I think to understand now, Harry said, being tugged away from his aunt to the door outside. Come on, Harry. I want to be there before the fun begins, Milam whines, taking her nephew outside. Harry blinks, realizing he's still wearing socks and we're going outside. Wait, Auntie Milam. I need my shoes, he exclaims. Veldora laughs, watching the two leave Rimuru's house. Have fun you two. I will finish this manga first before heading there myself, he smiles. Allow me to serve you a drink, Lord Veldora, Alice offered, heading into the kitchen. Thanks, Alice. After hours of setting the picnic up, the area looks like a festival like the Harvest Festival they held last month. A day that commemorates the revival of the Yomiuri and when Rimuru becomes a demon lord. Harry looked in awe at the decorations, food, and the happy faces on everyone's faces. Wow, is this what a celebration is like here in Tempest? He asked, seeing the festive mood from his people. Yep, I always come here whenever there's a celebration coming up. Milam smiles, placing her arms on her hips. It's always fun and exciting whenever this happens. In fact, I was here last month for the Harvest Festival, she said to her nephew. Harry looks at the scenery, smiling at the fun they were having. I can't wait until this starts. You don't have to. Harry and Milam turn around seeing Rimuru being held by Ririna, followed by Carrion and Frey. Rimuru, Harry said, surprised to see his father here. He looks at the other two behind him. Their auras are thick and dense when he looks at them. Bestie. Milam rushed over, taking her best friends in her arms from the Goblin Lord. Rimuru felt dizzy. Milam was spinning around in circles still holding him in her arms. Milam. Please stop. The demon slime begs his fellow demon lord to stop. I'm getting dizzy already. Milam. Frey coughs, causing her to freeze in place. Milam turns around abruptly, facing her advisor. Frey, I didn't know you were here. Come with me, Milam. I want to speak with you privately. Frey stares at her fellow demon lord. Milam sighs before turning to her nephew. Welp, your Auntie Milam will be busy with Frey. Harry. She places Rimuru back in Ririna's arms and skips away. So is that woman like her secretary, Rimuru? Harry looks over to his father, being held by a goblin lord. Rimuru thought for a moment before answering. In a way, Frey was a former demon lord of the Octagram along with Lord Carrion. He informs his son of who the Sky Queen is. Harry tilts his head, never heard of him before. Carrion? A blonde buff man in a toga with black claws on his hands. That's me, the Beastmaster and former demon lord, Carrion. He walks up to Harry, ruffling his untamed hair. Geez kid, you are almost the same sizes as Rimuru here, just 2 inches apart, he laughs. Rimuru jumps down from Ririna's arms, transforming into his human form. Carrion-sama's right. I always thought you two were the same height. The female goblin lord cheered. Harry blushed, looking to the side after hearing the compliment. Thank you, he said to her. Shy, are we? Carrion smirks, ruffling his hair more. I'm sure you'll get more confidence in the future, he laughs once more. Rimuru smiles awkwardly before hearing his people and children coming from behind them. It seems that everyone has made it. He turns to Carrion, enjoying Harry's company. Carrion, you're invited to join us in the picnic. The former demon lord thought for a moment of the offer. Sure, why not? I'm peckish myself after a long trip, he commented, patting his stomach with a grin. Everyone was enjoying the fun at the picnic. Food was great, music playing in the background, and children's laughter surrounds the area. Harry sat down next to Rimuru, chatting with Benimaru. Carrion, Frey, Milam, Hakuro, and everyone else. Harry looks at the children playing in one corner. Most of them were the age of preschoolers. He noticed that most of the children around here were either too old or too young for him to get along. Hey, you're Harry, right? a voice said behind him. Harry looks to the side, seeing a hobgoblin almost the same height as him sitting down next to him. He held out a cup of freshly squeezed fruit juice to him. He took it, the offer, sipping it. Yes, I am. He sips again. The hobgoblin smiles at the Majin. Well, I'm Gobta, the leader of the Goblin Riders. He introduces himself. Hello Gobta. You already know who I am anyway. Harry greeted him. When Rimuru-sama said that you are his son and the heir of Tempest, I was shocked. Gobta drinks his cup. Harry looks down at his cup, getting a feeling he distrusts him. I'm guessing you distrusted me. Gobta looks at the next Lord of Tempest with wide eyes. What? Distrust you? He chokes on his drink. I don't distrust you. At first yeah, but after observing you from afar in the town I can tell you're a kind kid, he said. Really? Harry asked, seeing a nod from the hobgoblin. Indeed. Gobta jumps, feeling a familiar presence next to them. Harry looks to see an old man with his eyes shut, smiling at him. Good afternoon, young master. I see you're doing well today. I figured to introduce myself properly. I am Hakuro, your father's mentor in swordsmanship. He inclines his head. Harry looked interested upon hearing that this fair Oni has trained his father in the art of the sword. Really? He asked, always has a fondness for the sword. Your father is quite skilled if I do say so myself. Hakuro explains to the young master. An idea came across his mind, something that both he and the young master would enjoy. If you would like, I could train you as well with Rimuru-sama's permission, of course. We wouldn't want you to do something that Rimuru-sama doesn't approve of as a parent. I know how that feels, he smiles. Oh, well, can I ask him? Harry looks at his father's mentor for his opinion. I really like the idea of holding a sword, he smiles. Innocently. Oh ho ho ho, Hakuro pats Harry's head, remembering the time when he is like him. You sure remind me of myself when I was younger. Ambitious, a lot of courage, and most of all youthful, he laughs like the young master's spunk. Thank you. Hakuro retrieves his hand from his hand, watching stepping back. He looks at him with a hopeful smile. I'm going to find Rimuru and ask if I can train with you, Mr. Hakuro. Hakuro smiles at the youthfulness the young master is showing him. Please, young master, call me Grandpa. He encouraged him to use that title. Harry nodded, running off to find his father within the huge crowd. Good luck, young master. Gobta waves his hand to the young Majin before looking at his master. How come he gets to call you Grandpa and not us? The leader of the Goblin Riders asks the old warrior. Do you want to be sliced up into pieces, my dear pupil? Hakuro smiles darkly, taking his blade out of its sheath. Gobta sweated like a pig, feeling his mentor's dark aura. Nope. Ha 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 ha, he chuckles nervously at the threat. Harry maneuvers through the crowd, avoiding hitting a person or two. He spots his father speaking with the man Carrion, his aunt Milam, and the woman Phrase sitting on the table. So they're coming soon, the octagram? Rimuru asks his fellow demon lords. Milam sat back, arms folded behind her. Yep, they're really interested in the tyke. Especially with Guy and Leon. For a demon lord claiming an heir is a big deal, she said out loud like it was nothing. Demon lords rarely have any children of their own. Frey drinks her booze in one gulp before Alice refills it. Carrion agrees with Fry's statement. The risk with children that they're leverages for enemies with it, they can easily manipulate the demon lord. The Beastmaster explains. But hey, children are fun to have around. Lightens the droopy setting we demon lords are usually in. Milam nodded. Yeah, even if I just met him, he's hilarious with his sudden reaction. The dragonoid laughs. Rimuru sighs, a bit scared of what Guy and Leon would do to him even if they're in the same organization. Guy and Leon will take a lot of convincing. Speaking of the octagram. Where's Dino? Ramirez was at the meeting weeks before when I brought Harry here. Ramirez appeared with a mug. Oh, Dino. He was asleep in his room in the labyrinth, and last week I sent him to run an errand for me in the barren lands to get a plant that grows there. The fairy queen floats next to the demon slime. He'll be back later tonight, I believe. She ponders as she continues to drink. I see. Frey bites down on a potato chip. Her eye caught a glimpse of an inky black-haired boy. Is that the boy that is to be your heir? The Sky Queen asked the demon lord, eyeing the lost boy. He's cute. Rimuru looks back, seeing his son looking for something. "Harry, over here." He waved his hand over to his son. Harry saw his father waving at him. He was calling him over to them. He arrived at the table. His aunt slams her hands on the table, excited to see him. "Harry, I'm glad you're here." Milam greeted him, scooting over to make space for the young Majin. Hello everyone." Harry greeted the demon lords, current or former, gathered in one specific area. "My, aren't we humble?" Frey smiles at the young future demon lord. Rimuru turns to Harry, looking at him. "Harry, this is former demon lord Frey, one of Milam's advisors along with Carrion." He introduces the Sky Queen to his son. Frey pulls out her hand, offering to the Majin. "Hello there, young one. I'm the Sky Queen Frey, former demon lord." She smiles. Harry took her hand, shaking it respectfully at the winged woman. He couldn't help but look at her white wings. "Are you an angel? 'Cause you have beautiful white wings?" Frey laughs at how charming this young boy is. Rimuru looks at his son, still staring at her. "Harry, don't assume a species with others by low." "Rimuru, it's fine." Frey waved her hands at the demon slime. She looks back at Harry, bold enough to say that to her. "To answer your question, no, I'm not." The Sky Queen stood up from her seat, revealing her talons. Harry saw the talons and instantly knew what species of monster she is. "You're a harpy." Frey nodded at his answer. "You got it, little boy." Carrion chuckles. "You're very intelligent of creatures, Harry," Ramirez commented. Wondering where he learns the information from. Harry blushed, looking to the side. "Well, my school in the other world has a class called Defense Against the Dark Arts. We learn many monsters from the professor to goblins to demons," he said to the demons. Rimuru places his hand on his cheek, intrigued by how the class changed when he was gone. "So what's the class like, Harry?" the slime asked. "It must be different since I went to school." Harry smiles before remembering what he wanted to ask him. "Only if you allow me to learn how to fight with a sword." Milam burst out laughing at the sudden request. "Geez, Rimuru, Harry is really cunning with his words." "Definitely a future demon lord." Frey giggles at Harry's statement. Rimuru sighs, seeing Harry's cunning smirk like the one he has when he was planning something. "All right, you win." He gave in. Knowing that he'll ask later, "You'll be training with Hakuro in the art of the sword." "Yes." Harry cheered excitedly. "Now remember the deal." Rimuru puts on his own cunning smirk at his son. Harry sighs before obliging his father's request. "Well, Hogwarts is frozen continent." The White Palace. A man with red hair and blood-colored eyes stood on his balcony overseeing his domain. He looks at the formal invitation of a fellow demon lord, the slime that intrigues and angers him at the same time. "My lord, Lord Cromwell is here to see you." A woman in a red maid outfit with green eyes and hair informs him. "Send him in, misery." Guy Crisman orders his subordinate to send in his friend. A blond man draped in a black cape walks into his room. "Guy, I see you've received the letter from Rimuru as well." He held out the similar-looking letter in his hand. "Yes, interesting that out of the blue Rimuru announce he has an heir." Guy ponders out loud. "I find it both strange and yet intriguing at the same time." He looks at his drink. Leon looks at the side, pondering his own thoughts on this predicament. "I can say this boy that Rimuru has called his own is trustworthy. However, we need to see him for ourselves." The Platinum Devil said his thoughts. "Agree. Velzard is quite excited to learn she now has a nephew." Guy responded. "But this boy, I had a vision that this boy will change the world as we know it." He said to his friend of his concern about the child. A vision of a black-haired boy with a sword in his right hand sitting on a throne. Around him was 7 figures gathered around him. The Platinum Saber nodded, understanding why he's so concerned. "That's why we must determine if he's a fool who just earned Rimuru's sympathy or something else." He crosses his arms. In any case, the other demon lords are advancing to Tempest. De Gruel and his entourage were on the other side of a mountain, seeing the entrance to the forest of Jura. Luminous Valentine was sitting in her carriage, guarded by her soldiers as they took the road that leads them to Tempest. Dino was soaring through the skies, returning from the barren lands with a flower in tow. "If we want to arrive at Tempest, then we must take leave now," Leon advises his fellow demon lord and friend. Guy smirks, placing down his glass. He turns to Misery, his hands open. Misery, inform both Velzard and Rain to prepare to leave at a moment's notice. We're heading to Tempest to meet this Harry Tempest. He smirks, walking out of his room with Leon in tow. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 10 AN. Sorry it took long, I just finished with my finals for this semester. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH10 Bittersweet Tempest, June 22, 11 AM. Again. Hakuro dodges another attack from the young master by moving to the side. Harry kneels on the dirt with a training sword in his hand. He huffs after many tries to hit his menore. It was tough knowing he has years of experience in swordsmanship. See, can you please at least give me a beginner lesson before you go and do the advanced ones? Gobta laughs, feeling the young master's pain. Harry-sama, this is the beginner's lesson, he shouts. What? Harry exclaims, thinking that Gobta and Hakuro were just insane if this really is just the beginning course. Hakuro chuckles, dodging each attack made from the young Majin. I always train my students like this, beginner or not. He gave an elderly smile. Now, try to strike me, young master, the instructor shouted. Ah! Harry rushed at him, only Hakuro dodged each attack again. Benimaru watched the boy from behind the gate, still wary of his master's air. He keeps a close eye on him. Benimaru-sama, what are you doing here? The Flame Lord froze, sensing his first wife standing behind him. The fair Oni looks behind him, seeing the Tengu, her fan over her face while looking at him. Momiji-chan, I can explain. He smiles weakly. Momiji walks over to the wooden gate, seeing her lord's son training with her father. Spying on Rimuru-sama's heir, are we, dear? She eyes her husband, sweating nervously. The silent response from the demon lord is enough for the Tengu to understand what's happening. Benimaru-sama, Harry-sama is just a child, like our daughter. He's innocent like all children and seems to somewhat care for our lord. Momiji observes the young boy with her father. I know, but still, Momiji looks at her husband, try getting to know Harry-sama. Remember that this is still new to him. She said to the demon lord. He left his previous life to be here with Rimuru-sama, he wouldn't just go with him like that if he hated monsters. Benimaru sighs, knowing that his first wife is right. He's just a child who just came from an abusive household. All right, I'll try. The Tengu smiles at him. That's what I like to hear. Oh, another reason that I'm here is that demon lords Dino and Luminous was spotted nearby from Sue Dono. She informed the commander-in-chief. Rimuru-sama asked of me to find you and greet them for the coronation. Thank you for informing me of this, Momiji-chan. Benimaru kissed his wife and left to the town square to greet the guests. Rimuru, in his demon lord outfit, stood in front of the fountain waiting for the vampire queen and fallen angel. Shion, Shuna, Milam, Carrion, and Frey were with him. Sue appeared next to him, kneeling on his knees. Sue, what is it? Rimuru-sama, the demon lords is a few miles away and King Gazel Dwargon is almost here with the Pegasus Knights. The chief spy informed his lord of who's arriving. Rimuru nodded. That's good to know. How about the Sorcerer's Dynasty, Sarian or Yumu's party or the Giants? The demon lord asked the blue-haired man. We received word that they just left their kingdom a day ago. Shion informed the demon lord of their whereabouts. They should be here later tonight or tomorrow at the latest. She adjusted her glasses. That's great, huh? Rimuru's eyes caught something shiny flying straight down in his direction. Milam points in the sky with a cheery expression. Oh, it's Dino, she exclaims. The object landed in front of the group. He folded his wings and yawned. Hello, Rimuru. Sorry it took so long. Dino, a member of the Octogram, greeted his fellow demon lord. Dino, I'm happy you can make it back in time. Rimuru greeted the sleeping ruler back home. Dino shrugs, feeling tired from the long journey. Yeah, well, when that message said that you have a son, I came back to see what that tyke is like. He looks around for any resemblance of a human child. In the town square. So, where is he? Rimuru smiles, knowing where his son is now. Harry is with Hakuro training with the sword and his lesson won't be done until 1. Milam interjected. Hey Dino, can you take me shopping for more sweets? She skips over to the fallen angel, smiling. Dino sighs hard, looking at the side. Fine, but let me deliver this to Ramirez. He pulled out a flower from his bag. Milam deflates, disappointed that he won't come with her right away. Ah, pooh. She puffs her cheeks. Suddenly the sound of horse-pulled carriages echoes throughout the forest. I guess the vampires are here. Rimuru saw the lavish and royal version of their own carriages coming up to the entrance of his city. Shion steps forward, prepared to officially greet the demon lord. Rimuru-sama, Luminous Valentine-sama's entourage is here, she informed the demon slime. Rimuru nodded, seeing the middle carriage halt its momentum. A single guard steps down from the driver's seat and opens the side door. Everyone's eyes widen. Instead of the vampire queen stepping out of the royal carriage, it was the Pope of the Holy Empire. Ruberios. Pope Louis Valentine. What's Pope Louis doing in Luminous Sama's carriage? Rigor questioned, seeing the vampire pope making his way to their lord. Rigord steps forward, seeing he is the Minister of Tempest. He has the duty to greet other government officials from other countries. Louis Dono. Greetings of the behalf of Tempest. I welcome the Holy Empire Ruberios to our nation. He greeted the Pope. It's an honor, Rigor Dono, upon receiving your letter about your son Rimuru-sama. Luminous Sama has demanded that we come here right away to meet the boy. Louis responded, looking at the demon slime. Rimuru chuckles, hearing that everyone is here for his son. Well, he is the talk of Tempest. The people love his company, he smiles. Louis chuckles, seeing all children, no matter what species they are a handful, yet a joy to be around. Of course they are. I can't wait until I get to meet the young child. By the way, where is Luminous? I thought she's with you? Rimuru asked the Pope of the Empire. Ah, Luminous Sama. Yes, she decided to take her own path from here. Harry huffed, exhausted from the training regimen that Hakuro gave him. He was outside the old man's premise needing some fresh air. Beginner my ass, that is way too advanced for me, the young Majin exclaims, placing both hands on his face. My, you sure look tired. Harry removed his hands, seeing a young girl in black. Her hair was a silvery gray color. Her eyes were heterochromatic, one red and the other blue. Her skin was an unnatural pale color, almost like a vampire. The strange girl rummaged through her dress, taking out a small container of what seems to be water. Here, I always bring a container of water with me whenever I go out. The girl handed over the water to him. Harry was reluctant but humbly took the water from her hand. Thank you. He drank the water, making sure there's some left for her to drink for later. The girl smiles, tilting her head, acting cute. Are you finished? She asks the young demon lord. Yes. Harry hand over the container back to her, watching the girl placing it back in her pocket or wherever she was storing it. May I ask why you are here and not greeting the guest from, the Holy Empire Ruberios and Demon Lord Dino's return? The girl assisted with the question. You see, I wanted to meet you privately. Dino is probably back at Ramirez's dungeon sleeping. Me, however, I like to see who Rimuru has taken an interest to call his heir. The vampire queen explains her reason to the young boy. Harry processed what she was saying. The way this girl spoke is like she knew Rimuru personally. Then the conversation from the meeting at his new home pops up. He looks at the girl, having a feeling she was one of the octogram. Why you? You're one of the octogram that Rimuru mentioned, he said. You're the demon lord of the Holy Empire Ruberios, Luminous Valentine, queen of vampires and nightmares. Harry exclaims, regretting that he didn't realize before. Luminous smiles, spinning around in her place. Outstanding deduction, young Harry. She giggles. Yes, I'm the demon lord of the Empire of Ruberios. It's a pleasure to meet you, Harry Tempest. The young Majin got up from the ground, inclining his head to the vampire. I'm so sorry that I didn't. The vampire queen laughs, seeing the flustered face of the child of that slime. Oh, don't be. I like to lead people astray of who I really am. Your father fell for that trick during the Walpurgis banquet when I pretended to be a maid. She smiles. Oh, Harry blinks. Luminous, there you are. The two look to the side, seeing Rimuru with Louis and Shion by his side. Harry saw his father smiling at them. Rimuru. Luminous gracefully walks over to the demon slime, smiling at him as she approaches. Hello there, Lord Rimuru. It's been almost a year since I last saw you. I sent you letters once a week. The last one was the invitation about Harry's coronation. Rimuru sighs, looking at the vampire queen. The vampire shrugs, twirling around. Oh, that was just letters. Face to face is extremely different. She smiles before looking at the young Majin. Besides, your child has piqued my interest and I just want to see him myself. Harry felt a cold chill from his spine when Luminous stares down at him. Rimuru. A little help. He looks at his father, feeling a bit uncomfortable when she looks at him like that. Rimuru caught his son's expression. He looks to Lewis, needing him to step in. Lewis, if you... Lewis steps forward to the Vampire Queen, clearing his throat to gain her attention. Mistress, we should get you settled in our guest quarters. We're going to be here for a while so. Of course, Lewis. Luminous looks over to Harry, patting his untamed hair. It's nice to meet you, young Harry. Maybe we'll cross paths in your town in the near future. She walks away with the Pope of her nation. Harry walks next to his father, watching the two heading off into town. She's a bit off? Yes. Yes, she is. Rimuru finished his son's statement. But from what her tone towards both me and you, Luminous seems to like you, he informed Harry from his examination of the Demon Lord. Harry looks at his father, unsure what he means by she likes him. What do you mean by that, Rimuru? Shion leans down to the young master. Luminous Sama sometimes hides her status as Demon Lord to those who've piqued her interest. The wicked Oni explains to him. That means you are a topic of interest in her eyes, Harry Sama, she informed the young boy. Really? Harry looks at his father's secretary, a bit happy that the vampire takes a liking to him. Rimuru patted his son's back. I told you, once Luminous meets you she'll support you in being my heir. He gave a bright smile him. Now, let's get something to eat. It's almost lunch and I'm sure that hard and tiring when training with Hakuro. Harry nodded, feeling tired and hungry at the same time. Yeah, I am a bit hungry. He pats his stomach. Shion smiles, stepping in front of them. I'll prepare you lunch right away. Rimuru-sama, Harry-sama, she announces excitedly. Rimuru froze upon hearing that Shion is cooking for them. Shion, can you get someone to help you? He asked his secretary. Your food is good but... Worry not, my lord. I have been practicing. Shion speedwalks, heading to Rimuru and Harry's home. I'll have everything prepared when you arrive, my lords, she cheerfully said, turning back to the road. That's what I'm worried about. Rimuru sighs, placing his hand on his head. Harry looks at his father, unsure why he's so worried about Shion cooking their meal. Rimuru, I don't get why you're worried about Shion cooking. Her food at the picnic tasted good. He asked, remembering the spread she prepared with Haruna. Rimuru sighs, looking at his poor son who didn't see Shion's cooking without the help. My dear son, you'll understand soon enough. He patted him as he made his way to their home. Later at the Tempest residence, Rimuru and Harry sat down at their dinner table hearing Shion rummaging in their kitchen. Is Shion? Harry flinched hearing a pot crash on their flooring. Oh well, there goes that dish. Shion rummages through the fridge before closing the door. Now that's a good dish to serve to them. Harry flinched hearing more unpleasant noises from the kitchen. Okay, in there. He continues what he wants to say after hearing a ruckus inside. Rimuru gave a wary smile at his son, somewhat ensuring him that everything is all right. Well, Shion before wasn't a good chief per se, she thinks she good but... Don't tell me, she's that bad? Harry asked, praying this wasn't the case. The slime sighs. Well, shortly after I became Demon Lord. Shion gains a unique skill called Cook. Anything she cooks will taste what food she imagined, however, the appearance didn't. Rimuru informs his son about Shion's abilities. Harry's face pales. He was about to say something when Shion walks into the room with a large pot. Rimuru-sama, Harry-sama. Your food is ready, Shion announced with joy. They watched as Shion placed the pot in the middle of the table. I hope you like it. I made it with love and affection for the both of you. She gave a sweet innocent smile. Shion lifts the cover, revealing a purple bubbling mess with some burnt meat floating around. Harry's face paled. The fear of getting poison or an agonizing death began to sink in. He gaped, not wanting to say anything that would offend the wicked Oni. Harry looked in surprise when his father took a bowl and casually ate the purple slop. Don't worry, I know it looks off, but it still tastes good. Rimuru ensures his son the Shion's cooking is safe. Alright then, Harry scoop up the purple mess, a bit bubbling, but seeing that Rimuru hasn't died just yet, he decided to take it. After putting it in his mouth, his eyes widen at the delicious taste it gives off on his tongue. It tastes like chicken soup, he said, devouring the rest in an instant. Shion smiles, delighted that the young master likes her cooking. I'm happy to hear that, young master, she said to the young boy. Please feel free to take as much as you like, Harry-sama. I will. Harry took another portion of the strange soup and happily ate it. Rimuru looks at his son, a small smile was written on his face. Then a thought came racing across his brain. Harry, tomorrow I'd like to take you somewhere close by Tempest, he informed his son. Harry tilts his head, wondering what he has in plan. Where are we going, Rimuru? He asked. Just wait and see. Rimuru ruffled his hair gently. Insert Tensai Shitara Slime Data Ken, favor. The next day the duo tracks over the hilltops, heading to what seems to be a cliff. Rimuru, can you please tell me where we are? Harry asked, carrying some candles in his hands. Rimuru looks down at his son, having a bit of a hard time walking up the hill. Just a few more steps, Harry, and we'll be there. He shouted at him. The demon slime decided to wait for him to catch up since the place he wanted to show Harry is close. Harry huffed, finally catching up with his father. Just how far is this place you wanted to show me, Rimuru? He asked, looking around. The demon lord points at the tree on the edge of the cliff. There, someone is there waiting for us to arrive. He smiles sadly yet content with it as he treads forward. Who? Harry asked, following his father to the edge. Harry treads forward, still holding the candles in his hands. Upon turning around the tree, he saw a pile of rocks, stacked on top of one another. On the ground was a small table with an ashtray. Is this a gravesite? Harry asked, hearing some places that people without a tombstone have a pile of rocks instead. It's more of a grave cenotaph. No one's really resting here, Rimuru explains, holding out his hand to him. Candles? Harry jumps, placing them on his father's pale hands. Here you go, he replied. He watches Rimuru lit the candles with small flames he generated himself. Harry then saw him lighting other candles on each side before placing the one in his hand in the center. The young boy steps forward, watching Rimuru kneel on his knees and place his hands together. Harry copied what he did. Seeing this as a grave marker, he needs to be respectful for whoever is he praying for. Rimuru looks up at the stones with a soft smile. Harry, did I tell you about your mother? He asked softly. Harry blinks, nodding as a response. Yeah, you told me when you and I first met a couple of weeks ago, he answered. This is the most peaceful place here. It has a nice breeze, the right amount of shade and sunlight. Plus it overlooked Tempest. It's nice. Rimuru smiles. This spot is perfect to put Shizu's grave. Shizu? Is she? Rimuru nodded, feeling a bit teary. Yeah, your mother Shizu Izawa. I always come here to be alone when I need it, he explains. Harry felt saddened that his mother isn't in this world with him or Rimuru. To be honest with himself, he really wanted to see his mother no matter what she now looks like. Well, he can sense Rimuru is both his mother and father. The boy moves closer to Rimuru, praying with him. Rimuru saw the sudden movement that Harry made. He was happy that he was here with him. The slime gently wraps his arm around Harry, pulling him closer into a hug. Rimuru, what's Mum like here? Harry asked after he finished praying. The slime thought for a moment before answering. Well, your mother is kind, cared for a lot of people she meets. Even to some students at the academy, which they loved her as their teacher. He smiles. She's also strong. She can control fire, conquer flames. That's what the adventurers call her. Pretty cool name, huh? He looks at Harry, listening to his words. Harry nodded, thinking the name was epic. Yeah, since she's my mother, do I have her abilities too? He asked, wanting to live up to his mother's title. From the inheritance that Gringotts gave you, do share both me and your mother's abilities, Rimuru informs the boy. In honesty, I think you can. As long as you have a good heart, then you can become anything. Harry looks at the grave and back at his father. Hey Rimuru? Yeah, Harry? Rimuru asked, wondering what he has in his mind. See, can I call you Dad? Rimuru blinks, feeling a bit nostalgic when Harry said that word. He never really been called Dad before, even as James that was taken from him. Now, he has the chance again to be called by that title. Sure, Whatever you want, son. They hugged as they continued staring at the candles. The two stayed there for a while, not noticing that someone was watching them. Neither one senses the presence of that person. The figure smiles, gently treading over to them. Slime-san. Harry-kun, take care of one another. I will be with both of you, always. The figure said to the two. Harry blinks, looking at his back. Was somebody behind us? He asked his father. Rimuru looks at his back, seeing no one in sight. I guess you were just thinking things. He got up from the ground, packing the remaining candles. Let's go back, I'm sure everyone is waiting for us. Harry nodded, walking beside the demon lord. All right then. As they walked down the hill, Harry looked back at the tree, then he saw her. A woman in white garments, black hair, and black eyes was waving at them. Take care, he watches her disappear before Rimuru called his name. Huh? Oh. Coming. Harry rushed over, not realizing he was behind. End song. N. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 11 AN. The Wizarding World arc will be here soon. After Harry's coronation, he'll be going back to the Wizarding World. CH11 The Heir of Tempest. Ow. Harry winces in pain after feeling the prick from a needle that Shuna stuck into the draping. Shuna gave an apologetic look to the young master. Sorry Harry-sama, your coronation garments are way behind. Soon it's going to be your coronation day and I have many outfits to finish by that time. She apologizes, taking out a measuring tape to see his thigh and calf sizes. It's been almost a week since he and his father visited his mother's gravesite. That mini trip bonded both of them as father and son. It also made him decide what he wants to be now. Shuna-sama, here's the fabric you need for the young master's coronation garments. Garm, Dord, and Myriad stood at the doorframe of Shuna's little boutique she opened with the original goblinas. They have fabrics of a myriad of colors, mostly different shades and tints of blue-greens or deep emerald green. Shuna peeked to the side. She smiles seeing the dwarf brothers brought in her order. Thank you 3, just leave them on the side. Haruna-san will take care of it, she informed the dwarves as Haruna went over to deal with it. Garm looked at the young master, seeing the template of the soon-to-be the Prince of Monsters uniform. Looking good, Harry-sama. I must say Shuna-sama is talented if she did the draping herself. The dark brown-haired dwarf commented, impressed by the pieces of the soon-to-be uniform. Harry blushed, looking at himself in the mirror in the uniform Shuna created for him. So, how do you like it, Harry-sama? Shuna looks at him with a bright smile. It looks great. Thank you, Shuna, for doing this, Harry said, liking how he looks in the outfit. It makes him feel like he really belongs here. It's been almost a month and he feels more at home here. Sure, some people worship him here like his father. But they're respectful when worshipping him and Rimuru, unlike the people back home who create made-up stories about his life. From those stories, the wizards would kill for an autograph or have their daughters marry him. Fame is nice but to some extent, which he learned the hard way during his first year. Harry-sama. Shuna called his name, bringing him back from his train of thought. Yes, Shuna? Harry asked, feeling bad for not hearing her the first time. Shuna stood up, removing the draping from his physique. I was saying that you have an important meeting with King Dwargo, King Farmanas, and some more who just arrived, she informed the young master. Another meeting? Is it always meetings with other kingdoms here? Harry asked, dreading the day where he would take over Tempest. Attending meetings and writing decrees isn't his cup of tea. Garm chuckles, not always. The types of meetings you're expected to do is when you're older, young master. The dwarf informed what to expect in the future for Harry. Those meetings are about nation alliances, trade, current events, war, etc. If you want someone's opinion on this matter, ask Rimuru-sama. Dord smiles at the young Majin. Young master, you're going to be late for your meeting. The dwarf informs the boy. Harry looks at the clock and was surprised at the time. Oh, right. He got down from the stand, putting on a light green jacket. I'll see you guys later. He waves at his subjects as he exited the shop. Bye, Harry-sama. Shuna waved back, walking to the fabrics to begin her work. Harry sprints down Tempest's road, being greeted by his subjects. Hello, Harry-sama. A female orc greeted her young master. Good morning. Harry greeted back. He passes the market area. Where trade took place, he senses an object hurling over to him. He caught it in his hand, seeing it was an apple. Harry looks at where the fruit originated from. He saw one of Gabiru's followers waving at him. "You look hungry. I figured you want one of the freshly picked apples from Trainee Dono's orchard." Harry Sama. Hiryu waved at him, with a cart of freshly picked apples. "It's on me, young master." The young Majin took a bite of the apple, savoring the sweetness and the juiciness of the fruit. "Thank you Hiryu for the apple." He thanked the Dragonood before he went back on track. Carrera walks down the street, heading to the sweet shop for a snack. The primordial demon looks up, seeing the young master sprinting while eating a shining red apple. "Whoa! Watch it, young master." She smiles, stepping to the side, avoiding a collision with him. Harry skips around, facing the yellow primordial demon. "Sorry, Carrera. Dad is expecting me at the town hall," he explains before dashing off in the direction of the hall. "Be careful and watch where you're going," Carrera cried out before scoff and went on her way. Harry pushed open the door of the town hall, almost hitting someone with it. "Hey kid, watch where you're swinging that door," a red-haired maw with red eyes said to the young Majin. Oh, I'm sorry sir." Harry apologizes to the red guy before him. He looks up at the man, looking down at him. Harry then noticed beside him was another man. He had blonde hair and blue eyes and had a cape on. Leon stares at the young boy. Such eagerness in his personality kinda reminds him of himself when he was his age. With one look at the slime's son, he could tell he has a lot to learn to be a demon lord. "Just make sure to look where you're going," he informs the child with a harsh tone. Once Guy saw the kid, he could tell that this was the boy in his vision. A boy who will change the world. Something that is concerning but intriguing to witness for a human child. He smirks, ruffling his hair before leaving the town hall. "See y'all later kid," he said, walking through the exit with Leon. Harry redid his hair after that man ruffled into a mess. He looks back, watching the two heading to the hotel nearby. That was strange. Who are those guys anyway? He asked himself. Those two are Guy Crimson, the primordial demon of red, and Leon Cromwell, the platinum devil. Harry turns around, seeing a 2-meter-tall, muscled man with blue hair. Behind him were two slightly smaller guards in armor. They're a part of the octagram, right? Harry looks up, seeing a smile creeping on his lips. The giant nodded to the boy's answer. "Yes, you are." He confirms. "I am too a member of the octagram. I'm de Gruel or Continent's Wrath." Harry's eyes widen, remembering slightly what Diablo taught him about the 8 demon lords. "Oh, you're the demon lord of the giants, right? I only got up to your part in Diablo's lesson about this world," he informs the giant. De Gruel chuckles, liking the humor this lil Majin possesses. "You're quite humorous young one. I'm looking forward to seeing what you're going to achieve." He smiles, walking over to the exit with his guards. Harry watches the giants leave the building. Out of the many demon lords he met so far, Lord de Gruel was the most normal one out of the bunch. He introduces himself like a normal person would, not pretending to be someone else, overexcited to meet him, or seems cold. "There you are, Harry." He heard his father called his name. Immediately he turns around and saw the slime with a few humans. Rimuru saw his son standing near the exit, assuming that he met the giants on the way. "I take it you met de Gruel already?" he asked his son. "Yeah, he was nice dad," Harry responded with a smile. "Glad to hear." Rimuru turns to a dark-skinned man in silver armor. "Oh, let me introduce." The large man came up to Harry, offering his hand to the young boy. "Hello young man, I'm King Gazel Dwargo. King of Dwargon, a pleasure to meet the next leader of Tempest." Harry obliged the handshake, a bit nervous in meeting the king. Hello your majesty." He greeted him. "I'm Harry Tempest." "Now, there's no need to be nervous my boy. Just think of me as a kind uncle." Gazel smiles, wanting to make the young Majin comfortable as possible. The young boy nodded. His eye caught a gray-haired man walking up to him. "Hey kid, I'm Farmena's king of Farmena's kingdom. This here is my wife." "Greetings young Majin, my name is Mayulan Farmena's queen of Farmena's kingdom." The green-haired woman looks closely at the young boy. She has never seen such a strange and unique aura around any Majin before. "I must say, I've seen my fair share of Majins before, but never I have seen an aura unique as yours, Harry. Thank you, Your Majesty. Harry thanked the Majin, unsure what she means by that. Now, like Gazel said. No formalities here, other than public places. Yum trails off before shaking it off. Just call us, Uncle Yum and Aunt Mayulan. Know Your Majesty's business. He smiles cheekily. Mayulan smiles at her husband's playful antics. Yes, I do not mind you calling my Aunt Harry. Oh ho ho, now this is a nice scene right here. A silver blue-haired woman walks into the town hall with a suspicious smile. It seems the young heir is making friends with the other nation's leaders. Rimuru smiles, seeing the elf walking in gracefully in the building. Alumisha, I'm glad you can make it on this occasion. Alumisha smiles, waving her hand in the air. When I heard you have a son, I have to see for myself. The Empress looks down at the young Majin, curious about the aura Mayulan was talking about. Interesting. I have never seen this aura in anyone before. The elf said, finding this to be interesting. What do you mean? Oh, forgive me, I'm Alumisha Elor Sarian, Empress of the Sorcerer's Dynasty Sarian. Alumisha introduces herself to the young Majin. It's a pleasure to meet a unique child such as yourself. She smiles. Harry nodded, smiling in return. It's nice to meet you too, Your Majesty. He inclines his head to the Empress. Harry, the leaders, and I have some important business to attend to. Rimuru told his son, the reason I called you here is to introduce them before your coronation. Gazel lets out a small chuckle. And you seem to put a cool head when meeting leaders like us. He compliments Harry's calmness when meeting authority figures such as them. You have potential, young one. Potential of being a leader. Gazel's personal bodyguard adds to his king's praises. Yum laughs, remembering the royal lessons the former king of his kingdom has to take. I have to take royal lessons about punctuality when addressing my kingdom. You're a natural for a kid at your age. He ruffs his untamed hair. Well, I was held as a hero back at my world, Harry told the leaders of their respected nations. Gazel looks intrigued by this information. Really, might I ask what you did to earn the title of hero? The king asked the young boy. Harry shrugs his shoulder, thinking the wizard's reason for celebrating him as a hero seems wrong to him. I find the reason the people back home is a stupid one. I mean, they held me as a hero that I defeated the Dark Lord. That's not a stupid reason, Mayulan commented. A child defeating an evil being should be praised. You might think that, but I was still a baby when they said I defeated Voldemort. Harry sighs, knowing it was his mother's protection that made Voldemort's body disappear. They should be celebrating my mum, not me. Now that the leaders know why, well, that's stupid. I mean, you were just an infant, you didn't know how to walk yet. Let alone being able to speak. Yum spoke his mind on this topic. Mayulan sighs, but she too shares the feeling as her husband. A young child at that age shouldn't be held as a hero, they should be joyful and having fun playing with friends. That's what I say, but I stayed quiet since I don't want to anger them, Harry explains to the leaders. Gazel crosses his arms. Well, I do appreciate your noble intention of not destroying their hope. But you need to look out for yourself at times, he instructed the young leader. Rimuru nodded. You can't always hide your feelings, Harry. He added, hoping this lesson will help him grow. You're still a person, a being with rights. You need to be open with your feelings. Can't agree more, Rimuru. Alumisha agrees with the demon slime. Harry stayed silent, letting the words of advice resonate within him. I think I understand now, he said a bit with confidence. Rimuru placed his hand on his son's shoulder, giving him a praiseworthy smile. I'm glad to hear that, Harry. His words gave the young heir him something to think about. Why don't you go out and spend time in the town? I'll meet you back home for dinner. Okay, Dad, I'll see you later tonight. Harry walks to the exit, leaving his father with the leaders of Tempest's allied nations. Rimuru, that boy is something, Gazel commented on the heir of Tempest. I can tell he is going to be something when he gets older. Alumisha agrees with the Dwarf King. He's powerful, epically with the unique skills he possesses. She looks over to the father, knowing Rimuru possesses a copy of the boy's skills. Tell me. Rimuru. Your son, he didn't possess any skills of his own? Rimuru smirks, shaking his head. No, he was a perfectly normal wizard until I reclaim him, he informed the elf. Wizards, the pre-evolutionary state of Imogen, Mayulan said to herself, remembering the information she learned. Seeing a wizard around is quite rare, Rimuru-sama. Yes, only remote places you may find them. I only heard rumors that they wield wands. Alumisha commented. A primitive way of using magic, but effective. I know. In any case, we should discuss the economic progress between our nations, Rimuru offered. You're right. Meeting your heir isn't the only reason why we're here, Yum smirks. Lead the way, master, he asked the slime. Soon enough the day that everyone is anticipating has finally arrived. The streets of Tempest were bustling with joy. Decorations are finally set up. Banners of the nation's sigil were donned at every building for all to see. Chairs were lined up for the special guest that arrived weeks prior. The Octogram, the armed nation of Dwargon, Farmena's kingdom, the sorcerer's dynasty Sarian, and the kingdom of Bloomond representatives, here to see the next heir of Tempest. Harry looked at the window, seeing almost everyone outside just to see him get coronated. That's a lot of people, he said to himself. He stood there in the outfit that Shuna made for this occasion. A white shirt with a dark green vest, he wore black pants with brown boots. Over his shoulder was an emerald green cape. His hair was slicked back with special gel from the sorcerer's dynasty Sarian as a gift from the Empress. Lord Harry, your father is here to see you, Alice informed her master of the arrival of her other master. Harry turns around, smiling at the pale goblina. Thank you, Alice. He thanked his maid, watching her move to the side. Rimuru walks in wearing a white shirt and a black vest over it, black pants with black boots, and a red cape behind him. His hair was tied neatly by a ribbon in a rat tail. I see you're all set for today. Rimuru walks to his son's side. He looks at him with a smirk on his face. Nervous? He asked, seeing a bit of sweat running off his face. Harry lets out a nervous chuckle. He'd be lying if wasn't. Of course, he was nervous, facing a huge crowd outside the buildings with Demon Lord, leaders, and the citizens of his nation would make anyone nervous. Why yeah, just a bit. Harry confessed to his father, a lot of people will be looking at me, Dad. How do you do it? Rimuru smiles at him, just take a deep breath, and relax. From there, address our citizens on what you're going to say. He advises his son on what to do when he goes outside. The young boy nodded, looking at the window. He still feels a bit nervous when he sees the huge crowds. Hey, don't think they hate you, Harry. Everyone is here to support you. Even if they're still untrusting to you, they'll get to know you when you're on stage. Okay, Dad. Harry smiles, taking a long deep breath, then smiles. Come here. Rimuru orders his son to come closer. He pulled him into a hug, proud to see his son growing into a fine young man right before his eyes. I know it's been almost a month, but I'm letting you know how proud I am of you. Harry blinks, embracing his father with all his might. Thanks, Dad. I love you. Rimuru smiles at the words his son spoke to him. I love you to Harry. He lets go and gave a bright smile. Now, let's get going. Shuna will get mad if we delay the schedule for this long. Harry giggles, knowing how Shuna is when it comes to formalities. Okay, Dad, I'm ready. The two exited the room, making their way to the outside. Shuna and Xian were waiting at the back of the stage, waiting for the young master and Rimuru's arrival. Do you think they're all right, Shuna? Xian asked, seeing it's almost time for Harry to be on stage. I hope so. If they don't arrive in a few minutes, the crowd will get impatient. Shuna looks behind the curtains, seeing more people showed up for this event. Huge crowds are forming already. She lets go of the red fabric and looks at the wicked Oni. Xian, can you get Zijin to check on? Wait, we're here, Shuna. Rimuru rushed to meet the two Onis with his son in tow. Harry huffed, regaining his composure before entering the stage. Sorry, Dad was giving me some advice about addressing the crowds. Xian gave a reassuring smile. You have nothing to worry about, Harry-sama. Just go out there and be yourself. Yes, don't think things too much, young master. Shuna gave some more encouragement to the young Majin. Thank you too. Harry smiles. He saw his father stepping on the stairs about to enter the front. Rimuru turns around to his son, smiling. When I say your name, it's your turn to enter the stage and address to our friends. He informs the boy. All right. Once Rimuru enters the stage, the whole crowd erupts into cheers for the Demon Lord. He raised his hand and the crowd calms down. I'd like to thank each and every one of you for attending this momentous occasion. This coronation is important not to me and my son, but for our nation's prosperity and future. There are most here who don't trust my son, however, I assure you he's a kind-hearted person who wants the best for our beloved nation of Tempest. Rimuru looks back at the curtains. If you still have doubts, I would appreciate to at least listen to my son, Harry Tempest's words. Harry jumps. He took a deep breath before walking up the stairs entering the stage. Everyone applauded to see the young heir making an appearance on stage. He looks over to his father, nodding at him. The young heir looks at the crowd, mentally preparing himself. Hello everyone, my name is Harry Tempest. I know most of the citizens don't trust me, but I assure you that you all can trust me. Back at my old home, I was treated as a hero for the wrong reasons. It didn't feel like it was a home, but here, I can feel the warmth and happiness of the people of Tempest, Harry stated. Most of you I've met, bonded over the past week, and I felt I lived here forever. It felt like it was a home. Everyone listens to the words the young master is saying, smiling that he has so much to say about them. Each of you has something to bring to make a home here. You made me feel welcome, even the distrust between us. No matter how you feel about me now. I swear by my life I will protect this way of life and the people who worked hard towards. Harry proclaims. As the next leader of Tempest, I will lead our beautiful nation to a great future and ensure prosperity to everyone. Everyone applauded at the speech the young Majin gave to the entire crowd. Long live Harry Tempest. Long live the Prince of Monsters. The citizens of Tempest cheered for Harry's proclamation to them. The leaders and demon lords looked pleased by how the young boy handled things. Rimuru smiles, looking over to Diablo and Kaijin guarding the crown. May I have the crown? He asked the two. Kaijin took the crown and walked over to the demon slime. He handed over the crown in his hands. Rimuru looks at his son, kneeling on the ground. Harry Tempest, are you prepared to take the responsibilities of a leader with humility and grace? He asked his son if he is prepared for what's expected of him. I do. Rimuru places the crown on top of Harry's head. He steps back, letting the next heir face the crowd. May I present Harry Tempest, the Prince of Monsters and heir to the Jura Tempest Federation. Everyone celebrated the new heir of their nation and was excited to see what he would bring as leader in the future. Dumbledore looked at Fawkes, knowing that phoenixes are powerful creatures light with mysterious powers. He handed the letter to the phoenix, walking to the window. Go Fawkes, find Harry Potter, he said to the phoenix. Fawkes chirps and flies out through the window before bursting into flames. Where are you, Harry Potter? Dumbledore looks out of the window, wondering where's his tool is. So the time has come for Harry's return to Hogwarts. Minus Diablo and Shuna, who else should be going with Harry to Hogwarts? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 12. Sorry this took long, I have job interviews to do and got accepted to one position, so stories will be late on updates. On the other hand, I'm working on another Harry Potter and Fate, Grand Order fanfic that doesn't revolve around the New Order timeline. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH12 Hogwarts Letter Jura Tempest Federation, July 31st, year unknown. Rimuru was in his office, thinking to himself about today. What to give him, he ponders in his mind, wondering what to give his son on his special day, his 12th birthday. The slime looks at the wicked Oni, sitting on the couch with paperwork she's looking over. Shion, can I have your opinion? The slime asked his secretary. Shion looks up at her lord, wanting her opinion of something. Anything, Rimuru-sama. She gleefully responded. What will you give to a 12-year-old boy for his birthday? Slime asked, never experienced this situation before. Violet-haired Oni thought for a moment, thinking what a child of that age would like. Normally I would give a training sword for them. But if we're talking about Harry-sama, then something around his liking, like a pet. She suggested. I see him with Hedwig, he seems to enjoy her company. Rimuru thought for a moment, a pet. He jumps back to Shion, happy that she gave her opinion. Thanks, Shion, for that insight. Shion smiles, grateful her lord asking an important question. Anytime, my lord. Rimuru was hopping along the road that leads to the lake. Pet, what kind of pet should Harry have? A lizard? Nope. A bird? No, He has Hedwig already. He was pondering to himself, thinking of a perfect pet for his son. Harry's laughter took the demon lord out of his trance. He hopes to the edge of the road. From where he stands, he saw Harry fishing with Benimaru on the dock. Whoa! That's one big fish, Benimaru, Harry said, seeing the huge fish in the Flame Lord's hands. Benimaru chuckles, looking at the aquatic creature. Really? This doesn't compare to the ones near the bottom of the lake, young master. The Oni smiles, enjoying his time with the boy. Harry's eyes widen, looking down at the water's surface. There's bigger fish than this one, he asked, surprised to hear those types of fish would even exist in a lake like this. The only ones he knows either exist in the oceans or at the Black and Great Lakes in Hogwarts. Yeah, master, and I caught one not too long ago, Harry-sama. Gobta arrived with more bait. Traveling alongside him was his Tempest Star Wolf. In the wolf's mouth was nets to help to catch the fishes. Harry walks up to the Tempest Star Wolf, grabbing the nets. Thank you for bringing the nets, boy. He petted the wolf's head. The wolf wagged his tail excitedly, happy to receive a pet from the young master. Anything for you, young master. He pants happily. Rimuru's eyes open, realizing what to get his son for his birthday. He hops away, going to find Ronga's pack near the edge of the forest. The blue slime arrived at the entrance of the forest. He saw Ronga's pack and the rest of the hunters coming back after a successful hunt. Oi! Guys, can you come here for a second? The demon lord asked the Tempest Wolves. Rigger came forward with his wolf, seeing what their lord needed. Rimuru-sama, is there something that you need? The head of security asked his lord. Yeah, Rigger. I was wondering if there are any Tempest Star Wolves available? You know, without a partner? Rimuru asked the son of Rigard. Rigger thought for a moment, trying to remember if some were available as of the moment. Not that I'm aware, my lord. He looks at his partner for any insights. I know one Tempest Wolf that is rather new to the pack. Rigger's Tempest Star Wolf replied. He's a runt of the litter, but he's hard-working, he said, trying to give the runt some credit. Rimuru thought for a moment before smiling. Can you take me to him? Rigger's wolf nodded, obeying his master's wishes. Of course, my lord. He bows, allowing the slime to hop on top of the wolf, taking him to the den of the Tempest Wolves. The two tread on the dirt path, reaching the den of the local Tempest Wolves. A female Tempest Wolf sat up, sensing the demon lord of their homeland. Rimuru-sama, what brings you to our den? The female Tempest Wolf asked the slime. Rimuru hops off of Rigger's wolf, rolling over to the wolf. I heard there's an available Tempest Wolf that needs a partner. Ah yes, I do apologize, my lord, but my son is, how to put it, untrusting. The female wolf looks away. He does respect you, however he has a hard time getting along with others. Especially since he's the runt of my litter, she explains. The slime nodded, understanding that runts are looked down upon between animals. I think that doesn't matter to Harry. He smiles. The female Tempest Wolf nodded, getting up from the ground. Very well, Rimuru-sama. She leads the demon slime deep into the forest where a nearby river is close. Rimuru saw many Tempest Wolf pups playing in the water, grass, and rocks. As you can see, my lord. There's plenty of wolf pups here, however. Each one is taken by the school children as their partner except one. She motions her head over to the rocks, where a single Tempest Wolf pup sat on the ledge. His fur is all white with a navy blue streak down from the tail to the snout. Hello, son. The female Tempest Wolf greeted her son. Hello, mom. The wolf pup greeted his mother. What do you want? He asked, sounded a bit depressed. The female Tempest Wolf sighs, hoping this will get her son out of this depressing mood of his. She moves to the side, letting Rimuru come up to him. The wolf pup jumps, bowing before the demon lord. Greetings. Rimuru-sama, what can I do for you? He asked the demon lord. Rimuru reverts to his human form. He kneels to the Tempest Wolf pup, petting the small one on the head. I heard you haven't found a partner. He smiles. The Tempest Wolf pup blinks, nodding at the demon lord, ready to hear what he has to offer. I'm listening, my lord. He asked, ready to hear what the slime is offering. Harry walks down the pathway after fishing with Benimaru and Gobta at the lake. He was told to bring a couple of them home for dinner. At first he thought fish was disgusting to eat. However, Benimaru explains that it tastes better when it's fried, just leave it to Diablo to prepare them. As the young Majin walks on the dirt path, he notices Trainee and her sisters discussing something with each other. In their hands were baskets of flowers of many colors. Many blue and green with some white within them. "Hello, Ms. Trainee." Harry waved his hand to the Dryad's sisters. Trainee jumps, surprised to see the young master still out here. "Sister, what is the young master doing out here?" Tria panicked. "He was supposed to be with Benimaru-sama at the lake. If he's going to the town, then the plan is ruined," she said to her eldest sister. "What should we do, Trainee? He'll ask about the flowers, and you know I'm not good at lying," Dorothy said, even more panicked than her sister next to her. The eldest Dryad turns to her sisters, handing them her share of picked flowers. "Go back to Tempest and give them the flowers. I'll stall Harry-sama as long as I can." The two youngest sisters nodded at their eldest's request and made their way to Tempest via magic. The young boy saw the two Dryads teleport away to somewhere, leaving Trainee alone. The female turns to the young demon lord with a bright smile as usual. "Hello there, young master. Is there something you need?" she asked Harry. Was your sisters here, Trainee?" Harry looks at the side, seeing no one behind the Dryad. Trainee chuckles nervously, a bit of sweat can be found on her forehead. "And no, it's just your imagination, young master. I was only here by myself, tending to the trees in the area." She smiles at the young boy. "Huh," Harry nodded, deciding to ignore the fact she's trying to lie to him. "Sue, Ms. Trainee, have you seen Dad anywhere? I want to see if he wants any fish for lunch," he asked the guardian of Jura. Trainee panicked a bit, knowing that the demon slime was preparing for a birthday party for the young master. "No, I haven't, Harry-sama. Maybe you should go back to your house and put your catch in the cooler before it goes bad," she suggested to the young man. Harry blinks, realizing the Dryad was right. He ran in the other direction before waving at Trainee. "Thank you, Ms. Trainee, for reminding me of the fish," he exclaims before disappearing within the greenery of the forest. Trainee sighs in relief, seeing the young master leaving the area. "Phew, that was close," she said before going back to Tempest to prepare for the party. Harry walks down the dirt path again, confused about what's going on with everybody. "That was weird. Ms. Trainee is usually not so panicky," he commented. "I wonder if today's another holiday." Note: "Today is your day of birth," Great Sage informed her owner. The elevated levels of nervousness in the Induvial Trainee have concluded that the Induvial Rimuru Tempest has planned something today due to your birth. "Huh, my birthday," Harry froze, dropping the bucket of wet fish. "Wait, today's my birthday," he exclaims, realizing the time frame in this world is similar to his old world. Answer: yes. Harry looks at the sky, feeling a bit annoyed that a voice in his head is answering every question he has. "Why you need to answer everything I ask myself, voice," he shouted in the sky. Answer: classified my ass," Harry shouts, can't believe the sassiness this disembodied voice in his head has. He huffs, picking up the bucket and resume his way back to his home. Upon arrival to a familiar area, he saw Shuna, Alice, and Alexis hauling a barrel of boxes out of his house. "Hey, Shuna, Alexis, Alice, what are you?" Alice and Alexis saw the young master and rushed out of there and into town. Shuna turns quickly to Harry with a forced smile. "Ah. Harry-sama, I thought Oni-sama was with you at the lake?" she asked. The young Majin walks up the path, arriving at the gate to his and Rimuru's home. "I was getting hungry and Benimaru forgot to bring lunch. Gobta has forgotten too, so I opted to eat at home." He showed the bucket of freshly caught fish to the Oni. Shuna nodded, cursing at her brother for forgetting the simplest things after the meeting. "Well, Diablo-san is inside the house. I can't cook for you due to some duties I have to attend," she smiles. Walking to town. "Have a nice lunch, Harry-sama," she waved before disappearing from his sights. "I guess it's something for my party." Harry blinks, seeing how Shuna is acting like Trainee. Answer: "Do, if you say something obvious I swear I'll get rid of you." Somehow, with that Great Sage remains silent until the next time her master's confused. Harry entered his home, seeing Diablo cleaning the table. The demon butler looks up, seeing the young master standing in the dining room. "Ah, young master, welcome home. You're back early," He greeted the Majin child before him. "Hello Diablo, is Dad around?" Harry asked, looking around their home. Diablo shook his head, indicating he's not here. "I'm sorry Harry-sama, but Rimuru-sama is currently with Rigor Dono in the town hall. He won't be back until later tonight." He informed his master's son of his whereabouts. In all honesty, he's preparing Harry's birthday party. Harry looks a bit disappointed, but figures that might be the case. "Well, I should have expected he might be busy," he smiles before showing the bucket of fish he caught. "Oh, can you fry these Diablo for lunch?" Benimaru said fried fish is the best, and I never had one before. The demon smiles, taking off his gloves and removing the bucket from Harry's hand. "I'll prepare it right away, young master." He obliges, walking into the kitchen, and starts preparing the fish. After a few minutes of waiting, the fish was fully fired and was set on the table. "Here you go, Harry-sama. I hope this is to your liking," he said, walking into the kitchen to finish with the dishes. Harry looked at the fish, smelling the fried sensation. He took his utensils and began to dig into the food. His eyes lit up, surprised at how good the fish is. Delicious," he smiles. It was turning late. Harry looked at the clock and saw the time. 4 o'clock. He looks at the front door, wanting to see his father. Suddenly the door burst open to a familiar figure, but it's not the one he expects. "Yo, Harry, your favorite uncle is here, the Storm Dragon announced. "Uncle Veldora, what are you doing here?" Harry asked his uncle, walking up to him. Diablo walks into the hall, cleaning his hands with a towel. He smiles, knowing what his appearance means. "Veldora-sama, is it time?" the demon asked the dragon. Veldora smirks, placing his hands on his hips. "You bet it is, Diablo." He looks down at Harry, still retaining his smirk. "Come along, Harry, there's a surprise in the town square that you might like." Harry felt a little excited but at the same time, worried, knowing how wild Tempest gets. "What is it?" "One way to find out, my dear nephew." Veldora grins, taking the boy by the hand. Harry lets his uncle lead him to the town square. He looks back at his house. Diablo is closing it shut as he follows them afterward. The young Majin thought for a moment, the sudden request that Benimaru sent to meet him by the lake. Gobta's strange when he said he was hungry, Ms. Trainee's nervousness when she saw him. Alice and Alexis rushing in the opposite direction from him, Shuna sweating when she saw him walking up to her. And Veldora's cryptid message, "Harry is a smart boy, always observant of his surroundings." Everything is pointing to a surprise party in the center of the town. "You're going to love this surprise, Harry," Veldora said excitedly for the boy. Harry blinks, smiling at the happy expression he has on his face. "Can you tell me?" Veldora boomed into laughter, patting his back. "Ha ha ha ha, now that I can't do, Harry." He grins at him, coming closer to the town square. Harry heard loud music as they moved closer to the town. He saw a lot of lights shine behind the buildings that they entered in town. Once inside the town, Harry saw many decorations, banners hanging from the buildings, balloons with a myriad of colors, and lively music that can make anyone happy just by listening to it. A hobgoblin looks at Harry, his face lit up with excitement upon seeing the young master. "Everyone, the young master's here," he announces to the people of Tempest. Everyone turns their heads, seeing the young Majin and future Lord of Tempest. "Happy birthday, Harry-sama," everyone cheered. Harry smiles, feeling the love and affection of his people around him. He waves, seeing it's the right thing to do. "Happy birthday, young master," Hakuro greeted his pupil on his special day. "Thank you, master," Harry replied. Gobta gave a thumbs up to the young demon lord with a grin. "Congrats for another year of living, Harry-sama." "Thank you, Gobta." Trainee and her sisters were there, holding a sign made of flowers they've collected in the forest. "Happy birthday, Harry-sama. May life be fortunate for you." The Dryad wishes the best for the young master. Harry followed Veldora down the road where in the center, his father was waiting for him. "Dad." Harry ran up to his father, hugging him tightly. Rimuru hugged the now 12-year-old boy back. He pushes Harry back, taking a good look at his son. "I can't believe it's your birthday." Harry nodded, happy to have his father around for his birthday. "Yeah, I never had a party this big before. Just a small one with Ron and Hermione at Hogwarts." Milam butted in, getting a bit impatient with talking. Enough talking, let's a party. Confetti exploded behind the stage, causing everyone to party along with the oldest demon lord in the realm. Rimuru smiles slightly, wanting Harry to say that sentence. However, he saw the happiest expression on his son's face, something he didn't see since he brought him home with him. The slime decided not to say anything. He wanted Harry to have fun today. Everyone is having fun with the young master, enjoying the food prepared by Shuna and Haruna. Laying games that Gabiru, Geld, and Rigard think might be fun, and spending time with one another like one big family. Rimuru watches Harry enjoying the beefsteak that Haruna gave to him. He looks down, seeing the unnamed Tempest wolf he got for his son. Are you ready to meet your partner? The wolf pup came up to the demon slime, wagging his tail when his eyes look at the young master. It's him, right? The one who smells like Imogen? He looks up, panting in excitement. Rimuru guided the young pup to his son, where he was being licked by Ranga. Ha 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 ha, Ranga. Stop it, Harry giggles, never being licked by a slightly human-sized wolf before. Harry, Rimuru walks up to his son, seeing him turn his way. Ranga wags his tail, seeing his master before him. Rimuru-sama, hello. He greeted the demon slime. Harry steps forward, knowing when his father appears it's either important or something to give him. Harry, since it's your birthday I would like to give you something. Harry blinks, wondering what present his father is going to give him. What is it, Dad? He asked the demon lord. Rimuru turns to his back, motioning whatever was standing behind him. The small creature made his way out, sitting on the ground staring at the young Majin. Hello, the Tempest Wolf pup greeted Harry. A Tempest Wolf pup. Harry looks at Rimuru, getting a feeling it's what seems to be. Is he going to be? The demon lord nodded, receiving a bright expression. He watches Harry bend down to the wolf pup's level, meeting eye to eye. Hello there, my name is Harry. What's your name? He asked his new partner. The wolf pup shook his head. I don't have one, young master, he replied. Harry looks at his father, kneeling close to him. You need to name him, Harry. After all, he's going to be with you at all times. Rimuru informed his son of the pup's purpose. The white wolf pup nodded, already came to terms with his new role. Yeah, I will be with you, young master. I will be in your shadow like Mom and Ranga, he panted happily. Harry petted his new partner on the head, receiving a happy bark. He laughs, seeing the joyful expression on the wolf pup's face. A name, how about Padfoot? He smiles. The wolf pup tilts his head, curious about the name he was given to him. Padfoot? He questions before barking in joy. I love it. Thank you, Harry-sama, the newly named Padfoot exclaims. Rimuru blinks, remembering the nickname that he gave to Sirius when he was James. That's an interesting name, Harry. You think? I just remembered calling someone by that name, a black dog in fact, Harry said to his father. An image of him in a crib reaching out to a black dog who looks like he was smiling. I do not know where the name came from, it just comes to me. Rimuru looks at his son, Harry, that name, Rimuru-sama. Trainee appeared before the demon lord in his heir. We have something urgent for you, the dryad informed them. Rimuru stood up along with his son, wondering what is so urgent. Everyone halted their celebration. They all look at the dryad and were surprised to see what's on her shoulder. A phoenix. Hakuro gasps, never seeing one for a long time. A noble creature that is rare to find these days. Indeed, to see one is a blessing on its own, Rigard added to the old Oni. Kaijin notices the paper around the noble bird's leg. What's this? The dwarf came up to the phoenix, untying the note attached to the creature. He opens the letter, confused at the writing within it. This writing, it's a language I haven't seen before. He said aloud Diablo to take it off his hands. Allow me, Kaijin Dono. I took it upon myself to study the language where we teleported to. Diablo cleared his throat. Dear Harry Potter, please be reminded that you must board the Hogwarts Express as usual from King's Cross Platform 9 3/4 for prompt departure on September the 1st at 9:34. Second-year students will require 1. The Standard Book of Spells Grade 2 by Miranda Goshawk 2, Break with a Banshee by Gilderoy Lockhart. 3. Holidays with Hags by Gilderoy Lockhart 4, Travels with Trolls by Gilderoy Lockhart 5, Voyages with Vampires by Gilderoy Lockhart 6, Gadding with Ghouls by Gilderoy Lockhart. 7. Wandering with Werewolves by Gilderoy Lockhart. 8. Year with the Yeti by Gilderoy Lockhart. In addition to your standard wizarding equipment as required in your first year, we look forward to receiving you at Hogwarts next term. Please reply as soon you receive this letter by August 2nd, signed by Professor McGonagall. Diablo flipped the letter over to see if there's any more information. It seems this is a letter to your school, young master. The demon butler informed his masters. My Hogwarts letter. How did it come to this dimension? Harry wondered, picking up Padfoot from the ground. Everyone began to whisper with each other, confused by the sudden letter for the young master. The young master is going off to school. Where is this school that the young master is going? Is he going alone? No, someone must go with him. Harry heard the concerns of his people about him going to Hogwarts. He smiles at how considerate of his safety. He was about to say something when Rimuru steps in. I know this letter is sudden. However, me and my demon lords talked this over during our time away, Rimuru announced to his people. Harry will be attending Hogwarts. I find it unfair that we took him away from the life he once knew. Rimuru continues. Thus we agreed that he will attend school and come back to Tempest during vacation and holiday breaks. I asked Diablo and Shuna to accompany him to Hogwarts as he attends. He looks at the demon lords behind him with a smile. And a few others as well. Rimuru smirks. He looks at Harry, nodding at him. Harry took over, receiving approval from his father. Don't worry about me, everyone. After I spent months with you all, I want to improve my strength to better Tempest and protecting you all. My family. He smiles at each citizen, moving them to tears. I will be back soon. You just need to wait. Rigard sniffs, thinking of the young master going away like a parent when their children went off to college. He lifts his mug in the air, celebrating the growth that Harry has shown while living at Tempest. For Harry-sama, we wish you well in your studies. Yeah. Harry smiles, appreciating how everyone wants him to do well in school. Thank you, everyone, I'll do my best. N. How do you like it? Which Tempest residents will go with Harry? Note that Diablo, Padfoot, and Shuna will be with him. Regardless. Choose 2. Gabiru Testarossa Soka Ultima Zijin. Chapter 13 AN. So, scene part 2 of Slime, and God I missed it, anyways enjoy the chapter. CH13 Diagon Alley. Harry stood before Rimuru and his subordinates standing by him. Many of the Tempest residences was there, crying their hearts out from their young master leaving them. I can't believe the time has come for you to leave for school. Rimuru chuckles before crossing his arms. It felt only yesterday that you were brought back at Tempest and now you're leaving. Harry smiles at the fake sad expression his father is giving him. Dad, I will be back later. It will be shopping for my school supplies. He explains to him once more. Besides, do you remember our agreement? Rimuru chuckles, remembering all too well about their deal. Yes, I know, son. He ruffled his untamed black hair. Take care, Harry. I contacted Gringotts, and you'll meet him upon arrival. I'd wish I can come with you. Don't worry, Dad. I know what you need to do with that demon lord making a muck in the south, Harry said, proud of his father. Rimuru smirks, placing his arms on his sides. Now, if you need anything, Shuna, Gabiru, Ultima, or Padfoot will be with you on the other side. He retold his son who's attending with him. Diablo steps forward, arms behind his back. Don't worry, my lord. Harry-sama is in good hands. The demon butler ensures his master the safety of his son. Ultima grabs onto Harry's arm, smiling brightly. You can trust us with his safety, Rimuru-sama. Yes, we'll make sure nothing happens to the young master, Rimuru-sama, Shuna replied, making her way to the platform along with Ultima, skipping her way over. Padfoot treads over, sitting on the platform waiting for his master to arrive. Harry-sama. Come on. The Tempest Wolf called out to his master. Harry turns around, seeing his entourage waiting for him to get on the golden disc. He turns back to Rimuru, looking at the ground. Harry, is there some oof? Rimuru blinks at Harry, hugging him. I'm going to miss you, Dad, Harry said, tears falling one by one from his face. His grip tightens, starting to regret this decision he made. Rimuru smiles softly at his son, hugging him back. I know, but you said you miss your old friends, he said to him. Why, yeah, Harry sniffs, looking at his father's golden eyes. And it would make them sad that you didn't go to school this September, Rimuru said, rubbing his back. Harry blinks, letting his father's words influence him. Why, you're right, Dad, he said. The demon slime places his hands on his son's shoulder. He took a closer look at him. Harry, take care over there, try not to get into too much trouble. He smirks, seeing the sweat from his temples. Don't think that I heard what you did last year, Harry. Gringotts and Griphook informed me what you did with the Philosopher's Stone and Voldemort. He said to him. His face darkens by his blue bangs. Why yeah, I'll try not to, Dad. Harry chuckles slightly, a bit scared of the glare he was giving to him. Rimuru's dark face reverts to his cheerful expression. Well, take care, Harry. Shion inclines her head to the Majin. Please be safe, young master. Do remember that your people here support you, even if you're far away, the wicked Oni said to the Majin. Harry nodded, looking at his people one last time. Bye, everyone, I'll be back before you know it. Goodbye, Harry-sama. Everyone greeted him goodbye as he steps on the teleportation device and activated, taking him and his guardians to Gringotts. Veldora looks down at his sworn brother, seeing a tear coming down from his cheek. You miss him already, Rimuru? He asked. Rimuru wipes away the tear before heading back to the town. I am, Veldora. But for now, let's handle the proclaimed demon lord, he said to the storm dragon. Harry opens his eyes after the teleportation. His eyes gazed upon a familiar area, the science lab beneath Gringotts' bank. We arrived, Harry said, a bit anxious to be here. Indeed, young master. This is the same place where we departed for Tempest the last time we're here, Diablo commented on his charge. Shuna, Ultima, and Padfoot look around the area. Arcane technology that is all bronze and rusty decorated the old laboratory. This place reminds me a lot of Dwargan's development department, the Oni. Princess added, taking note of the strange technology she sees. Looks interesting. I do wonder how the goblins were able to come up with this, Ultima commented, surprised that a weaker monster was able to be developed something like the ones she sees. Padfoot wagged his tail, smelling all sorts of new scents around him. Most of them are pretty old. I can smell a rustic scent off of them. Gabiru looks around, trying to find their contact. Do anyone see King Gringotts or Griphook? Diablo looks around, searching for their new allies. I can sense them, but can't seem to pinpoint. The doors open to a pale hobgoblin attendant. Greetings, Lord Tempest and company. I'm Ripclaw, one of King Gringotts' aides. The new face introduced himself to the Majin. Please forgive King Gringotts and Griphook for not greeting you upon arrival. They're dealing with the Minister of Magic and his entourage for the moment. I see, understandable. Diablo shrugs, nothing to do about it. I take it that King Gringotts sent you to meet with us. He smiles at him. Ripclaw nodded, placing his hand on his chest. You are correct, Lord Diablo. My king has entrusted me to give you some assistance when going out to Diagon Alley, he informed the Tempest residents. Harry blinks, realizing what the pale hobgoblin means by assistance. You're going to cast a glamour charm on them, the young Majin said, seeing the white aura around his palms. Glamour charm? Shuna asked, not hearing that kind of charm before. Wait, what are you? Gabiru's face panicked, seeing the aura travels to the group. Wait a moment. Gabiru stood up, looking at himself. He still retains his usual purple scales and claws. The Dragonoot checks his back and saw his tail and wings. We didn't change. Gabiru looks at Griphook, a bit peeved that the pale hobgoblin that he cast a dud spell. Why did you do that? He demanded from the attendant to the king. Gabiru don't know. To us it seems the spell didn't work, Diablo informed the Dragon Lord. He grabs the nearby mirror and handed over a mirror. Gabiru took the mirror. He gaped, nearly dropping the fragile item from his claws. His reflection showed a different person than him. His appearance is Caucasian with back hair and a violet streak down in the middle. His eyes still retain a lizard-like coloration. I look human, but I still feel my snout. Lord Gabiru, a glamour charm is like an illusion to the naked eye, Ripclaw explains to the Dragonoot. Outside of Gringotts, the wizards despises non-human creatures. These charms will fool them thinking you're human. Ultima scoffs, is that it? I'm just letting you know, some of us look already human. The Pain Lord waved her hands. Not quite, Ultima Dono. My horns and Diablo Dono's eyes is a giveaway to the wizards. Shuna explains to the primordial demon of purple. She looks at the glass reflection, her horns appeared to vanish. Diablo looks at himself, nothing has changed drastically, just his black eyes were white like a human's. This will be helpful for us to serve the young masters in public. He fixes his strands of hair. Harry looks at Ripclaw, patiently for them to be done admiring the glamour. Thank you, Griphook, you didn't need to go this far. My king insisted, we are allies, Ripclaw said to the group. He took out a pouch filled with galleons. Griphook took the liberty to retrieve the needed amount for your Hogwarts supplies from your vault, young master. If you need more, your guardians can always come here to get some more. He handed the money to Shuna, gladly taking it from his hands. Please send King Gringotts our regards, Ripclaw Dono. Diablo thanked the pale hobgoblin for his assistance with the money. Yeah, thanks, man, Gabiru grins, slapping the back of the attendant. Ripclaw coughs at the impact of the Dragon Lord's pats, he looks up with a wary smile. Anytime, he chuckles. The group left the underground of Gringotts. Harry saw the pale hobgoblins in the bank. He was surprised, each of them was. Standing up against the rude wizards who were treating them back when they were powerless. Now they are on par with them, threaten them to close their accounts to their excess, leaving them poor. I have to say, they're more assertive than before, Diablo observes the subordinate of Gringotts. I agree, they're more like people. Gabiru smiles at one female pale goblina who giggles at him. Harry observes the pale hobgoblins, they are more social than before. Some were arguing with purebloods, but those who presume to be Muggle-born are like the ones in Muggle banks. Personally, Harry likes the scene before him. Harry Sama, we're almost to the door. Harry blinks, hearing Padfoot in his mind. Oh, right. Diablo and Gabiru open the door of Gringotts, revealing a bustling alleyway filled with Harry's classmates and their parents. So this is the place where Rimuru Sama and you travel to, Diablo. Ultima crosses her arms, interested at the amount of weak magicule signatures in the area, other than the pale hobgoblins. I have to say, they're all weak. Diablo sighs, finding the same feeling as the primordial demon of purple is feeling now. Yes, Ultima. They're all weak, but remember our young master is like that once. He glared at her with piercing yellow eyes. Ultima felt a chill down her spine. Apologies, young master. She inclines her head to her charge. Harry waves it off, finding it's no big deal. No, you don't need to apologize, Ultima. You're just stating facts, that's all. Ah, thank you, young master. Ultima reverts to her cheery self. Shuna cleared her throat, gaining the group's attention. Forgive me for interrupting Harry Sama, but we do have a schedule to keep. She reminded the young Majin of their purpose in Diagon Alley. You're right, Shuna. Harry took out the parchment from his satchel. He looks at the list, reading it thoroughly. So the easiest things to get his books from the bookstore, he told his guardians. Gabiru patted his young master's back with a big smile. Then let's get to it. Lead the way, young master. He laughs, not noticing that everyone is looking at them. Harry couldn't help but laugh at Gabiru's optimism. He's glad he's here. The group travels down the pathway to the bookstore. Harry paused, seeing a familiar face coming out of the store. Hermione walks out of the bookstore looking at the sky. Harry, where are you? She turns to the left and saw the same black Untamed hair boy. He wore a dark green coat with short sleeves with a gray shirt underneath. Jeans with brown boots accompany the look. Harry. Hermione rushed over to her first friend, for at least 2 months. Hermione, I didn't expect you to be here. Harry blinks at the sudden appearance of his friend. Hermione playfully punches Harry, chuckling to herself. Where were you? When I heard that the Dursleys were brutally murdered on the telly, I feared the worst, that you might have been kidnapped, she said to her friend. Not even the headmaster knows your whereabouts. Harry eyed Diablo, chuckling to himself at the night they first met. Well, things led to another so. A pleasant way to say it, Harry Sama, Ultima said sarcastically. Harry looks at Ultima, who was whistling innocently. Ultima, can you please not do this right now, he begs, feeling she might tease him. Later. The Pain Lord waved her hands, playfully ignoring his plea. Harry-sama, is this one of your friends from Hogwarts? Shuna asked the young Majin. Hermione didn't realize that people were standing next to her friend. Harry? Who are these people? She asked, never seeing such a unique group of people in her life. Wait, is her hair pink? Harry looked at Hermione, looking at his guardians. He then realized that he didn't even introduce them to her. Harry-sama, are you going to introduce us to your friend? Ultima asked her charge, smirking at him. Ultima, Harry hissed before sighing. He looks at Hermione, his hand motioning to the Tempest residence. Hermione, these are my guardians that my dad assigned to accompany me. Wait, Dad. Hermione shouted in disbelief, can't believe what she's hearing. But Harry, James Potter is your dad. How is that possible? Note. The individual witch known as Hermione Granger is trying to. How about you shut up? I can clearly see that. Harry looks up, yelling at the annoying voice, without knowing how helpful she is, of course. He looks down at Hermione, looking at her as if she missed something. Hermione, haven't heard of adoption? Sorta. Harry places his hand on his side. Hermione blushed, completely forgetting that's a reasonable explanation. Oh, sorry, I forgot. She laughs. So. Harry motions to the Oni princess. Hermione, this is Shuna. Shuna gently grabs the side of her kimono, inclining her head. Greetings Hermione-san. I've been assigned by my lord as Harry-sama's personal aide. You may call me Shuna, she smiles. Hermione jumps, inclining her head in respect. And nice to meet you, Ms. Shuna. She replied, a foreigner? Japanese probably, she deduced. Harry moves on to the back. This is mine and my dad's butler. Call me Diablo, Hermione Dono. I serve as Rimuru-sama's second secretary and now guardian to the young master. Diablo smiles at the curious witch. I'm also Harry-sama's instructor and a member of the 12 patrons of Rimuru-sama. Hermione smiles, hiding the questionable expression of his name. And nice to meet you, sir. Also, 12 patrons? Behind me is one of the 12 patrons or executives, Gabiru. Harry motions the Caucasian behind him. Yo. My name's Gabiru, I'm one of the witnesses of our lord's adoption of the young master. The Dragonoot smile. Just call me Gabiru. Hello, Mr. Gabiru. Hermione greeted the Dragon Lord, and over here is. Call me, Ultima. I'm one of the 12 patrons known as the Pain Lord. The primordial demon of purple intercepts Harry's introduction. Harry rolled his eyes at Ultima's outburst. He can only chuckle in response. Sorry about her, Hermione. She's just cheery. Hermione shook her head, and no, I'm just surprised that you have someone to call your dad, and have his subordinates treating you like their prince. She jokes, not getting why they're laughing. Why yeah, so you're here to collect your Hogwarts supplies? Harry asked his friend he made last term. The bushy-haired girl nodded, turning to her parents inside the bookstore. Yeah, my parents are inside with the Weasleys by Merlin. When your sudden disappearance was announced, Ron's family along with Dumbledore's associates search all over Britain for you, Hermione informed the long-lost boy. They're going to be so pleased to see you. Well, Harry. Yeah, Harry sweats. Shuna and Diablo notice the cold sweat that their young master has on his brow. Hermione took Harry's hand and leads him inside the bookstore. By the way, did your adoptive father brought you contact lenses? You're not wearing your glasses, Harry. Harry blinks, not realizing he wasn't wearing glasses at all. He didn't know that even when he went to Tempest. You can say that. He chuckles. Diablo and the others follow the young Majin inside the bookstore that Hermione girl is leading them to. Once inside, Diablo turns to the three. Gabiru Dono. Ultima. I need you two to find the books listed on Harry-sama's list for school. He informed the Pain and Dragon Lord. Gabiru saluted, determined to fulfill his task to the young master. Yes. Diablo-sama. He rushed up, remembering the exact titles of the books. Ultima shrugs, also not wanting to disappoint the young Majin. All right, but I'm not good at looking at things thoroughly. She followed Gabiru up the stairs. Diablo-sama. Shuna waited patiently for him to face her. Harry-sama's waiting for us with his friend, she told the Magic Lord. Diablo nodded, walking over to the end of the store. Let's not keep him waiting, Shuna Dono. Now, You give me this and I'll get it to sign for you. Molly took Ron's books off his hand. You all wait outside, alright? I'll get this signed for you all. "'Kay, Mum." The Weasleys' children replied to their mother. Arthur helps guide his children to the exit. "This way, children, this way." Ginny followed where her father's arms are motioning to the exit. She saw Hermione coming towards them. "Hermione, where were you? Your parent it's Harry Potter," Ginny shouted, pointing her finger at them. Everyone turns around, hearing the missing boy who lived. They shifted their heads over to where the daughter of the Weasleys family is pointing to. Molly nearly dropped all of her books at the sight of the kind boy. "Harry, where have you been?" She places the books on an empty table and rushed over. Mrs. Weasley, every Harry was quickly engulfed by Molly's motherly hug. "Don't you ever disappear like that. You hear me, Harry?" Molly pushes him away from her body, her hands on her shoulders. "You nearly had us worried to death by your disappearance and your relatives. Oh God, rest their souls," she cried, not knowing what's actually going on with them. Harry flinched at the mere mention of his horrid relatives, something he was glad that Diablo took care of them. Even if it's from a miscommunication. "Thanks, Mrs. Weasley." He looks up at Arthur, patting his shoulder. "Glad to have you here with us, Harry. I'm happy you're armed," Arthur said, caring for the boy like one of his sons. "Thank you, Mr. Weasley. Harry, mate. You were gone without anything to give us a clue." Ron said, a bit peeved that he disappeared without any reason. Harry scoffs, didn't expect much from Ron. "Well, hello Ron, been almost 2 months, he smiles. 2 months without a letter, mate. I wrote to you at least a dozen times. Ron smirks before shaking it off. "Anyways, it's nice to have you back." "Hello, Harry. Glad you aren't dead." The twins grin, arms on each other's shoulders. Hermione jumps seeing her parents going over to them. Harry, this is my mum and dad, Jasmine and Edward Granger." "Oh, nice to meet you too." Harry held his hand out to Hermione's parents. "Oh my, how gentlemanly you are, Mr. Potter." Jasmine gasps, obliging to the gesture. Edward smiles, shaking his hand. "A pleasure to meet you, Harry. I'm sorry to hear about your relatives." He felt sorry for the boy, hearing it from the news. Thank you, Mr. and Mrs. Granger." Before anyone could greet Harry's return, a short man came out of the back room. "Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome." Everyone turns around to the counter, excited to finally meet the one they praise for his adventure. Harry looks at the person walking out of the back room. He looks back, feeling both Shuna and Diablo coming up to him. Gilderoy Lockhart. Applause erupts from the room for the Legend of Legends. Diablo looks at the pompous man, smiling at everyone with a smile that is filled with overconfidence. By the looks of it in the books he wrote, this wizard is a faker. The demon butler informed his charge. Harry looks up at his butler, hearing what he just said. Really? He looks at Lockhart, trying to read him. Note. By the way, the individual wizard, Gilderoy Lockhart, is smiling, the smooth skin, and the fabric of the outfit he's wearing. The evidence has shown that he's a fraud. The voice explains in Harry's head. "Wow, you can tell all that by just looking at him?" Harry asked the voice. Answer. "Yes." Harry's eyes flatten, hearing the voice's answer. "Of course you would give a simple answer," he mutters. "Did you say something, Harry-sama?" Shuna looks at her charge, swearing she heard something from him. "Oh, nothing, Shuna." Harry smiles at the Oni princess, moving to the side for the photographer to get through. Lockhart was posing for each shot the photographer is taking, making sure he has his good side, when he shifts to the left. His eyes caught Harry in a fabulously constructed garment. "My word! It's Harry Potter," he said. His words caught the ears of the photographer. "Harry Potter." The photographer shuffles over to the young Majin, about to forcibly grab his jacket. "Excuse me, madam, but this is for the Dale Gaw." Everyone gasps at Diablo, tightly holding the photographer's wrist for almost touching his young master. "Who gave you permission to lay a hand on the young master, wizard?" Diablo eyes the old man. His yellow eyes pierce the soul of this man. "No one, SS sir. I was doing my job for the prophet." The photographer gulps, feeling more fear from this man than Voldemort himself. Diablo just ignores his reason and continues his slow punishment. Shuna places Harry behind her, protecting him with her body. Are you all right, Harry-sama? Harry looks at Diablo, still squeezing the man's wrist. He could hear his bones crack from where he stood. Diablo, can you let him go? He pleads with the demon. He should have anticipated this might happen. Diablo lets the man's wrist, letting him fall to the ground. He turns to the young master, placing his gloved hands on his chest. Forgive me, Harry-sama. I was protecting you just as your father instructed me. Harry sighs that this happened again. I swear you need to learn to depict things, Diablo. Diablo chuckles, of course, young master. Harry, what just? Harry saw the fear in everyone's eyes of Diablo. He sighs, so in short, Diablo is like my family butler. He smiles, hoping this answer would suffice. Note: your explanation is too short for them to properly. Oh, will you just shut up? Harry groans in his mind before looking at the wizards. After a few moments of recuperating, they have finally had a moment for an explanation from Harry. So, about what happened, Harry said, watching some healers take away the injured photographer out. Yeah, that guy who is oddly standing next to you unnaturally who injured that photo guy. Ron crosses his arms. What's his deal with you? And who is this? Nice looking girl with you? Ron asked. Wow, Ronikins has a little crush. The twins smirks at the stutter their youngest brother just did. Molly looks at the unnatural man before her. Excuse me, but what's your relation with Harry Potter, mister? You may call me Diablo. The demon smiles unnaturally. And for your information, the young master has been adopted by my lord and master, the great Rimuru Tempest, as his son and heir, he proclaims proudly. Tempest? I never heard of that before, Hermione commented. Yes, well, it's a far and small town that nobody here had heard about it. It's also named after Rimuru-sama, making Harry a Tempest. Shuna informed them. Please forgive me, my name's Shuna. I'm Harry-sama's personal aide. She inclines her head to them. The Weasleys look at each other, confused about all of this. Aide? Why would Harry need an aide? Arthur asked, concerned for the boy in question. Don't ask, it's what Rimuru-sama deems it necessary for it. Everyone looks up, seeing a purple-haired girl in a black uniform with a skirt. Ultima, can you come down from the railings? Diablo asked his fellow primordial demon to join them, and get Gabiru Dono. Hold on, Diablo-sama. Gabiru appeared near the edge of the stairs with a handful of books. I just found the needed books that the young Moster needed. The Dragonute lost his footing and fell down the flight of stairs, hitting his head on each step. Ultima sighs, seeing the Dragon Lord making a fool of himself in the pile of books he knocked over. Sigh, I told you not to handle too much, Gabiru. She skips on the stack of books, gracefully landed on the ground in front of the wizards. Greetings, wizards. I'm one of the 12 patrons of Rimuru, Ultima. The primordial demon of purple greeted the group. Gabiru's hand erupts from the books, still disoriented from the fall. And I'm Gabiru, also a patron of the great Rimuru. His voice sways from the dizziness. Harry couldn't help but laugh in joy at Gabiru's failed attempt to go down the stairs. Gabiru. Why, you're always funny when you're not even trying, he laughs. In the wizard's eyes, this is all too confusing, weird, and most of all, concerning Harry's well-being. These people are too strange for their taste. Molly took it upon herself to say something. Why not we pay for the books and have lunch back at the Leaky Cauldron to get to know each other? How about it, Mr. Diablo? She asked, seeing he's the ringleader of this troop. Harry looks at the demon. Can we, Diablo? I'm sure Dad and the others won't mind that we stayed for a bit, he asked the butler. Diablo thought for a moment, thinking what his master would do. Obviously, he would accept the offer knowing him. Sounds delightful, Mrs. Weasley. We can nurse Gabiru Dono in a room. I'm fine. Gabiru shouted, his hand fell back into the pile. Do you happen to have healing potions on you perhaps? Shuna asked, giving a wary smile. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 14 AN. Sorry it took so long, need the inspiration to write this, you know? Anyways, enjoy the chapter. Ch14 Future Plans. Harry sat before the Weasleys and the Grangers at a long table in the Three Broomsticks. On his side were Shuna and Ultima, in his shadow as Padfoot, while Diablo took care of Gabiru upstairs in the rooms. Man, how do I start a conversation like this? Harry thought, unsure where to begin with his explanation. Answer. Try asking the wizards what questions they have for you, the voice suggested. Harry blinks, finding that advice to be useful. Maybe you're not annoying after all, he said to the voice. Answer. Thank you. I misspoken. Harry's face flattens, hearing the voice retorted back at him. He shook it off and looked at his friends. So, do you guys have any questions? Yes, we do. Hermione, the first one to respond, answered. Can you explain from the beginning, Harry? She asked her friend. Ron agreed with the bushy-haired girl. He looks at Harry, wanting to know everything. You can tell us anything, mate. We're your friends. He reasons with him. Harry knew they were all worried about him. He looks at Shuna and Ultima. They motioned him to do what he believes is right. Take your time, Harry. Molly gently said to him. Well, for starters, these people with me right now are my guardians. They serve my adoptive dad as his subordinates. In turn, they serve me as well, Harry said, seeing that they got that part. No wonder, I should have guessed by the Harry Sama and the young master part. Hermione gestures the title they used when addressing him. What is the Sama part means? Fred and George asked, not familiar with Japanese honorifics or their family. Jasmine took this moment to tell the wizards about the honorific. Sama is a Japanese honorific for an individual with a higher stature. In short, they call Harry here their master. She explains the meaning to the Weasleys. So a lord, practically, Percy asked, suspicious of the group who is with Harry. Ron leans back, shocked to hear that Harry was like a lord's heir. Merlin, Harry, that's unbelievable. So what's your dad's name? Shuna steps into the conversation. Our lord's name is Rimuru Tempest. I'm quite sure that Hermione-san already knows his name. The Oni princess smiles towards her. Hermione blushes, having never seen a cute face before. Oh, that's right, Ms. Shuna. Shuna is just fine, Hermione-san. Shuna respectfully replied to the witch. So, Ms. Ultima, what do you do exactly? Arthur asked the violet-haired girl, sitting with her legs up on the chair. Ultima smiles. I'm chief prosecutor for Tempest, for now. I'm the young master's bodyguard. She mixes her drink by the hand. Will that answer suffice your question, Mr. Weasley? Arthur felt a cold chill in his back when the primordial demon of purple when she glares at him. Oh, that sounds an interesting job. Well, relatively Tempest has been too peaceful for my taste. Ultima waved her hands. I figured that going with Harry Sama to Pigwarts would be a nice change of pace. It's Hogwarts, Ms. Ultima, Ginny corrected the demon. Ultima looks at the first-year student, raising her eyebrow at her. Is it now? Well, good to know. The prosecutor shrugs, not caring at all what the name is. There was an odd silence between the two groups, not sure what to say next. Molly got up from her seat, about to head over to the counter. I'll see what's keeping our order long. Jasmine stood up too when Molly offered to check on the orders. I'll help you, Molly, she offered. Hermione looks around before asking him something. So, Harry, is your dad around? I didn't see him around Diagon Alley. Yeah, where is your dad, Harry? Ron asked, curious about the whereabouts of his adoptive father. Dad is... Rimuru Sama is preoccupied with the octagram in the southern regions under Lady Fry's request. Diablo walks up to the table after settling Gabiru in a room. Everyone turns to the demon butler, standing behind Harry. Diablo, how's Gabiru? Harry asked, worried for the Dragon Lord. Diablo smiles, ensuring the young master that he is fine. Just a few bumps and scrapes, but nothing a healing potion couldn't handle, young master. He informed his master's son. He looks at him, wondering something. Young master, are you perhaps hungry? I can? Harry shook his head. No, Diablo. Thank you though. He smiles at his guardian. Diablo inclines his head to the young Majin, appreciating his words. As you wish, Harry Sama, he replied. So, Mr. Diablo. What's this octagram you're speaking of? Edward asked the demon butler. Harry was sweating like buckets. Diablo just said about the 8 demon lords. Well, the octagram is an alliance between 8 businesses. Unfortunately, that's all I can about them. Shuna answered the humans before her. Now, where is Harry Potter? Everyone turns their heads to the entrance to Diagon Alley, where a blond man stood with many people from the Daily Prophet. Soon reporters came circling the young Majin, with many questions for him. Mr. Potter, where have you been for the past months? Are you aware that your relatives are brutally murdered? Can you tell us who these strange muggles are and why they're following you? Did Mr. Lockhart really teach you everything you've known? Harry froze, hearing the last question the witch just asked. And now holding, I never heard of. Lockhart quickly grabs onto Harry's shoulder, pulling him closer to his body. Of course I did. Mr. Potter is an excellent student of mine. He gave a flashy smile. As a result, I have personally come over to the Leaky Cauldron to give him a first edition of my book collection for this year's term for Hogwarts. Many wizards smile, taking many pictures of the two together. Mr. Potter. Mr. Potter. Can you comment on where you've been these few months? A female reporter asks the young Majin. Well, come now Harry, the press wants to make a statement. Diablo stood in front of the young master, preventing any wizard or witch to take a decent photo of the boy who lived. Lockhart looks at the strange, yet fashionable man in the way of the camera. Excuse me, but you're in the way of the camera. The faker asked the demon. Yeah. Move out of the way. A photographer shouted at the demon butler. Diablo sent glares at the wizard, feeling fear for the first time. I will not. The young master is uncomfortable with your sudden picture taking of him. As his butler, I must intervene. If you don't heed to my warnings then. He sent an aura of fear towards every single person in the tavern. All right. So sorry sir. A witch responded. Why yes, so sorry sir for disturbing you. A wizard added, apologizing fearing that he might get killed if he goes further. They all left the area, feeling the fear from the demon butler. Lockhart steps forward, arms widen for them to come back. Wait, this is just a misunderstanding. There's nothing to fear my friends. He begs for them to come back. Diablo adjusted his tie before turning to Harry. Harry-sama? Are you all right? Harry breathes out, smiling at his butler, happy that he'd come here. Why yeah, thanks Diablo. He thanked the demon of black. Diablo smiles at his young master, happy to hear his words of appreciation. You're very welcome, my young master. He inclines his head. Harry just peeled awkward laughter, seeing the frightened faces of his friends and their parents. Just on cue Molly and Jasmine returned with the food that the waiter who took the order. Alright, here's the food everyone. Molly smiles, seeing the aura that Diablo just released. Ah, excellent. Diablo cheered, taking the food out of the two women's hands. I'll take care of this, just relax and leave everything to me. The demon offered the women. Molly blinks, watching this strange man take the food out of their hands. Oh, I couldn't have you. Nonsense, I'm determined to serve the young master, Diablo stated, placing his food in front of Harry. Harry smiles at Diablo for giving him the food. Thank you, Diablo. Hogwarts, Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore sat in his office, waiting for Fawkes's return, however he didn't return. This was worrisome, he already knew that his bond with him is degenerating, but that won't be for a few years. He looks at the window, hoping that he's returning until the doors bust open. Dumbledore. It's horrible, it's terrifying. Dumbledore turns around, seeing his spy coming in with a pale expression. What is it, Alan? What has you so terrified? Dumbledore walks up to the photographer. He watches him take some photos from his bookstore. Alan shoved the photos in the headmaster's face. It's Harry Potter. He has 4 strange muggles with him, he explains to the old man. Dumbledore took the photos from his hand and examines them. A young girl in a muggle suit, a foreigner. A Caucasian man in questionable clothing, and a black-haired man dressed as a butler stood next to the missing boy. That man, that black-haired man with an ominous smile that hides something sinister or worse. Who are these people with Harry Potter? Dumbledore asked his spy, curious and concerned about who these people are with his puppet. Alan gulps. I'm not sure, headmaster, but what I overheard one saying that they serve Harry Potter's adoptive father. He explains what he heard from the Tempest. Dumbledore's eyes widen. He recalls the murder of the entire Dursley family and one of his spies, Arabella Figg. The scene was horrific to see. Not only that, but an elite squad of Aurors were killed like Lily's relatives. Dumbledore was curious about who adopted Harry. He looks at Alan, wondering if got a name for this person. Alan, did you happen to get a name of this person who adopted young Harry? He asked his spy. Alan nodded, hearing the conversation beforehand. Why yes, his name is. The doors burst open once more to Professor Sybil Trelawney in a panic like Alan was. Headmaster, I saw something horrible. A new prophecy has come to sight, she informed the old man. Dumbledore looks at the divination professor, knowing her predictions it might be true. Sybil, my dear, what is this new prophecy you foresaw? He asked, hoping this won't affect the original prophecy she predicted before. His eyes sparkle, seeing in her mind about this new prophecy. Sybil gulped. A tempest will come in 3 terms' time, worlds will collide, 8 stars will arrive and welcome a new star with open arms. The Dark Lord and the old world will disappear and ushers a new era, an era of flames. She retold what she foresaw. An image of a young, masked man in a dark green military uniform sitting on what he presumes to be a throne. The throne was located in the Great Hall in Hogwarts. On the bottom were 5 strange people. A large wolf with a horn standing beside the throne with glowing red eyes. An armored man with pointed ears gripping on a silver sword. On his sides were 2 women with a spear and a battle axe. A woman with long hair in a dress that reaches down her knees and her ears were like fish fins. A large spider on the opposite side of the wolf with the upper top human male on top of its head. And a cloaked figure floating on the of the young man with a large scythe. Behind the group were 8 different figures, but the central figure was on top of the young man. The room burst into flames, indicating the new era of both worlds. Dumbledore gasps after seeing a horrifying image of this new world. What a horrible vision, he gasps in horror. He looks at Sybil, sharing the same fear as he. Sybil, we must not let this prophecy come true. Sybil nodded but felt unsure if they really prevent a prophecy like this one. Dumbledore looks at Alan, having a feeling that this got to be related to this man that adopted Harry. Alan, what is the name of the man who adopted Harry? Alan jumps at the sound of his name. It's Rimuru Tempest, headmaster. Diagon Alley, August 31st, 1992, 5:01 p.m. Harry smiles, getting the school supplies he needs for this year's term at Hogwarts. However, he questions the books for the Dada that were written by that faker. He turns to his 2 best friends talking to Shuna about something. Harry-sama, it's almost time for us to depart back to Tempest. Diablo informed the young master of the time. You still need to rest before heading off to school tomorrow morning, he said to him. Harry looked disappointed that he has to leave. Do we need to, Diablo? He asked, receiving a nod from the demon. Arthur agreed with the demon butler. Diablo has a point, you guys need your rest. Molly and Jasmine walk over to Shuna, shaking her hand. It's lovely to meet you, Miss Shuna. Your advice on cooking has inspired me to try out new recipes. She smiles at the fair Oni. That goes with me too, you're really experienced in cooking if I do say so myself, Jasmine commented on the advice she gave to them. Shuna just smiles at the 2 women. I'm happy to hear that you too, and I'll use your methods too on my own recipes, she said happily. The twins slap Gabiru's hand for sharing his funny stories back at Tempest. Merlin. You're so funny, Gabiru. Gabiru grins, happy that he was able to entertain the 2. You 2 are funny as well. Continue pranking and that might lead you both to a good future. He encourages the twins to continue their ways. The Dragon Lord could tell the twins has a future in the pranking business. Percy scoffs, seeing that career is a joke. What a joke, you 2 need to think of a better occupation than pranking. He said to the twins, wanting the best for them. Try searching a real job in the ministry. Like a prosecutor. Percy gave his example to the 2. Both Fred and Jerogay groans at the sound of being a prosecutor is. Percy, just because you want to work in the ministry doesn't mean that we want to. Fred scoffs at their older brother. Yeah, try to be considerate to other people's interests, Percy. Jerogay crossed his arms, agreeing with his other half. Percy was flabbergasted that his brothers disregard their future. He looks at Ultima, hearing that she's a prosecutor for this Tempest place. Hey, you're a prosecutor. Can you tell them how foo? Ultima eyes Percy, not wanting to deal with this. Look, it's their lives, and it's their choice on how they proceed it. Besides, the prosecutor. You know, and my version is completely different. So leave me out of it. She walks away from the human wizard. Hermione walks up to Harry, watching his father's subordinates interact with the wizards. Harry looks at her friend, seeing her walking to him. Harry, do you remember what Professor McGonagall said the last term? She asked. Oh, that. Harry laughs nervously, remembering what her househead announced near the end of the year. Diablo's eyebrow rose up, hearing what the young master said. Telling that he's getting uncomfortable, he decides to do something. Harry-sama, I believe that we should go before it gets late, he said, saving the boy from an awkward situation. Harry looks at Diablo, thankful for him that he changes the subject. He turns back to Hermione and smiles. I'm sorry, Hermione, but we need to go. Dad is going to wonder where we are if we're not back in time for dinner, he explains to the bushy-haired girl. Oh, that's all right, Harry, Hermione said, suspicious that he didn't go for his first choice. Ron walks over, shaking Harry's hand. Well, mate, it's nice to know you're alive. Don't do that ever again, got it? He grins at his best friend. Harry chuckles at Ron's statement. I'll try not to, Ron. He said his goodbyes to the Weasleys and the Grangers. Molly hugs Harry, then he shakes the hands of Arthur and the Grangers before entering Gringotts. Hermione was walking with Ron after Harry left them. She looks at the red-haired boy, curious about something. Hey Ron, have you noticed something different with Harry? She asked him. No, I haven't, Hermione. Ron looks at the female Gryffindor, but now you've mentioned it, he seems more stranger. But that's just silly, Harry is still Harry, he said, unsure how to describe the new Harry. The bookworm nodded, also sensing something about their friend is different. She decided to overlook that factor. Yeah, he's still the Harry we know last year. She smiles. Later that night at Tempest, Harry sat on the porch of his home looking at the starry sky. He looks forward, seeing Ranga and Padfoot sleeping under the tree in his yard. Fox sleeping in the trees and Hedwig was perched on its branches scanning for prey. Harry looks back at the sky, remembering Professor McGonagall has informed them last year. Remember, first-year students, who've already learned all the occupations that the wizarding community has to offer. Next year, during your second year, you'll be discussing your future with your assigned professors with your parents or guardians. Parent, Dad will probably be the one who'll be attending the meeting. Harry thought out loud before he went to the next thought. But what is my future? Well, the first thing to do is what you like. Your interest, hobbies, etc. Harry turns around, seeing Rimuru walking out of the dining room and sat next to him. Harry smiles at the sight of his father. Dad, you're back. Rimuru chuckles, looking at the sky with his son. Well, you're going to Hogwarts tomorrow. I have to be here to take you to the station. In truth, that's what I always wanted to do when I was James. He explains, a bit excited to do exactly that with his son. But enough about me. What is this I hear about your future, Harry? Rimuru asked his son about what he's talking about. Harry gulps. Well, this year there's going to be a meeting with students and teachers about our future goals. He explains to the demon slime. Rimuru nodded, hearing what his son has to say. I see, he listens. Already went through this when he was his age. At first, Professor McGonagall introduces his first years about the jobs and positions in the wizarding world. I'd always wanted to be an Auror, that's what everybody said that you'd be back then. Harry looks at his father, explaining what he wanted to be before the whole Demon Lord's son thing. Haha, and what changed that? Rimuru leans forward, still having eye contact with the young Majin. Harry chuckles, before looking at Rimuru. You know, Dad. He smirked at the slime. Rimuru blinks before realizing the whole taking him back to Tempest and his evolution to Majin. Ah, right. That? They both laugh, finding the whole situation to be funny. The Demon Lord calms down, before giving his input to his son. Well, since you lived here for a few months, what do you think of Tempest and its people? Harry thought for a moment, remembering the citizens, his nation's allies, and the octogram he'd met. Tempest is like a utopia. A place where monsters and humans live together as one signal community. Now that I know monsters can be reasoned with back at Britain, I want the same thing for them too. Harry told his father what he felt about his home. But that's impossible, I need power to achieve that dream, Harry said, sounding disappointed at how powerless he felt. Did you know, I wasn't a demon lord when Tempest was formed? Rimuru said to his son. I was a regular slime with knowledge of construction and some politics I learned during my old job and college, he explains. No, I didn't. Harry looks intrigued by his father's statement, before listening more to what he has to say. Rimuru explains how he worked hard to get to where he stood today. He looks at his son, inspired by his story. My point being, not having power doesn't mean you can't achieve your dreams. You need to work on the little things first, then over time that will reward you handsomely. He explains the moral of his tale to him. Harry nodded, feeling like he understands the moral of his story. I get it now, not everything should be about power. Just your merits and skills. He said what he'd understood from Rimuru. Rimuru pulled Harry in with his arm, ruffling his hair. Exactly what the idea of my story, Harry, he said proudly. Harry laughs before Rimuru lets go of him. Thanks, Dad, for helping me understand what I want to do. And what do you want to do, Harry? Rimuru asked, seeing him get up to the ground with a confident expression. Harry smiles at his father. I want to help the monsters, squibs, and muggle born in Britain. I want them to earn their independence and build a society like Tempest, he proclaims. Then over time, I'll become a demon lord so I can protect that dream. Rimuru laughs, liking this side of his son. He is filled with confidence and ambition, a trait that is worthy of a demon lord. But he's not exactly there yet. Then I'll help you, no Tempest will help your dream, Harry. After all, the path for you to be a demon lord is a bit different than mine. He stood up, placing his hand on Harry's shoulder. Until then, you need your rest, Rimuru said, already noticing how tired his son is. He guided him to his room and laid him on his futon before leaving him. He turns off the light, seeing Harry looks at him. Night, Harry. Good night, Dad. Harry yawned. I love you. Love you too, kiddo. Rimuru shuts off the lights and lets the young future demon lord sleeps. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 15 AN. Sorry it took me this long, I need inspiration and things were a bit dull on my end. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH15 Hogwarts, here we come. Come on, Harry, we're going to be late. Harry shot up from his futon, hearing his father calling his name from the bottom floor of their house. Harry got up from his futon and remade it so Diablo won't do it, nor the maids. He got dressed in a white shirt, a green sweater, and jeans. He was about to pick his sneakers when a loud crash interrupts him. He looks at his door, hearing some shouting of a different person within his home. What was that? He asked himself. Harry rushed down the stairs and saw Diablo holding a house elf by the back collar. Please let Dobby go, Demon Sir. Dobby has important information for Mr. Harry Potter. A pale little elf-like creature begs the demon lord. Diablo brought the pre-evolution of an elf to his face. How strange, a house elf hasn't been around since the Elven Wars centuries ago. He commented. Tell how your kind managed to not evolve like the rest of your kind. Dobby looks at the demon butler in fear. Dobby has no knowledge what demon is saying, but that doesn't matter now. Dobby has come to warn Mr. Harry Potter. He reasons with the demon. Warn me? Warn me about what? Harry walks down the stairs to his father and maids. Dobby turns to the Majin, happy to see him well. Oh, great Harry Potter. Dobby is glad you're safe, he said happily. Diablo inclines his head to the young master. Forgive me, young master, for interrupting your packing. It seems that this house elf has come bearing news to relay for you. He eyes the miniature elf. Rimuru sighs, looking at his son. Yes, Dobby has told us that something bad is going to happen at your school. However, he refuses to tell us due to our physiology. The demon lord explains to his son. Harry nodded, understanding where the house elf is coming from. He looks over to the creature and walks forward. Dobby, right? You can trust them, they're my family. So anything that you have, they can be trusted. He explains to the fearful elf. Dobby looks at Rimuru before back at Harry. Mr. Harry Potter is kind to Dobby, more than no, bad Dobby, bad, bad, bad. The house elf hits his head with his fist, punishing himself for no apparent reason in the eyes of the household. No, Dobby. Harry took both of Dobby's hands, preventing himself to be hurt. Rimuru was about to step in when he saw Dobby calm himself. Sorry, Mr. Harry Potter, sir. Dobby has almost spoken ill towards his family, sir. He apologies to the Majin. Family? Harry questions. House elves in the wizarding community serves pureblood families. They have a life of servitude to that house. Alice informs her master of the purpose of Dobby's kind. Alex nodded. Yes, house elves serve one family. They are treated as slaves and know nothing else but servitude. The pale hobgoblin maid added to her twin's explanation. Rimuru doesn't like the term servitude, especially only knowing how to serve someone forever and being mistreated. He looks at his son, also sharing the same thoughts on this subject. Indeed, Dobby took a great risk to come here. Dobby has infiltrated Hogwarts to know where Mr. Harry Potter is. Dobby must protect Mr. Harry Potter, he said with much conviction to his role. Protect me? From what? Harry questions Dobby some more. Yes? Mr. Harry Potter mustn't go back to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry this year, Dobby said with a firm voice. His facial expression indicates he is serious about this threat. There is a plot to make most terrible things happen. Dobby curls up in fear of the plot that his family conjured. Diablo doesn't like the sound of this, nor his lord or the maids. What plot? Who's plotting against my son? Rimuru asked, wanting to know who wants to harm him. Dobby seems to be struggling to even say the name of the person. Dobby can't say. He grumbles, struggling to say however the house elf tendencies keep him from sharing. Okay, you don't need to punish yourself, Dobby, Harry said to him. Rimuru steps forward, grateful to have this information in hand. You took a great risk to tell us, Dobby. But you don't need to worry about my son. He ensures the house elf that Harry is in good hands. The house elf looks curious about what this strange creature is saying. Dobby doesn't worry for Mr. Harry Potter's safety? He asked the slime. Rimuru nodded, looking at Diablo. My subordinates will be coming with Harry to Hogwarts. 3 of them are demon lords that serve me directly. The shadow under Harry began to morph. A figure jumps out revealing a silver wolf. I'll be in Harry Sama's shadow. Nothing can pass my scent. Harry petted Padfoot's head for being loyal as well a dog to his owner. Thank you, Padfoot. Harry smiles. Dobby looks at Diablo, smiling with confidence, and I'll have Ultima's subordinates to track in the shadows of the school. We 5 will be with the young master constantly, he informed the house elf. Harry looks at the house elf who was happy to hear what they say. Dobby is much pleased to hear that, Demon Sir, he said, showing his gratitude. Rimuru got an idea in his mind. Dobby, since you are concerned about Harry, how about you become my subordinate for his protection? The demon lord asked the house elf if he wants to serve him instead of his family. Dobby was happy, but the ways of the house elves got in the way of the offer. Demon lord is kind to offer Dobby a place in your ranks. But Dobby has to refuse. Dobby still has master and family. He sadly said. Dobby must serve master and family for eternity. Alice cleared her throat. House elves' contracts to a family is unchangeable unless the family or master gave a piece of clothing which indicates that they're no longer needed, she informed the group. Yes, Ms. Alice is right. Dobby heard the clock chimed, indicating it's almost breakfast. Dobby must go. Master and family are about to wake. Dobby must prepare breakfast for them, he said as the demon let him go. Dobby landed on the floor, inclining his head to the demon lords. Dobby wishes Mr. Harry Potter a safe year at Hogwarts. With a snap of his finger, Dobby returns to his family's home. Rimuru looks at his son, a bit concerned for him during his school year. Harry, go back to your room and finish with your packing. He orders Harry to be upstairs. Harry looks at his father, confused with his words. What? This an order, as your father? Okay. I need to speak with Diablo for a moment, Rimuru said to his son in a stern voice. Not wanting to anger him, Harry obliges to his father's request. Dad. Harry went straight upstairs, leaving Diablo and the others with Rimuru. Rimuru looks at his most loyal follower. Is what Dobby says true? I sense no other motives but to warn us about this coming year. Rimuru-sama, Diablo replied to his master's request, sensing no other motives to Dobby's words. Worry not, my lord. Harry-sama is in good hands. The demon placed his hand on his chest. Rimuru chuckles at Diablo's proclamation of protecting his son. I have no doubts that you can protect him. He thought for a moment about the threat to Harry this coming year. Rimuru wants answers about who is threatening him. Voldemort is one person, but he was defeated from what Gringotts said. Diablo, I have a second mission for you. The demon lord asked his most loyal retainer. Diablo smiles, waiting for his order. Yes, my lord? He asked. Harry felt awkward. People were looking at his guardians. Diablo, Shuna, Gabiru, Ultima, and most of all, his father. You do realize your hair is blue and… Rimuru looks at his son through the mask he wore. My mask? Why yeah, people are, well, looking at you. Harry looks around, observing the people of Britain staring at the slime. The demon lord chuckles, scratching the side of his mask. Ha ha ha, sorry Harry. This mask hides my magicules levels. Wizards have the ability to sense magic levels like Majins. However, they can only tell how powerful a person is, not Majins that can tell the origins. Harry nodded, understanding the evolution difference between wizards and Majins. I see, I kinda feel weird. I mean that I'm at a higher being than my friends, they'll probably get jealous when I… Rimuru stops, looking at his son. Harry, I find it best to not tell your friends. From what the pale hobgoblins told me, they get jealous easily, he said to the boy. But I find the truth to be easier when you tell them right away than just letting them find out. Harry reasons with his father, finding a way to convince him. The slime shook his head, placing his foot down on this conversation. Harry, I said you are not to tell your friends. I'm sorry, but I'm not risking your life for this. Rimuru stated, not wanting to hurt the boy any more if they found out. However, he felt like the truth will come out sooner than expected. Harry watches his father walking to the column that'll take them to platform 3 3/4. Shuna steps next to him, placing her hand on his shoulder. Harry-sama, your father is looking out for your safety. Please understand that your power… I get it, Shuna, Harry sighs, feeling guilty for opposing his father like that. The group enters the column, immediately been taken to the other side of the train station. Once they've entered through the barrier, the station was already packed with wizards and witches saying goodbye to their children. They stopped at a good place for them to drop Harry. This car seems sufficient for the young master. Diablo smiles, looking at the Dragonoot holding the master's luggage in both hands. Why yeah, this car is good F for H. Harry-sama. Gabiru struggles to keep the luggage from falling on the ground. Ultima blinks, holding Hedwig's cage in her hand. You know there are carts for that outside. She points back to the entrance. Gabiru felt like an idiot for not thinking of doing that before. Oh. The demon lord sighed, heading into the cart. Let's go before you drop Harry-sama's things. She walks up the stairs with Gabiru following her in. Diablo inclines his head to both of his masters. I'll assist by looking for a compartment for us. He walks over to the car in search of the ideal place for the young master. Harry turns to his father, looking at him. Dad, I'm sorry Ha 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 ha. No worries Harry. You just want to look out for your friends. Rimuru pats his shoulder, being almost the same size as him. I would do the same thing, but in your case, you need more training to control it. So going around telling everyone that you have new powers, well. Harry understood now why he shouldn't tell his friends yet. Okay Dad, he said before hugging him when the whistle blew. Rimuru hugged him back, smiling through his mask. Take care. Harry, remember if you need anything you can either write to me or contact me via communications, he said to him. Shuna smiles before saying something to the two. Harry-sama. Rimuru-sama, it's time to go. She inclines her head to her master. Harry lets go of his father and rushed on the train car waving at the slime. Don't worry Rimuru-sama, we'll take care of him. She ensures the demon slime that his son is well taken care of with them around. Rimuru smiles, waving at Shuna and the rest. I know you will be safe, he said, wanting them to have a safe year at Hogwarts. Thank you, Rimuru-sama. Shuna inclines her head before entering the train car. Rimuru smiles beneath his mask before hearing familiar voices behind him. Excuse me, little girl, but we're running late. He turns around, seeing Molly, Arthur, and their children rushing to the train car. Come on, we're already late. Molly guided her children to the train car. She looks over to the masked girl behind her. I'm terribly sorry, young lady, but please forgive us for pushing you away. We're running late in. Rimuru shook his head. No, it's completely understandable. The slime noticed that one child was missing in the ranks of the Weasley children. You're the Weasleys, right? Where's your sixth son? He asked the red-haired woman. Son? I'm not missing. Molly stops, counting their children, and found out Ron is missing. Ronald. Rimuru walks back to Gringotts, going over some alliance work. Frozen Continent. The White Palace guy sat in a private room with Rain and Misery. The Demon Lord looked at the letter in his hands, finding this intriguing. It seems Rimuru has sent that boy to this Hogwarts school in another world. How interesting. He looks to the side, seeing his partner walking into the room. So nephew has gone and went to school. How wonderful. A white-haired woman walks toward the throne, taking the letter sent by Rimuru. How interesting it would be if we happened to visit said school. I never got a chance to speak with our new family member. She smiles. Guy looks over to his partner, smirking at her words. Really? I thought you didn't want to be involved with the Octogram's business. He smiles at the true dragon. Oh, I don't, but since Veldora claimed Rimuru as our brother, that makes any heir of his, my nephew. The white dragon smiles, reading the letter carefully. So being my nephew, I have made it my business to see his development as a child. Velzard reasons. Guy stood up, walking to the balcony. Well, I guess arrangements would be made if we're to see the boy. He smiles. Rain, Misery, send a letter to Rimuru for us to meet Harry Tempest. Yes, Guy-sama. The maids responded, heading off to deliver a message to the Demon Lord of Tempest. Hogwarts Express. Harry looks around his compartment. Gabiru was fast asleep. Ultima was chewing some gum she obtains from the candy shop before they left. Shuna was reading the pamphlet The Pale Hobgoblin's Kingdom about Hogwarts. Padfoot was sleeping in his shadow. Diablo, well, his eyes were closed, assuming he's asleep. However, he was surveying the area for any potential enemies on the train. Maybe he's in this one. Harry turns to the door, seeing it opened by Hermione. Harry. There you are. They froze, seeing the compartment being occupied by the guardians of Harry. Oh, we didn't realize you were with your guardians. Hermione cleared her throat. Harry stood up from his seat, happy to see his friend. Hermione, it's good to see you. He smiles at her. Hermione shook her head, before smiling at the black-haired boy. Yeah, same here, Harry. Have you seen Ron? I didn't see him in the other cars. She asked if Harry knew where the red-haired boy was. Harry looks over to Diablo, knowing he might have a clue where Ron is. Diablo opens his human, golden eyes and looks at the bushy-haired girl. No, I haven't, Harry-sama. It seems the boy Ronald Weasley isn't on the train, he informed the two children. Ultima pops her bubblegum, looking at Hermione. If Diablo says that this Ron boy isn't on board, means he isn't. She yawned. Oh, well, Hermione looks at the compartment, wanting to speak with Harry privately. Can I speak with Harry for a moment, please? Diablo stood up, placing his hand on his chest. I will accompany you, young Moss. Diablo, this is a private conversation between friends, Harry informed the primordial demon of black. So if you could, wait here for me, that would be great, he pleaded with his guardians. Shuna stood up, interrupting the demon butler. Of course, Harry-sama, we'll be waiting here if you need us, the Oni princess said to the young boy. Harry smiles before following Hermione to the other compartment to speak. The young heir closes the door for privacy when Hermione got up to him. Harry, what were you thinking bringing your guardians to the Express? She exclaims. Well, it's complicated. They were insistence that they're coming. Harry stated his reasons why they're here with him. They're very instance. Especially a house elf appeared in my house with a warning. Hermione steps back, sighing at this confusing boy. First that you've disappeared, then you claim that someone adopted you as his son, finally the guardians you have are with you 24/7. She rubs her hands on her forehead. What's next? you've gotten new magical abilities too. Because that's a laugh, but also intriguing to know. Harry laughs nervously at what she just said. Why yeah, that would be interesting if I have that. Ha 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 ha, he was sweating, trying to conceal that he literally has skills that work like new magical abilities. So, what are they going to do when we're at Hogwarts? Hermione asked, sitting down on the couch. Not sure. Diablo is my instructor, so he'll be my tutor. Shuna is my attendant, who probably will make sure I've done my work. Ultima is like my bodyguard, so she'll help me with physical training, and Gabiru. Harry froze, unsure what Gabiru is for when they're at Hogwarts. Shit, what is Gabiru doing exactly at Hogwarts? Hermione blinks, seeing the panicked expression of the young boy. Harry, what's wrong? She asked, seeing how Harry acts differently than last year. Harry quickly ponders what Gabiru is doing. Hey, voice in my head, can you help? Answer. The individual known as Gabiru can be used as comic relief. That's not what I mean. Harry shouted in frustration before seeing Hermione's sudden flinched at his yelling. Sorry about that, talking to myself. Hermione wasn't sure what's going on with Harry. Everything he does or the people he's with is all strange. He wasn't the shy and bold-headed boy she met last year. He's more bold and confident than his previous personality. Not wanting to stress him even more, she decided to skip that question. So, about Gabiru. Suggestion. Try. Now you're giving helpful advice. Harry groans in his mind before answering his friend. Well, Gabiru is my messenger. He writes reports to my dad back home of my progress in school, he said. What the voice in his mind has told him. Now I see. So your dad must really care for you if he had these people travel with you. Hermione commented on how generous his father is. I wonder if we're going to meet him this November for the occupation meeting. She ponders at what Harry's adoptive father is like, in both appearance and personality. Harry chuckles. Yeah, you've loved him. Diablo knocks on the door of their compartment, opening it from the outside. Sorry to interrupt, Harry-sama, but we're almost to Hogwarts. The demon informed the two. I advise that you get dressed in your uniforms before we arrive at the station. All right. Thank you, Diablo. Harry watches as Diablo returns to the other car. He turns to Hermione, who was getting up from her seat. I better get change. See you at school, Harry. Hermione walks out of the compartment, leaving Harry alone. Harry sighs, looking at the ceiling. This is going to be a strange year. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 16 AN. Please enjoy the chapter. CH16 the second year. The train has stopped at Hogsmeade Station. Harry got off the train with Hermione and his guardians. He looks around for Ron, but he was nowhere to be seen. Ron isn't here either. Hermione commented, thinking he was at the station already. Well, maybe he overslept, Harry suggested. Shuna steps down from the train. She got one of the bags from their compartments. Ultima and Diablo step down, guiding Gabiru down safely with the bags of their young master. Harry-sama, we've taken your baggage from the compartment for you, Shuna informed the young master. Harry turns around, smilish at his aide. Thank you, Shuna, everyone. He appreciates them helping him out like this. Footsteps came behind the group, then an obnoxious scoff of a familiar voice. Well, if it isn't Potter acting all high and mighty with his fame. They all turn around to a blonde boy and his posy. I bet you love the fame, disappearing for months and reappearing later. Draco waved his hand, grinning at the black-haired boy. Ginny steps forward, glaring at the Malfoy. Leave him alone, she stated, defending her crush. Crabbe and Goyle snickers at a little girl defending him. Draco scoffs, staring down at the red-haired girl. Hey look, you got yourself a girlfriend, Potter. He chuckles. Harry was about to retort back when Diablo steps in. A young child such as you should know your place, the demon said to the young Slytherin. Draco steps back, didn't see the butler. Who are you? I have you know that my fath. I'm Harry-sama's personal butler and instructor. Diablo introduces himself to the spoiled brat. You, Potter's butler. Draco looks at Harry, who had more of these strangers behind him. How did you get people to do your bidding? Draco steps back, seeing at least 4 people looking behind Harry. Harry was about to answer when Diablo took it. We all serve Harry Sama's father. In turn, we serve Harry Sama. He opens his yellow irises, darkening his face. So any insult you give him will end in your demise. A flash of red travels to the young Slytherins, causing great fear to arise. Draco steps back, experiencing fear beyond anything he experiences. He places a falsely brave face, turning to the other way. Jay, just wait until my father hears about this. With his false words, he ran to the other end of the station with his posy following his lead. There, the nuisance has taken care of young master. Diablo smiles at the young master. Harry sighs, actually happy Diablo was able to get rid of Malfoy with ease. Harry Sama, just who was that boy? Shuna steps next to the young lord. Harry looked at the Oni princess. That's Draco Malfoy. He believes everything is handed down to him just because he's a Malfoy. A pureblood wizard. He hated those people thinking they're better than most people. I see, we've experienced that before, Shuna commented. So you have people who share the same ideals as Malfoy and the other pureblood in your home? Hermione questions the princess about their homeland. Actually, it's the outsiders who think that way, which led to their downfall, Ultima answered, watching Gabiru struggling with their young master's luggage. Loud footsteps came behind the group. They all turn around to see a half-giant walking up to them. Harry, there ye are. Ye gave us quite the scare when ye've disappeared like that. Hagrid walks over. Ultima shot a dreadful glare at the gatekeep of Hogwarts for getting close to the young master. Hagrid was taken aback by the stinging glare of the primordial demon of purple. Hermione saw the Ultima's glare and promptly walks over to Harry. Harry sighs, turning to Ultima. Ultima, please don't give Hagrid your stern glare. Harry begs of his guardian. Ultima returns to her cheery self. Of course, young master. I shall stop for now. She moves to the side, letting Harry walk to the half-giant. Harry looks up at Hagrid, apologizing for his guardian's treatment of him. Sorry, Hagrid, Ultima, and the others are quite protective of me. My dad has ordered them to protect me here at Hogwarts. He sighs. Hagrid was confused on many subjects that James and Lily's son has said to him. First was these strange guardians Harry has with him. The second was the fact he called someone other than James' dad. Harry, her father is James Potter. Not this other person, he stated. The Tempest Guardians were enraged that this giant dared to insult their lords. Harry held his hand up, indicating for them to calm down. Hagrid, yes, my birth dad is James. But anyone can act like my father. It's called adoption, Hagrid. Harry's been adopted by a man named Rimuru Tempest. Hermione added, trying to help her friend out. It doesn't mean that James is cast out, he's still my dad. Rimuru is too, just expanded. Harry said, even though he knew that Rimuru and James are the same people. Oh, how excited Hagrid would be if he learns that, though his dad said that he's not allowed to tell anyone of Tempest. Hagrid was concerned for Harry. This Rimuru has kidnapped Harry and made him his son. But he could tell that Harry is fine with it. So, what did you come here for? Oh, Dumbledore asked me to take ye to his office. He was happy to ye return to the wizarding world safely. We have worried fair ye. The half-giant informed the group. Oh, all right then. Harry was about to go with his friend when Diablo held him back. Harry looks up at his family's butter, curious as to why he held him back. Diablo, what are you? Forgive me, young master. Diablo places his hand on his chest. But I can't allow you to go all alone to the headmaster's office. Without a guardian present. Harry understood what the demon was saying. Okay, Diablo. Now hold on. Headmaster Dumbledore requests Harry should come alone. Hagrid steps forward, protesting that this strange man shouldn't come to the headmaster. Kufufufufufu, if I leave Harry Sama alone, it's considered as a failure on his protection, Diablo stated, glaring at the keeper of keys of Hogwarts. Besides, on the Hogwarts' guidebook for students, all legal guardians, whether be it servant or parent, has the right to know why their charge is going to the headmaster's office. He stated, receiving a flabbergasted giant. Diablo steps forward, his hand behind Harry's as he guided him to the boats. Now, Mr. Hagrid, was it? Shall we see the headmaster Dumbledore in his office? The demon asked the keeper. Hagrid shook his head from the shock before following the demon and Harry. Rig, this way. Hagrid rushed to the front, leading the two to the boats. Diablo turns to Ultima, Shuna, and Gabiru with a smile. I want the young master's things to his room. He looks at the young heir to Tempest. Gryffindor Tower, correct Harry Sama? Harry nodded, seeing how correct his butler is on his answer. Yeah, that's right Diablo. Shuna and the others inclined their heads to the young Majin. As you wish, young master. They responded before the two disappear. Dumbledore sat in his office, waiting for Harry Potter to arrive. He was relieved when he received word from his spies that Harry is at Diagon Alley. He was thrilled, however some worrisome news has come with it. He was being accompanied by strange muggles claiming to be in service under him. The old man folded his hands. This is troublesome. If these people have ridden over my influence on Harry, then he won't be. Headmaster, Harry Potter is here. Hagrid knocks on the door, catching the old man's attention, along with his butler. Dumbledore saw the door open by the half-giant. He saw Harry walking inside in his Gryffindor uniform. When he took a closer look at him, he senses something's off about him in magic wise, but nothing else. Then after the young Potter was a dashing butler. Dumbledore felt unease about this person, like his survival instincts is telling him to get the fuck away. Nonetheless, Harry Potter was here and safe. Dumbledore stood up from his chair, walking to the side to greet the boy. Harry, my boy, you've given us quite the scare. Tell me, where have you been during the past months? He asked, trying to read his mind. However, intruder detected. Activating psychological resistance. What was that? Dumbledore blinks, trying to use legilimency on the young boy again. The result came as such, a blocked barrier. Headmaster? Harry asked the old wizard. Oh, Harry, yes. Do you mind telling me where you have been? Dumbledore asked the young boy again. Diablo steps up confidently. The young master was spending time with his father in his city. Quite a heartwarming sight if you ask me. The demon answered the old man for his young lord. Dumbledore looks at the strange and dangerous man. Who are you to Mr. Potter exactly? You may call me Diablo. That name raises alarms for the old man. He knows that the name means devil or demon. He must play it safe. Knowing the history that name brings through the muggles, I'm Harry Tempest, Sama's butler and acting guardian under his father, Rimuru Tempest's orders. As such I shall oversee his education. Doesn't falter, he answered proudly. Dumbledore doesn't like this. He was right when someone is influencing the young Potter. He doesn't how this man addresses this Rimuru Tempest as his father either. Mr. Diablo, Mr. Potter. Tempest. Diablo raised his eyebrows, his voice slightly raised. Tempest is fully safe and doesn't need any tutors for his classes here at Hogwarts, Dumbledore said, trying to get rid of this dangerous man. The teachers here are fully qualified and certified by both the ministry and me on their respected subject. Mr. P. Tempest can easily. Diablo merely gave a spine-chilling chuckle. Oh, my apologies. I don't mean your subjects here at your school, headmaster. He places his hand on Harry's shoulder. If he requires my help on his subjects here, I'm willing to do so. However, my true purpose is to educate my young masters in political, economic, and necessary subjects for his benefits. Harry nodded. I don't mind learning those things from Diablo, headmaster. It's actually fun, he smiles. Dumbledore felt like he already lost Harry, but he won't give up. He needs to tread carefully and find out what these people have in store for his tool for power. If you're fine with that, Mr. Poe Tempest, however, I expect to do your part with your studies here at Hogwarts, he said, observing his actions. Yes, headmaster, Harry answered. Another thing, Harry, do you know who killed you? Relatives? It was such a tragedy to lose them like that. Dumbledore sheds a fake tear. For the loss of the muggles. If you do, then I shall have the minister to arrest. Harry cringes at the thought of his relatives' deaths being a tragedy. It's more like freedom to him. The murder was dealt with by my father, headmaster. He's currently serving time in prison. He lied, knowing all too well the murder is in this very room. Diablo snickers before calming down. Dumbledore wasn't too sure about what Harry said, but either way he needs to gain the boy back to the light. If that's all, headmaster, the young master is quite peckish after the long trip. Snape barge in, holding Ron by the collar. Ron? Harry blinks at the dirty boy. Ron chuckles, waving at Harry. Hey Harry, Headmaster, Ronald Weasley has risked the exposure of our world. Snape handed the prophet to the old man in front of him. Ron looks at Dumbledore with pleading eyes. I only did it because I overslept in the car and realized that I was late, he reasons. Diablo simply took Harry by the shoulders and promptly headed to the exit. If we're done here, Headmaster, then I shall take the young master to the Great Hall for his meal. The demon guided the young boy to the exit, receiving the stink eye from Snape. Diablo and Harry walked down the hallway to the Great Hall. The young boy looks at his butler a bit curious about something odd about Dumbledore. Diablo, I think the headmaster is hiding something, he said to the demon. I see, it seems your keen eye skill is at use, young master, Diablo explains to the young Majin. It's a unique skill to you that allows the user to detect offsetting, whether be it objects or people. Nothing can deceive your eyes. He further explains one of Harry's many unique skills. Harry nodded, kind of impressed with his skills. So the other unique skills have different abilities to them too? He looks up at his butler. Diablo nodded, seeing his teachings have stuck with him. Correct, my lord. They reached the Great Hall, entering the student-filled halls who were looking at the Tempest people at the Gryffindor table. Shuna turns to the door, smiling at the sight of Diablo and Harry. Harry-sama, welcome back. She inclines her head to the young lord. Harry felt everyone was watching him. He could hear the whispers about him and his guardians. Why are those people treating Potter as a king? Are they foreigners? Don't tell me those are Potter's servants. Obviously, I mean the only one that looks like a noble is the one with purple hair. Who's that guy behind Potter? Harry sighs, walking over to Shuna. Thank you, Shuna, for saving a seat for me. He sat next to Gabiru and Ultima, who were enjoying Shuna's cooking. I brought some bento boxes for you, young master. Shuna smiles, seeing him digging in the food. Seamus and Dean saw what Harry was eating, a plate of foreign food. They observed their friend enjoying the tempura and rice in the little black box. The strangest out of his food was the octopus-shaped sausage on the side. Hey Harry, what are you eating? Dean asked, curious about his food. Harry looks at his fellow Gryffindor with a smile. A homemade bento. Shuna has made some for us when we're about to leave for the train. He motions to the fair Oni princess. Shuna simply inclines her head to her charge. It was my pleasure, young master. I'm happy you all enjoy it, she replied. Gabiru nodded, taking another bite of his bento. Indeed, the taste melts in your mouth. This was probably the best one you've made, Shuna-sama, he grins. Hermione couldn't help but stare at Diablo, watching intensely at Harry. She moves closer to Harry, curious about something. Hey, Harry. Have you seen Ron yet? He wasn't at the entrance. Mr. Weasley is at the headmaster's office, receiving his punishment, Diablo answered the young girl. That was enough to make everyone's eyes widen. Ron receiving his punishment, or what? What did he do to get in trouble by the headmaster? Seamus asked, wondering what he did. Yeah, what did Ron do? Dean asked. Harry remembered the prophet that Snape handed to the headmaster. Snape did hand over a paper with Ron's flying fort on it. My guess is he slept late and fell asleep in the car, which leads him to wake up when the train is leaving, thus taking the car to Hogwarts himself. Ginny understood, knowing his older would do something like that. Hermione chuckles as she sighs at how reckless their red-haired friend is. Ron. Dumbledore soon enters the Great Hall. He saw the rest of the guardians of Harry Potter. Each of them has a strong magical aura that almost made him vomit right there. However, he did not. He walks over to the teacher's table, allowing Ron to join his housemates. Ron, I heard what happened. Hermione commented on what he heard from Harry. Yeah, now I got detention for 2 weeks every day. Ron groans, lying on his arms face down on the table. Harry felt sorry for the first friend he made. Sorry, Ron. Ron just waved at him before getting his portion of food. Nah, forget about it. Dumbledore stood up, walking over to the podium. Welcome to another year of Hogwarts. We had quite a worrisome couple of months with Harry Potter disappeared like that. He looks over to the heir of Tempest. Now he has returned. I also welcome his guardians to Hogwarts provided by his new parental guardian. Dumbledore hesitated to even speak of a new person in Harry's life. Whispers arose within the student body. Even McGonagall, who seen the new strangers standing where Harry usually sits, was shocked to hear about a new guardian. As such, said guardian has provided Mr. Tempest some extra subject that his tutor shall provide for him. Diablo inclines his head, causing the Slytherins to glare at Potter jealously of his new servant. With that in mind, I'd like to introduce your new Dada teacher. Professor Gilderoy Lockhart. Dumbledore motions to the faker, who gave a flashy smile. Every girl in the room swoons over the blonde wizard. Glad to be here to teach the next generation of young witches and wizards, headmaster. He smiles at the crowd of fans of his work. With everything said and done, please enjoy your dinner until it's bedtime. Dumbledore walks back to his eat, enjoying his portion of food. After they finish their dinner, Percy leads the Gryffindors to the Gryffindor Tower where their stuff was there and waiting. Just before Harry could enter his dorm room, McGonagall walks in. Mr. Tempest, if you would come to my office for a moment with your guardians. I want to discuss some arrangements that need to be made. The old cat Animagus called the son of her most favorite students. Harry looks at Shuna and Diablo, probably the most mature out of the four. Okay, Professor. He walks over to the old witch with his aide and butler, leaving Ultima and Gabiru to tend to his stuff. Harry sat between both Shuna and Diablo, facing the Transfiguration Professor. Mr. Tempest, as your school counselor and head of house, any changes in guardianship must be brought to my attention. Yes, Professor, I was going to find you in the halls before dinner, Harry stated, but you weren't in your office. McGonagall understands what her lion was saying. On that part is my fault. I should have placed a note on the board for anyone is looking for me. I digress. She took out a piece of parchment with many lines on it. With your previous guardians unavailable, the ones with you must sign this waiver for emergency contact. McGonagall looks at the two, waiting patiently for her to notice them. If you don't mind. What are your roles in Mr. Tempest's life? As his teacher, I have a duty to see the students' well-being. Diablo places his hand on his chest. Of course, Professor McGonagall. Just as the headmaster said, I'm the young master's persona tutor, butler. I tend to the subjects that my lord has set for him, he explains. McGonagall wrote down what he just said. All right, Mr. Diablo. The old lady blinks at the questionable name this man has. Diablo? All right. She wrote down his name before moving on to Shuna. And you? Ms. Shuna respectfully inclines her head to her young masters. Instructor. You may call me Shuna Professor. I work as Harry Sama's personal attendant. I will make sure that the young master's work is done right and on time. She heard the quill scribbling down her name on the paper. All right. Then your parental guardian's name, Mr. Tempest, McGonagall asked, feeling weird calling Harry by his new last name. However, it's a part of life, and she can't do anything about it. Harry took a deep breath and spoke. Rimuru Tempest, Professor. With that everything was set, the waiver was signed and emergency contact was set. McGonagall places the file back in her drawer before looking at the young boy. Thank you, Mr. Tempest. That's all for now. You and your guardians can go back to the Gryffindor Tower. She excused them from her office. And I have the luxury to add some new rooms for your guardians, Mr. Tempest. Diablo and Shuna inclined their heads to the deputy headmistress. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Harry said before heading over to the exit. Hold on, Mr. Tempest. Am I expecting your adopted father to join us this upcoming conference? McGonagall asked the young boy. Harry nodded, a bit excited that Rimuru is coming to his meeting in a few months. Yeah, he is Professor. He replied to the old instructor before leaving her office. McGonagall smiles, noticing his excitement when he answered her, unlike last year who just answered, I don't know. The old woman looks at the old moving photo of her and the Potters. James, Lily, if you are watching Harry, then you are going to be pleased that your son is being taken care of by a good man. She smiles, grateful that someone took Harry away from those horrid people. Rimuru sneezes on his desk before blinking. Are you all right, Rimuru-sama? Shion asked. Yeah, I guess someone just mentions me somewhere. Probably Harry missing me already. The demon slime smiles. How do you like it? Please leave a comment and review. Chapter 17 AN. Please enjoy the chapter. CH17 The Instructors. Harry was sitting at the Gryffindor table, enjoying his breakfast from Shuna. It was a difficult process to get the house elves to let use the kitchen. In a few hours, they were able to convince them to use it. He was glad. Once Harry got a taste of Shuna's cooking, he can't help but have more. Harry then notices Ron and Hermione walking over with Lockhart's books. So we're having Dada in the morning? Yeah, it's going to be fun. Think of the lessons we're going to learn from Professor Lockhart's adventures. Hermione squeals, excited for the class to begin. Yeah, begin. Ron rolled his eyes, finding the whole Lockhart deal to be annoying. Harry chuckles before seeing Ron's wand. Did something happen to your wand, Ron? He asked, seeing it taped at an angle. Ron sighs, taking out his wand to show the young Majin. Here, as you can see, it snapped. Diablo snickers. Harry sighs before turning to the wizard. What happened, Ron? How did your wand end up like that? Harry asked. It happened when I crashed my family's car in the Whomping Willow. Ron told his friend what happened during the night he'd arrive at Hogwarts. Sheesh, you need a new wand, Ron. Hermione cringed, seeing the state his wand is in. Spells will be difficult to cast with a broken wand. I know, but it cost a fortune just to buy one. Ron sat down, next to Harry. He then notices that his guardians were still with him. Are you guys really going to stay with Harry? He asked. Ultima opened her golden eyes, raising her eyebrows at the red-haired boy. Of course, he's the young master. As his guardians, we need to stay with him, or that's what Rimuru-sama ordered us to do. The primordial demon of purple explains quickly. Now I'd rather be alone, so no talking to me, got it? She glares. Ron felt a shiver down his spine when she gave him a cold glare. All right then. He sat down next to Harry and grabbed his own breakfast. A sudden flash made Harry jump. Everyone looked up and saw a blond boy with a big camera, smiling at Harry. Hi Harry, I'm Colin Creevey. I'm in Gryffindor too. He introduces himself like he was high on sugar. Harry looks at Ron, then at Shuna. Hi Colin. Nice to meet you, he greeted back out of politeness. Colin was fidgeting before the young Majin. Say, do you think your friend or guardians here can take a photo of us? You know, as proof I've met you. He asked, his hands shaking with nervousness. It's for my dad, he's a muggle like all of our families here, and then, he was blabbering on about something that nobody could understand. Ron blinks, not getting one word from Colin's mouth. Well, that's kind of you, Colin, but you see, I have Dada soon, so. Maybe later, Harry said, not wanting to do it here in the public eye. Colin smiles brightly, nodding to Harry's answer. Sure, whatever you say, Harry, he responded. Shuna got up from her seat, standing next to Diablo. Harry-sama, it's almost time for your defense against the dark arts class, she informed their young master. Diablo Dono and Ultima Dono shall be with you during your class. Gabiru Dono and I shall wait until your next class. The princess informed the young Majin. Okay, Shuna. Harry got up as soon as Ultima did. The violet-haired demon places her hands behind her head, smirking at the young master. Well? Let's get going, Harry-sama. She started to make her way to the exit with Diablo following behind. Ron looks at Hermione, getting up from her seat. She turns around, seeing Ron staying put at the table. Ron, what are you doing? We're going to be late for the first day of school, she asked her friend. Come on, Hermione, it's just the first day of school. Ron lays on the table, not wanting to get up. Besides, it's only 8:30, I'll be there soon. He waves at the bushy-haired girl. Hermione sighs, never seeing anyone that is lazier than Ron. All right, we'll see you at the class. She followed Harry's group, walking to Lockhart's classroom. Hermione groans. Can't believe Ron would throw away his education like that. How come Ron won't see the importance of education? She groans. Harry shrugs, walking inside the Dada classroom with Ultima and Diallo. I don't, Hermione, but you can't change Ron. It's just who he is, he said, sitting a seat behind her. Ultima sat next to her lord, chewing on her gum. So, when does this class starts? I'm already bored. The demon sighs, leaning on her left knee. The students enter the classroom, walking over to their desks, and sat in their respectful places. Ron walks over to Harry but pauses. Seeing Ultima already taken his seat next to him, where am I going to sit? He asked. Diablo and Ultima look at the red-haired boy with an uncaring expression. You can sit with Ms. Granger, Mr. Potter. The demon motions to the bushy-haired girl in front of them. But that's I'm supposed to be with Harry, Ron stated, not wanting anyone else to sit with him. Ultima looks up at the red-haired boy. She sent a cold and killing, intent glare at Ron. Too bad, brat. My lord told me to watch over his son, so back off, she growls. Harry sighs at Ultima's overprotectiveness over him. He looks at his friend with an apologetic expression. Sorry Ron, maybe next class, he said to him. Ron clicked his tongue, grungily walking over to sit with Hermione. Harry noticed that Ron didn't like how he was talking to him. He was about to say something to him when Lockhart's door opened. Welcome to Defense Against the Dark Arts. Lockhart exited his office with a smile. Let me introduce you to your new instructor for this course, me. Lockhart struts down the stairs with the most ridiculous expression. Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin. 3rd class. Honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and 5 times winner of Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award. He walks to his desk, grinning at the class. Ah, and I see you Mr. Potter have brought your butler with you. Lockhart notices Diablo and Ultima next to Harry rather oddly than regular people. Anyways, I notice you all brought the complete set of my books. Well done. He turns around, taking a pile of paper from his desk. He made his way through the opening between the desks, handing out the papers. I thought we start the day with a little quiz, he said while handing out the quizzes. The less than pleased expression of the students groans at the mere mention of the quiz. Now it's nothing to worry about. This is just to check how much you've taken in from my books. He handed one to Harry and Ultima. Ultima took a look at the quiz, scoffing at how ridiculous this sounds. What's Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? What's Gilderoy Lockhart's greatest achievement up to date? The primordial demon let out a crackle at the insult of the test. Harry sighs. His keen eye skill has detected no hint of any relation to the course. What is this? He questions. Diablo leans into the young master. My lord, allow me to teach you on proper defense in our spare time together. He offers the Majin, also thinking this was an insult of defense. Okay, I want to practice with my sword training, Harry commented, agreeing with his demon butler. Lockhart turns to the class once he arrives at his desk. You have 30 minutes, start. With that, everyone started to take the quiz, everyone except Ultima. Once 30 minutes were up, Lockhart was distraught at how many failed his so-called quiz. Tut, tut, hardly any of you remembered my favorite color is lilac. He reaches to Ultima's quiz and saw nothing but blank answers. Especially you, he looks at the primordial demon of purple. Ultima, the Pain Lord glares at him with boredom beyond anything she felt. Lockhart cleared his throat. Yes, Ultima, you should know this. After all, your hair is the exact color to my favorite color. I thought you have potential, he stated. Ultima lets out a scoff, unbelieving what she is hearing. And why should I care about a mere faker? She raises her eyebrows, uncaring of the gasps around her. Hermione leans in, appalled by her set of word choices to an instructor. Ultima. What are you doing? He could fail you right here, Ms. Ultima. I have you know as your instruct. Ultima puts a false puppy dog look at the weak wizard. Oh, I'm sorry but you all misunderstood my purpose here, she said. Innocently. I'm here to watch over my young master. I've been tasked to train him during his off days from this ridiculous, dumbass school. She gave a menacing glare towards everyone in the room. So don't confuse me with the rest of you, students. Ultima threatens said to all who listens. Diablo smirks. Kahuhuhuhuhu. I listen to her if I were you. She may be a girl in your eyes, but she's quite a force of nature if you push her buttons. The Demon Lord warns everyone here. Just informing you, for your safety. Lockhart felt like he was stabbed by 1,000 knives. Never had he was spoken like that before. Not wanting to experience that again, he moves on. In any case, let's move on to the lesson for today. He smiles as nothing happened. The blonde moves to the shaking covered cage. Be warned, it is my job to arm you all from the foulest beast in wizard kind. He grabs on the tarp. You may find yourselves facing your worst fears in this room. No harm will ever come to you while I'm here. Ultima scoffs. Yeah right, you were just shaking in your boots just now, she commented, causing Harry to giggle. Hermione slightly looks at Harry for laughing at the professor. I must ask you not to scream, it might. He rips off the red tarp, provoke them. Bluish tiny fairies scurrying around their cage. Harry, Ultima, and Diablo blink at the small weak fairies compared to Ramirez. They're weak. Ramirez-sama would be surprised if she found out about this, Diablo commented. Ramirez? Who's that? Ron overheard what the demon butler said. Harry jumps, trying to find a less suspicious sentence he would explain. Ramirez is an Octagram member. You know, the one with many businesses that my dad's a part of. He lies. Ramirez is quite interested in fairies, he chuckles. Seamus scoffs, seeing the little fairies. Cornish pixies? He laughs. Freshly caught Cornish pixies. Lockhart interrupts Seamus's laugh. Laugh if you will, Mr. Finnegan. But pixies can be devilishly tricky. Little blighters. He took out his wand, aiming it at the lock. Let's see what you make of them. An orange spell shot at the lock, releasing the pixies out of their cage. Everyone screams when the pixies rush towards the students, causing them to scatter. Ultima and Diablo stood still, observing the little insurance causing chaos amidst the room. The yellow irises saw the little creatures pick Neville by the ears and hang him by the collar on the ceiling. How unprofessional. Diablo sighs, swatting a few away with ease. And he calls himself a teacher. Ultima scoffs, seeing on Pixie about to do something to her. However, once it saw Ultima, it froze, recognizing the power she held means one thing. DD demons. It shouted in another language, backing to Harry. It turns around, sensing the same power within the former boy who lived. A demon lord. Every pixie turns around, seeing the three standing there, and senses their auras. Everyone back to the cage. Every pixie flies back to the cage, terrified of the demons in the classroom. Everyone blinks at the sudden change from a mischievous little annoyance to cowering little bugs. Lockhart's head peeks out from beneath his desk, not hearing the chaos caused by the Cornish pixies. However, the room was still a mess. Lockhart looks at the class with an unsure what to do next. Class dismissed, he announced. Later that day, Harry was with his Quidditch team heading over to the Quidditch field to practice for this coming match against Slytherin. All right, I spent the whole summer devising a strategy for us. We practice in the earlier morning and longer what? I don't believe it. Oliver Wood groans, seeing the Slytherin team coming over. The team followed their captain to meet up with the Slytherin's team captain. Where do you think you're going, Flint? Oliver asked the rival house's Quidditch captain. Marcus Flint grins, walking up to his rival. Quidditch practice, Harry responded. I booked the field for Gryffindor today. Oliver retorted to the Slytherin's response. Flint smirks, taking out a scroll, and hands over to the Gryffindor. Easy Wood, I got permission. He smiles. Ron and Hermione gasp, seeing the two opposing sides together in one area. Oh no, this doesn't look good. The two got up, not noticing that Diablo and Gabiru were watching from the archway to the courtyard. Should we intervene? Gabiru asked the demon butler. Diablo places his hand on his chin, observing the whole event. Let's see what our young master's actions are, Gabiru Dono, he said. Harry looks and listens as Oliver reads the note out loud to the whole group. Severus Snape Irby approved the Slytherin team to give the Quidditch field to train their new seeker. Oliver looks up at Marcus, curious about their seeker. You got yourselves a new seeker? He asked. Marcus grins as the Slytherins move to the side, letting their new seeker. Malfoy? Harry questions. Yeah, that's right. Draco responded, and that's not all this year. He motions to each black broomstick that the team was holding. Ron and Hermione arrived, seeing the new broomsticks. Those are Nimbus's 2001s. How did you get those? Ron asked, not believing his eyes. Marcus gave a snarky smirk. A gift from Draco's father. Ron sneers at the whole house. Draco steps up to the red hair, still retaining his smirk. You see, Weasley, unlike some, my father can afford the best. Draco snarks. At least no one on the Gryffindor team had to buy them way in. Hermione steps in. Can't stand the cocky attitude this blonde has. They each have talent. Draco held his head up high at Hermione. No one asks you opinion, you filthy little mudblood. Everyone gasps hearing the insult to the Bushy-haired girl. Ron took out his broken wand and aims it at Draco. You pay for that, Malfoy. Eat slugs. Ron cast a spell at Draco but got rebounded to him. Ron landed on the ground after the rebound. Ron, are you a light? Harry asked, coming to his side. He slightly moves back, seeing Ron sitting up. Ron? The red-haired sit up, his cheeks were puffy, then out of nowhere he threw up a slug. Ah, gross. Hermione and Harry try to help their friend up but he threw up another slug. Harry, let's take Ron to Hagrid's, she said, not noticing that Gabiru and Diablo were coming up to them. Right. Harry moves to the side, letting Gabiru take Ron on his back. I'll help, young master. The Dragon Lord offered, hoisting Ron on his back. The others stare at these strangers to help Ron without question. Just lead the way, young master, Diablo said, following Harry and Hermione to the half-giant's hut. After they took Ron to Hagrid, Harry steps out and looks at his hand. Only if I could prevent that, he gritted his teeth. Nothing can stop the inevitable, Harry-sama. Harry turns around, seeing Diablo coming out of Hagrid's hut. It's bound to happen to your friend, Ronald, young master. Anything you do can't stop it, the demon explains. But if I did, then Ron wouldn't be humiliated like that, Harry retorted, expressing that he was weak even if he was a demon. Lord's heir. Diablo sighs, using spatial magic to take out something from the pocket dimension. Since your Quidditch practice was cancelled and want to get stronger, I suggest a tutor session will suffice. He throws a sword at the young Majin. Harry grabs the sword, seeing it with his own eyes. But this wasn't the practice sword that Master Hakuro let me use. He explains. Insert Minda Rin. Like flames, instrumental. Indeed, you've been practicing with a wooden one that I believe you're ready for a real one. Diablo walks to the clearing up ahead, near the school in Hagrid's hut. Harry followed, seeing what his butler intends to do. Diablo took out his blade, facing the young master. Harry-sama, you desire to be stronger, yet you lack the confidence to do so. He scolded him as his tutor. As your tutor, it's my job to see that you are fully trained to rule as your father's heir. Thus, I will see your resolve. Harry stood there, seeing the stance his butler took. He listens to Diablo's lesson. If he is going to be Tempest's leader, then he must overcome this block. All right, he closes his eyes, letting the wind blow in the field. The two stood there, face to face, neither budging. Then in a split second Diablo appeared before his sight, his sword ready to strike. Ha! Harry's instincts kick in. He reacted by blocking the strike. A loud metallic sound echoes in the air. Students were walking down the path, enjoying the fresh air when a loud clang echoed in their ears. They all cover them like they were being pierced in their ears. What was that? I think it's coming from there, let's check it out. The students rushed over where the sound originated from. Hermione exited Hagrid's hut, feeling like Ron was well cared for with Gabiru and Hagrid inside. Now, where did Harry and Diablo went? A loud sound caused her to cover her ears. Hermione looks around, curious where that sound was coming from. Where did that sound came from? She asks herself when she hears the clashing of metal from a distance. As they say, curiosity kills the cat. The young Gryffindor ran to check it out. Upon arrival, Hermione saw bewildered students watching a sword fight on the field. Hermione gasps seeing who was fighting. Harry didn't notice the people watching him and Diablo dueling it out. He ran over to Diablo, striking at his side only for him to block it. He spun around and stuck the other side when he did it again. Diablo watches the young master giving his all to defeat him. You're relying on your strength, young master. Remember, speed is the key. He brought down his sword from above. Harry saw this and acted promptly by blocking with his sword above him. The same sound echoes in the air, causing him to huff. You can't stay in this position forever, my lord. Your enemy can easily find an opening if smart enough, Diablo informed him. Hermione saw Harry struggling with the weight of Diablo's sword. Not wanting anyone injured, she took out her wand and was about to cast a stunner spell. Harry, Diablo, stop. Shuna blocks Hermione's way with her hand. No, Harry-sama is safe. Nothing to worry about. Ultima joins in, watching the young master closely. This is his tutoring lesson, don't get involved. She glares back. But just watch. Shuna smiles. Harry saw that his arms were getting tired by this position, as such he remembers Sue's movements when he was training in the forest. Now or never, he thoughts. What are you going to do, young Moss? Diablo steps back, seeing Harry's feet about to kick his chin. Impressive, did he got that from Sue Dono? He questions, seeing Harry landing perfectly. Harry crouched down on the floor, he brought his sword to the side before rushing at Diablo. Ha! He swung his sword as Diablo shifts to the side, letting his fist propels for him. On impulse, Harry blocks the attack with his forearms and swinging his sword. Diablo blocks before attacking the left with his sword. Harry intercepts it, pushing it away before doing a roundhouse kick which was blocked. However, that left an opening for an attack, thus. Harry swung down his sword at Diablo only for him to deflect it. End song. The demon intercepts it, seeing Harry spins around and thrust his sword to him where it met his heart. Harry huffed, exhausted, and yet felt he had achieved something for once. Diablo looked impressed, no proud of what Harry achieved. Kahuhuhuhu. Well done, young master. Your resolve is impressive, you were able to best me when I was holding back. He grins. If you weren't to beat me, then you have much to learn. Wait, holding back? Harry looks at Diablo, placing the sword on the grass by its blade. Yes, you're very much aware of what I am, Harry-sama, Diablo commented, explaining that nobody has beaten him when holding back. Only a few can achieve that, your mother for instance, but that's a story for another time. Harry smiles, proud of his accomplishment. Than you, Diablo. He huffs, never went all out before. That said, I'm sure the others will agree with me. Diablo smiles, motioning to the ones who saw their duel. Huh? Harry looks around, seeing the flabbergasted expression of his fellow students. Oh, I didn't realize that. Harry Potter. What was that just now? Hermione exclaims, marching up to her best friend after seeing an advanced form of sword fighting. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 18 AN. Sorry it took long, I started school and things are stressful now to work on this. So forgive me for a slow update. Another thing, what is Rimuru and Velgrin's relationship? I tried to search for it but came out nothing. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH18 Incident Number 1. The cat Hermione saw Harry sitting in front of Shuna writing something in a different language. The event from yesterday was shocking. Never seen anyone move or fight like that. Good thing that Ron wasn't there to see it. He'll start questioning him, ultimately concluding it's dark magic. The bushy-haired girl shook her head, seeing that Harry closes his book. That's all for today, Harry-sama, about the 12 patrons of your family. The Oni princess smiles, gathering the papers and documents she'd prepared. Harry sighs, smiling at the tutoring session is done. He stretches his arms, curious about what Shuna taught him. I do wonder how. Adelman and you cast H. The young Majin turns to his door, seeing Hermione peering inside his room. Sorry, Harry. I overheard the end of your tutoring session. Hermione cleared her throat, embarrassed that she went on and spied on her friend. Shuna shook her head. It's quite all right, Hermione-san. But I do request you that you refrain from overhearing our lesson, she asked politely and sternly. Thou, Ms. Granger, this is a private lesson for Harry-sama. Hermione jumps, turning around, and seeing Diablo walking in like an evil mastermind. Diablo. Hermione gasps, seeing Harry's butler coming from the shadows. Diablo looks at the bushy-haired girl, still shocked to see him entering the room. The subjects that we're teaching the young master is important as the heir of Tempest. He explains to the bookworm. So any information we provided for him is strictly for him. Harry looks at his friend apologetically to her. Sorry my own, but this is what I need to do, he said. Oh, it's all right, Harry. Say, have you seen Ron? Hermione asked, changing the subject before she did anything else to upset the followers of Harry. Harry shook his head. No, the last time I saw Ron was when he has detention with Lockhart. He informed Hermione when he last saw their friend. I see, let's go meet him, Hermione suggested. The young Majin nodded, agreeing with the bushy-haired girl. Yeah, let's do it. Shuna smiles, placing the documents in a folder. I shall accompany you, Harry-sama. Ultima-sama and Gabiru Dono are already asleep. In their quarters. The Oni princess said, carrying the folder to Diablo, who received it gracefully. Harry turning to Diablo, inclining his head to him. I'll be putting these away, young master. I await your return. He walks to the room that McGonagall provided for the group. Shall we get going? Hermione asked the two, receiving a nod from them. The two made their way through the halls. Shuna and Harry sensed something was off about this place. A sinister feeling that can make anyone wary of their surroundings. Harry Sama, something is wrong here. Harry nodded, feeling it too. When he looks at Hermione, she seems that she didn't sense anything. I think it is who felt it, he responded. Suddenly he heard a voice know a plea. P-L-A-S-H-P-E. Harry couldn't tell what the voice was saying, but it seems it's crying for help. Shuna, Hermione, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help. He asked the two females with him. I didn't hear anything, Harry, Hermione responded to his question. Shuna agrees with the human witch, hearing no voice. I agree with Hermione-san, I didn't hear anything, she said as they saw Ron coming down the stairs. Hermione smiles, rushing to the red-haired boy. Ron, how was it? She asked about the detention tonight. Ron groans, not liking that one bit. Professor Lockhart had me signing some of his fan mail. It made my hand hurt a lot. He complains before looking at the group. So what are you guys doing here late? Did dinner move back an hour? He asked. No, but I did save some food for you, Hermione said, trying to be helpful. H-He-P-I-I-D-D-A. Guy, Harry blinks, hearing the voice again. This time was louder than the first. There it is again. Harry speed walks to the left hall, making the other three confused about what he was doing. Harry Sama, where are you going? Shuna turns to the young master, watching him going down the hall. Harry wait, Hermione rushed over to the young Majin, curious about where he's going. Ron was confused about what's going on. Wait for me guys, he shouted as he rushed over to join them. Harry listens to the voice, getting weaker by the second call. Once walks to the main hallway, the voice ceases. Wait, where? Harry. Hermione and Ron ran over to the young Majin looking like he's lost. Shuna rushed over, her sandals splashes on the puddles around the floor. She noticed a trail of spiders, exiting the window next to her. Strange, spiders don't usually do that, she commented, seeing a fair share of spiders before. Hermione looks around her, noticing the number of puddles in this area of the school. Harry, what has gotten into you? She asked, curious as to why he's acting weird. Upon arriving, she saw Harry looking up at something. Ron walks over, wary of the spiders crawling on the stone floor of the hall. Why spiders? He groans, fearing the small creepy creatures. He looks over at where Hermione saw Harry, then he shifts his head above, seeing something that terrifies him. Dear Merlin, isn't that Filch's cat? His eyes widen at the petrified state. What happened to her? Hermione questions, seeing the frozen cat. She then notices the words in blood. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, enemies of the air beware. Shuna walks up to the cat, gently placing her down from the candles. The hall quickly filled up with unsparing students and staff, curious about what's going on. Is that Filch's cat? Oh Merlin, what happened to her? Did Harry's servant killed her? I knew they were off. Harry could hear them whispering that Shuna petrified Filch's cat. Right before Harry could defend his attendant when Argus Filch enters the scene. What's going on here? Stop crowding the halls, you. The old caretaker saw Mrs. Norris, frozen in the arms of the Oni princess. Mrs. Norris. Filch trails off, seeing his pet cat lifeless. Why you killed Mrs. Norris? Shuna remains cool-headed by the old caretaker's accusation over her. I have not. I arrive when Harry Sama and his friends. We found your pet cat in a petrified state, she explains calmly. Dumbledore and the rest of the main staff enter the hall, hearing the commotion from the ghost, Argus. Dumbledore saw the bloody writing on the wall. I want every student back in their dormitories this instant. He orders every perfect from each house to lead the children away from this area. Everyone but you four. He eyes Harry and his friends. Headmaster, this girl has not petrified Mrs. Norris, Argus, Dumbledore stated, assuming she can't doing magic. But someone else did. Too bad. I know a counterspell if I arrive in time. Diablo appeared with Ultima and Gabiru. It seems you've gotten yourself in trouble, young master. He walks over to the cat, examining her everywhere. Interesting. I've seen this petrification before. Cockatrice? Gorgon? Basilisk? No, they're lizard-like. Curse object? Naga? No, Albus is stonier than this. Oh well. Mr. Diablo, are you saying you can unpetrified Mr. Filch's cat? McGonagall asked, a bit hopeful that he could do it. Even if he has to mention someone with the powers to petrify people. I need to consult my fellow subordinate about this kind of petrification, Diablo explains, motioning to Ultima next, though I'll have Ultima prepare the ingredients. Ultima was confused. Why was she being the one to help a cat? And why should I help? I see nothing fun in helping others. How dare you? Mrs. Norris is in good hands. Ultima shall do it. Diablo glares at his fellow primordial demon, hearing her sigh. Ultima hates it but can't really refuse. Fine, it'll take me a few days, but without knowing the species of said petrification I can't really do much, she shrugs. Have the mandrakes do it. They are known to make the mandrake. Restorative draft potions. McGonagall steps in, trying to help out where she can. Very well, you greasy man. Ultima points at Snape, receiving a raised eyebrow towards her. Give me your laboratory, I need a place to work. Snape scoffs, thinking for 1 second that if she could use his classroom he has carefully arranged. Like hell I am. I still don't trust you, girl. How'd I know that you won't do anything in my lab? He asked, wanting insurance for her to use it. Harry steps in. She takes orders from my dad. I'm next in line for the chain of command. He stated, seeing Dumbledore trying to stop this. Harry, my boy, that won't be necessary. Dumbledore stared at him with twinkling blue eyes. Professor Snape is more than capable of creating the potion. Besides, you shouldn't be giving orders this young to your caretaker's followers. Very well, Harry-sama. I shall keep things as they were. Ultima waved her hand, hearing Harry's orders loud and clear. Harry turns to Ultima, hearing that she complied with his request. Thank you, Ultima, he smiles. For the meantime, go back to your dorms for the night. Dumbledore orders the 3 Gryffindors, wanting to conduct his investigation on this area. The 3 nodded, obliging the old wizard's request. I shall escort them back. Gabiru jumps in the conversation. Diablo and Shuna agree with the Dragon Lord. Very well, Gabiru Dono, we shall leave the 3 in your care, Diablo said, hinting that he'll do his own investigation with Shuna. All right, Diablo Dono. The Dragon Lord caught on to what the demon said. Harry felt Gabiru's hand on his back, guiding him and his friends to their rooms. Come along, young master. You still have class tomorrow, then you can think of the tournament next week. The Dragonude grins, trying to take his mind off of Mrs. Norris's fate. Later that night, once everyone was asleep, Harry was still up, pondering on the event this evening. More importantly, on the voice he heard in the walls. Harry got out of his bed. He slightly whistles to Hedwig to come over. The snowy owl flutters over to him, resting on his arm. The young Majin and his familiar sat alone in the common room of his house. I know I heard it, girl. I heard a voice crying out for help, he said to his owl. Hedwig nuzzles against her partner's cheek in an attempt to make him feel better. I didn't hear anything, young master. Harry's shadow morphs, taking a form of a white Tempest Star wolf. Harry turns to his other follower, happy he was here. Padfoot, of course, you didn't notice any. Padfoot shook his head, disagreeing with the young Majin. I didn't say I noticed something, Harry-sama. The white wolf explains. I do sense someone like me in pain and suffering. So I was right. Harry ponders on that feeling. If it makes things better, I suggest you do your own investigating, Padfoot suggested to the young demon lord. Harry thought for a moment about what Padfoot suggested to him. Diablo, Shuna, Gabiru, or Ultima would just report to Rimuru if they caught on. Then he just realized something. Harry looks down at Padfoot, curious about him. Aren't you reporting things to Dad, Padfoot? You know, like the others? He asked the white Tempest Star wolf. Padfoot shook his head, wagging his tail happily. Of course not, young master. I'm the same age as you in human terms. I'm here as your companion, your loyal subordinate, he proclaims, his tail still wagging happily. Harry reaches out, scratching Padfoot's head. Thanks, Padfoot, for being a friend, he chuckles. Padfoot whines, panting with joy. Anything for you, young master, he barks. The next morning Harry sat next to Ron on the left side of the Transfiguration's classroom. Professor McGonagall was lecturing about transforming an animal into a glass goblet. He looks to his left where Diablo and Shuna stood near the wall next to their desk. I wonder where's Gabiru? Harry thought. Padfoot, still in his shadows, answers for him. He and Ultima Sama are on an assignment from Diablo Sama about last night's incident, he explains. I see, Harry nodded before hearing McGonagall clear her throat. Is there something you need, Mr. Tempest? McGonagall raised her eyebrow, still holding to Toucan on her arm. Everyone snickers when Harry was told off like that by the professor. No, Professor, Harry answers. McGonagall turns her head back to the Toucan. Now, right now I want you all to transform your familiars to water goblets like so. She took out her wand, gently placing it on the Toucan. 1, 2, 3, Vira Verto. The Toucan immediately transformed into a glass goblet. Diablo observes the old witch's magic, finding that spell intriguing for him. Interesting. McGonagall looks around the room for a volunteer to perform the spell. Of course, her eyes caught on to Hermione raising her hand, but she decided to try someone different. Mr. Weasley, care to try the spell? She asked. Ron's face paled, knowing his wand's messed up. Remember, 1, 2, 3, Vira Verto. McGonagall observes the red-haired boy about to perform the spell. Ron flicks his wand 3 times at Scabbers. Vira Verto. A magical outburst erupts, causing the rat to transform into a half-rat and half-goblet. You need to get that wand check, Mr. Weasley, McGonagall orders the young wizard. Hermione raised her hand, causing McGonagall to pick her. Yes, Ms. Granger? Professor, I was wondering if you can tell us about the Chamber of Secrets? Hermione asked, receiving a worried expression on McGonagall's face. The old witch looks around her classroom, seeing those who want to know as well. I'm quite curious too, dear Professor, Diablo spoke out. McGonagall sighs. Very well, as you are aware, Hogwarts was founded by Godric Gryffindor, Helga Hufflepuff, Rowena Ravenclaw, and Salazar Slytherin. She explains about their friendship and ideals for the school, however, went dark for Salazar. Salazar believes that magic should be performed by the purebloods only. He has a distaste for the Muggle-born and half-bloods. McGonagall shudders at the thought of Salazar's motives. According to legend, Salazar built a chamber known as the Chamber of Secrets. McGonagall explains, it is said that the only true heir of Slytherin can open the chamber and release the horror within. She continues, dread and fear within her voice. In which it'll kill those in Slytherin's view to study magic. McGonagall finishes before noticing Hermione raising her hand once more. Professor, why haven't we found the chamber? Hermione asked, and the Transfiguration's professor answered promptly. McGonagall looks at Hermione in a calm tone. That's because Ms. Granger, it's a legend. Nothing more, she states before moving on to the lesson. Later that day Diablo had called in a meeting with the guardians of their young master. We know why we're here. I'm not going to waste time informing you all what has occurred. Ultima scoffs at the leader of the Black Numbers. Well duh, Harry Sama is in danger just being here. The primordial demon waves her hand, caring for his safety. I say that we just bring him back to Tempest and let the wizards deal with this problem on their own. Isn't that against Harry Sama's wishes? Gabiru asked, thinking about the well-being of the young master. He was clearly forceful when it comes to Hogwarts. Shuna agrees with the Dragon Lord's statement. Gabiru Dono is right. This is Harry Sama's wish, and must respect it, she stated. Diablo sighs. Very well, we need to keep a watchful eye around this school, he said to the group. Ultima groans, crossing her arms in frustration. Fine, if you all agree to it then I have to as well, she huffs. Shouldn't we inform Rimuru Sama about tonight's transgression? Gabiru asked, knowing that the slime wants to know everything that might cause danger to his son. Yes, I was about to use Hedwig for that, to deliver a message to Gringotts, then he can deliver to him. Diablo explains his plans to the group. Ultima cleared her throat. Might I ask to bring a certain person over for an insight of the petrification skills? She asked. Diablo caught on to Ultima's suggestion. Very well, I shall ask Carrion-sama, he said. Shuna heard footsteps coming from the stairs. Someone's coming. She motions to leave before a staff member sees them acting suspiciously. Is there someone here? McGonagall walks into the common room, thinking she might have heard something in her house. Ah, Professor McGonagall, good evening. The old witch jumps, frightened to see the demon butler walking over with a piece of paper and a pen. The old professor sighs in relief that it was just Diablo and not an intruder. However, the demon just being here late at night is suspicious too. Mr. Diablo, might I ask why you're up this late? Even butlers need sleep. Diablo chuckles at the funny comment. Kahuhuhuhu, amusing. Professor. He folded up the paper, then seals in an envelope. I was merely giving my report to my master. He whistles, calling Hedwig over to him. I do hope it's acceptable for me to send a progress letter to my master, Professor? Diablo asked, ready to use his charms if it comes to that. No, it's quite fine, Mr. Diablo. I'm sure Mr. Tempest wants a report of Harry's school progress. McGonagall said, all right with him sending him daily reports to the adopted father of Harry. Though, for future reference, I do suggest that you should refrain from sending Hogwarts schoolwork to Mr. Tempest. It's the teacher's job to do that in 2 weeks for our meetings. Diablo nodded, walking to the window and release Hedwig to the night sky. Duly noted, he smiles. Tempest Rimuru closes the folder of the prosecutor report from Ultima's subordinate, Zonda. He should thank Ultima when she and the others get back for Christmas break for leaving someone to take over the prosecutor position for Tempest. All right, there. He signs the document, handing it over to Sheehan. Sheehan, take this to Zonda on the second floor. Rimuru asked the Wicked Oni to deliver the last paperwork for today. Sheehan accepted the folder happily. Of course, I will give it to him right away. She turns around seeing Rigger walking into their lord's office. Rimuru-sama, Diablo-sama has sent a report of the young master's progress at his school. The Hobgoblin King walks over to the Slime's desk, handing the letter to him. Sheehan was curious, looking at the demon lord as he opens the letter. What does it say, Rimuru-sama? The warlord asked her master. Rimuru smiles reading the first part of Diablo's letter. Well, Harry has shown an improvement with his sword fighting, he read. Just like the young master. Always working his hardest, Sheehan exclaims her pride for Harry. His management skills need some work, but progressing, Rimuru continued. Rigard sniffs, feeling proud of their young master. He's making us proud, my lord. The Hobgoblin King cried. And what? Rimuru stood up abruptly, reading the last part of the letter. Both Rigard and Sheehan jump when they heard their lord exclaims. What is it, Rimuru-sama? Rigard asked cautiously, worried that something happened to the young master. Did something happen to Harry-sama? Sheehan asked, hoping this wasn't the case. Rimuru sat back down in his chair, hand scratching the back of his head. It seems there's a petrification incident in the school. Chamber of Secrets, wasn't that an old legend? He questions, though he should not be surprised the name is mentioned. Most legends are actually true, just like Uren's fairy tale. Did Diablo request for assistance over at Hogwarts? Sheehan asked the demon lord. Just one, Albus. She might have some insights into what's happening at the school. Rimuru ponders, rereading the letter. Though, she is over at Urzania for her monthly check-in with Carrion. He ponders, taking the paper next to him and wrote her name on it. Rigard observes what the slime is doing, seeing the name of the lycanthrope on with some other names. My lord, what are you doing? Rimuru looks at Rigard, placing his pen down. Just writing the names who are coming with me in 2 weeks to Hogwarts, Rigger. Albus is now coming as a consult for Ultima creating the antidote. He explains, looking at the sky. Harry, please don't do anything foolish over there. How do you like it? Rimuru comes over soon, then the chaos will start. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 19 AN. Please enjoy the chapter. CH19 Quidditch Accident. Harry looks out at the Quidditch field seeing everyone around the stands. His eyes then caught Gabiru cheering out. Harry-sama is the greatest. You can do it. He sang his heart, causing the crowd to stare at the Dragonoot. Show all your strength and power. Diablo just remained silent, tuning out Gabiru's horrible singing. Harry cringes at the cheer that the Dragon Lord made for him. Gabiru, why, he groans, a bit flattered that he made a cheer just for him but also embarrassed that he made a cheer just for him. He did however wonder if the Dragon Lord made one for his father too. Wood walks behind Harry, patting on his back. Ready, Harry? This is the first game of the year, let's make it memorable for all. He leans in, whispering into his ears. And maybe get some new requisites this year as well, he winks. Harry chuckles, seeing the rest of his teammates fly off from the sidelines and into the field. He joins in with his teammates, meeting with Draco smirking at him. Ready to lose, Potter? The blonde boy snickers. Not in a lifetime, Malfoy. After all, Harry looks down at his friends and his Tempest Guardians smiling at him. I have the support of my friends' support no matter what the outcome, unlike yours who expect the impossible, he smirks. You'll eat those words, Potter, Draco growls at the Demon Lord's heir. Madam Hooch walks over to the center. She looks at each team. I want a nice clean game, from each of you. She kicks open the box, releasing both the bludgers and snitch. Play ball. She tosses the quaffle in the air, thus starting the match. Wood quickly caught the quaffle and flies straight for the Slytherin's goal. He evaded the defenders with great speed, as a result, he won some points. And Wood scored 10 points for Gryffindor, Dean announced in the microphone. The Gryffindors cheered for the points they just earned. Interesting, so this is the sport you wizard kind do for fun. The demon commented, seeing their young master zipping around the field, chancing a golden little fairy. Why is Harry Sama chasing a little fairy? Shouldn't he be with the players? Shuna questions, observing her lord's son. Ron looks at Shuna, surprised that she doesn't know how to play Quidditch. How you don't know Quidditch? It's like the most popular sport ever, he exclaims his enthusiasm for the game. Shuna gave a smile to the red-haired boy. Sadly, brooms are only used for sweeping, not flying, Ron-kun, she explains. So, how does it work? Ultima asked, seeing Harry do some acrobatics with his broom in the air. So each goal they made in the hoops are 10 points with the quaffle. Hermione points to the odd-shaped ball that Flint threw at Gryffindor's goal. That's the oddly shaped ball that Flint threw, receiving the Slytherin team 10 points, she explains. Ultima and Shuna nodded. I see, the Oni princess nodded, hearing the Slytherins scored another 10 points. So what's Harry Sama's goal in this game? Ultima asked the bushy-haired girl. Ron steps in. Harry's purpose is the Seeker. It's Tay Seeker's job to catch the golden snitch. He explains to the two Tempest residents. If Harry caught the snitch, then he wins additional 150 points for the team. Simple enough. Ultima blinks before seeing Harry pass them by. The primordial demon of purple got up, hands over her mouth, and shouted, "Come on, Harry Sama." Harry flies across the field, not taking his eyes off the golden snitch. The snitch flies into the Slytherin crowd, causing them to scream in fear. A bludgeon appeared, giving chase to the young Majin. Shit, Harry rode faster, trying to get away from the Rouge Bludger but also trying to catch the snitch too. Hagrid peers in his binoculars, watching Harry flying away from a bludger. Blimey, Harry got himself a rogue bludger, he exclaims. Causing Diablo and the others to worry. That's been tampered with, he points out the Oddbedger's action. Ron and Gabiru stood up, Ron aiming at the bludger and Gabiru about to intervene. I'll stop it. Ron aims for the bludger. Don't worry, Harry Sama, your good friend Gabiru will save. The Dragonoot was grabbed by Diablo by his collar. Diablo dono? Diablo glares at the Dragon Lord. Gabiru dono, whatever you're thinking you cannot. You might accidentally hit the young master. He explains, preventing that to happen. Hermione did the same for Ron, stopping him from performing a spell. Don't you might hit Harry, she exclaims. So what do we do? Ron asked, looking around for an answer to the problem. Shuna looks at the field, praying that their young master is safe. We need to trust Harry Sama, she said. Harry flies across the field, then the underground, seeing the snitch in his reach. His eyes caught Draco, flying next to him. Hey Scarhead, try to keep up. Draco grins, flying ahead of him. Damn Malfoy, Harry growls, flying after him. Damn, if I don't catch up then. Note: If you were to fly above the individual Draco Malfoy, then you have the room to go the exact speed you need. Great Sage explains the best possible outcome for victory. Why are, Harry thought on the suggestion the voice made for him as he evades the pillars and beams. He sighs, giving it a try. All right voice, I'll try it your way. He lifts the broom, flying above the beams. The bludger tried to follow Harry but lost him when he went up. Draco grins, seeing that Potter backed away from him. Hey, Potter is too cowardly to even continue the chase. The bludger ran into Malfoy's broom, damaging the end, causing him to fly out of the side of the field and landed in a split on the grass. Everyone cringes at the sight of the painful position the blonde was in. Wait, where's Harry? Hermione looks for him on the field. Gabiru saw his young master going for a dive in the side of the field. I see him, he's going back inside. He points to the young Majin flying inside. Note: there's a 50-50% chance to get out without seriously injuring yourself. The voice informed the Majin. Well, thank you voice, good to know the odds. Harry thought, reaching out for the snitch. Suddenly the golden orb flew up. TCH. The Majin flies up too, following the golden snitch up in the air. Go Harry! Everyone cheered, seeing the black-haired boy reaches for the snitch. Inches away from grasping the little ball of bludger impacts the broomstick's end, causing Harry to tip over. Losing control of his broom. Diablo and the rest stood up, scared for the young master. Harry Sama! They cried, seeing their young lord manages to guide his broom to the soft grass before tipping over and rolled on the ground. Harry's eyes widen, feeling his wrist twist at an uncomfortable angle. NGH. He rolled over to the sand, holding his wrist. Damn it, I think it's broken. He chuckles, thinking this was the 50% chance the voice predicted. His eyes then saw the same bludger coming straight for him, then he caught his friends coming to him. His senses felt the presence of the bludger still after him. The Majin moves to the left, dodging the bludger's impact. Harry dodges the bludger's attack when the pain got to him. Hermione was about to stop the bludger when a black flaming whip beats her to it. A black flamed whip snaps the bludger into a million pieces that sprinkled the ground. Hermione and Ron turn to Ultima with recoiling the whip to her side. TCH, that will teach that thing for messing with the young master, Ultima growls, seeing Lockhart rush over to him. Oh, Harry, don't move, I got this. Lockhart took the broken wrist, examining it before taking his wand out. I got the spell to fix that right up. Harry panicked, not trusting him one bit. I think Shuna or Diablo can. Nonsense, your servants don't have magic that can heal your arm, Lockhart said, trying to gain more fame for healing the young Majin. He aims his wand at the broken wrist and casts the spell promptly. Brachia Memento. Diablo can sense that he's not skilled with that spell. He was about to go over to heal Harry but was too late. I believe I can handle Harry Sama's in. He paused, seeing the young master's arm was like a bendy toy. Harry Sama, don't worry, I will take you somewhere. Gabiru froze, seeing Harry's arm bending where it shouldn't be bending. Everyone arrived and saw what the incompetent fool has done to the son of a demon lord. Lockhart chuckles, seeing the spell hasn't worked as he hoped. Ron cringes at the disgusting sight while Hermione held her mouth at the state of their friend's arm. Well, that might sometimes happen. Lockhart chuckles, bending Harry's arm to where it shouldn't be. The point is that you no longer felt any pain. He laughs. Shuna covered her mouth, seeing the arm of her young master. She then heard a loud thud next to her and saw Gabiru faints at the sight. Gabiru Dono, she exclaims. Feel pain? He doesn't even have bones. Hagrid shouted at the idiot wizard for doing that to James and Lily's son. At least he can. In a split second, Ultima grabs Lockhart by the collar, furious at the state of the young master is in. Gak. Lockhart's face turns pale, hearing an innocent little girl use a grown-up term. You know, if my lord hasn't ordered me not to kill everyone here. Her piercing yellow eyes glare right through the human, sending much fear into his very soul. What or why you going to? Lockhart was beyond terrified. In fact, he just soiled himself, feeling the intense aura of a demon lord. Ultima pulls him closer, leaning into his ears. I'm going to make your life a living hell. She giggles evilly at him. After all, I was named the Pain Lord for nothing, she grins. Lockhart gulps, still soiling himself in public. He looks at Diablo for help, however. The expression he has was all too terrifying than Ultima's. His face was all black, and a single red pupil can be seen from his shadowy face. All right, that's enough. Dumbledore broke through the crowd, seeing Harry's injury. Dumbledore sensed an evil aura coming from Ultima and Diablo. An aura he wasn't too familiar with. You Mr. Diablo. He jumps, seeing that dark face of the Magic Lord. He disregards what he saw since Harry is injured. Can you take Mr. Tempest to the infirmary? Madame Pomfrey will heal him up, he sweats. Diablo's face reverts to his normal expression, taking Harry's injury first in his mind. Of course, Harry Sama is seriously injured, I shall escort him, however. His face turns to a displeased expression, not to Lockhart but all the staff of Hogwarts. For next week's parent-teachers conference, expect a very displeased meeting with my lord and the rest of the family. He walks over to Harry, picking him up on his back. Diablo, hush, young master. I shall be with you until you're fully healed. I shall write a letter to Rimuru Sama about this. Diablo stated, not wanting him to waste his energy. Harry knew there's no point in stopping the demon. He looks to Ultima, still gripping onto Lockhart's collar. Ultima, let him go. Pleased? He asked then at Gabiru laying on grass, and take Gabiru? Ultima lets go of Lockhart's collar and looks at her young master. Of course, young master. She grabs Gabiru by the leg and drags him as she follows Diablo. Ron never felt fear of anyone other than Voldemort. He looks to Shuna, sharing the same furious expression as the others. Shuna. He called her name. Shuna snaps out of it and looks at the two friends of her young master. Yes, Ron-kun? She asked. We should go and see if Harry's all right. Ron motions to the already gone demon lords. Shuna nodded, motioning her hands for the two to lead the way. I'll follow you two behind, she said. Oh. Hermione blinks, realizing that she might know where the infirmary is. It's this way, Shuna. The bushy-haired girl motions the Oni princess to follow them. Dumbledore breathes out, feeling like he was carrying the entire school on his back. That was the most terrifying experience that I had. He said to himself. He looks at the Tempest group. Leaving the Quidditch field with his puppet behind. Whatever they are, they were not normal wizards or witches. Taking the black whip he just saw with the Ultima girl when fending off the bludger from hitting Harry Potter. He must know what's with these people, and nothing is more perfect than meeting them next week. After all, he has dealt with angry parents before, dealing with this. Rimuru Tempest is like everyday parents, though seeing that display of power by the violet-haired girl, it's a perfect reason to go with the perfect plan he devised for a while. Maybe after speaking with Harry's adopted father, I can convince him to give his rights up. He smiles, walking to the school. Tempest Rimuru was preparing to leave for Gringotts then head to the school. Rimuru-sama, everyone who's on your guest list has arrived. Rigard walks up to the demon slime, with the guest following behind him. Rimuru turns around, seeing the guest that requested to come to see Harry at his school. Yo, Rimuru, are we set to leave? Guy walks over to his fellow demon lord. Guy, yeah, we're about to depart. Rimuru motions to the carriage behind them. Velzard walks over to the carriage, taking note of the elegant design. Era, Rimuru, your nation is always outstanding with designs. The white ice dragon commented on the designs. Gahahahahahaha. Right? Our little brother has some taste. Veldora laughs, proud of the slime he calls a brother. The white dragon smiles at her little brother. Veldora, do you remember proper etiquette when arriving at nephew's school? She asked, trying not to embarrass their family in front of others. Veldora twiddles his fingers, being scolded by his elder sister. Not to shout or say any profanity, he answered, seeing Velzard nod. A female with light blue hair and golden eyes in a black dress steps forward, taking in the elegant carriage they're about to go in. TCH, even I hate to say it. It expresses your nation, Rimuru. Velgrand huffs, unfolding her fan. So, do you have anything about nephew's school before we depart? Rimuru thought for a moment at his elder sister's comment. He remembers all the discrimination the wizards have towards other creatures that aren't purebred wizards. Well, they're very ethnocentric, believing that pureblood purity is the highest form of social status, and they look down upon other creatures in the world. He informed the group. Guy ponders on what the demon slime said to them. So we can't tell them that we're demon lord or dragons. He said, encountering some humans like that before. Yeah, we can do a low profile. He crosses his arms. Thank you, Guy. Rimuru smiles before sighing. Too bad Milam was busy with Frey at her domain to come with us. Rimuru-sama, we got a letter from Diablo. Rimuru turns to Shion walking over with Albus, just arriving back from Eurazania. Rimuru was confused on why Diablo sent a letter this late when they're about to take off. Is it important, Shion? He asked, taking the letter from the warlord. Veldora, Velgrand, Guy, and Velzard's ears perked hearing that. Rimuru received a letter from his butler. They all huddle around the demon slime, listening into what the letter said. Dear Rimuru-sama, to my deepest regret, the young master received some serious injury during his Quidditch match today. Unfortunately, we've only brought high potions with us. In short, the defense against the dark arts teacher, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart, has attempted to heal Harry-sama's injury with a healing spell. However, this spell backfired, and as a result, Harry-sama's arm lost all of its bones. My sincerest apologies, my lord, for our late actions. From your loyal subordinate, Diablo. Albus was curious, walking up to the powerful family. My lords, what did the letter say? The lycanthrope and the wicked Oni felt a surge of anger radiating from the powerful individuals. Rimuru-sama, did something happen to Harry-sama? Shion asked her lord, sensing the angry aura from them. The violet-haired woman steps back, seeing the dark faces from the dragons and demon lords. Rimuru crumples the letter. His hands were shaking from the rage he felt when he read the letter. Oh yes, Shion, just prepare your Hercules edge and some full potions. Albus and Shion step back, seeing the red glares from the slime's dark face. There's going to be repentances to Hogwarts' incomparable staff, Rimuru said. His voice had a sense of anger within them. Hogwarts. Harry sat in the infirmary with Shuna, Hermione, Ron, and Ultima. Diablo was sending a report to his father yet to return. He looks at Malfoy right across from him, moaning at his minor injury. As for Gabiru, well, he's next to him still out cold. How are you feeling, Harry-sama? Shuna asked. Yeah, how's your arm? Ron asked, worried for his friend's limb. A bit weird, but all right, Ron. Harry smiles, hearing Pomfrey rushing in with an elixir. Pomfrey turns to Draco, moaning like he was dying. Oh, stop making a fuss, Mr. Malfoy. You can go. She pushes through the Gryffindors gathering around Harry. Out of my way, out of my way. That fool should just bring him straight to me. The healer took a cup, pouring the elixir in it. Mending bones I can do in a heartbeat, but regrowing them? We're lucky to have this elixir, unlike the legendary full potions. She huffs, carefully measuring the drops. Wait, so you can be able to write? Hermione asked, concerned for her first friend. Pomfrey looks at the bright witch, nodding to her questions. I'm able to, but it'll be painful. Full potions, which are rare, could make the bones regrow in a snap. She handed the elixir to the young Majin. It's going to be a rough night, Tempest. Regrowing bones is a nasty process, Pomfrey said, seeing the boy drink the elixir. Harry's eyes widen and spat out the horrid at Ultima standing on the foot of his bed. What do you expect, pumpkin juice? Pomfrey sarcastically said. Sorry, Ultima. Harry apologizes to the Pain Lord in front of him. Ultima glared at the young master, removing the water from her sleeves. I'm going to change, heal up, young master. She marched out of the infirmity, getting fresh, clean clothes to change into. Later that night, Harry stayed in the infirmary. Pomfrey wanted him to stay for the night so the elixir would take effect. Harry woke up to the snoring of Gabiru next to him. He sighs, a bit annoyed by the noise. Hell, me. Harry looks around, hearing the same strange cry as before. What is that? He questions. Answer. A life form is nearby, unable to identify. Wait, you can sense whatever it's saying? Harry questions the voice in his head. Insert productivity. That time I got reincarnated as a slime ost. Answer. Yes, the voice in your head is known as Great Sage. A unique skill that develops within you upon your blood adoption between you and the demon lord Rimuru Tempest. Up to now, Great Sage was still developing. Conclusion. Great Sage is now fully functional and able to assist the Majin known as Harry Tempest. Harry was shocked to know the voice in his head has a name. Not only that but another gift from Rimuru. So, what's your purpose? I know you give me answers but... Answer. The unique skill Great Sage has many purposes. Examples: enemy detection, analysis of objects, detecting magicules from afar. These are just a few examples. Note. The demon lord Rimuru Tempest has this skill as well. Evolved from Great Sage to Wisdom King Raphael, and now God's Wisdom Core Seal. Oh wow, here I thought that you were just an annoying voice in my head. Harry smiles, hearing Great Sage informed him. But turns out you're a useful skill to have, he chirps. Answer. Thank you. Harry's face deadpan hearing Great Sage's answer. Was that sarcasm or... Answer. Unable to answer. Harry sighs, knowing that is sarcasm. Yep, definitely sarcasm. Notice. Weaker magicule presences are detected nearby. End song. Huh. Harry turns to the door, seeing the light coming to the infirmary. He quickly covers himself, pretending to sleep. Pomfrey walks in, guiding the nurses, McGonagall, and Dumbledore with a petrified Colin on a stretcher. What happened? Pomfrey asked. There has been another attack, Dumbledore informed the school's healer. McGonagall nudges Colin's camera, in hopes that he got something. Perhaps, Mr. Creevey has a picture of his attacker. She handed the camera to the old wizard. Upon opening the camera, the whole object sparks, indicating it has been damaged. McGonagall looks over to Dumbledore, feeling concerned about everything. What does this mean, Albus? Dumbledore's face went solemnly. He looks at the two witches in the infirmary. It means there are students here in great danger. It means the Chamber of Secrets has been opened once again. And what of the Creeveys? What shall I tell them about their son? McGonagall asked, worried about how they react to their son. They're coming next week. The truth, but keep the students away from the truth, Dumbledore advises the Transfiguration professor. I fear if this gets out then chaos will reign with the parents. With that said, the adults left the infirmary, leaving Harry to hear everything they said. Harry looks at Gabiru, still snoring after all that. I'm guessing he didn't hear that, he said blandly. Answer. Yes, An. How do you like it? The next chapter is going to be fun. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 20 An. Here it is, the chapter you have all been waiting for. So it's going to be into parts, anyways enjoy the chapter. Ch the 20th of May Retribution begin PT1 Harry stood in the foray of Hogwarts waiting for Rimuru to arrive. Dumbledore had the houses go knew their parents separately. Most parents couldn't make it due to their unchanging schedule. However, that didn't excuse the parents who made it, and there's a lot. The Slytherins went first, and of course the Malfoys made it for their only son. Next was the Ravenclaws, then the Hufflepuffs, and finally it's the Gryffindors. McGonagall was there too, supervising the whole greetings between students and parents. Diablo, Shuna, Ultima, and Gabiru stood to the side, waiting patiently for their lord to show himself. Harry got dressed accordingly in his Tempest Air uniform. He does however wear a sling to hold his cast in place. He stood near the door, a bit impatient for his dad to come. Harry? What are you wearing? Harry turns around seeing Hermione walking over to him. Oh, Hermione. This is what I wear whenever an important guest arrive at Tempest or special events. Harry explains the green military-like outfit. Shuna made it for me during my ascension to an heir, Harry explains further. Hermione nodded, taking a closer look at the outfit. Did Shuna really made that for you, Harry? She asked. Harry nodded, looking at himself from the back, smiling at the clothes. Yeah, she did. The people at Tempest has given me a lot of gifts that I don't know what to do with them, he chuckles. Wow, I guess you're very popular there, Hermione commented, hearing the large doors of the foray open to the incoming parents. Both Gryffindors turned their heads to the door, seeing the parents of their fellow Gryffindors entering the hall. Hey, have you seen Ron? I thought he was going to be here? Harry asked the bushy-haired girl next to him. Hermione blinks, pointing to Percy, Fred, Jerogay, and Ginny. He's right over there. Percy ordered them to stay together, something about Mrs. Weasley wanting to speak to Ronald Weasley. Harry and Hermione jumps when they heard the screeching howler of a certain red-haired mother. Both look over to the Weasley family, seeing the plump walking over to her youngest son. Mum, how? Don't you dare say, how are you, to me, Ronald Bilious Weasley. How dare you take the car right under our noses? We would gladly take you to Hogwarts if you were to wait. Molly scolded her youngest son. Your father is facing an inquiry at work. Thanks to your actions and foolishness he might get fired. If he does, then it's entirely your fault. She scolded him some more. Molly turns to her daughter, placing a smile on her face. And Ginny dear, congratulations on making to Gryffindor. Your father and I are so proud. She hugs the red-haired girl. She then moves on to her other sons, hugging them and placing kisses on their faces. Wow, Mrs. Weasley just went to 100-0 when it comes to Percy and the others, Hermione commented, seeing the sudden personality change. Harry agreed, seeing the change too. I guess she's saving more for later, Harry added on, having a feeling Ron's in for more. Hermione. The bushy-haired girl turns around, seeing her parents walking over to her. Mum, Dad. Hermione rushes over, hugging both Jasmine and Edward Granger. Jasmine hugs her daughter, feeling like she hasn't seen her for a long time. Oh, I know it's been a few months, but I miss you, honey. She hugged Hermione tighter. Edward kneels to her daughter's eye level, smiling at her. So, how's school, dear? Any new friends? Did you keep your grades up? He asked, wanting to know everything. Hermione nodded at her father's questions. Yes, Dad, you know me when it comes to school. She smiles at him. Of course, of course. Now I do see your red-haired boyfriend over there is preoccupied with his family. Edward looks over to the Weasleys, interacting with Neville's grandmother. His eyes then notice Harry standing behind them. Ah, Harry Potter, right? He got up, noticing the formal wear he's wearing. Harry nodded, yes sir, but I go by Harry Tempest. He corrected the father of his friend. Ah yes, sorry, Mr. Tempest. Edward apologies to the Majin before him. Jasmine walks over to the black-haired boy, noticing the formal wear on him. I see you dressed up for this occasion, how nice of you too. Do that for your father. She smiles at him. Thank you, Mrs. Granger. Harry then notices Molly and the rest of the Weasley children walking up to them. Harry, good to see you after these months. Molly greeted the young boy in the green military wear. I love your uniform, did your father bought it for you? She asked. Harry shook his head, no, Shuna made it for me. She's like a tailor back at Tempest, a famous one at that. She motions to the Oni princess standing with the other subordinates. Ron noticed the other standing in line, curious on why the strange action. He decided to ask his friend. Hey mate, why are your guardians standing in line for? Shouldn't they be with you and greet your father? He asked. You see my dad told me that a few members of our family are coming, Harry explains to the group. My family is rather respectable back home, each earns a name for them, so standing in line is a way of respect for them. I see, Hermione nodded, understanding what Harry means. Speaking of family, I don't see yours around, Harry, Fred commented, looking around for anyone who's looking for their child. Did he cancel or got lost in the crowd? George added. Harry looks around, searching for anyone that resembles the demon slime or any other beings. No, I'm guessing they're just. Notice. A powerful magicule presence has just arrived, huh? Harry felt cold arm shugging him from the back. He then noticed the shock and concern expression on the group's face. Harry, someone is. Era, you've grown a bit from the last time I saw you, Harry-kun. A caring voice commented to the young Majin. Harry felt her snuggling against his fluffy and messy hair. But you're still the lovable height that you and your father share. Who are you? Why are you hugging Mr. Potter? Percy demanded, seeing the white-haired beauty before them. Hermione blinks, seeing the strange woman hugging her friend. Harry, do you know her? She asked the Majin. The woman's golden eyes stare back at the pompous fool. Era, can't an aunt hug her own nephew? She smiles. Aunt? How can you be Harry's aunt? You don't look anything Alec. Ron was hit by his mother for saying that sentence. Ronald. Molly hissed at her son before looking over to the strange woman. I apologize for my son's behavior and comment, Diablo cleared his throat, walking over to the group and introduced the white dragon to the wizards. This here is the Empress of Ice, Velzard. The aunt of our young master. The demon introduced the white dragon. Velgard held both sides of her dress, inclining her head to the parents of her nephew's friends. Era, it's a pleasure to meet the friends of my beloved nephew. I do hope you continue your friendship with him. She smiles. Everyone saw the strange and mysterious woman proclaiming to be Harry's aunt. Hermione and Ron could tell this woman are powerful. Then she led them to be. Shaking her head, Hermione steps forward. It's nice to meet you, Lady Velzard. Yeah, nice to meet you. Ron coughs. Era. Velzard smiles before feeling a tug from her nephew. So your Uncle Veldora and Aunt Melams. Velzard patted Harry's hair, seeing he's a bit confused on most part of their relation. I'm Veldora's elder sister, Melam is my niece of our elder brother Veldanava. She explains to the young demon lord. Harry nodded, understanding the relation now. However, one thing travels across his mind. So I'm guessing you heard. His eyes motions to the sling around his neck. Velzard still retains her smile, but a cold blast of wind enters the foray. Everyone shivers, not expecting a cold draft to come this early in the autumn season. Brr, who opened the door? Edward commented, never felt this cold in his life. Aunt Velzard. Harry called her name. Diablo gently taps Velzard's shoulder, making her stop her cold winds. Velzard Sama, you're making the humans here freeze. Velzard opens her golden, furious eyes. Era, I apologize. She cooled down, literally, and returns to Harry's emerald eyes. Yes, we heard from Diablo's letter. We want a word with your instructor that causes your arm to be like that. Hold on, the headmaster took care of Lockhart. He is to not perform any heal. That's not good enough. Velzard's eyes glowed at Percy, trying to explain things to her. She then senses more magicule presence coming from the door. Harry and the others felt the powerful aura coming from the door. He looks to the door and saw two maids coming from it. Are those maids? What's with the hair? McGonagall treads over to the maids, standing before the professor. Excuse me, but who are you two? Are you with someone or? She asked but stopped when they didn't answer. Ron steps next to his friend, seeing the two strange women. Hey mate, do you know them or? Harry's eyes widen, seeing the two before. Even though they haven't interacted during his coronation, he saw them with his Aunt Velzard. Yeah, I have only seen them once and that's it. However, I know they serve the leader of the Octagram. Wait, aren't those the 8 Business Alliance or something your dad's a part of? Ron questions, remember he'd mentioned that before? Yeah, that's the one. Hermione looks at the two maids, curious about them. They have the same mysterious aura just like Ultima and Diablo. So the names? Oh, their names are Rain and Misery, Velzard informed the young children before her. Molly and Jasmine had questionable expressions on their faces about their names. What unique names, Molly commented, finding it to be weird for two women to have those names. I do have some questions about their parents naming them those names, Jasmine commented. The one with blue hair steps forward, inclining her head to the cat Animagus. Greetings, I am known as Rain. A subordinate of our lord, Guy Crimson Sama. She informs the old witch. Guy Crimson. Aren't you? McGonagall was interrupted and turns to the door, bursting open by an intense aura. Insert Minda Rin. Like flames, instrumental. McGonagall and the other wizard gasps for air, never feeling a dense and powerful aura before. Her eyes widen, seeing a large wolf with 2 horns walking in the center with 2 strangely dressed women with weapons. One has purple hair in a purple suit that showed her breast. A lot of boys stared at the big honkers, having never seen any huge ones before. They were not paying attention to the huge sword she was carrying with one hand on her back. The next one was a woman with black hair and a hint of golden strands. She was in white robes that showed her breast and legs. Fred nudges Harry, seeing the 2 women walking forward. Harry, who are those hot chicks over there? And what's with that strange dog wolf thing with the horns? George asked Thumajin. Harry turns to Fred and George, still being held by Velzard's arms. The one with the black hair is Albus, one of Lord Carrion's Beastketeers. 3 powerful subordinates of Eurazania, another business company that fused with my other aunt's company. H explains, going with the company story. The one with the sword is my father's secretary, one of his 12 patrons, the warlord, Sheehan. Harry continues on, about Sheehan. The wolf is our pet, and one of the 12 patrons, the Star Lord, Ranga, he added. How can a dog be one of the 12 patrons? It doesn't make sense. Percy exclaims, seeing the strange dog creature as an animal. It's just a dog. Diablo chuckles that Percy is clueless at how things work in the world. Young Weasley, you're too green, he smiles. What? Diablo eyes the stubborn boy. Renaga Dono is smarter than your average animal. He has power that you can't even fathom. The Magic Lord glares at the young wizard. Misery and Rain moves to the sides. McGonagall saw them lifting their dress and inclining their heads. She froze, seeing the large wolf moving past her along with Albus and Sheehan standing to the side. Where the 2 maids stood. What is, presenting the Storm King, Veldora Tempest, and the Scorch. Empress Velgrund. The green-haired maid announced the arrival of the 2 of the 4 dragons with their hidden titles. A tan man with blonde hair, wearing a cape that covers his toned body, walks in with a blue-haired woman with yellow eyes and an Asian dress. Storm King? Hermione blinks, curious at the title of Harry's uncle possess. Scorch Empress? Ron added to the question of the 2. Everyone gawked at the powerful sight of the Storm Dragon with the Scorch Dragon. Bawahahahaha. There you are. Nephew. My, you're looking good after that accident. Veldora laughs loud, seeing his favorite little nephew standing with his friends. Harry blushes at the Storm Dragon's outburst. Uncle Veldora, he sighs, shaking his head. Velgrund growls, releasing her aura at the sight of her relative's arm. Damn, where's that bastard that injured my nephew? I want to burn him to a crisp. She growls as the 2 walk up to McGonagall. McGonagall gulps, trying to regain her composure from the intensity of the 2 dragons. Welcome to Hogwarts, why your majesties. I can understand your anger. Veldora's face drops, getting serious about the accident and attempt to heal his only nephew. Well, you better save it for Harry's father. He's beyond piss at what your staff member did to his son. If it were up to me, I would burn him alive for repentances, Velgrund growls, her aura leaking everywhere in the room. This causes everyone to gulp in fear, scared of the 2, no matter, he'll pay dearly, Professor. I suggest you have a good union representative to back him up, or you'll see this Lockhart person in the infirmary of your school. McGonagall nodded her head, understanding how they feel. Oh, of course, we'll talk about that with the headmaster, your majesties. She watches them walk to Harry, interacting with him and the other subordinates. Presenting, our Lord and Master. The leader of the Octagram, Guy Crisman Sama. Rain announces to the hall. Another powerful aura steps inside the foray. Everyone looks to see a red-haired man walking inside. He had a grin covering his face as he walks up to McGonagall. Harry, who is he? Guy Crisman sounds like a Muggle band name. Molly asked the Majin. His name sounds wicked though. Ron peeked in his mother's comment. Guy Crisman, he's the lord that oversees everything. Harry explains to them. As you heard, he's the leader of the Octagram. One of the oldest members from what Diablo told me. Harry jumps when Veldora ruffles his hair. Veldora grins, seeing his nephew kept up with his studies. I see you're taking in Diablo and Shuna's lessons in. I'm proud. He laughs. Velgrund glares at Veldora for hogging over her nephew. She growls at him, causing the Storm Dragon to move away. Veldora, try to share our nephew with us. It's rare for us to see him considering we live so far away. She shoves Velgard away, hugging the boy. Gak, Harry gasp, being lifted by the Scorch Dragon. Aunt v. Velgrund. Your hair is so fluffy, Harry. Just let me snuggle with you. Velgrund squeals, showing her loving side to the boy. Velgard pouted, seeing her time with Harry was stolen from her. Velgrund, you need to share our nephew. I only got to see him and not talk to him. She swipes away Harry like a toy from the Scorch Dragon's hands. You had plenty of chances during the party. Plus he's injured. Well, I don't socialize that much, plus you met him first already. Velgrand swipes him away from the Empress of Ice's hands. Harry was getting dizzy at the constant throwing around by his aunts. Help, please, he begs. Will Harry be alright? His two aunts are handling him quite roughly. Jasmine asked, concerned about the boy's safety. He's alright, the young master is quite resilient. Diablo ensures the worried mother. If you're sure, Edward bit his lip, concerned that they would injure him more. McGonagall gulps, seeing the tall red-haired man before her. Welcome to Hogwarts, Lord Guy Crimson, my name is Professor McGonagall. Yes, I read the report from Diablo. Guy crosses his hands. To be honest, I'm only here to see what my partner's nephew's school is like. He looks around the shabby area of the school. He could tell this place is ancient. The old witch gulps once more, seeing the demon surveying the foray of Hogwarts. And how do you like it, Lord Crisman? She was shaking at his presence. Guy grins, looking down. Hey, Tacky. I suggest you get some new eyes for the decoration. He waves, joining Diablo, who was a bit peeved that the primordial demon of red was here. The other students look at Guy walking away. Wait, then who is Harry's dad? Did he cancels? I think other things got him busy to come. Hey, so he's not the kind father, huh? Finally, presenting the ruler of the Rimuru Tempest Federation. Misery announces Sheehan, Ranga, Ultima, Gabiru, Diablo, and Shuna smiles, heading over to the door. Wait, what are they doing? Hermione observes the Tempest residents kneeling to the floor, then a small figure with long blue hair steps inside the foray. Wait, I have seen her before. Molly saw the figure in a black outfit walking inside with Grace. You don't mean that was him? She exclaims, never expecting a little girl would be a man, not alone a father of Harry. No, that can't be him, right? Percy saw the miniature man that was the same height as Harry. Harry rush over after Velzard drops him to the floor. That can't be him, right? Veldora looks at Hermione, confused at the sight. Oh, it is, our little brother. Veldora smiles. Rimuru Tempest. Guy places his arms to the side. End song. McGonagall saw the little girl that was around Harry's height. She can't be Harry's adopted father. She is the Lord of Tempest, Rimuru Tempest Sama. Rimuru walks inside his old life's school. Flashes of memories of his student years return to him. He smiles, thankful to his reincarnation that he was able to come back. He then saw Harry smiling at him, standing next to his old professor. Dad. It is him. That's Potter's dad. But I expected someone like the other guy. Rimuru lets out a chuckle. He walks up to McGonagall, who was sharing the same shock as everyone in the room. Greetings, I am Rimuru Tempest, Harry Tempest's father. He reintroduces himself to the old witch. McGonagall stared in awe. Even his voice was feminine. Regardless of the difference, he's still the person who took in Harry. The Transfiguration professor inclines her head to the slime, greeting him back. It's nice to meet you, Lord Tempest. I'm Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. I shall be Harry's counselor during your stay. Good to know. And the other thing. Rimuru's face drops from his happy self to a serious expression. I'm aware from your siblings, portray. McGonagall gulps, sweat pouring from her pores at what this man could do. I assure you, Gilderoy Lockhart will be at your meetings and the hearing later on this week about the incident. She explains, wanting him to be ensured. Way to go, McGonagall. You seem to take this very seriously then. When I was a student, wait, does that mean that Snape guy is going to be at the meeting? Rimuru just realized the guy he used to bully was a professor now too. Answer. Yes, Rimuru sighs, deciding to let their personal grudge against him slide. He was a role model to monsters now, so having childish actions wouldn't be ideal. In any case, Harry's case. Good. McGonagall's face lightens at the wrong moment. She believes that he had reason to guide him, but, because if you guys didn't do anything about my son's injury, then there's hell to pay. Harry could feel his father's anger emanating from his body, not wanting anyone to collapse by the angry aura they have been feeling when his family arrive. He steps in. Hey Dad, you want to meet my friends? They're really cool, he smiles. Rimuru smiles at his son, of course. Now where are they? I want to meet the people who are taking care of my favorite child. Your only child, Dad. Harry smiles, shaking his head. Is it now? I didn't know. H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A-H-A. Rimuru's laugh has lightened the mood a bit, letting McGonagall and the other students rest easy for now. The cat Animagus watches the father and son duo walking to his friends. Their subordinates follow them too, standing close by like a shield. McGonagall sighs, knowing this will be a chaotic hearing. So he's here. This is just the beginning, and more is to come with Dumbledore and Lockhart. Chapter 21 AN. If you're all worried about Harry and his friends' bond, don't be. Sure, I plan for it to go downward in this FIC, but it'll pick back up later. Need to make it interesting, right? Also, I've seen the game trailer and decided something. The 21st of May Retribution begin PT2. Dumbledore looks at the group that was with Harry. He saw Diablo, Ultima, and Gabiru standing behind this Rimuru person. Now there's more, the two whore with their breast out like it was nothing. Then the giant wolf-like creature he saw was gone, probably somewhere in the school. Then the strange two maids that stood behind the man Guy Crisman and the proclaimed white-haired aunt of Harry Potter. No, all of them are extremely strange and seem to be hiding something. He tried to see if they got anything useful he could use in their minds, but something was preventing that from happening. Notice. Unauthorized personal detected. Commencing barrier to resolve the matter. A voice within Rimuru's head shouted at him. This was all strange, however, he was prepared for all the possible outcomes when Harry's supposed father showed his face. In truth, he didn't expect him to be so feminine and short. Rimuru laughs at his son's story about his time here. He then notices Shion leaning toward him. Rimuru-sama, that old man is staring at us suspiciously. The disguised wicked Oni informs her lord. Shall I dispose of him? Rimuru sighs, shaking his head. Number Shion, remember we're only to hear Harry's progress and the hearing of Lockhart. He reminded his secretary of their purpose. Very well, Rimuru-sama. Shion steps back in line with Albus and the others. So, Mr. Tempest, what do you do for your work? Molly asked the demon slime before her. Well, I'm a leader of Tempest. A business I founded. It's a business that is hidden from the outside world. Rimuru fibs a bit, feeling that if he told them about them being from another dimension will be chaotic. Rimuru looks over to Guy, tasting the pumpkin juice, and made a disgusted expression. Guy over there has a business of his own too. It's in a cold region that no being can withstand without proper equipment, he explains to the group. Velzard let out a small giggle, being the reason why her and Guy's home is cold. I see, so these people around us are our subordinates. They follow whatever we say, right? Guy looks at Rain and Misery standing behind him. Rain and Misery nodded, inclining her head. Yes, Guy-sama. They replied. The Weasleys and Grangers observed the subordinates of Rimuru and Guy. Noticing how quiet and still they were, it was obvious they're extremely loyal to their masters. We can tell, Diablo and the others were very vocal on their loyalties were, Hermione commented, observing their statements before Harry's arrival. Jasmine looks at Veldora, Velgrand looking at the food, then at Velzard sitting with Guy scolding them for looking at their food. Rimuru gave a light smile, sighing at the scolding. I must say, you all don't look like siblings at first glance, the Muggle stated, receiving looks from the three true dragons. But when I take a closer look, you truly are siblings by the way you are acting. Thank you. Veldora questions, unsure if that was a compliment or an insult. I think it's a compliment. Velgrand looks at her nephew for an answer, receiving a nod from him. They chatted for a bit before Dumbledore got to the stand. He cleared his throat, gaining both the students and parents looked over to the headmaster, standing on the podium. Thank and welcome to Hogwarts, dear parents. I know how the students and parents missed each other during the few months, and that's why we have these 2 weeks for the parents to know their children's progress here at Hogwarts. He announced. During the course of 2 weeks, you have the opportunity to get reconnected and get to know their respectable professor. Dumbledore heard a snicker coming from the Tempest group. He saw Veldora snickering at on respectable professor. Disregarding that, Dumbledore continued onwards. In any case, during this event, the school has extended the rooms so each student's family can have a place to stay. He looks around the hall before concluding his evening announcement. So starting tomorrow, once the students are done with their classes, the parents may coming one at a time receiving their children's report and any additional comments from said professor, he added. With that said and done, everyone finishes with their dinner and went to their children's houses. Harry smiles, standing with his father in the Gryffindor common room. The others went to the rooms that the school provided for them to get their rest for tomorrow. Albus and Ultima went straight to the infirmary to analyze the victims. Dad, are you sure you want to do this? I mean, yeah, my arm is pretty much fucked up right now, but taking this to the school? Harry, first don't say that word until you're 18. Rimuru scolded his son for saying an inappropriate word first. Second, yeah, I want to take this far. Schools are for learning and making sure student is unharmed. What that idiot did to you is out of his digestion. He was to make sure you arrive at the infirmary without further injuring you. He looks at his son, explaining why he needs to do this. Trust me, when you have children of your own you'll understand how I'm feeling right now. Rimuru grins at his son, seeing that he understood his lecture. He took a good look around his old common room, seeing it changed a bit since he was James Potter. I see they rearranged some furniture while I was gone. Harry looks around, remembering the old photos of his father's generation of him and some friends at the common room. Yeah, they changed it sometime before. I think last year when the term was ending. He smiles. The door opened. Albus and Ultima returned from their investigation of the petrified victims. So, what you two figured out? Rimuru asked the two subordinates. This is very new to me. Never in my lifetime I've seen petrification such as those in the infirmary. Albus shared her thoughts about the petrified victims. Ultima sighs, placing her hand on her side. I've started to research the Mandrake restorative drafts notes. Though the side effects are less than pleasurable for further prevention to petrification, she informed them. Harry looks up at Rimuru, thinking of an idea. How about your full potions? It might work, he suggested to the group. That's all good, but I don't think they could prevent any situations like this one, Rimuru explains, wanting the victims to have a petrification resistance. I want them to never experience this again, Harry. That's why you brought Ms. Albus. Harry looks at the Naga, nodding in response. Albus hand her hand out. When Rimuru-sama requested my assistance about children being petrified here, I had an idea that we use a potion that reduces the chances of petrification. She explains her personal project she worked on for years. It showed much progress, however, our investigation was halted when I'm unable to pinpoint the origins. So I'm remaining here until the potions are complete. She informed the two. Harry's eyes widen at what the lycanthrope told him. Really? The Naga smiles, nodding to the young Majin's question. Yes, my lord. Noticing the son of her ally is getting tired. Rimuru saw his son yawning. He looks at the time and realized how late it was. Welp, you better go to bed, Harry. It's late and you need your strength for tomorrow's hearing. He ushers the young boy to bed. Yeah, you're right. Good night, Dad. Harry waved, walking to his room. The demon lord looks over at the two subordinates waiting for orders. What is your orders, Rimuru-sama? Albus asked the slime, knowing that she falls under his command when she's with him. I have a strange feeling around the whole school. I want you two to investigate. Rimuru orders the two Majins. Yes, sir. Ultima and Albus responded, vanishing in thin air. Rimuru walks to his room, readying himself for tomorrow. The next day Rimuru sat next to Harry on a table in front of Hogwarts' staff with Sheehan and Diablo on each side. Veldora, Velgrand, and Velzard sat behind Rimuru and Harry, Guy, and the other subordinates, listening to what they have to say. McGonagall stood up from her seat, going to do the introduction. Welcome to the private hearing of the Tempest family in the Hogwarts' staff. As you were informed, one of our staff has seriously extended the student, Harry Tempest's injury which led to the loss of his bones in the arms. She readdresses the issue to the private hall. As there were many witnesses to this, there's no need for proof. McGonagall looks over to her former student who had a cocky expression on his face. Dumbledore cleared his throat, stepping in the introduction. However, we will let Professor Lockhart a chance to defend himself. He looks at Rimuru who seems oddly quiet. Without further ado, let's begin. Lockhart cleared his throat, stepping down from his seat. Mr. Tempest, was it? I assure you I have the greatest intention for Harry. The fool explains with empathy, trying to play with the slime emotion. I understand that you must be heartbroken by receiving that letter from your butler. He smiles at Diablo who responded with an intense glare. The blonde sweats, feeling the glare pierce his soul. Anyways. Mr. Tempest notes that I care for Mr. P. Tempest like he was my apprentice. So please understand this was well in good intentions. He smiles. Dumbledore claps his hands, standing from his seat. As you can see, Professor Lockhart cared for Harry. He acted brashly that his spell backfired, but from what I saw on that day is that Harry has adopted some questionable actions. He looks over to Lockhart if he picks up on his words. Ah yes, Mr. P. Tempest has displayed some dangerous actions in. This is relevant to this case, because? Rimuru asked, noting that Harry did some risky moves on his broom. Lockhart gulps, unsure how to answer. Well, because if Harry didn't perform those movements then he wouldn't get hurt or. The point being that you've taught Harry how to perform those dangerous movements and lead him to gain his injury. Dumbledore inquired. So the fault that your own adopted son's injury is on your part. Harry stood up from his chair, looking at the headmaster. No, Dad isn't at fault. He was concerned that this might happen but I pushed him to let me do it, he defended his father. What's your take, Mr. Tempest? Flitwick asked the slime, wanting to hear his side. Rimuru looks up at Lockhart then the 4-3 staff members. I admit I have let Harry train under my subordinates. I was against it at first however, my son was passionate to learn self-defense. I'm sure if you saw things in my eyes then you'll understand. He stated, receiving some passionate expression from his allies, including McGonagall and Flitwick. But still, it didn't excuse his actions. Lockhart continued, making a big deal of it, without my interference then Harry would suffer worse than he already is? Rimuru raised his eyebrow, his voice a bit aggressive. Let's say if he injured his leg, or sprained his ankle, or God forbid injured his neck or spine. Would your so-called healing spell heal that? Lockhart nodded, having full confidence that it would. Of course, I've studied my spells from a sort of people when I was traveling. I'm sure you all heard it from my books. He winks at Sheehan who clicks her tongue, receiving an angry expression from her. The blonde shook it off and went on with his tangent. Back to what I'm saying, my spells can save people and your son is one of the unlucky few who didn't react to the spell. He waved his hand. After all, he might have been faking it. He went on without realizing that he dug his hole deeper. What? Veldora growls. Excuse me. Velgrin stood up, making sure she didn't hear wrong. Velgard remained silent, but very much enraged by the words that had just been spoken about his beloved nephew. Why you little? Rimuru held out his hand, stopping Sheehan and Diablo from killing Lockhart. Dumbledore could tell from the room that this was failing. He had hoped that with Lockhart's rambles that could convince Rimuru to give up Harry and hand him over, but the fool overdid it. Harry knew that Lockhart is dead either if he apologizes right now or not. He could feel that everyone is beyond angry. Bad move. Dumbledore, answer. Yes, there's no need to answer, great sage. Harry looks up at the ceiling. It's already over. You know, you have some balls to say that Lockhart, Rimuru said in a low tone. Lockhart looks at Rimuru, not getting what he means. What do you mean, Mr. Tempest? I'm stating the obvious, your son and I are quite the same. He and I are famous people, he stated. It's clear that he's still new being famous and all. There's no need to be violent about it. He said, taking not the hostility from his voice. Violent? That wasn't violent. Rimuru said. Lockhart turns to Rimuru, confused about what kind of violent definition he meant. What does? Lockhart and the other professors moves to the side, seeing the table was kicked towards them. Lockhart was hyperventilating, never experienced someone actually kick a table at him. Dumbledore held onto his heart from the sudden action of the slime. He looks over to Rimuru, his leg still in place when he kicks the table. Mr. Tempest. That's no way to treat an innocent man. That man is no innocent. I rather find it odd to let a faker inside the school headmaster. Rimuru walks up to the teacher's desk. Harry remains calm as usual, getting his father's anger. It seems you've forgotten the meaning of this hearing. My son was injured by your staff, by the professor you hired, and you didn't do any repercussions other than forbidden him to heal students again. Rimuru eyes glowed, sending fear to the headmaster. But Professor Lockhart has proven that. He hasn't proven anything. He just stole people's achievements and used memory charms to change them into him doing it. Rimuru turns to Lockhart, shocked that he was able to figure out the secrets behind his books. What you hired is a fraud, an incompetent fool who isn't talented at all, he announced to the whole hall. Lockhart was stunned. Never had he had someone figure out his secrets. How did you? That was a confession right there if Harry knows it. Diablo and my son could figure you out easily. Rimuru glared at the faker, sweating like a pig right now. Now, since your professor didn't describe what he said on his resume when applying as defense against the dark arts teacher, Dumbledore cleared his throat, already prepared for this mishap if it comes to it. And do you have proof that Professor Lockhart lied on his resume? Maybe you're just making it all up? He inquired. Diablo lets out spine-shivering laughter. Kufu-fu-fu-fu-fu-fu, Headmaster Dumbledore. I took it upon myself to do some minor investigation. The people that pro-nay, Mr. Lockhart said he rescued in his books, they only recall that Lockhart saved them. Yes, that's right. During my adventures around the world, I saved countless. However, they recall that one person requests that he should tell them something. Something that they felt they've done before. After I spoke to them, I helped them recall the fuzzy memories. Diablo looks at Sheehan, taking an envelope from Shuna behind her. Diablo grins. As you can see, these are letters of familiar wizard names from Lockhart's books. The wicked Oni handed the letters to the three professors on the table. Each read the angry letters, relaying that the person who requested to tell their story was indeed Lockhart. To even support the evidence, they've signed their names in their signature. And no, this is surely a setup. Lockhart explains, nervous that his life's work of cheating and falsehood is coming to an end. He looks around, a bit frustrated that he's been found out. You can't believe what this muggle is saying, he exclaims. Guy, Sheehan, Rain, Misery, Ranga, Veldora, and Rimuru got a bit of déjà vu from the way Lockhart is shouting. He's like a certain weak demon lord with his lies and manipulations. You know, you remind me of a man that was a part of the octagram before the change. Rimuru walks up to the nervous Lockhart. What? Lockhart lets out a nervous laugh. Clayman, a foolish lord whose lies and manipulation was his downfall, Rimuru explains. Hearing Guy chuckles behind the three dragons. That is before I took take of him. Lockhart gulps, unsure what Rimuru is going to do with him. And what did you do to this Clayman P person? The foolish wizard asked, feeling a powerful punch in his stomach. Rimuru leans in. He disappeared. He pulled his hand out, letting Lockhart fall on the floor groaning in pain. The slime smiles, sighing in relief, wanting to do that for a long time. Man, I need that, he exclaims. Dumbledore saw the whole transgression before his eyes. He observes that this was not a normal man he was dealing with. He's prepared, cunning, smart, and brave to say what's in his mind. For now, he needs to tread carefully if he planned to succeed. Though he needs to make some improvements for this unforeseen element. Dumbledore's eyes shift to Harry, smiling that this happened. He needs to get the key factor back into his light. It's for the greater good after all. Headmaster? What you say? Dumbledore blinks, turning to his deputy headmistress. What is it, Minerva? We've taken a vote that Mr. Lockhart should be terminated. Immediately due to the forgery he did. McGonagall explains to the old wizard. Dumbledore knew there's nothing he could do to defend Gilderoy's case. He needs to let him go. Very well, from here and moving forward, Professor Gilderoy Lockhart is terminated from his position as defense against the dark arts professor. He shall be removed from the school's premise immediately and Guy smiles, standing up from his seat. Mr. Dumbledore, allow us to take responsibility for Mr. Lockhart. Since you disown him as a professor, it makes him available with his free time. The primordial demon of red smirks. And what you're going to do, Lord Crisman? Flitwick asked the demonic entity of his plans for the faker. That's not your concern anymore. Velzard stood up from her seat. Rain, Misery, take Mr. Lockhart in your custody. The maids inclined their heads, appearing on top of Lockhart's body. Hi, Velzard Sama. They responded. Each one took one arm and disappeared. Dumbledore stood up from his seat, wanting to say something. Wait, we should let, he didn't finish, for they already took him away. Rimuru walks over to his son, smiling at him. He then turns to the three professors behind them. If that's all for the hearing, I do believe we have finished our business here, he said to the three. It seems so, Rimuru-sama, Sheehan responded. McGonagall nodded. standing from her seat. Yes, we are. You all are excused. She motions them they can leave. Everyone stood up and inclined their head. Thank you, very much. With that, everyone left the hall and prepared to meet the teachers individually for the rest of the week. In a disclosed dimension, Lockhart woke up, finding himself somewhere he didn't recognize. Where am I? He questions, seeing the starry sky above him. You're in the Octogram's meeting room. A separate dimension from the outside world. Lockhart felt a chill down his spine. His eyes turns around to a silver-haired girl with red and blue eyes in gothic clothing. Who are? The girl leans in, whispering in his ears. I'm known as the Queen of Nightmares and Vampires. Lockhart's eyes widen being next to a vampire this close to him. But you may call me the Demon Lord, Luminous Valentine. The Demon Lord introduces herself to the now terrified human. On my fellow Demon Lord, Guy Crisman's request, I have many questions for you about this Dumbledore character and your wizarding community. Her eyes glowed red and fang bare for him to see. DD Demon Lord. NGH. Lockhart panics as Luminous got close to his head. No, get in. So how do you like it? I plan to have someone come to take over the Dada class. Anyways, please leave a comment or review. Chapter 22 AN. Sorry it took long. I have a lot of school projects to work on. Anyways, enjoy the chapter. CH22 meeting with teachers. Everyone stared at Harry, completely ignoring the fact that a giant wolf's head was panting on Harry's hair. Harry, why is your dog resting his head on your head? Seamus asked. Harry blinks at his friends before him. Rhonda, like my aunts like my hair. They said it was like a pillow. He explains, feeling slobber coming down from the Tempest Star Wolf. Gah! Rhonda, your slobber is on my head, he scolded the Star-Lord. Rhonda's eyes widen, quickly getting off his young master's head. Sorry, young master, the wolf apologizes telepathically. Harry sighs, petting the wolf. It's all right, Rhonda. He turns his head to Shuna, handing him a wet towel. Here you go, Harry-sama. Shuna smiles, watching her charge wipes away the slobber from his hair. Hermione sees Harry wiping with both his hands. Wait, Harry, how was your arm healed so fast? She asked, seeing the arm all better and with bone too. How is that possible? Regrowing bone takes at least 3 to 6 days. How is it you're already healed? Ron asked, never seen a fast recovery with the bone regrowing elixir. Sure, the bones start to regrow on the second day it was administered, but not overnight. Kahahahahahahaha. That's because my sworn brother gave him some more powerful healing potion. Everyone turns their heads to the back, seeing Harry's uncle walking over to him. Harry blinks, seeing the Strom dragon making his way over to his friends. Uncle Veldora, what are you doing here? He asked, curious as to why he's not with his father and the rest of his family. The bushy-haired girl was surprised to see the true dragon here. Mr. Veldora, the meeting between parents and the headmaster isn't done yet, she stated. Yeah, why you're out here with us? Seamus asked, seeing the tanned man grabbing Harry in his arm. Harry gasps, being bombarded by his dragon hug. All that formal and information stuff isn't for me. He held onto his nephew tighter. Besides, I miss this little tyke, he laughs. Dean notices Harry slapping his uncle's arm, still in his hold. I think Harry can't breathe, Mr. Veldora. He points to the suffocating Majin. Veldora looks down at his nephew. His face was turning red like an apple or a tomato. Sorry, Harry. I guess I don't know my own strength. He laughs. Harry was freed, dropping to the ground. Rhonda whimpers, helping the young master off the grass. You're clearly stronger than me, uncle, plus I was hitting your arm, he exclaims, causing his friends to notice his new personality trait. Veldora just laughs, causing everyone to stare. Inside the school, the parents are gathered at the Great Hall where every staff was there. Dumbledore was there at the podium giving some new news to the parents and guardians. As you were aware from the rumors that Professor Lockhart was taken into custody by the authorities due to his work. Dumbledore looks at Diablo smiling behind Rimuru like he was responsible for spreading the rumors. In any case, for the time being, defense against the dark arts shall be a self-study until a replacement can be found, he informed the crowd of adults. On the next topic, you'll see that you have picked up the schedule of our instructors available after classes for the 2 weeks. Dumbledore saw each adult, including the 2 female dragons and Guy. Each of you will have the opportunity to speak with your children professor later in the day. We have carefully counted the numbers. And everyone will have a chance. Dumbledore explains, until then, please go see the professors that your child has. He sees every parent and guardian in the hall, watching them leave, moron. Rimuru. Rimuru and his entourage walked down the hall, looking at the parchment on who's available at this time. Geez. Talk about limited, there are only 3 professors at this time. The demon slime scratches the back of his head. Guy scoffs, reading the parchment. Interesting, they don't have any of the other major academic requirements that schools have. It's all magic base. He read the class subjects, finding it quite boring in his opinion. Nephew does have Diablo with him. I wouldn't worry about his 4 core subjects. Velzard smiles, having faith that the primordial Demon of Black will provide the necessities in his education. Velgrand clicked her tongue, looking at the window, seeing her brother and nephew with his friends in the courtyard. Why does nephew even attend this school? This is like a university than a school for children. The Scorched Dragon commented on the education of the school. From what we observe, they considered mathematics, English language, to be taught at home while sciences and human history to be useless. Ultima informed the powerhouses in the school. Ha! How arrogant! Guy scoffs, entering the dungeon area of the school. Hey, we're at the dungeons, right? So this potions guy is the first on the docket. He commented, seeing the classroom Jew ahead. Diablo steps in, wanting to inform the group of the man they're going to meet. I have to inform you all that this man has a distaste for the young master. With that, all of their anger grew for the young Majin. Rimuru opens the door to the potion lab where Lucius stood with Snape. So, Malfoy is here. He stares at the wizard before him. Lucius turns around, freezing upon seeing Rimuru. Shit, not this person, he thought, remembering the beatdown with his guards by him with ease. Are we interrupting something? Rimuru asked, looking at the 2 wizards. Snape examines the demon lord, trying to make sense of him. However, the only thing he could get is that he possesses a familiarity to him. In any case, no, we just finished. He looks over to the blonde man, indicating for him to leave. We shall discuss this later, Severus. Lucius turns to the door, passing Rimuru and Guy. TCH, filthy muggles, he scoffs, making his way to the door. NGH. Xian sent stabbing glares at the wizard for insulting her lord. Xian, the wicked Oni, jumps, seeing Rimuru sitting in front of the greasy-haired man. Snape saw the massive group of people before him, not wanting a huge group in his classroom. Care to lessen your entourage? This is a private conference with the parents, guardians and the instructors. He looks at the subordinates around them. Rimuru nodded. He turns to the others standing behind him. Everyone, mind if you waited outside? He asked. Of course, Rimuru-sama. Xian smiles, leading Gabiru and Ultima outside. Guy looks at both primordial demons of green and blue. Rain, Misery joins Xian outside. This won't take long, he orders the 2 maids. The 2 nodded, inclining their heads to the Lord of Darkness. Yes, Guy-sama. They fooled the sectary outside the potion lab before Rimuru spoke out. Diablo, stay. You're the one who taken part in Harry's education, Rimuru calls out to the Magic Lord. Yes, Rimuru-sama. They returned, standing behind Velzard and Velgrand. Snape cleared his throat, retrieving the folder that contains Potter's records. He opens it, then looks at Rimuru, having a better look at the Demon Lord. So, you're the one who took in Potter. I expect someone less childlike. He eyes the slime. TCH. Diablo clicks his tongue for the insult he heard from the greasy-haired wizard. Velzard slightly nudges the demon butler for him to stop, which he replied. Well, when most people first meet me, I do get the same reactions as you did. Rimuru smiles, hiding his annoyance from the man he used to bully. Snape nodded. Well then, it seems I was the first. He took out the parchment with Harry's records in his class from the folder. He cleared his throat, reading his notes and the grades. To my surprise, your son has improved from last year's performance, he read. How so? Velzard asked, curious about what her nephew did last year. The potion master looks over to the white dragon, wanting to hear what he has to say. To answer your question, last year he manages to is in my potions class. Guy perked up, hearing the grades the young demon lord has during his first year. How is that a bad thing? From what the school system has A's are around the 90s to 100. The demon stated. Snape understood where this strange man was getting. Sorry to inform you, but that's the Muggle grading system. Our grading system is different than theirs. He took out another parchment with the wizarding grading system just in case he encountered parents who didn't know the system. He handed over the parchment to the primordial demon of red, taking it kindly. Is in the wizard standard are considered acceptable. A low passing grade but still a pass, Snape explains on Harry's past grades before his second year. So, what's his grades this time around? Velgrand asked, wanting to get to the chase. Snape chuckles, hardly believing the grade himself. E's, which is exceeds expectations. Rimuru continued, proud of his son for his hard work in class. Wow, I remembered that Harry said that he's bad with potions when we talked during dinner, he commented. The head of Slytherin scoffs. Well, I believe it's your butler who helps the boy. He looks over to the magic lord who smiles at the praise. In any case, keep that boy on this path and he might have a future, he said, wanting his first friend's son to succeed. It's the least thing to do as a way for forgiveness that their friendship fell. Rimuru looks over to Diablo, smiling at helping his young master. It's the least I can do for the young master, Rimuru-sama, he replied. Well, if that's all, then we'll take our leave. Velzard stood up, satisfied with Harry's grades in this course. Just a moment, I do need to tell you this. Snape took out another parchment with Harry's potion results. Oh yeah? What is it, dear professor? Guy asked, sitting back down in the chair as did Rimuru. Snape looks at the two, having the parchment out. Curious that the other students that performed the same potions almost have the same results. He then looks at the two, especially with Rimuru. However, Mr. P. Tempest has a different reaction to it, almost a new branch of the potion. Care to explain why? Snape had a feeling this was no coincidence that Harry didn't get better in potion making over in 1 year. Rimuru sweats, unsure how to answer the man he used to bully. Suggestion. Inform the individual, Severus Snape. Thanks, Seal. Rimuru thanked his unique skill for her assistance. The slime looks to Guy, seeming to see what he's going to say. Well, I guess my son had some experience thanks to my head of the research department. Rimuru explains, we specialize in creating healing potions with science. I'm pretty sure that he taught a few things to my son. He fibbed to leave out magic and other things that came from his world. Snape was skeptical of this stranger's explanation of how Harry got better with potions. However, he decided to leave it at that. Very well, then you may go. That was all I have about Harry Tempest. Rimuru and the others got up, inclining their heads to the potion's master. Snape observes them leaving his laboratory, finding them curious and yet terrified in their presence. He breathes out, feeling the intense air leaving the dungeons. Snape looks down at his desk, pondering at the slime. Rimuru Tempest. Snape clicks his tongue, having a feeling they have met before. Why'd I have a feeling we know each other, he ponders. McGonagall just excused the second to last parent today about their child. She got a few more left on her list of parents she needs to see. To be honest, there is one particular person she wants to speak to the most. A knock on the door interrupted her thought process. The cat Animagus looks up from her deal and responds accordingly. Come in. McGonagall saw her classroom door opened, revealing the person in question walking in. Behind him were Guy, Velgrand, and Velzard with their subordinates following behind. She stood up, greeting the adoptive father of her favorite student's son. Mr. Tempest, Lord Crisman, Lady Velzard, and Velgrand, welcome to Transfiguration class. McGonagall greeted the family of Harry Tempest. Rimuru smiles at his former professor, walking over to the chairs in front of her. Good afternoon, Professor. He walks over to the chair, sitting in front of her. Guy took the seat next to the slime, crossing his arms as the others sat behind them. He observes the old professor taking the folder with what he presumes to be Harry's grades. So, Lord Tempest, you'll be pleased that Harry has E's in this class. McGonagall informed the slime of his son's progress in the Transfiguration course. He showed much improvement in his classwork and his assignment than last year. Though he was a beginner then, but still acceptable. She smiles, proud of the young Majin. Guy chuckles hearing the exact same thing in the last classroom. Let me guess, it was Shuna and Noir's intervention that helped the kid to improve his schoolwork? He assumes that happened here. McGonagall nodded, disregarding the nickname he gave to Diablo. Yes, I do remember to hear Mr. Diablo tutoring at the Gryffindor. Common room with Mr. Tempest, she commented, seeing the pleased look from Diablo. I knew I sensed someone was observing us, Diablo responded humbly. Yes, in any case, your son has been keeping up with both his studies from here and from your additional subjects. McGonagall continued what she observes from the young boy. You must be proud of him, Lord Tempest. If his parents were still alive, they would be proud too, she smiles softly. Rimuru smiles, oh I'm sure they are. He chuckles, feeling weird that McGonagall was speaking about him when he was sitting right in front of her. That's our Harry-sama for you. Sheehan smiles, proud of her young master. Kufufufufufufu, expect nothing less from him. Diablo smiles, closing his eyes. Velzard looks at McGonagall, having one question for her. Tell us, being Harry's, what you call it, head of Gryffindor House, how's his social life? The White Dragon asked the old lady before her. Is he interacting with the other children? McGonagall nodded, feeling there's no need to worry about that. He's doing fine socially wise. He manages to find some free time to be with them, so nothing to worry about on that end, Lady Velzard. Velgrin smiles, satisfied that her nephew isn't the one who takes his studies to a higher level. That's good to hear. Since Rimuru gave nephew some extra subjects to study, we were concerned about his social life. The Scorched Dragon explains to her. I too feel the same, but I'm happy to hear that. Rimuru gave a familiar smile to McGonagall. An image of James appeared before her on Rimuru's face. A sense of nostalgia rushed inside her body. Professor? Are you all right? Shuna asked, seeing the transfiguration instructor froze a bit. McGonagall shook her head, regaining her senses. Oh yes, I'm quite all right, Ms. Shuna. She smiles at the Oni princess. I'm just pondering on who's going to replace Mr. Lockhart since you're aware of what happened to him. She looks at Rain, Misery, Velzard, and Guy, who just replied with a slight chuckle. Well, if you're searching for a new teacher for this defense class, I have someone in mind. Guy inquired to the old lady before them. Oh, what is Guy doing? Rimuru swiftly turns his head to the Lord of Darkness. Notice. The Demon Lord Guy Crisman is suggesting a Demon Lord observe this world. Seal replied, quickly catching what the demon was planning. Rimuru deadpan, having a feeling that this might happen. He sighs, so this is what he's planning. Seriously, what has got this guy? Intention here anyways. Oh. Might I request on who, Lord Crisman? McGonagall asked, a bit hopeful this person is much better than Lockhart was in teaching. Guy smiles, telling him who's going to replace the professor in the position. Later that night, the Tempest group were in the rooms they've prepared for them. Sirius, why did you suggest him? Guy. I get he's skilled in magic-wise, but with other people. Oi, I get what you're coming from, Rimuru, but think about it. Guy smiles, prepared to answer this type of question if the demon slime was ever to learn of this. It's a perfect opportunity to advance little. Harry's training. After all, I too see the boy like a nephew. He waves his hand, expressing how interested and invested he is in the boy. Velzard looks at her newest brother, also supporting her partner's side. He does have a point, Rimuru. It doesn't matter if, he has some socializing issues. He does hold extensive knowledge for the younglings here. She smiles at the slime. That's not the point here, Velzard. Rimuru sighs at his elder sister. Velgrind perks up from the textbook she got from her nephew's schoolbooks. Speaking of nephew, I didn't see him during dinner. Veldora blinks, also taking note that he wasn't with them afterward. I didn't see his friends either, he commented. Rimuru turns to Diablo, Shuna, Gabiru, Sheehan, and Ultima. Have you five seen Harry around? He asked, getting a bit concerned about their whereabouts. No, my lord. Diablo replied, I shall search for H. Molly and Jasmine enter the common room, also searching for their missing children. Mr. Tempest, have you seen Ronald? I didn't see him during dinner. The red-haired witch asked, concerned for her younger son. Hermione too, she wasn't at dinner. Jasmine was concerned about her daughter's disappearance. I haven't, Harry too, Rimuru commented before getting up from the couch. I organize a search party and... The doors burst open by Ron and Harry running in wearing Slytherin uniforms. Ha, that was close. Ron laughs, huffing from running from the Slytherin common room. Harry nodded, smiling that they did that. Too bad Hermione's Polyjuice potion backfired with her mistaking the cat hair for Millicent Bulstrode hair. They chuckle but also feeling bad for the Muggle-born witch's misfortune. Era, and what is this Polyjuice potion you're speaking of, my dear nephew? The two boys froze, hearing the cold and threatening voice of the White Dragon. Molly crosses her arms, seeing them in the common room this late in the night. Where have you two been? We were worried sick for the two of you, she exclaims. Where's Hermione? Is she with you too this whole time? Jasmine asked the two boys, not seeing her daughter with the two. And do tell us where you have got that Slytherin uniform? Valgrind asked, keeping her anger in check but releasing a little to him. Indicating they were peeved. Harry turns to his aunts, staring at both him and his best friend emanating they were angry. Now, Rimuru placed both his hands on the boys' shoulders, allowing them to turn to him slowly. Harry gulps, seeing the angry aura that his father was hiding behind the false happy expression. Let's hear what the boys have to say for themselves, everyone. He chuckles slightly, a bit menacing. Notice. Your father, Rimuru Tempest, is deeply displeased with you and your friend. Great sage informed her master. Just shut up already, Harry mentally cried, preparing for the incoming storm that is his punishment by his father's hands. El Dorado. Leon Sama, we receive a letter from Guy Crisman Sama. Alrose enters his lord's chamber with a red envelope. Leon placed down his glass of wine, taking the letter from his subordinate's hand. The blonde opens the sealed letter, reading the contents within it. Once finished, he crumples the letter in frustration. Damn that demon, out of everyone he would send, I was his first choice. Leon cursed, getting up from his chair and summoning his luggage. Leon Sama, what is it? Alrose asked the Platinum Saber, watching him taking some clothes and necessities in the luggage. What has Guy Sama asked of you? Leon turns to his loyal subordinate, sighing that he needs to leave. Alrose, you and Claude shall be in charge of El Dorado until the end of the year. I will be gone for a while. He explains, walking over to his collection of swords in his room. Alrose was confused about what his lord is saying. My lord, where you're going? A school, where I'll be teaching brats, Leon replied his subordinate. You don't mean the school that Harry Tempest is attending, right? Alrose asked, assuming that was the case. The demon lord froze, realizing that he'll be teaching Rimuru's son at that place. Seems so, he grabs a sword before closing the door to his collection. Another demon lord is now coming to Hogwarts, yay, anyways please leave a comment or review. Chapter 23 AN. Sorry guys, I had midterms to study so didn't really have the time to write. CH23 The Platinum Professor. It's the end of the second week of the parent-teacher. Everyone was at the entrance of the school saying their goodbyes to their parents and guardians. Harry gulps, feeling Diablo's watchful eyes on him. Ron leans into his ear, also feeling his gaze. Mate, your new dad is scary, you know that right? Ron whispers to him. Harry nodded. You and Hermione are lucky that you are getting detention for the week, he hissed at his red-haired friend. My dad had Diablo and Shuna double my workload on my extra subjects for 2 weeks. He even permitted them to test me on it, he exclaims quietly at his friend. Harry jumps, hearing his father's voice behind him. The black-haired boy turns around swiftly to face his father and his entourage. Dad, what a surprise to see you, Harry chuckles nervously at his father. Rimuru turns to Ron, still nervous after the whole situation last week. Ronald, has your mother left the school? He asked the young wizard. Ron nodded in response. Why yes sir, he exclaims. Guy and the 3 true dragons chuckle at the nervousness that the youngest Weasley was showing. I guess you really made an impression on the boy, Rimuru. The leader of the Octagram grins. Ha 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 ha. You can say that again Guy. Veldora laughs, placing his arm on the demon lord's shoulder. Rimuru smiles before turning to his son. Harry, We're going back home soon. However, that doesn't mean you're out of the woods yet for your stunt you two did. The slime states. Yeah, Dad. Harry sighs before feeling his hand on his shoulder. Rimuru leans into his ears. That was brilliant, not even I could try something like that before. Rimuru grins. Harry looks at his father, grinning at him. He smiles, happy that he still retains James's troublemaker ways like he heard from McGonagall. Velzard cleared her throat, causing the demon slime to jump slightly. Anyways, Diablo, Shuna, Ultima, and Gabiru will oversee your punishment until next week. Rimuru scolded, not wanting to anger his sister for encouraging Harry for his trouble ways. Harry could only giggle at his father's attempt to be a parent. He sighs, knows that even if he tries to work around the grounded thing, his Aunt Velzard would scold him even more. All right, fine. Rimuru smiles softly, ruffling his messy hair. Don't worry, before you know it, it's been 2 weeks already. Veldora rushed in, hugging his nephew tightly. Ha 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 ha, we'll be missing you back home, he laughs. Yes, it was nice to hear that your studies are doing well, young master. Sheehan smiles, feeling that this visit was a rather quick one. Though you'll be back for the holidays in a month, we already miss you. She wipes away a tear from her eyes. Harry smiles at the wicked Oni, getting emotional over them leaving him. Sheehan, why you don't need to cry over this. He held out his hands at the warlord. Velgrand walks up to the young Majin, her fan covering her face. Harry, try not to get into trouble anymore. All right? The Scorch. Dragon looks down at her nephew, caring for his being and safety. I don't want you to get any ideas that you can get away with anything. Yes, Aunt Velgrand. Harry sighs, feeling like this was a repeat of his scolding 2 weeks ago. Velzard hugged Harry from behind, smiling at him. Well, it's time for us to go back to our business. But we'll come back next year, my beloved nephew. The Ice Empress said, following Rimuru and his entourage to the exit along with the rest of the parents. Guy ruffles Harry's hair, grinning at him before eyeing a certain old man watching them from afar. Interesting, he thought. When every parent left their children, Harry and the rest of the students sigh in relief. The young Majin took a good look around at his fellow students, feeling that they too feel a bit embarrassed when their parents were here. Well, at least that was over. Harry smiles at Ron, who smiles back at him. Yeah, hey, do you want to get something to eat, mate? After the whole meeting with our parents, it left me hungry. Ron jokes, now wanting to eat. Diablo chuckles, placing his hand on his young master's shoulders. I apologize, Mr. Weasley, but the young master has the extra lessons he needs to review before his test. Tomorrow, he smiles. Harry's eyes widen at the sudden announcement from his demon butler. You're a demon, ya know that? He exclaims outraged that there's a test tomorrow for him. Yes, now on to the lesson, young master. Diablo smiles, guiding the young master back to his room. Pray for me, please, Harry begs Ron, moving away from his line of sight. Rimuru smiles, hopping on the carriage that Gringotts provided upon their arrival. The slime sighs, placing his hands over the back of his head. It was nice that we saw Harry after a few months, he smiles. Veldora crosses his arms, agreeing with his little brother's comment. I completely agree with you, Rimuru. I hope that we'll come next year, he smiles. Velgrand looks at her younger brother, nodding to his comment. Well, I do hope so too. I want to see more of our lovely nephew more, she smiles, missing the young Majin dearly. It was fortunate that Guy has requested Leon to be the defense professor here. Velzard smiles sweetly. She looks over to Guy, who was playing with a blue card in his hands. Guy, what is that you've got there? The Empress asked the Lord of Darkness. Guy chuckles at his partner's question. Noir said this was on Harry's desk. A card featuring the headmaster. I have to say, this card is intriguing. He twirls the card between his fingers, examining it thoroughly. Guy, it's just a trading card that wizard kids collect, Rimuru informed the demon before him. Is it now? Guy flipped the card in the air, landing in his palms before crushing it in his fist. Rimuru gaped at what the leader of the octagram just did to his son's card. Guy, why did you do that? Guy felt a magic aura being shattered within his hand. He unfolds his fist, allowing the crumpled card to fall to the ground. It seems that our dear nephew's headmaster has eyes in his life. He smiles. I'm simply writing a nosy person from his life. Dumbledore was on edge. His card was being held by this guy Crisman person. How was he able to get the card in Harry's room? He panicked, unsure what he's going to do. The old wizard thought for a moment, then he realized that this might be an opportunity in his hands. Well, in Guy's hands. If he were to bring the card to their home, then he could get some insight on where they all live and some secrets he could expose. Dumbledore smiles, looking back at the mirror where he spied through the card when it suddenly cracked. Huh! The mirror cracked before exploded into tiny pieces. One was able to cut the left cheek of his face. What happened? Did he just? Dumbledore took a step back, still processing how the spying glass was able to break. Nothing like this ever happened. Well, since only a few know of the spying function within the cards. Whoever these people are, they are clever, smart, and more importantly powerful if they were to destroy his window to Harry. This was troubling for Dumbledore. All his plans were at risk. I need to make a contingency plan for them. They're just strange wizards after all, he said, sitting back down in his chair. A few weeks later, rumors have spread that a new professor will be replacing Lockhart. Nobody knew the truth, but some say that Lockhart has met an unfortunate situation that led Dumbledore to fire him. Since then, defense against the dark arts was an independent study for the time being. By that I mean the students lazed around as a free period. Hermione and Harry took that advantage to study whatever they please, for Harry on the government of Tempest and the other nations. Albus and Ultima were working with Snape on creating an antidote for the petrified students in the potion labs. However, their efforts are tedious with the unknown cause for their petrifaction. However, that doesn't mean they didn't stop their work. The three were developing some basics for the antidotes, which were good news for them. With everything that has happened so far, many students were laid back during Dada. However, that stopped when he arrived. Ron groans, walking with Hermione and Harry to their next class, which wasn't held in the traditional classroom. Why do we need to attend Dada again? Lockhart's gone. That class is pretty much done, the red-haired boy stated. Ron, it'll happen eventually, Hermione explains to the youngest Weasley. The headmaster has already hired a new professor for the course. He or she will be picking up where Professor Lockhart left off. Shuna smiles, following the three to an empty room with a stage set up in the middle. Harry noticed that his attendant was smiling. Shuna, you five know something about this? He asked the Oni princess. Well, in a way, Shuna answered, but vaguely. Shuna? That's not an answer, Harry cried, hearing her giggle as she walks off. The young Majin sighs, seeing Shuna entering the room. Harry has a bland expression, feeling like he was left out from something important. Hey, mate, did something happen between Shuna and you? Rune asked, hearing the conversation behind him. Hermione nodded, noticing that conversation too. Is Shuna hiding something, Harry? The bushy-haired girl asked. Harry shrugs, not sure what Shuna and the others discussed with his father. I'm not sure, but I believe it has to do with the conversation between them and my dad. He explains to his friends as they entered the room. I do wonder what is it that your dad spoke to them about, Hermione asked, a bit curious what Rimuru said to them. Everyone sat at the sides of the long table, curious about what's happening here. So when is this class going to start? We've been here forever, a Gryffindor asked. It's been only 5 minutes, his fellow Gryffindor informed the young wizard. Harry looks behind him, seeing Shuna standing near the wall like all of his classes. Hey, so do you know who's the professor, Harry? Ron asked. Harry turns to Ron, shaking his head. No, come on Ron, I don't have the answer. Suddenly the door began to open slowly as heels from boots entered the room. There will be no magic involved in this defense class, as such there's no need for wands. A blond man wears black cape steps on the table, walking to the center. Whoa, who is he? Dean asked, seeing the new professor, scanning the entire class. Is he pureblood? A Slytherin asked, assuming due to his black attire. I think so, muggles can't afford something that splendid. Daphne grins, appreciating the style this new professor has. Draco on the other hand had some issues with what this guy said. What do you mean no magic? Magic is everything in the wizarding world. You can't expect us to lower ourselves to the level of muggles. He sneers at the thought of using something that barbarians do. The man steps forward, sending his intense glare at the idiot who spoke out. Draco gulps, stepping back at his cold glare. Mr. Malfoy, have you ever thought what might happen if you were to ever lose your wand? Then what? He asked the boy. Draco wasn't sure what feeling this was, but it was making him scared. Unintentionally, the blonde boy shook his head as a response. That's what I thought. The blonde turns around, his cape flowing when he did. I was recommended by someone to take over what the incompetent fool of a professor to teach you, children, how to defend yourselves, he announced. Thus in this course, magic isn't involved as much. The man announces. However, due to your society, I will teach you the necessities of defense spells. Now I want everyone to remove your robes, though I strongly suggest the next time to bring sweatpants and t-shirts for the next class, he informed the student body. Hermione raises her hands, unsure what the strange professor means. Sir, what do you mean? And also you didn't introduce yourself to us, she told the blonde. The man looks at the smartest girl in her age group, then at Shizu's other life's son. I'm sure a certain boy here knows who I am. He motions to Harry, who blinks from his surprised expression. Everyone turned their heads to the Majin, who cleared his throat. It's nice to meet you again, Lord Cromwell. Harry greeted the new defense professor. Cromwell? So Potter knows this guy. First was his family, and now him? How many does Potter knows already? Ron nudges Harry, gaining his attention. Mate, I thought you didn't know the professor? He asked, thinking he was hiding this from the two of them. Is he one of your father's patrons? Hermione asked him. No, he's actually Enough chit-chat. Everybody do 10 sit-ups, 10 jumping jacks, 10 squats, and 10 push-ups. Leon ordered his students. Each of them was confused about his request until he stamps his foot on the table. By the sound of his foot, everyone scrambles to find a spot to do what Leon requested. Leon observes each student's exercise routine. Most of them were too exhausted by the first 2 exercises. Some fell to the ground when they were on the push-up segment. Leon sighs at how many unfit children were in his care. His blue eyes then caught Harry, doing well with his exercise routine. Leon has a small smile before clapping his hands. All right, that's enough, he announced, having enough of their cringy attempts in workouts. Everyone sighs in relief at the end of a brutal workout from the Demon Lord. Ron took deep breaths, never experienced that before. Geez, Harry, how come you aren't tired at all? He asked, seeing that Harry was the only one who was standing. Harry looks at Ron and Hermione, tried from their workout. Oh, because I had experience with Master Hakuro. The young heir told his friend, remembering the brutal workouts he had him to do. Hermione sat up, looking at Harry. Well, that's good for you, huh? She froze, seeing the dark and depressed expression that Harry was giving. This was nothing compared to that demon's regiment. Harry shudders, hearing Hakuru's words in his mind. Merlin, when you put it that way and how your expression on your face, I could only imagine how much suffering you must endure. Ron lets a chuckle, unsure if he should be happy for him or feel bad for his suffering. All right, since all of you aren't ready for advanced training, then I will forego my original plan, Leon informed the class. He then looks over to Harry, coming with an idea. To demonstrate what we're going to do for this course, Harry, come. He ordered the son of the slime. Harry jumps, looking around him. Leon groans at how long this boy was taking. I don't have all day, boy. He eyes the black-haired Majin, tapping his foot on the table. Everyone snickers, watching Harry get up to the table in front of Leon. Harry looks at the platinum saber, curious what he wants him to do. His eyes then looks over to Shuna, who was calm with this. Harry jumps, catching the wooden sword from the demigod. What is? If there's someone in this room that wants to volunteer to duel Mr. Tempest, then come forward. Leon heard footsteps coming forward. His eyes drew over to the blonde boy. He questioned. Mr. Malfoy. Harry turns around, seeing his rival walking forward with a grin. Well, if anyone's going to face Potter, it'll be me. Draco smirks, his eye looked over to him. Like I'll lose to you, Malfoy, Harry retorted. Leon observes Rimuru's son and this boy, sensing a rivalry between them. A bit of a rivalry. Interesting, he thought, interested in Rimuru's son's life here. The platinum saber cleared his throat, gaining the two's attention. Both of you take your stances, one at each end of this very table. Leon jumps into the crowd of his students. They all looked at him in awe at his coolness. Both rivals took their places at the ends of the table, prostrating their wooden swords at each other. Remember, no wands or any cheats. Leon reaffirmed both boys. Draco gave a cocky smirk. My father has taught me sword fighting since I was little. This is a pureblood sport, Potter. He said to the Majin. I bet you didn't learn anything impressive with your new dad. He mocks him. The heir scoffs, hearing the words of the person he hates the most. Sorry to say this, Malfoy, but I got my training from both my dad, Butler, and Master Hakuro. He took the wooden sword in the fighting stance he was taught and closed his eyes. Most Slytherins scoffs at the strange stance Harry took, however for the most part. Everyone remembered that stance. What kind of stance is that? That isn't how you wield a sword, Draco laughs. Whoever your master, Butler, or dad taught you, it's a stupid lesson. Draco spat out his insults to Harry. Laugh all you want, Malfoy. This stance ensures victory to my opponents. Harry informed the blonde. That's what Master said, so I would be laughing now. Ron looks at Harry, then at Hermione, who remained calm. Hey, my own Harry seems confident with that stance. Are we sure he can win this against Malfoy? He asked the bookworm. Hermione nodded, remembering how powerful and quick Harry was against Diablo. I know so, you were with Hagrid that day, Ron. Harry and Diablo trained just a few yards from his hut. I walked outside and saw it. She told Ron what he missed. Both of them were powerful. You can tell that Harry had the experience when he got adopted. Hermione continued, turning her attention back to the sword duel. Leon raises his hand in the air. Begin. He brought it down, signifying that the duel has started. Draco took the first move. He ran towards Harry with his sword above his head. Ha 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 ha. Take this. He brought down the wooden sword at the Majin, aiming for his head. Oi! Harry! Ron screams for him to do something. In Harry's perspective, he saw Draco rushing at him with his sword. He waited for the sword to get close enough to his body. He swiftly moves to the side, allowing the sword to come down midway from where he stood. Harry inserted his sword underneath Draco's and brought it upwards, knocking the Slytherin's sword out of his hands. Draco paused, seeing the sword gone from his grasps. Where did it? He then heard the sword embed itself into the table. The Slytherin turns around and saw his sword behind him. What? What just happened? How did Tempest did that? Did he even move at all? Ron's mouth gaped at the sight before him. The duel ended in not even 3 seconds. Hey! Take that, Malfoy. Ron laughs that Harry has beaten Draco with ease. The rest of the Gryffindors laugh and cheered for Harry's victory over the Slytherin's ringleader. Leon gave a tiny smile before raising his hand to Harry. The victor goes to Harry Tempest. Draco Malfoy lost this duel. No, I will not lose against a blood traitor, Draco exclaims, his eyes growling at Harry for making a laughing stock of him. I'm a Malfoy, I always win. Harry shook his head, seeing the shameful display that Draco is doing. Being taught by Hakuro and his father, this is not how to accept defeat. Face it, Malfoy, I'm the winner. You need to accept defeat. Shut up. Draco rushed over to the wooden sword, grabbing the hilt, and pulled it out. Hermione and Ron quickly turned to Leon, who stood there, observing the situation. Professor Cromwell, do something. Harry is in danger. Hermione cried, begging the Demon Lord to stop the duel. Yeah, even if Harry wins, this is against the rules, right? Ron continued, wanting him to save his best friend. Leon eyed the children, begging to save the young Majin. And why should I interrupt the duel? Mr. Malfoy hasn't broken any rules I've placed. The Platinum Devil stated, receiving shocked expressions from everyone. Ron steps forward, not believing what he just heard. That's unfair. Malfoy lost, and he's breaking the rules of AD. I said, no wands or magic. Leon restates the rules once more. I didn't say that he can get up and attack again. That's what real life is, children. That's what I'm teaching you. Nothing in life is fair. You need to work hard to claim victory. He looks back at Harry, not budging an inch from the incoming attack. Harry knows this, that's why he hasn't backed down. Leon motions to the young Majin. What? Hermione and the others say what the demigod was saying. Harry was still there in his stance. This is insane. Harry's eyes shifts over to Leon, then at Shuna before looking at his friends. All right, they're not interfering. So that means, attacking me isn't breaking any rules, just like Leon said, he thought. Suggestion. Shall I take over the duel? Why, Great Sage requested her master's permission. Harry mentally smiles. Nah, I got this, Great Sage. Just sit back and relax in the meantime. He ordered his unique skill. Draco rushed at Harry, this time his wooden sword was about to injure his abdomen. However, here I come, Potter, Draco shouted. Harry deflects his attack, before bringing his sword making contact with him. With his strength, the sword split into two pieces, causing Draco to stumble back. There, as I said before, you lost. He looks at his rival. Draco growls and took out his wand, aiming at Harry. Serpensortia. A cobra appeared from Draco's wand, hurling at Harry. Harry saw the snake and was about to deflect the serpent when a silver slashes sliced through the body. Both the body and the severed head fell on the table, dispersing into flames. What? Draco and everyone turned to the new professor. Leon held his flame pillar in the air, indicating that slash was from him. He sheathed his sword back to its scabbard and marches back to the table. Tempest, you're all right? He asked the son of Shizu. Yeah, thanks. Harry blinks at the platinum saber. Draco stared with shock that his spell was easily defeated by the new professor. He heard the marching of boots coming towards him. He looks up and stumbles back. The piercing cold glare of Leon's eyes was darting over to him. Leon turns around, holding his hand out. Class dismissed. Bring extra clothes for the next class. His eyes turn back to Draco. Shitting bricks right now. Mr. Malfoy, you'll be serving detention with me tonight for breaking the rules, Leon informed the pureblood. He turns around, allowing his cape to flow drastically. Come to my office at 7 on the dot, if not you'll be facing more than a simple sit-in with me, he warns. Draco receiving a silent nod from him. And how do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 24 AN. As I stated in my stories, I need the inspiration to write. Please enjoy the chapter. CH24. The next stage. Leon walks down the halls of the wretched school. Many of the students were staring at him. Mainly because he has his sword on him. Bumps into a student, causing her to fall on the floor. The Demon Lord looks down at the red-haired girl who seems frantic. Are you all right, Ms. Weasley? Leon asked, helping the young witch to her feet. The girl nodded, feeling the new professor's hand helping her up. Why yes sir, I was just in a rush to the Gryffindor Tower. Ginny lied. The platinum saber eyes Ginny, sensing something off with her. Unsure what it was, he decided to let it be for now. Ms. Weasley, be careful where you go next time. He moves to the side, continuing his way to his office. Ginny nodded, looking at the Demon Lord making his way past her. Why yes sir, she said before rushing off to her house. Maybe I shouldn't let her go. Leon couldn't help if leaving Ginny be with the strange sense he was feeling was right. However, once done it's done, there's always next time. Professor Cromwell. Leon turns around, seeing the witch that goes by McGonagall making her way over to him. May I have some of your time for a moment? She asked politely. The Demon Lord sighs, agitated that he can't have some peace and quiet for a moment. But he's an instructor now, thanks to Gaitu. Keep an eye on this place, he needs to be open to everyone. Yes, Professor McGonagall. Is there something you need of me? Leon asked the Transfiguration professor. McGonagall nodded at the professor she'd hired. Yes, as you were aware, Professor Snape is busy concocting the antidote with Ms. Ultima and Ms. Albus for the petrified students. She explains. Thus, he cannot make it to his duties to oversee the study hall. So in short, you want me to take over his duties, correct? Leon sighs, seeing that this was the case. Very well, lead the way. Professor. He obliges the deputy headmistress. McGonagall nodded, motioning her hands to the other end of the hallway. It's this way, Professor Cromwell. The head of Gryffindor House leads the Demon Lord to where the students were gathered. Eck of the young wizards and witches was in their little study group. Leon spots Harry studying with his two friends. Behind Harry was Diablo observing his progress. Professor. Leon blinks, looking at the old witch. She smiles, directing the demon lord to where a little professor was helping out another student. That table is where we professors sit and the students will come to you if they need help. Leon nodded, understanding the role here in the study hall. Understood. He walks over to the table with McGonagall, awaiting for any students to come up to him. The golden trio observes Leon, taking out the book he brought to pass the time. Merlin, Professor Cromwell is something. Look how he made a fool out of Malfoy, Ron commented, snickering at the embarrassment that the pureblood endured. So, how do you know the professor Harry? You've called him Lord. Cromwell, is he someone in power? Hermione asked, curious about his relations with the blonde demon lord. Harry crosses his arms, thinking about his relationship with Leon. Well, he's one of the Octagram like my dad and Guy. I do not really know him that well to be honest, the young Majin explains to his friends. However, I do know that he's skilled with a sword, the Platinum Saber, that's what my dad and the other members call him during meetings. Platinum Saber? Ron questions, liking the ring to the Demon Lord's title. I like it, sounds fitting considering with his wicked sword, he smiles. Hermione agreed, anyways, I'm curious about this octagram. If it's not any trouble then. Suddenly the doors opened. Filch rushed over to McGonagall and whispered in her ears. McGonagall's eyes widen, looking at her fellow professors. Both Flitwick and Leon got up and followed the elder professor into the halls. Every student saw their sudden rush to get out of the halls. What was that about? Ron wonders at them running off like that. Harry Sama, there's another petrification incident just outside the study hall. Padfoot reported to his young master and the primordial demon of black. Harry turns to Diablo, who received the information. He closes his eyes, walking to the exit to meet up with the others. What got him going too? Ron asked, noticing Diablo leaving the hall. Harry got up, following the demon butler into the hall. Hermione and Ron follow him. After a few turns, they arrived at a small crowd of staff and subordinates discussing something over a petrified Justin Fletchley on the ground. That's Justin Fletchley, I spoke to him right after Lord Cromwell's lesson. Harry trails off, seeing the friend he just made in a frozen state. Hermione comforts her friend, seeing how devastated he was about the Hufflepuff. Oh, Harry. Ultima turns her head, seeing the young master and his friends staring at the scene. She taps on Shuna, gaining her attention. Shuna, she motions her head to the young Majin. Shuna nods, understanding what she needs to do. Take care of the boy, Ultima Dono. The Oni princess walks over to the young master and his friends as Ultima and Diablo take care of Justin. Harry Sama, I'm sorry that you have to see your new friend like this. Shuna empathized with her lord's son. Thanks Shuna. Harry smiles softly at his attendant. Ron steps forward, curious what will happen to the Hufflepuff student. So what will happen to him? He asked the princess. Shuna looks at each student, not wanting them to get involved in this matter. Their job is to protect the young master and any of his friends. Right now, I suggest you go to your dorms. Diablo, Ultima, Gabiru, Albus, Pomfrey, and I will take care of everything. She urges them not to be involved. But Harry held out his out to Hermione. All right, Shuna. With that taken care of, the Golden Trio made their way back to the Gryffindor Tower after they were told to go back. Harry, wait. Hermione held her hands out, their shoes splashing on the flooded floor. Ron noticed the water, flooding the floor. It's coming from the girls' lavatory. The red-haired boy points to the lavatory they were in. When making the polyjuice potion, Harry walks forward, curious about what's happening. Come on, let's check it out, he stated, allowing the two to follow him inside. Upon entering the lavatory, the entire room was flooded and the source was the sink in the middle. Moan can be heard within the stalls area of the lavatory, thus making the trio investigate. Ron saw moaning Myrtle crying on the widow frame, promptly pointing at her. Myrtle's head rises up from her arms, seeing the golden trio before her. Are you going to throw something on me? She asked them. Throw something? Why would we ever do something like that? Hermione questions her strange statement. Don't ask me. Here I am, minding my own business. Myrtle floated in the air, sighing at what just happened to her. And someone thinks it's funny to throw a book at me. Her lips quiver at the insult the person did. Being Ron, he spoke out. But it won't hurt if someone throws a book at you. He commented, not knowing that it furthered the insult. I mean, it'll just go right through you. Sure, let's all throw books at Myrtle because she can't feel it, Myrtle hissed at the Gryffindors. 10 points if you get it through her stomach. She punches Ron's stomach, causing him to shiver. 50 points if you get it through her head. She punches Ron's head, enraged he said that. Hermione punches Ron for just saying that to a ghost. Harry steps up, curious about who did this. So who threw it at you? Harry asked, Myrtle, floating over to him. I don't know. I didn't see them. Myrtle explains to the young Majin. I was just sitting in the U-bend, thinking about death, she sighs. Before continuing. And it fell right on top of my head. Her lips quiver before crying off into a stall, wanting to be alone. They looked at each other, curious about who has done that to Myrtle. Then Harry saw a black book, laying on the wet floor. Harry don't. Hermione saw what the Majin is going to do. Notice. The book on the floor has a powerful aura within it. Great Sage informed her master of her findings. Aura? Should I be worried when I pick it up, Great Sage? Harry asked his unique skill if picking up the book is safe. Answer. The item in question has no curses upon touch. Great Sage scans the book, sensing no harm will come to her master. Suggestion. Place the item in the care of the guardians. They might have further information on it. The bushy-haired girl sighs, seeing her friend picking up the book. Harry expects the strange black book before turning to his friends. Let's go back. Shuna or Diablo might have an insight on what this is. Shuna and Diablo. Shouldn't we hand it over to the headmaster? Hermione questioned why they should hand it over to the Tempest residents. Yeah, Dumbledore might have more information about this book. Ron supported Hermione's reasoning. Harry smiles at his friends. Well, Diablo and Shuna are some of the smartest people I know in Tempest. I was thinking of giving it to them before handing it to the headmaster, he explains. Both Gryffindors looked at each other before complying with Harry's reason. Later that night Diablo finished examining the book with his magic. Harry entered the room, wondering what the demon has found. So, found anything yet? Harry asked his butler. Diablo looks at his young master, holding the book in his hands. To me, it's a normal book, young master. However, I do sense something within the book. He explains his findings on the book. Okay, is there anything else? Harry asked, feeling that there's more. Just a name, Tom Marvolo Riddle. I believe it's a diary of some kind. Harry-sama, I suggest you leave the investigating to us. Diablo stated, having a sense that it's a plot against his lord's son. He got up from his chair, inclining his head to him. If you would excuse me, young master. I have a meeting with Cromwell-sama. I will see you at dinner. He walks past the young master to meet with the Demon Lord. Harry watches the primordial demon of black leaving him alone in the room. He looks over to the book, opening through the empty pages. It's blank, every page. He commented. He looks over to the quill and ink, humoring himself. He decided to write something in it. An ink drop fell on the page, disappearing like it was never there. Notice. The item in hand is enchanted by an unknown type of magic. Great Sage detected the sudden change. Huh? Harry saw the ink disappearing, wanting to go further. He wrote down his name. My name is Harry Tempest. He watches the ink disappeared and be replaced by new words. Hello Harry Tempest. My name is Tom Marvolo Riddle. Suggestion. Write questions that revolve around the topic of the Chamber of Secrets. Great Sage suggested to the young master. That's a good idea. Thanks. Harry proceeds to ask many questions about the Chamber of Secrets and what lies within it. After a few questions, he reaches the final question about the topic. However, it was the same answer. No. Harry sighs, coming at a block in his investigation. This is getting nowhere. Suggestion. Ask the diary if he can do anything else than telling you about said topic. Great Sage advises the young Majin. Harry ponders before writing more on the page. Can you give any information about the chamber without telling me? Like a picture? He wrote down. Yes. Better yet, I can show you. Huh? In a flash, the book engulfs Harry and dragged him inside the diary. Diablo shortly returns with Shuna and Ultima in their room, after a meeting with everyone. It seems someone has already planned this to happen. Attacking those who aren't pureblood. Diablo ponders out loud. Sounds like genocide, especially if this person is getting children involved. He has a personal vendetta against them. Ultima commented, seeing the pieces of this puzzle. In any case, I believe that the young master needs to be watched carefully. Shuna nodded, agreeing with the primordial demon of purple. Yes, Harry Sama is considered in this world's standard, a half-blood. The Oni princess explains the danger their young master is. He's already in the line of being petrified. Diablo's eyes grew dark at the thought of their young master being frozen in place. Whoever created this plan shall pay dearly for threatening our master's son. He growls before pausing, his eyes caught Padfoot sitting in their room with Hedwig on his head. Padfoot dono. What are you doing here? Padfoot jumps, causing Hedwig to flutter above him. Ah, Diablo Sama, Harry Sama was, before the Tempest Wolf could explain, the diary opened, spitting out Harry into him. Gah. Harry rubs his head, having a headache after what Tom shows him. Ow, my head. Harry Sama, are you all right? Shuna asked the young master, helping him up from Padfoot. Harry nodded, being brought up to his feet by his attendant. Yeah, I am. Thanks, Shuna, he smiles. Ultima walks over, curious about how her young master appeared like that. Young master, where did you come from exactly? She asked. Diablo walks over to the diary, examining it once more. Well, I was curious about the diary, so I decided. Harry explains how he wanted to try to write in the diary. The next thing he knew, the book took him inside and showed him what transpired years ago. Diablo nodded, looking at the diary in his hand. It seems that this being an enchanted item was correct. Though next, Harry Sama, try not to get yourself into danger when discovering new magic items. He sighs, placing the book down on the desk. In any case, what have you found, my young master? He asked, knowing there's something important during his little adventure. Harry nodded, ready to comply to help his father's subordinates. Diablo handed back the diary, entrusting its safety to him. It's Hagrid. The diary showed me that Hagrid was hiding something. He informed the monsters in the room. Hagrid? Are you being serious, Harry? Hermione asked, finding the most friendly giant to cause this much chaos in the school. Hagrid can't be the heir of Slytherin. Well, that's what Tom Riddle showed me. Hagrid was hiding something, most likely that it's whatever causing the petrification. Harry explains to his friends what he saw. Ron chuckled, finding that part unbelievable. Whoever this Tom Riddle is, he's a snitch. He commented, just picture how the conversation will go. Hey Hagrid, did you release something big and hairy around the school lately? Yeah, it'll go so well. Big and hairy? EY, hope it's not me. The trio turns around, seeing their friend stand with a green canister. No, the three responded, letting the silence be awkward. Harry cleared her throat, looking away then back at Hagrid. What's that you got, Hagrid? He asked. Hagrid looks down at the canister. Oh, it's flesh-eaten slug repellent. He explains, for the mandrakes, ye know. That Lady Ultima and Professor Sprout said those little creatures are too young. But once their acne is cleared up, then Albus can concoct special potions so the people will get unpetrified in the hospital. Hagrid explains, being hopeful for the victims. Hagrid's face became serious, looking at his little friends sternly. In the meantime, ye three must be extra careful. All right? The Gryffindor students nodded, watching Hagrid leave the courtyard to meet with Sprout and Ultima. Neville came rushing over to the trio in a panic. Guys, you better see something at our house. The trio looked at each other before following Neville back to Gryffindor Tower. Upon arrival at their house, Shuna sighs at the ransacked room of Harry and Ron. Someone took the dairy. His head turned around, seeing Harry and his friends arriving at the scene. Shuna, what happened? Harry asked the Oni princess. He stopped, seeing their room in a mess. Harry Sama, someone has trespassed in your dorm, Shuna explains, seeing the young Majin walking inside the mess, and has taken something from here. Harry turns to his attendant. His eyes widen when she told him. The dairy? Her silent nod is all confirmation he needs. Hermione steps forward. No one can enter Gryffindor Tower unless they are a student or authorized staff, she informed them. Whoever did this must have something against you if they took something from our room, Ron stated, picking up his stuff from the ground. Harry nodded, thinking the same thing as everyone else. Someone must have it for him if they ransack his dorm like this. The next day Harry was sitting with his Quidditch team reviewing the strategy against Hufflepuff. "All right, that's it, team. If we fly faster and harder, Hufflepuff doesn't stand a chance," Wood stated, signaling his team to get up. "Of course Hufflepuff doesn't stand a chance, we're Gryffindors," George grins. The team was about to exit the tent when McGonagall entered with a concerned expression. "Professor, here to cheer us on?" Wood asked the Transfiguration professor. "Today's match is cancelled." McGonagall rips off that band-aid quickly, knowing how this sport is to Gryffindor. "What? You can't cancel Quidditch?" Wood steps forward in McGonagall. McGonagall looks at Oliver for speaking out of turn. "Quiet, Wood." Her eyes turn to Harry. "Wood, take the Quidditch team back to Gryffindor Tower. Mr. Potter, you and I shall find Mr. Weasley. There's something both of you must see." Harry blinks, having a bad feeling about this. "All right." McGonagall lead Harry and Ron into the infirmary, where Albus, Ultima, and Gabiru stood in the center. "I warn you, this will give you a bit of a shock," she said softly. Harry and Ron's eyes widen, seeing Hermione petrified on the bed. "Hermione," Ron gasps, coming up to the Muggle-born. Harry looks at McGonagall, taking a mirror from her bedside. "I found the young lady near the library when I was carrying some cargo of pesticides to the greenhouse, young master." Gabiru steps forward. "She was already like this when I arrived." "She was carrying this too." McGonagall showed the mirror to the two boys, hoping it'll be a clue. "Does this mirror have any significance to you too?" she asked. Harry shook his head. "No." He looks at his friend, Great Sage. "Is there anything W can do?" he asked his unique skill. Answer: unable to determine. Evolution required to unpetrified individual. Great Sage replied, giving him some sort of answer. Current status of your power is on basic Majin level. The power you seek is around the individuals of Shuna and Albus or higher, such as Diablo and Ultima. Evolution. Harry ponders on the answer his skill gives. He remembered that he'd evolved not too long ago, from a wizard to his current race as a Majin. "Hey Great Sage, what's the next stage of my evolution?" he asked, wanting to know more to save his fellow students. Answer: the likely stage you desire is an Archmage, bringing you closer to the final stage of Demon Lord. Great Sage informed her master. However, one stage is left for the level of Demon Lord. Harry ponders on what she told him. All right, he made up his mind. He wants to get stronger. He needs to get stronger so he can save his friends and protect them. "I made up my mind. What are my requirements to evolve?" he asked. Answer: due to your unique relation to the Demon Lord Rimuru, almost all the requirements have been met, leaving one requirement required: a broken soul. Harry blinks, seeing Albus walking up to him. Albus and Ultima inclined their heads to the young Majin, paying their respects to him. "Young master, we're sorry for what happened," Ultima said. "Harry-sama, as one of Carrie and Sama's Beastketeers, I swear to finish the antidote as soon as possible," Albus stated, understanding how Harry is feeling. "Thank you, Albus." Harry smiles before being taken back to his house with Ron after questioning by McGonagall. So here's my plan for Harry's evolution: Wizard, Majin, Archmage, Demon Lord. The question's mark is universal, so anything goes for Harry. Anyways, if you read the new prophecy then you know what's next. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 25 AN. Enjoy the chapter. Ch 25 The Battle in the Forbidden Forest. Rimuru read the report that Hedwig brought from Diablo. He sighs, placing the letter down on his desk. "Rimuru-sama, is everything all right?" Rigard asked his lord. Harry's school friend was petrified and has a toll on him. The slime sighs, worried for his son. Rigard blinks, a bit confused with the situation. "Forgive me, my lord, but I thought Ultima Dono and Albus Dono were creating a cure for the children of Hogwarts?" he asked the Demon Lord. The slime nodded. "They're still working on it, however, it's a longer process than expected." Rimuru explains to the Goblin King. "As of right now, Hogwarts interplanted new curfews for the students so the petrification will be lessened." The Goblin King nodded, understanding what's happening. "A very smart move, however, if I were the young master's headmaster, I would send the children home until the danger has passed. Rigurd stated what he would do. Rimuru nodded, agreeing with his Prime Minister. I'm quite surprised that Dumbledore didn't go with that choice. The Demon Lord ponders. He shrugs, seeing that Leon has it handle over there. Well, at least Leon is there to take care of things. Rimuru smiles, having faith in his fellow Demon Lord and subordinates will solve everything on the other world. I do wonder what he is teaching the students over there. If anything, I would guess that Leon Sama is teaching the children some sword skills, Rigurd suggested, based on his Demon Lord title. Rimuru gave a joyful grin at his loyal subordinate. I bet he is. Hogwarts Harry sat in Hagrid's hut with Ron after evading the watchful eyes of his guardians. He wanted to speak with Hagrid about what Tom Riddle showed him. The young Majin noticed the half-giant's hand trembling when pouring the tea for them. Hagrid, are you okay? Harry asked, seeing his friend being off tonight. You seem off, Hagrid, Ron added. Hagrid turns to Harry and Ron, smiling at them to hide his concern. I'm fine, I'm all right, boys. He ensures the young Gryffindors. So, you heard about Hermione? Ron continued, receiving a nod from the gatekeeper. The half-giant nods. Yeah, EY heard about that all right. Terrible thing, he said solemnly, praying that Hermione will be all right. Ron nudges Harry, motioning his eyes to ask the groundskeeper of Hogwarts what the diary told him. Harry sighs, looking at Hagrid seriously. Look, we need to ask you something. He looks at Ron before spilling. Do you know who opened the Chamber of Secrets? Hagrid closes his eyes, mentally preparing an answer for them. What ye have to understand about that is, before Hagrid could answer the two boys, a knock from his door interrupts him. Quick, under the cloak. Don't make a sound. Hagrid ordered the two, walking over to the door. Ron pulled out the invisibility cloak and wrapped it around them, hiding from whoever is at Hagrid's door. The half-giant opened his door, revealing the headmaster and a man with a green bowler hat standing in his doorway. Good evening, Hagrid. Dumbledore smiles at the groundskeeper. May we come in? Harry and Ron observe the two elder men walking in Hagrid's home. The red-haired boy's eyes widened, remembering the man in the green bowler hat. I remember him, it's Dad's boss. The Minister of Magic. Cornelius Fudge, he whispers to Harry. Minister of Magic? Harry questions. Answer. The Minister of Magic holds governmental decisions on the behalf of the wizarding community. This includes new laws, and ensuring the non-magical doesn't know of magic. These are just a few jobs the position of the minister has. Great Sage answered her master's question about Fudge's position. So, it's like Rigurd's position in Tempest, Harry ponders out loud. Ron looks at Harry, curious about who's this Rigurd person was. Rigurd? Who's Rigurd? He asked his friend. Harry blinks, waving it off with his hand. Ah, he's one of my dad's advisors in his company. It's like the minister, he smiles before hearing the conversation from the adults. EY would never attack anyone, even students of Hogwarts. Hagrid defended himself from the minister. He looks at Dumbledore, trying to reason with Fudge. Professor. Dumbledore looked at the minster, motioning his hands as he spoke. Cornelius, Hagrid has my full confidence that he. That may be, Albus, but look at Hagrid's records, Fudge retorted. Interrupting the headmaster. It's against him, and I'm sorry, but he's under arrest for questioning by the Aurors. The two and the adults' eyes widen at what Fudge informed them. Arrest me? Arrest me to where? Not Azkaban prison. Hagrid stood tall over the minister, not believing what he's hearing. Fudge shook his head. I'm afraid I have no other choice in the matter, the minister stated as the door opened behind him. They all looked to see a long blonde-haired man, stepping inside the tiny hut. Ah, Fudge already here? Lucius said sternly, prowling around the small living space of Hagrid's home. What are ye doing here, Malfoy? Get out of my house, Hagrid sneered at the powerful man in the ministry. Lucius scoffs, prowling around as the two Gryffindors step back. Oh, trust me, I take no pleasure in being in your... The blonde blinks, turning to the half-giant. You call this a house? Harry growls, hating how the Malfoy head is discriminating against the friendly giant. In any case, I'm here because I called up the school and was told the headmaster was here. He looks at the old man, staring back at the Death Eater. And what exactly do you need, Lucius? Dumbledore inquired. Simple, the governors and I have decided for you to step aside. Lucius took out a scroll, handing it to Dumbledore. An order suspension with 12 signatures on it. He smiles at the devastated Dumbledore. Hagrid steps forward, having enough just being the bystander. Ye can't do that, the Muggle-borns won't stand a chance, he stated, there will be killings, ye hear. Lucius cocked his head, you think so? Well, very well, if the governors desire to have me removed then it shall be done. Dumbledore took it with grace, however, help will be given at Hogwarts for those who asked. He manipulates the room, acting them see him as a light. Notice. The individual known as Albus Dumbledore is using. Not now, great sage. Harry stops his unique skill, wanting to listen to what the conversation is leading. MPHF, very well, Hagrid come on. Fudge steps forward. Hagrid sighs, seeing there's no way out of it. Well, if anyone is looking for something, then all they need to do is to follow the spiders. He looks at the young Majin and wizard. What? Fudge questions the strange saying the half-giant said. Oh, nothing, just what my mum always said. Hagrid smiles, walking with the three out of his home. With the two alone in Hagrid's hut, they remove the invisibility cloak and look at each other. Hagrid's right, without Dumbledore the school is more in danger. Harry agreed but noticed something in the corner of his eyes. Spiders, and a whole lot of them climbing on the wall to the windows. Look. Ron steps back, his phobia increased upon looking at the arachnids. Harry quickly grabs the lantern near the door and opens it. Come on, Hagrid said to follow the spiders. He whistles, calling Fang over to him. Wait. What? Ron exclaims, unsure what his friend was planning. Harry was already out of the hut, following the line of spiders into the Forbidden Forest. Ron followed him outside, groaning that he's following spiders. Spiders, why does it have to be spiders? He shives. The three followed the spiders into the forest, hoping there's an answer to all that is happening in Hogwarts. After a few hours following the arachnids through the dark ground of the forest, both Ron and Harry along with Fang arrived at a strange rock formation. Ron gulps, recognizing the white sticky substance that's covering the rocks was webs. Webs too large for any normal small spiders he's seen. Those webs, they're too big, he commented. Harry kneels, touching one of the webs. Great sage, can you identify? Notice. These webs are made from the pre-evolution of driders. Spider-like monsters with the torso of a human on the head of the spider head that acts like a second head. Great sage informed her master of their evolution. They're known as acromantula, large spiders with intelligence as human beings. The final stage of their evolution is an arachne, fully humanoid monsters with 4 spider legs on their back. Driders, arachne. I have a lot to learn of evolution. Harry ponders, seeing the connected lines to many creatures. He shook his head and turned to Ron, scared out of his mind. Ron, these webs are made Ron. He saw his face paling and lips quivering as he backs away. Harry, his trembling hand points to 4 legs emerging from behind the large rock formation. Notice. A strong magicule energy is detected above you, great sage informed the young Majin. Fang whimpers away, hiding behind Ron at the large acromantula. Ron looks behind him, seeing the scared dog. Some help you are, he shouted. Harry quickly stands up, stepping back to where Ron and Fang were standing. He took in a deep breath, and stared back at the acromantula. Padfoot, I know I snuck away to see Hagrid, but can you prepare to provide cover for our escape in case things go south? He asked the Tempest Wolf hiding within his shadows. I want to negotiate with the acromantula. Harry stated his reason, seeing there's more than one way to deal with potential enemies. Padfoot agreed with his young master. Yes, Harry Sama. Harry smiles, stepping forward to meet with the acromantula. Ron reaches out, failing to grab his arm. Harry, wait. That. The young Majin smiles at his friend, ensuring everything is fine. Don't worry, I have things handled. He said, looking back at the large spider. Are you Aragog? Yes, Hagrid hasn't sent young men into a hallow before. Aragog looks at the young Majin, especially one that has evolved beyond the others. What is he saying? Evolved? Ron asked, never hearing that term before. Harry remained vigilant, still on edge. Well, My father's the reason for that. But that's another time. It's Hagrid. He's in trouble. Harry explains the situation in Hogwarts to what he presumes to be the leader of the Acromantula. Ron's eyes scan the area, seeing two more medium-size Acromantula crawling to their father. Harry, he raised his hand. Aragog blinks, crawling closer to Harry to get a feeling of him. Everyone thinks Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets. That's a lie. Hagrid has never opened the Chamber of Secrets, Aragog stated, raising his head over the air to a demon lord. Harry blinks, realizing something in his head. Then you're not the monster. Aragog shook his head, answering the young boy. No, the monster was born in the castle. The Acromantula explains to the young Majin. I came from a distant land, in a pocket of a traveler. Much like you. He continues staring at Harry, figuring out the aura around him. Ron's eyes widen, hearing what Aragog said. What? Harry was born here in Britain. What do you mean he came from another land? He asked, not believing the monster. Yeah, I'm not sure what you mean. Harry sweats, not wanting to reveal that he's a Majin. Anyways, if you're not the monster, then what did kill that girl 50 years ago? Aragog's eyes sneers at the question the Majin spoke. We do not speak of it. It is an ancient creature. We spiders fear almost all others, he shouted. But have you seen it? Aragog shook his head. No, I was kept in a box that Hagrid placed me in. Ron's face paled, even more, when more of them showed up. The girl was killed in the bathroom when I was accused. Hagrid brought me here. He motions to his tiny kingdom of webs and rocks. Ron tugged on Harry's sleeve, wanting him to show what's happening around them. Harry. Harry's head turns to RN, not realizing that his annoyance with him unleashed a bit of his magicule aura in the area. What? He followed Ron's finger to the air as more Acromantula climbed down from the branches of the trees. Aragog's eyes widened, recognizing the aura around the Majin. It's an aura of a demon lord. Harry turns to Aragog, sweating nervously. I think we should go. He and Ron step backward with Fang. Thank you for the information, he smiles. Notice. More Acromantula has shown themselves. I've noticed that already. Harry exclaims mentally to his unique skill. Yeah, we should go, Ron said, nervously with a cracking voice. Aragog and his two sons stand tall, glaring down at the boys. I think not. That traveler has ripped me from my homeland. And you possess the same aura as he. Harry looks at Ron, listening to the large Acromantula. And no, you must be mistaken. It's nothing, really, he said, attempting to cover everything from what the creature from his father's world is saying. Harry, what does he mean? What other world is he saying? Ron demanded an answer from the Majin. Enough. I would be foolish to let the heir of a demon lord go into the world like the one who brought me here. Aragog proclaims to the two, raising two legs in the air. Go, my children. Defeat the threat that threatens Hagrid's world. Harry. What is? Harry throws himself in front of Ron, protecting him from the enemy. Ron looks at Harry, curious what was he doing. Harry? Harry turns to Ron. His brows frown, seeing there's no point in hiding the truth. Ron, I'm sorry, but I'll explain later. Notice. Enemy attack detected. Insert Tensai Shitara Slime Data Ken 2 soundtrack. Going forward and backward. 1. Battle lost. Harry's head turns around, seeing two Acromantulas charging at Harry, Ron, and Fang. Remember this spell, Harry. Both you and me have the same elemental alignment. A memory of him and Shuna standing over his desk as she taught him spells, she knows. With that, Harry held out his fingers like how Shuna does it. Flame wall. Orange flames surrounded both him and the other two, creating a barrier that caused the Acromantula to halt their attacks. Aragog's children jumped back. Where their father? Father, we can't get through his firewall. A dark purple Acromantula informed his father. He's a Majin, unlike the wizard's hat we've faced. A blue Acromantula added to his brother's statement. Aragog jumps down from the top, creating a crater where he landed. Stand back, I shall handle this, my children. Raising his leg, he saw the flames dissipating after their failed attack. The flames dispelled, leaving them open. Ron's eyes widen with a shock that Harry performed a never-before-seen spell before his eyes. Harry, What was that? How were you able to do that? Ron, I told you I'll explain later. Harry looks back at his friend, worried this might change his views of him. However, now's not the time to worry about that. Aragog raised his legs and began to chant. From the darkness, we're born. Aragog's eyes widen, inscribing a rune in the air. Venom shock. A violet wave spread across the field, killing off the plants nearby. Harry reacted by inscribing his own runes in the air. He knows he has poison resistance, but to Ron and Fang, the only thing he could do is to protect them. For now, Dark Flame. A blast of black flames hurls over to Aragog's rune. The fire blasted away the venomous wave, clearing away the danger. Interesting, still you're too young. Demon spawn. Aragog inscribed another rune on the ground, Earth Barrier. The ground beneath the opponents, causing many rock formations to form. Now my children. The two and the rest of Aragog's children charges at the Majin and the wizard, demon. Look out! Ron exclaims, uncaring what kind of magic Harry used. He just wants to be alive after this. Huh? Harry's shadow began to morph until a figure jumps out. Ron tumbled back to a boulder from the earth, surprised by the strange creature from his friend's shadow. You will not touch the young master. Padfoot leaps in the air, impacting the purple acromantula. Gaw! The acromantula gasp, scurrying up to face the Tempest Wolf. A dire wolf? Here. Padfoot scoffs, then growls at the purple acromantula. It's Tempest Wolf, and the name's Padfoot. The purple acromantula's eyes widen, hearing tales of named creatures of his father's world. You're named? No matter, I shall defeat you, Tempest Wolf Padfoot. He leaps forward, fangs bared. Let's see you try, Padfoot explains, tackling the acromantula in the air as he avoids his venomous fangs. Bombarda. Harry waved his hand, sending the explosion charm at the horde of acromantula. Harry then met eye to eye of the blue acromantula, one of Aragog's sons. Please, I'm only here to ask questions. The blue acromantula scoffs, not believing the Majin one bit. Yeah right, my father said that demon lords are cruel beings. The only one he respects is someone named as Carrion, but the others are cruel. Carrion? Do you mean Lord Carrion? I know him, he's part of? Enough talk. The blue acromantula interrupts the Majin. Now you shall die, demon spawn. I don't think so. A blur of purple plunges from the sky. The acromantula steps back, seeing a strange version of a lizard man. Ron's eyes widen at the newcomer. What is that? Gabiru. Gabiru turns to Harry, happy to see the Dragon Lord. Harry-sama, are you all right? He asked the heir of Tempest. Harry nodded, glad to have him here. I am thanks to you, but how did you? Because I sense you leaving the school, Lord Harry. Harry and Ron turn around to Albus walking out of the shadows of the trees. Albus, Harry exclaims to see the Beasticadeer here. Aragog recognized the human female to be Albus, one of Carrion's 3 Beasticadeer. Albus, the leader of Carrion-sama's Beasticadeers. Why you're here? Albus looks at the acromantula, finding it strange to see one near the school. An acromantula. Strange, from what they said here that acromantula are mindless beasts that will eat anything, the lycanthrope stated, and yet, you possess the intelligence of a human. Are your origins from our world perhaps? Indeed, Albus-sama. But for you to be here means that Carrion-sama has fallen. Aragog hissed, assuming that Albus was taken over by the demon lord that claimed Harry Potter. Sadly your enough. I will avenge Carrion-sama and free you, Albus-sama. Aragog proclaims, inscribing more runes in the air. Venom. Blast. A large beam of purple poison hurls over to them. However, Albus's eyes stared dead on at the blaster, changing into a Naga. Ron becomes overly shocked at her transformation. Naga. What the hell is going on? He exclaims. The spell that Aragog cast dismantled, causing the acromantula to step back. She and Gabiru look back at the young master with a grin. Allow us to take care of things, young master. Gabiru smiles. Yes, you're not that strong against a high-leveled being such as the acromantula. Albus ensures victory against the spiders. She and Gabiru prostrate their weapons, ready to engage the enemies. Albus Dono, allow me to handle the small ones. The Dragon Lord offered, you just need to neutralize that acromantula. Albus likes the plan that the Dragonoot came up with. Very well, Gabiru Dono, let's claim victory. With that, the two dispersed, taking the enemies they desired. Gabiru stood before the blue acromantula and grins. He raised his trident in the air. You shall pay for attempting to harm Harry-sama, he claims. The blue acromantula laughs at what this strange lizard man is saying. And who are you to stop us? He asked. We're just trying to prevent the end of this world from the Demon Lord's heir. The Dragon Lord clicked his tongue. I see, so that's how it is. He sighs. Very well, my name's Gabiru. The Dragon Lord of Demon Lord Rimuru's 12 patrons. He flew up in the air, looking down at the horde of acromantula. Your words shall be your end. He soars in the clouds before plummeting to the ground below with his trident points down. Vortex crash. A large crater formed where Gabiru landed before a gust of icy winds burst out and freezes the acromantula in place. What po? The blue acromantula froze into place, finishing their battle with the Dragon Lord. Both Padfoot and the purple acromantula huffs, their power equal to each other. Not bad, but I shall defeat you, Padfoot said. As I expected from a follower of a demon lord, my father shall never yield to your master. The purple acromantula leaps forward, activating his spell on his fangs, Thunderbite. Padfoot looks up, muzzling in the air. His eyes look at the master he's bonded to. I shall not fail you, young master, he said to himself. A gust of wind blew through the air. Padfoot howls in the night sky as storm clouds gather. You shall know why we're named Tempest Wolves. Lighting sparks in the clouds. A single strike from above hits the purple acromantula. Black lightning. Ah! The purple acromantula fell on the ground, stunned by the lightning strike. Padfoot huffs, looking at the crisp acromantula. Now you know why we have Tempest in the name. He smiles. Albus stares at Aragog, who returned with his own. Albus-sama, you are well known in my clan. But for you to aid another demon lord is unthinkable. That's where you're mistaken, acromantula. But seeing is not believe as all beast believes, I shall educate you and your clan. Albus prostrates her staff at the large acromantula. Aragog nodded, inscribing many runes in the air. It shall be it then, Albus-sama, he stated, plunging his legs on the ground. I've been practicing my own spells in this world in hopes to find a portal back. You shall see how my achievements are. A large golem appeared out of webs and rocks from Aragog's home. Come, acromantula golem. He jumps up in the air, landed on the head of the golem he made. Albus smiles, never seeing this trick before from the acromantula. Impressive, very impressive acromantula. May I know your name before we face off? I long forgotten my original name. For now, call me Aragog. The acromantula introduced himself. Now, attack. The golem pulled back its arms and hurls over to Albus. The lycanthrope was prepared to face the fist head-on until someone shouted. Flame wall. Flames provided cover for the beasteckadeer, allowing her to move to safety. The fit missed the naga. Aragog looks at Harry Tempest with his hands out. He smirks at him before looking up. Albus, now. Aragog looks up to see Albus flying in the air. Fall. Albus raised her staff, calling down purple lightning. The bolt strike Aragog's golem, causing it to shatter in pebbles. The lycanthrope lunges forward, grabbing the leader of the acromantula and slamming him to the ground. Weak from her strong attacks, Aragog was unable to move. I yield. Children stop. End song. The acromantula halted their assault, obeying their father. Aragog flips over, bowing to the leader of the three beasteckadeers. You can slay me, Demon Lord's heir. Albus and Gabiru turn to Harry, walking over to the wounded acromantula. Harry. Aragog closes his eyes, prepared to die and move on to the next life. That is until Harry did something unexpected. Liquid poured over his wounds and healed them. What are you doing? This is a battle, you can't just. Whoever said this was a battle? I was merely asking you a question. Harry explains. I don't want to take a life, even someone who's lost from home. Albus chuckles at the young Majin, seeing the similarities between himself and Rimuru. Gabiru smiles, placing his trident on his back. That's our young master for you. Padfoot nodded, wagging his tail. Yeah, he pants. Now, let's heal the rest of your family. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 26 AN. Sorry that this took long. I was stressed with school and everything and needed a break. On the other hand, we're close to the end of this story. I would like to thank each of your support in this. CH26 The silent treatment. Harry had Gabiru, Albus, and Padfoot gather all of the Acromantula in one area of their home. Aragog watches the Demon Lord's heir taking potions that the evolved lizard Mano, Dragonood brought with him to heal his family. The black-haired Majin poured the healing potions on his children. The eldest was especially taken care of. Harry knew these two were special. He knew that the blue and purple Acromantula was the eldest out of Aragog's children. Here, drink this slowly. It'll heal you up quick, he said kindly to the Acromantula. Why are you doing this? I thought demon lords aren't kind. The purple Acromantula asked the Majin. Well, things changed when my dad came to power, Harry explains, remembering how most countries fear the demon lords until Rimuru made diplomatic relationships with them, even before becoming a demon lord. Aragog nodded, finally listening to the demon lord's heir's words. And who is your father, if I can ask? The father of Hogwarts's Acromantula Nest asked. Harry smiles, unsure if he heard of his name. To be honest, he doesn't even know how long he reigns as a demon lord and the leader of Tempest. I'm not sure if you heard of him, but he's the true demon lord, Rimuru Tempest. Tempest, it's not a name I'm familiar with. Forgive me, young Majin. Aragog apologies for his limited knowledge of his old home. Ever since that man took me here, I slowly lose all of my memory of our world. Albus slithers over, taking empathy for the lost Acromantula. I'm sorry for not noticing your disappearance, Aragog. As the leader of Carrion Sama's 3 Beasteketeers, I humbly apologize for our incompetence. Aragog shook his head, reaching out to the elite soldier in their lord's regime. Don't be. I was so small compared to the others. He smiles at her. Harry then thought of another idea in his mind. Great sage, will naming someone from this world will guarantee that they can return home with me? He asked his unique skill about taking the Acromantula Nest with him after the term. Answer. With your growing power, it is quite possible to do what you asked. Great Sage responded to her master's question. All right, Aragog. I have a proposal for you, Harry told the leader of the Acromantula Nest. It's up to you. If you want, I can take you all home. He offers the lost monsters in the Forbidden Forest. Aragog and his children look at the future demon lord. His eyes sparkle with glee and joy. Really? We can all go home. The giant spider spoke happily. Harry jumps back, seeing Aragog jumping closer. Gabiru held Harry's shoulders, holding him from falling back to the ground. Young master. He helps him to his feet and lets him go. Oh, great Harry-sama. You have no idea how happy that makes me feel. Aragog exclaims at the Prince of Monsters. I've always dreamed of showing my old world to my children. Oh, don't get me wrong. This world is great, but it does have its issues with discrimination. The Acromantula waved his legs at him. But I do miss the big plains of my home and the fresh air. Aragog reminisces the younger days of his life. Harry looks at Padfoot, Gabiru, and Albus for their advice. Being the person who knows the Acromantula the most, Albus approaches the young Majin and consults him. Harry-sama, best not to make a promise that you might not keep. Harry looks at the lycanthrope, surprised to hear that from her. Trust me, I want to take these Acromantula home with us, but there's a lot to take. I see, thank you Albus. Harry turns to Aragog, daydreaming about returning home. Aragog, I can't promise you that we might bring you home, but I can try my best. Aragog blinks, nodding to the young master. Oh, of course, young master. You're still a fledgling. It was rude of me to expect from you that much. He inclines his head, apologetically. Harry shook his head. No, you shouldn't apologize for having hope. He places his hand on his chest. I swear that I'll find a way to bring you all home. Aragog and the other Acromantula incline their heads to the young demon lord. I, Aragog, the leader of the Acromantula Nest, shall be in your debt. He looks up at the Majin with a smile. From now on, I shall be your subordinate, Harry-sama. Harry was shocked. He never expected that someone, let alone an entire brood of Acromantula, will pledge their loyalties to him. He was about to say something when Gabiru taps of his shoulder. Young master, if you're going to be a demon lord, having subordinates will strengthen your reign. That's what Rimuru-sama did, he advises his master's son. All right. Harry sighs, reaching out to the front legs of Aragog. I'm looking forward to building a future where we can prosper as one. Your dream, a world where we can prosper together. Aragog smiles, liking his ideology of a prosperous world for his children. My lord, if I may, I would like to be beneficial in your dream. Harry smiles, then let's work hard for that future, Aragog. He then turns to Ron, being covered by a blanket that Albus brought. He'd hoped that being the heir of a demon lord would be kept on the down low for now, but life has been known to be unpredictable. Ron, are you all right? Harry asked, afraid of his view on him now that the secret is revealed. Ron looks at his friend, then at the gathered injured Acromantula being healed. So it's true. What that spider said, he said to his friend. Harry sighs, looking away from his gaze. Why yeah, it is. My dad's a demon lord. So you're going to be evil then? Ron snaps back at the person he thought to be his friend, the hero of the wizarding world. Why? Why do you need to be a demon lord? It's the worst thing evil besides the Dark Lord, his anger got to him. Ron stood up, grabbing Harry by the collar. Padfoot and Gabiru tensed, seeing their young master being handled by his friend. Albus stopped them from hurting the young boy with her staff. Tell me this, Harry, are you going to take over the wizarding world or join the Dark Lord? His lips quiver, appalled by the revealment of what his friend is. No, I will never join Voldemort. Ron looks up at Harry, his eyes darkening at the mere thought of joining the murderer of his parents. He's just a person who whines of being powerful, and the ministry gives power to him by fearing him. Demon lords are the same, no, they're not. Harry defended the people who helped him see Anthropath to life. He took a deep breath before looking at his friend. The demon lords I know is powerful than any monsters. I give you that, and sure, they killed more people, even countries, to gain their titles. But they're kind to their people, monsters and humans alike. They even establish trade with human kingdoms. He supported the octagram. They only attack if they're provoked. Ron scoffs, not believing that anything related to the darkness is kind. But they're evil, enemies to all that is good. He steps back from Harry, wanting to be near the former boy who lived. Harry moves forward only for Ron to step back. Ron, no, I don't want to associate with any dark creatures like you, Harry. Ron hastily turns to the path back to Hogwarts and ran from his former friend. Harry reaches out but freezes when he saw his friend leaving his sights. Gabiru moves forward behind his charge, patting on his back. Don't worry, Harry-sama. I'm sure that after today that everything will be fine. Gabiru remains hopeful, trying to be positive for him. I guess you're right. Harry turns around to Acromantula, all healed by Albus. Aragog got up from the ground and made his way over to Harry. Harry-sama. Aragog inclines his head to his new master. His family joined him, bowing to the person they swore loyalty to. Are you all right? You seem disconnected? The Acromantula asked his new master. Harry shook his head. No, it's fine, Aragog. Now if I do this right, I just need to name everyone here, right? The young Majin said, receiving gasps from everyone in the area. Aragog was the first to speak out to his new master. Harry-sama, you don't need to do that. If you do so, it'll take a toll on your body. It's fine, right, great sage? Harry asked his unique skill if naming this many Acromantula won't cause any lasting damage to his body. Answer. Naming all of the Acromantula will not give any physical or mental harm to your body, great sage responded to her master's question. The only repercussion is fatigue. Harry looks back at his new subordinates with a smile. The only risk for me is being fatigued. Gabiru heard what his young master is saying. He looks down at the Majin with a worried expression. Young master, please don't overexert yourself. Your father doesn't want that for you. He expresses his concern. Harry waved at his guardian, indicating it's fine. Don't worry, Gabiru. I'll be fine. Turning back to the Acromantula, he got a few names for them. Now, Aragog, since you already have a name, you'll be Aragog. Aragog's body began to glow, having his name rewritten by his new master. Thank you, Harry-sama. He bows, moving to the side for his two sons to receive their names. Harry-sama, we're ready to receive names, the blue Acromantula said to his new master. The purple one nodded, inclining his head to him. Please, bestow your blessing to us, my lord. All right. Your names will be. Later that night, Harry woke up in his bed having no recollection of what happened. What happened? Ah, Harry-sama, you're awake. Diablo walks over to his side, placing down some medicine he got from the infirmary. You've given us quite the scare when Gabiru Dono brought you back. Harry sat up on his headboard, placing his hand on his forehead. Diablo, what happened? The last thing I remember is that I started to name the Acromantula. His eyes widened, remembering the whole ordeal. The demon smiles, explaining to the young master what he missed. Well, you gained some new subordinates, Harry-sama. Naming all of them caused a bit of tension to your body. Diablo explains to the boy. But I thought that with my connection with Dad that I can't pass out, Harry asked his butler. Answer. Due to the amount of Acromantula you've named, your connection has been overloaded, causing you to pass out. Great Sage explains what has happened prior. Harry looks back at Diablo, having one more question to ask. And what about Ron? He saw Albus, Gabiru, and Padfoot reveal their true selves in front of his first friend. Considering how his family views any monsters, light or dark, being evil, he would definitely cut connections with him. Your friend is safe, young master, but him seeing Albus Dono, Gabiru Dono, and Padfoot Dono is another topic entirely. Diablo explains that Ron's all right, but not fully. I'm sure given some time, he'll move forward. He smiles. Diablo walks over to the lamp, blowing out the candle. Now get some rest, Harry-sama. Tomorrow you have a class with Leon-sama. He walks out of the room, letting the air sleep. Once the demon left, Harry looks up at the ceiling. Great Sage, what happened with Ron? He asked, hoping his unique skill will have the answer if Ron now hates him or not. Answer not found. Great Sage replied, unsure of the outcome with her master's friend. I see, not even a unique skill could answer a human question. Harry turns around, going to sleep for the night. The next day, Ultima and Shuna escorted Harry to Leon's class. Harry stops, seeing Ron laughing with Seamus and Dean. The two boys saw Harry and waved at him. Hey, Harry, Dean told us a really funny joke. Harry walks over to his friends, however, Ron turned around and left them. He sighs, already tell that he doesn't want anything to do with him. What's his problem? Seamus asked, seeing Ron acting strange. Did you two have a fight or something? Dean looks over to the young Majin. Harry scratches the back of his head, seeing that Dean was on the mark, sort of. Well, it's a bit like that, I rather not talk about it, he said to the two wizards. Shuna and Ultima watched their young master. They could tell this situation was eating him from within. Harry-sama, Shuna was about to tell him something when Leon opens the door. Leon looks at his students, waiting outside his classroom. What are you all standing out here for? He demanded of the young magic users. Get in, we have a lot to go over. With that, everyone proceeded inside the classroom. After the lecture on defensive spells and how and where to use them was finished, class ended. Harry took the advantage to speak with Ron, wait, can I? Ron ignored Harry and left the classroom, not even looking at him. The Demon Lord noticed the interaction between the two boys. He sighs, feeling, Tempest, can you come to my desk? Leon call over Harry. He looks at Shuna and Ultima, his expression tells them everything they need. We'll be waiting outside, young master, Ultima said, walking out with Shuna from the classroom. Lord Cromwell, is there something you want with me? Harry asked, walking up to the Platinum Devil. Leon sat down in his chair, folding his hands together as he looks at the boy. Tempest, I took notice that you and your friend are at odds. Care to explain? He inquired, interested in their little Cold War. Harry blinks at how Leon could tell that something was troubling him. He sighs, knowing that his father's subordinates would tell him the exact thing that Diablo said to him. I know what you're going to say, Professor Cromwell. Ron will get over it. I'm not quite sure, from what I saw he's angry, no distraught. Leon commented, looking at the young Majin. He figured that the Incident with the acromantula from the other day was the catalyst for his behavior towards Rimuru's son. Leon trying to be a friend to the boy since he is technically Shizu's son. So, is there anything that caused your friend to be cold to you? The Demon Lord asked the young Majin. Harry sighs, sitting down in a chair near the Demon Lord's desk. Well, I guess that night with Aragog and his family, he explains what transpired at the forest. After he's done he waited for his response. I'm now sure that since I was revealed to be the Prince of Monsters that he hates me because of the views they held on them. Views? Leon inquired, curious about what the wizards of this world think of monsters and demons. Yeah, they believe everything strange or monstrous looking is considered to be dark, while the rest to be light, thought to some extent. Harry explains what his former Paope see things. Though there are those who are Puritans like the pureblood families. Influence what the status quo is. Leon nodded, getting a good understanding of this world. Well, there's only one thing you need to do. He smiles at the complex expression Harry was giving to him. Be yourself. Show him that you are still the same person you were prior to your evolution, he advises him. Harry blinks, hearing what Leon told him. I understand, he chuckles, looking back at the blonde man. Diablo and the others said that it'll all pass, but I wasn't sure if they were honest or just making me feel better since I'm Dad's son. Sometimes it's best to hear something from people other than your subordinates, Leon explains to his student. Having people that are similar to you are the ideal types to seek advice, Harry. Thank you, Lord Cromwell. Harry appreciated what Leon said to him. Anytime, Harry. Leon's sentence was abruptly interrupted by McGonagall's voice through the announcement. All students are to return to their respective dormitories at once, McGonagall announces to all within the school. All instructors are to report to the second corridor immediately. Harry looks at Leon, who stood up from his seat. Come, Tempest. I suggest you listen to what Professor McGonagall said. Both left the room, going over to the second corridor of the school. Leon took a different route to the meeting area, however he advised Harry to listen in. Upon arrival, Harry stops seeing Ron listening to what the professors are saying. Ron, SSSHHHH. Ron hissed, looking back at the Prince of Monsters. I'm listening. Harry slowly walks over to where his friend was, listening to the instructor's conversation. As you can see, the heir of Slytherin left another message. McGonagall showed the message to the instructors of the school. McGonagall turns to every professor that has gathered here. Oh, our worst fear has been realized. A student has been taken by the monster into the chamber itself, she informed the group. Then, the only option is to let the students go home, Leon stated, seeing it's no longer safe for the children of the school. Snape growls but released a sigh. He's right, this school is no longer safe for them. He supported the Demon Lord's statement. Madame Pomfrey looks over to the deputy headmistress of the school. Minerva, who is it that the monster took? She asked, can't help but be curious. Ginny Weasley. Both Ron and Harry were shocked, not horrified that the monster took Ginny. Leon looks at the devastated boys before leaving with the other professors. Once they all left, both Ron and Harry walked forward to the bloody message on the wall. Ron's knees gave in, now kneeling on the floor. Her skeleton will lie in the chamber forever, he gripes his fist, tearing at the fact his sister is lost forever. Harry, not having this outcome, grabs Ron by the shoulders. Ron, there's still time to save Ginny, he stated, snapping his friend out of his daze. Forget about me being the heir of a demon lord, focus on saving your sister, he shouted. Ron snaps out of it. Harry's words manage to get through to him. Why, you're right, he said, realizing there's still time. I wasn't thinking. I know this doesn't make up for the other night. For now, let's just put that aside, Harry said to his friend. He got up, offering his hand to the red-haired boy. Come on, we need to figure out a plan to save Ginny. Ron nodded, taking the Demon Lord's heir's hand, obliging to his logic. Inside the Forbidden Forests, a cluster of large human-size eggs was bundled together. A large one began to hatch, sensing something's wrong. First out comes a leg, then two. Finally, a human torso's breached through. Tempest Sama, hold on. How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 27 AN. Sorry it took long, I just finished my semester. Please enjoy the chapter. CH27. Into the chamber the next day, Harry and Ron were at Hermione's side, saddened that she was still in her petrified state. "Don't worry, Hermione, we'll find Ginny," Ron states, holding her frozen hand. Harry places his hand on his chin, trying to figure out how to save Ginny. "What's the plan, Harry?" The black-haired blinks, returning his attention to his friend. "I'm still thinking on that part," Harry admits, giving him an unsure smile. Ron stared blankly at the heir to a demon lord. "Really? I thought demon lords and their heirs were cunning and smart," he stated to his friend. "Well, sorry, Ron." Harry growls at the stigma of demon lords of his old home dimension. "Not all demon lords aren't that smart. Ramirez and Auntie Milam can be easily fooled by my dad and the others." Harry then places his finger back on his chin, remembering all the times when his dad wasn't that smart in some places. "Actually, my dad is like everyone else. He can be fooled sometimes, but occasionally." Harry explains to his wizard friend that demon lords are just any other human, minus the race barrier. "Good to know, mate," Ron nodded. "So how does that help to find Ginny? And the chamber for that matter?" he asked. Harry looks at Hermione, then he saw something off in her clutched hand. Notice. The individual known as Hermione Granger is holding a crumpled paper in her right hand. "Great sage," informed her master. The young Majin walks over to his friend, taking the paper out of her hand. Uncrumpling it, he read the information contains on the page. His eyes widen, seeing the danger that lurks in the Chamber of Secrets. Ron looks confused on why Harry got a frightened look. "Hey, Harry. What's with that low? We need to find Diablo or Lord Cromwell." Harry made his way to the exit of the infirmity. The red-haired boy blinks before hastily following his friend. "Harry, wait!" Ron cried out. Leon was in his office with Diablo sitting in the chair. "So, Guy has you stay as the instructor for the defense course as long Harry-sama is attending." He read the message from the primordial demon of Red. "That seems the case, to be honest. The mere thought of being here with snotty brats is irritating enough." Leon groans, placing some midterm papers aside. Diablo couldn't help but chuckle at the Platinum Devil's predicament. "Kufufufufufu, Rouge is sure a mystery when it comes to plans," he smiles. Leon groans, turning to his office door, hearing two sets of footsteps rushing over here. "Great, who's coming this late?" The doors burst open by Rimuru's son and his red-haired friend. "Professor!" Harry cried the demon lord, rushing into the office with Ron. They both stop, seeing Diablo sitting in the defense professor's office. "Diablo, what are you doing here?" Harry asked his family's butler. The primordial demon of black closes his eyes, turning to his young master. "I was simply visiting a friend of your father's, young master." Diablo smiles before looking at the two, curious why they're here this late. "Might I inquire why you're here instead of visiting your hospitalized friend or sending time with your other friends?" Diablo asked, crossing his arms at them. Ron tugs on Harry's robes, unsure how to answer his friend's butler. "Hey Harry, what we're going to tell Diablo?" he whispers to the demon lord's heir. "I don't want any trouble with your dad." Harry took a deep breath and showed the crumpled paper that he got from Hermione's clutch hand. "Professor, Diablo, I know what's causing the petrification of the Muggle-born students," he told the most powerful people in the school. "Oh, might I ask how you acquired this information, young master?" Diablo asked while Leon raised an eyebrow waiting on the information to be given. "It's a creature called a basilisk," Harry informed the two, allowing Diablo to take the piece of information from his hand. Ron's eyes widen, hearing the name of the wizarding world's most dangerous and vile creatures that were ever created through dark arts. "Those things are XXXXX level beast," he stated. "My brother Charlie said that the art of making one is forbidden and a one-way ticket to Azkaban," he said with fear. Diablo scans the information written on a piece of paper. "It's different than the basilisk back home, but this version can kill a person by just looking at their eyes," Harry informed the demon. "The victims must see the eyes through a reflection." Ron's eyes widened, remembering the mirror Hermione held. "That means that the mirror caught its eyes," he exclaims. "The others also might see the basilisk's eyes reflection through reflected areas." Harry figured out how the others were petrified. Nearly headless Nick, Colin's camera, the window, and the water. Harry then turns to the two demons in the room, sharing his plan to help the students. My idea is that we knock out the monster and use the venom as an antidote for the students at the nurse's office. Interesting plan you got there, Harry-sama. Diablo commented on his master's son's quick thinking. However, there are holes with his plan. But there are some problems with it. Harry blinks, unsure what he's missing with his plans. What? Hold on. Harry made an awesome plan, simple to follow. The young master did make an excellent plan. Diablo interrupts the red-haired Gryffindor. He looks at him with piercing yellow eyes. However, the main problem is how to deal with the killer eyes of the basilisk, plus its poisons. He asked, stumping Ron with the questions he asked. Harry was puzzled as well, but his skills remind him of something important. Notice. You currently possess the skills Poison, Paralysis, and Death Resistance. Great Sage informed her master of the skill set he currently possesses. Harry placed his hands on his chest, still determined to face the monster no matter what. I have skills that make me resistant to the creature's skills. He stated, if anything, all I need is a sword and face it. Plus with the training you and Shuna gave me, I can use that to my advantage. Harry gave him more to reinforce his reason for going. Think as this is my final test, Diablo. Diablo looks back at Leon, who remained silent through the conversation. He walks over to the closet behind him, opening to a collection of swords. If you're this determined to go to this chamber to retrieve the venom of the basilisk, then as an instructor I shall accompany you. What? Both Harry and Ron were surprised that the demigod was going with them. But won't Dumbledore find out? You have to report to him, right? Ron panicked, thinking if they'll be caught then they will be surely punished. Leon looks at the young wizard, walking to the door. I only report to myself and no one else, he told Ron, taking the doorknob and opening the door. Diablo just smiles. I'm sure Rouge would be interested, Leon-sama. He interjected, causing the demon lord to freeze. Leon turns to Diablo, who looked away from his gaze. Is there something going on that I don't know about? Harry asked, confused on the two were speaking about. It's nothing that you should be concerned about, Tempest. Leon told the heir of the monster country. If anything, I think the right choice is that you should make a backup plan in case this fails. Diablo shrugs, seeing there's nothing to worry about. The young master has nothing to worry about, Leon-sama. The primordial Demon of Black said to the demon lord. I have full confidence that Harry-sama will succeed in the task he sets for himself. Harry looks at Diablo, a bit surprised that he'll let him and Ron go and search for the basilisk along with Ginny. Wait, there's something else you're not telling me. Whatever you mean, Harry-sama. Diablo smiles at the black-haired boy. This is your final test for the term as you said, so as your instructor, you should be ready for this test. The demon butler's eyes shifted to the ceiling, acting all innocent. Or should I test? Nope. I'm good. Harry interrupts Diablo, not wanting to take a handwritten test he gives. Harry swiftly turns to the door, walking out of the room. Well, time is running out. We still need to find the entrance to the Chamber of Secrets, he stated. Hold on, there's another problem. Ron steps in, giving his opinion to this plan of his. Everyone turns to Ron. If we're facing a big snake, shouldn't we at least see it around the halls? He asked. If it's that big, shouldn't someone notice a big creature roaming around the halls? Ron gave an important detail for them to ponder. Ron's right. How come we didn't notice wandering around the school? Harry thought for a moment before Diablo tapped the wall with his finger. Diablo waited for Harry to figure that out, which he did. His eyes widen, fitting the pieces to the puzzle, the pipeline. Ron realized that part too. He looks at the walls, hearing running water through them. Great, we bathe in snake filth. He shudders at the thought. Now we know how the basilisk moves around the school. Harry checked that problem off the list. The only one left is how to get to the secret chamber. But the problem is how to get there. Ron was wondering too until Harry remembered something from Aragog's words. Girl in the bathroom. Leon turns around hearing what the young heir of Tempest said. I'm sorry, what? The demon lord asked, unsure if he heard him right. Harry looks back at his best friend. Ron, remember what Aragog told us. He smiles, realizing who the leader of the Acromantula told them. That's right. Hagrid's pet told us that a girl was killed in a bathroom. Ron remembers that conversation. even though he was terrified with the acromantula approaching them at the time. Diablo closes his eyes, remembering that there's something in the school that the two described. "Ah, you mean that ghost girl that haunts the girls' lavatory?" the demon informed them. Ron looks at the demon butler, knowing who he's talking about. "You don't mean Moaning Myrtle?" he asked. "Of course, it's her. How come I didn't realize it before?" Harry hits his forehead for not connecting the pieces. "Now it's not the time for that, Tempest," Leon told the young heir to Tempest. "If we want to save Ms. Weasley from the chamber, I suggest that you two be prepared for what's to come in there." He advises the boys, preparing them for an unexpected situation that throws at them. "Right." Harry looks at Diablo, not making an inch of helping them. "So I'll be alone in this?" Diablo shook his head. "No, I'll have Ultima accompany you in case things are too difficult for you." He ensures his young master that he's not entirely alone in Guardian Wise. "But remember, you ask for this to be a test." "I know, Diablo." Harry turns around. Both he and Ron go back to their dorm to get what they need for this quest. Only a few minutes left in their rendezvous with Leon at the girls' lavatory. Harry got the items he need. 3 healing potions for him, Ron, and Ginny. Leon is a demon lord, so he'll be fine. His katana that he trained for this moment without realizing it, his wand just in case, and where's his invisibility cloak? He was about to check when he saw a box on his bed. Harry walks over to the box on his bedsheets. He opens it, revealing a note within was a mask. It has curved lines and a mouth that looks like fangs coming out. In the center was a red gem that shines in the candlelight. A mask? He checks it at all sides. He then notices a note within it. Picking it up, he recognized this handwriting. "Yo Harry, I wasn't quick enough to give you this present for Christmas before you need to return to Hogwarts, so I asked Gringotts to deliver it to you. Anyways, I had Karobe made a replica of a mask your mother used to wear. Something that you might want to keep as a memento of her. There's a whole lot of protections and enchantments that I had placed, so it'll be useful." "What am I saying? It's already something important once you finished reading this." Laughing face. "Anyways, this is an official gift to you from your dad for Christmas. Love you, Hars." "Love, Dad." Harry looks at the mask, smiling that his father would do something like this. He turns the mask around and places it over his face. Walking to the mirror, the young heir noticed that it fits his face. "My mom sure had some interesting taste." He chuckles, removing it and placing it inside his robes. He walks to his closet in search of his cloak, but it wasn't there. Where could that cloak be? Stepping out of his room, Shuna was standing there with a folded green cloak in her hands. Harry jumps, seeing his aide standing in front of him, giving a cheery smile. Shuna. His hands were in the air upon seeing her. "I was going to. I heard from Diablo that you're going to face the monster that's petrifying the children." Shuna opens her eyes, handing over the cloak to her young master. "You need this, Harry-sama." "Huh?" Harry took the green cloak with a clip at the edge. He wraps it around him and noticed the hood. Once he clips the 2 buttons, he puts up the hood, which turned him invisible. "My invisibility cloak." The black-haired Majin puts down his hood, which he reverted to his seeable self. "Shuna, did you upgrade my invisibility cloak?" he asked. The Oni princess smiles, nodding to Harry's question. "I figured lugging around a cloak and carrying any item would prove some difficulty." Shuna explains her reasons for the changes to the ancient item. "I took it upon myself to fix the problem. I hope you don't mind, young master." Harry shook his head. "Not at all." He looks at his new cloak around him with a gleeful smile. "Thank you, Shuna. Make sure you're safe, Harry-sama." Shuna inclines her head to him. Gabiru Dono and Albus Dono send their regards for their collecting necessary herbs for the potions. Harry nodded. "I will return with the venom for its completion." He turns to the stairs and made his way to the girls' lavatory. Padfoot. "Yes, Harry-sama." The Tempest Wolf responded to his master's call. "I need you to do something once we're in the chamber." After sneaking past Peeves and the hall monitors, Harry made it to the girls' lavatory. Harry sneaks around, looking for either Ron, Ultima, or Leon. Ron, Ultima, Lord Cromwell. Entering the entrance, he saw the people he was looking for. Ultima turns around, giving a grin to her master's son. "Well, look who finally showed up," she commented on his lateness. "Where were you?" Harry. Ron steps forward, seeing the gear he was given. Did Diablo give you those things? 'Cause it looks wicked, he admits, thinking the items that his friend is wearing are the awesomest thing he'd seen. Leon's eyes widen, seeing the mask in his cloak. That mask, where did you get it? The demon lord asked the young Majin. Harry blushed slightly, scratching his head. Shuna gave me the cloak and the mask on my side is from my dad. He explains to the two. I see, I take it you know where that mask came from, Tempest? Leon eyes his student, receiving a nod from him. Well, take care of it. Ultima sighs, looking around the lavatory, getting bored of standing around. So where's this ghost girl that you and Diablo were talking about, em? Her yellow eyes look over to the young Majin. Harry walks further into the haunted bathroom. She's this way. The faint moans were getting louder as they tread in further. The group stops seeing the floating ghost, wandering in circles in the stall area. Myrtle looks to her side, hearing footsteps coming. Who's there? She smiles, seeing the cute boy with glasses. Oh, hello, Harry. Harry and the others stop in front of the ghost. What do you want? Myrtle asked the heir to a demon lord. To ask you how you die, Harry stated their reason. Myrtle was curious, tilting her head, playing his game. Oh, it was dreadful. She floats down to face the group better. It happened right here in this very cubicle. She points to the one she was floating over. I was hiding because Olive Hornby was teasing me about my glasses. Myrtle told her story of how she died. I was crying, and then somebody came in. I know it was a boy because he was speaking in some kind of language almost like a snake, she explained. Ron looks at Harry, knowing what kind of language that was. Harry, that's Parseltongue. It is a skill that allows someone to talk with snakes, he informed his friend. Myrtle, do you know who this person was? Leon asked. Myrtle shrugs as an answer to the demon lord's question. I don't know, all I saw was a big yellow eye and that's it, she told the group. So, where did you see the big yellow eyes? Ultima asked, seeing her ghostly finger point to the sink area. Over there, near the sinks. Myrtle turns back around, returning to the cubicle to moan some more. Everyone turns to the sink that Myrtle was pointing to. Leon, Ultima, and Ron head over to the sink. However, Harry was looking at Myrtle wandering around again. Harry, you're coming or what? Ron asked. Harry looks back at the three, waving his hand at them. In a second, I'll be there soon. The black-haired Majin walks over to the ghost, causing her to look at him. Myrtle scrunched her face, seeing the Majin before her. What, is giving you the information not enough? She asked. Tell me, do you like being here alone with everyone avoiding this place? Harry asked the ghost. What do you mean? Of course, I like being here, this is where you die, but I can tell you're not truly happy, Harry interprets her, stating the obvious for everyone to hear. Myrtle was taken aback, she took a deep breath before answering him. Yeah. So what, I died and there's no changing a thing about it. She huffs before eyeing the young boy. What are you going to do about it, Harry? He questions his game. Harry held out his hand to her, causing the ghost to blush. Come with me back to Tempest. Harry, what are you saying? A ghost can't just leave. Ron stops, feeling Ultima's hand on his shoulder. The primordial demon of purple looks at the red-haired boy. Let him do it. My dad has a technique that allows the spirits of my home to have a physical form, Harry stated, wanting to save Myrtle from an eternal fate of wandering. You'll have a life there, something that was robbed from you. If you want a happy life, then I extend this offer to you as the heir of the Rimuru Tempest Federation. He gave a charming smile. Myrtle was moved by Harry's words. She felt she was being given a chance to move on. A chance to live as a normal girl. The ghost floats down, taking his hand through it, phase through him. I want to leave, to start a new life. Myrtle proclaims. Harry smiles, happy that he got the chance to help this lost soul. Notice. Skill acquired, charm. Oh, will you shut up, great sage? Harry mentally scolded his unique skill. Suddenly a loud crash spooked Harry, causing him and Myrtle to look behind them. Ron sat on the ground staring at the shattered sink area. Oh, I think that will come out of your paycheck, Professor. Myrtle points out the damage to school property. Leon, placing his sword back in its scabbard. I was never paid to begin with, I came here involuntary. He closes his eyes, allowing Ultima to check what the sink was hiding. Well, speak about hazardous. Someone should check how long the drop is. Ultima looks down at the pitch-black entrance. Glad you volunteer. Leon walks behind her, pushing her slightly. Ultima paused, looking down at the hole. Oh, you platinum ba? She plunges down for a good few minutes until a thud echoes from the hole. Harry and Ron rush to the edge with Myrtle floating above them. Ultima. Say something if you're okay, Harry cried out to his guardian. Say nothing if you're not, Ron cried before being punched by Harry. Okay, no joking, he slightly chuckles. A few seconds pass until they receive a response. Ow. It's safe, let's get going. Leon jumps down, another thud echoes within the hole indicating he made it. Harry looks at Myrtle, having something for her to do. Myrtle, if we're not back within the hour, go get Diablo and everyone else. The ghost nodded, understanding what her task is. Okay, Harry. She responded. Oh, if you die down there, you're more than welcome to share my toilet. She smiles at her crush. Thanks? Harry turns to Ron, nervous to jump down into the hole. All right, let's go, he said to his friend. Ron nodded, jumping together into the Chamber of Secrets entryway. The two slide down the hole quickly, going through some tunnels until they reach a pit of bones. Bloody hell, that was unexpected. Ron held onto his forehead before looking at disgust with the bones under his shoes. Ew. Harry looks up and saw Leon placing his sword back on his belt and Ultima dusting off the bones from her uniform. Well, that was fun and disgusting. Ultima smiles, glaring at Leon, who looked away from her. He smiles seeing that the primordial demon was all right. Well, he shouldn't be since Ultima is on a higher level than him. So, where do we go now? Ron asked, looking around at the many passageways. Harry was looking around, before hearing a voice. Help, me. Somebody help me. A female cried for help, but it wasn't Ginny. Great Sage, do you know where that voice is coming from? Harry mentally asked his skill. Analyzing, analysis complete. Great Sage finished with the calculation on pinning the voice her master heard. Answer. The route where the voice originated is coming from the right entrance. Possibility of correction 98.1%. Harry likes that percentage. He looks at the entrance to the right and points at it. It's this way. Are you sure? Leon questions, testing his instincts. Positive, Harry stated with determination. Leon nodded as Ultima walks next to him. Then lead the way, Harry-sama. She offered the young Majin. Harry smiles, climbing up the wall to the entrance. Follow me. In. How do you like it? Just a few chapters left. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 28 AN. Please enjoy the chapter. CH28 Chamber of Secrets. Harry looks around what he thinks is the Chamber of Secrets. Nothing he sees is telling him it has a Slytherin feeling. I've always thought that the Chamber of Secrets would be more Chambéry. Harry questions the area they were in. Answer. The area you all are in is a cavern leading to a large structure ahead. Great Sage informed her master after a scan of the underground area. Oh, thanks, Great Sage. Harry mentally thanked his unique skill. So, is this it? I would have thought there's more. By the way, wizards portray the Chamber of Secrets. Ultima sighs, feeling disappointed with the build-up to the ancient secret chamber. Leon looks around the cavern. He then saw a light coming straight down the path. I don't think this is it. He points to the end of the path ahead of them. There's a light source coming at the end. I believe that's where the rest of this chamber leads. Ron saw the light that Leon mentioned. That means Ginny is over there. The red-haired boy ran ahead of the group. He leaps down the small edge and continues forward. Ron, wait. Harry leaps down, following his friend down the dark area. Ultima sighs at the boys running ahead of them. Wait, you too. The primordial demon of purple cried out to the boys. This is why I don't like dealing with rowdy boys. She jumps down the small cliff and skips over to the boys. Harry and Ron's eyes widen at the sight of a giant snake sin laying on the rocky ground. Is that? It's huge. It would have taken many years for it to get this big, Harry stated, remembering the information from the paper of the beast. Ultima and Leon joined up with the two boys, seeing the snakeskin for themselves. Interesting, that is indeed huge skin for a snake. But it's a monster of this world, so predicting how large the basilisk is going to be is impossible, Leon stated. I see, so what are we going to do? Harry asked the demon lord with them. Ultima smiles, walking forward in the cavern. Go forward, there's nothing to do here other than going to our destination. The primordial demon of purple stated, jumping over the shed skin of the basilisk. Ron looks over to Harry. She does have a point there, Harry. The Gryffindor, who hates dark creatures, agreed with the primordial demon. All right, let's go, Harry said, causing the group to head forward. Soon the group encountered an obstacle in their way. The obstacle was a giant seal with snakes around it, symbolizing that they arrived at the Chamber of Secrets. The red-haired wizard steps forward, seeing the seal to the chamber. Is that Salazar Slytherin's chamber? Harry continued after his friend's statement. This must be it, the Chamber of Secrets, he said, coming up to the seal. Suddenly, another tremor came. This time the tremor was larger than what Leon felt in the beginning. A tremor, Ron exclaims. But there's no fault line under us. Ultima was shaking with the tremor. Leon caught her, then Ron in his arms before either of them could fall on the ground. That means there's only one explanation to this. The basilisk. The platinum saber stated. Harry was too shaking, finding a place to get his footing. Then Great Sage detected something. Notice. Fallen debris has detached from the ceiling. Great Sage informed her master of the danger. What? Harry looks up at the falling rocks and looks at Leon and the others. Lord Cromwell, above you. Leon looks up and promptly jumps back. Ron, however, saw Harry standing where the rocks are falling. Harry, look out. Young master. Ultima was about to head over to grab her lord's son when a blur went past across her. Harry closes his eyes when something grabs him by the waist as the rocks block the passage. Now separated, Harry opens his eyes and saw Aragog hovering his body over him. Harry-sama, are you all right? Aragog. Is that you? Harry was shocked to see the Acromantula leader here in the chamber. Aragog change. A better word evolved from his Acromantula species to a Drider. His body was older, 60, but fit, with pale skin, gray hair, a short beard, and green eyes. Indeed, young master, I've evolved from you naming my family and me. Notice. The individual known as Aragog has increased his power output from 50% to 80%, Great Sage informed her. Master. Really? That much? Harry looks at his new subordinate. He does sense his aura more powerful than it was before. It's up to the level of Padfoot. Harry. Ron's muffled voice called out to the young heir to Tempest. Aragog turns his head, hearing his friend's voice coming from the other side of the wall. Harry-sama. I do believe your friends are calling for you. The Drider informed his new master. Harry got up, his cloak flying while rushing to the wall. Ron? Leon? Ultima? Are you guys all right? He asked, concerned if either of them were injured. Yes, we're fine, Harry-sama, Ultima responded from the other side of the wall. However, we can't get through to you, she stated. Leon went to the wall next. You go on ahead, that tremor has opened another passageway for us. The Demon Lord explains to his student. We'll try to rendezvous with you on the other side. In the meantime, go rescue Ms. Weasley. Yeah, don't worry about us, just go save Ginny. Ron supported the Dada professor's words. Harry sighs in relief that both were okay from the cave-in. All right, be safe. The young Majin walks over to the seal, figuring out how to open it. Harry-sama, we're going ahead of your allies? Aragog asked his master. Yeah, we have to need to get to Ginny before it's too late. Harry caught up with Aragog on what's the plan is going forward. Aragog understood the situation they're in. Walking forward to examine the seal of the chamber. Interesting. Harry looks at the elderly Drider. What is, Aragog? He asked his subordinate what he found. Touching the wall, he could tell that the wall was made of a metallic material. It seems that this material is made from an alloy not from this world. Aragog stated. Really? Harry said, intrigued that this seal was made up of something alien. Can we get through it? He asked. Aragog thought for a moment when Great Sage finished analyzing the seal. Notice. The seal is blood magic activated. In contrast, only a relative of the caster can open the seal. Great Sage informed. Harry. Anything else that we don't know, great sage? Like how we can get through? Suggestion. Use your control magic or magic interference skills to hijack the caster's seal. Great sage suggested. Harry blinks, finding this idea to be useful. I have something in mind. He places his hand on the seal, closing his eyes and activates his skill. His eyes shot open as a magic circle appeared on the seal as it shattered. You did it, Harry Sama. Aragog cheered, seeing the seal slowly open for them. Once the seal opened, the two entered the chamber to find Ron's missing sister. Inside the chamber, there's a row of snakeheads pouring water to two rivers. At the end was the face of the founder of Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin. This must be it, we're inside the Chamber of Secrets. Aragog finished off his master's words. The two venture forward. At the end near the stone face was Ginny Weasley, unconscious in a puddle. Ginny. Harry rushed forward. Aragog stayed close behind, wanting to protect the Demon Lord's heir. Ginny, wake up. Harry shook the red-haired girl. She won't wake, a voice states. Hares stood straight, sensing a danger nearby. Aragog turns to the left, standing in front of his master. Harry Sama, stay behind me. This man, a man who was supposed to perish a long time ago, is here, the Drider informed the Majin. Harry looks up, seeing a handsome man walking forward from the shadows. He recognized that face, for he met him during his journey within the diary. Tom. You're Tom Riddle, he stated to the Slytherin before coming to his next question. What do you mean she won't wake? She's alive, but only just. Tom smiles, looking at the strange creature he never had seen before. My, what a strange creature. What are you? He asked, intrigued by this monster. You have no right to know who I am or what I am. Aragog hissed, knowing all too well about this true monster. Harry gently places down Ginny's head on the ground, standing to meet with Tom. How are you here? Are you a ghost? The young Majin asked. Tom smiles, answering the boy. I'm a memory, persevered within the diary for 50 years. He explains to the young Majin. So why you're here? Harry asked, feeling Padfoot growling in his shadows. I'll let you know there's a basilisk. It won't come until it's called. Tom interrupts Harry. With that, Harry's mind clicked. Slytherin uniform, this odd feeling of malice, and the fact he admits that he controlled the monster. You're the heir of Slytherin, Harry points. On the mark, master, but there's more to him than meets the eye, Aragog stated, slowly stepping back to protect both his master and Ginny. He's the one who killed you, parents, in the past, he's. Indeed, monster. Tom smiles, taking Ginny's wand out, cracked and corrupted, I am. Harry's eyes widen, realizing the other part Aragog said. Voldemort. He exclaims. How are you alive? I killed you and Quirrell last year. Tom No Voldemort grins, taking the chance to gloat. Yes you did, but my spirit still lives. Right now I'm just the memory, but I'm still much powerful as my original, he laughs maniacally. Turning to the stone face, Tom spoke, signaling his tool to wake. Attack, my pet. Another tremor came. The water ripples upon the waking of the greatest snake that ever lived. Master, go. I'll fend the beast. Deal with the monster that is your enemy, Aragog shouted, wanting them to be safe. Harry ran, letting Aragog jump away from the basilisk to gain more ground. You can't run, Potter. This chamber has sealed once again until you are dead, Tom shouted. Harry looks back, avoiding the monster's eyes. He saw Aragog using his speed to draw the basilisk to him while avoiding its gaze. It roars, as it rams into the water, but the Drider dodge it. Using his earth magic, Aragog created pillars of earth that hit the monster's face. Harry, running to a tunnel, huffs, placing on the mask his father gave him on his face. It gave him an upper hand to avoid the creature's eyes. Young master, should we help Aragog Dono? Padfoot asked the Majin. I know, but we need to get to Ginny. Great sage, can you calculate the best chances of victory? Harry asked his unique skill of the chances of winning. Answer. The item next to the unconscious individual known as Ginny Weasley seems to be the origin of the enemy's power. About a 98% chance of victory. Great sage informed his master. Better than nothing, I guess. The black-haired Majin sighs. All right, we have a goal. Harry said to his guardian in his shadows. What is it, young master? Padfoot asked, ready to do whatever he can to help. Explaining the plan to the Tempest Wolf, they were at an agreement. Making a break for it, Harry charges in the open with his blade out to strike Tom. Aragog gritted his teeth, seeing that the basilisk is stronger than him in terms of power. Damn, so this is the power of the king of the snakes. He looks to the side, seeing his master running in the open. Young master. Don't, Aragog shouted before the tail of the basilisk throws the drider to the side. Gaw. Aragog groans, being slammed right into the walls of the chamber. Attack that foolish boy, my pet, Tom ordered the monster of the chamber. The basilisk roared, rushing at the boy. Tom blinks, seeing that Harry did not drop dead as he stared forward in the eyes of death. Interesting. You did not fall, Potter. What do you have that avoid the death stare of my pet? He asked, seeing his pet opening its venom-filled mouth. Grinning, Tom thought he'd won, but black lighting came from the demon heir's shadow. What? He gasped, seeing the strange event. Stunned, the monster was unable to move a muscle, allowing Padfoot to come from the shadow. Padfoot growls, biting down on the basilisk's neck. Go, I'll handle it here, the Tempest Wolf growls, pinning the monster down. Right, Harry ran forward, passing Aragog, who was disoriented from the impact. Aragog. Go help Padfoot deal with the basilisk. Harry ordered his new subordinate on what to do. I'll deal with Voldemort. The old drider shook his head, coming to his senses, seeing Padfoot biting down on the monster of the chamber. He understood the order. Very well. He jumps in the air, towards where the two were battling. Padfoot was losing his grip on the basilisk's neck, feeling it's no longer stun. Whoa! He was lifted in the air, being shaken like a ragdoll. I mustn't let go. The Tempest Wolf lost his grip, falling on the brick pathway. The basilisk roars, about to go after Padfoot when Aragog drops down from the sky. I will not let you get to my master's other subordinate. Using two of his legs, he pierced the eyes of the monsters, making it cry in pain. It swishes its tail back and forth, trying to rid the drider from its face. I see. Padfoot saw the tail and rushed in and bit down to pin it in place. Harry reaches up to Voldemort, who was standing in the interest of his subordinates. Ah! Harry rushed in, swinging his sword at his enemy. Interesting pets you got there, Potter. Voldemort dodges Harry's strikes. Tell me, how did you obtain them? Harry huffs, wondering why he's missing. He should be on a higher level than him. It's none of your business, Voldemort, he shouted. Voldemort grins, aiming Ginny's wand at Harry. Avada Kedavra. Harry took on the killing curse. The spell didn't affect him one bit. Wah. Voldemort's eyes widen at the revealment. That was the killing curse. Something you can't block or evade. How? You were supposed to fall dead. Voldemort exclaims at the impossible. Harry looks down at his hands, wondering the same thing too. Notice. Your abilities resist death prevents you from dying from rouge spells or serious injuries. This includes the killing curse. Great Sage informed her master. Harry grins, needing to thank his father later for this upgrade. Too bad, Tom. It seems I'm resistant to death, Harry said cockily, going into a sword stance learned from Hakuro. And no, it's impossible. Nothing like that should be possible. Voldemort cried, not learning from his first action. He keeps casing the same curse in hopes it'll work. Harry ran forward, his sword aiming at Voldemort's chest. Ah. No. No. Harry impaled his enemy right in the chest, causing him to scream in great pain. Harry huffs, looking at Voldemort. The murder of his father and mother dropped to the ground, dead. I did it, he smiles, I actually did it. He turns around to Ginny, still unconscious despite the battle happening. Ginny. Harry rushed over, checking the first year's body for any injury. Feeling that her skin feels cold, he dreads for the worst. How? He stops hearing the basilisk fall right behind him. Looking to the side, he saw Padfoot and Aragog successfully defeat the monster. Harry smiles, turning back to Ron's sister. Great Sage, what should I do? He asked his unique skill for help. Great Sage scanned Ginny Weasley's body, calculating the best possible way to help the girl. Analyzing. The unique skill took some time to do the calculations, unable to do anything else for the moment. Padfoot huffs, so did Aragog from subduing the monster of the chamber. That was something. I never fought anything like that before. Aragog admits to his fellow subordinate. The Tempest Wolf barks in agreement, same here, the only thing I fought was your children. Padfoot answered before wincing. Sorry about that. No, don't worry about it. Aragog waved his hand, already got past that part. A strange feeling came over the Drider and Tempest Wolf. Did you feel that, Padfoot-san? He asked. Padfoot's tail frizzles up, sensing the ominous feeling too. Yes, but where is it, young master? They both looked to see their master, oblivious of what's happening. Answer. Harry felt a stabbing feeling in his chest. Looking behind, he saw Voldemort stabbing his back with his own sword. Ha 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 ha. Foolish Potter. Voldemort laughs, holding onto Harry's sword. You forgot the most basic rule in life, never let your guard down. Voldemort drew Ginny's wand, turning to his two followers. And for your monster pets, Bombarda. He shot the explosion spell at the ceiling, caving in between them and the two subordinates. Harry Sama. They both cried for their master's name, trying to get through. Harry fell to the ground, feeling cold all of a sudden. Notice. Unable to repair damage due to foreign object, calculating, Great Sage was unable to help her master heal, doing everything she can to preserve Harry's life. Dad, help. Harry winces in pain, bleeding on the cold rocky ground, his hand touches the dairy. His mask fell off his face, laying beside him as life began to disappear from his body. Rimuru looks at the window, feeling something is wrong. What is? Papa? Is something wrong? A pink-haired girl skips over to his desk, looking curiously at why Rimuru is looking at the window. No, I'm just acting weird. Rimuru scratches his head, chuckling at the girl next to him. I guess that it's because your brother will be home soon, Shinsha, he said to his daughter. Shinsha Tempest, daughter of Rimuru Tempest, smiles at the thought of seeing her sibling. I can't wait to see Oni-san. Papa. Hey, does he look like you or does he look like Mama? Rimuru thought for a moment before answering his daughter. Well, I guess he resembles Shizu a bit, but he takes my incarnation's looks than us, so yeah, in a way he resembles me. He smiles. Shinsha smiles, excited to meet him. Ooh, I can't wait, Papa. Me too, Shinsha, Rimuru said, unaware that his son was dying on the other side. How do you like it? I'm planning the next chapter to be short. Anyways, please leave a comment or review. Chapter 29 This is it, the chapter you're all waiting for. CH29 Evolution. It was cold, quiet, dark, that's what Harry saw and feel. Everything was dark. He remembered what happened to him. He thought he killed Voldemort with his sword, but he was too confident, something that he should never be in fatal battles. That was something Hakuro taught him when he first trained with him. He was too preoccupied with Ginny that he let Great Sage take her safety first, then his own. That was his mistake, a fatal one if he says so himself. So this is it, after reuniting with my dad for so many years I lose him again? Harry thought, dying on the ground under the school. Damn it, so death is really my destiny. Transferring required magicules to the individual from parental unit. Success. Confirmed. Evolving from Majin race to Archmage. Success. All physical and mental abilities have significantly improved. Commencing evolution. Failed. Repeating. Failed. Repeating. Failed. Repeating. Failed. Repeating. Failed. Unable to evolve due to lack of one element. What the hell's going on? Harry heard Great Sage's voice, but it's all a blur. From that, Harry fell out of conscious, allowing Great Sage to do whatever she wants. Scanning area for the last requirement for individual desire evolution. Success. Great Sage found the last requirement that her master needs so he can achieve evolution. Requesting skill from parental unit. Success. Skill acquired. Gluttony. Commencing absorption of requirement, taking control of the unconscious individual. Unknown to Voldemort, thinking he has defeated his enemy. Harry's hand grips on Tom's diary. Unique skill. Gluttony. Great Sage, using her master's body, breathes. Quietly a black mist came from Harry's shadow, devouring the item in hand. Success. Individual is able to commence evolution. Success. Next, all skills acquired from the old form will be reacquired. Success, new skills requesting, infinite regeneration. Universal detect, magic override evolved from magic interference. Universal attacks, success, new resistances, elemental nullification. Ailment nullification, success, evolution complete, requesting the evolution of Great Sage. Success, request for the ultimate skill, Wise One, accepted. Notice. Great Sage has evolved to the ultimate skill, Wisdom King Raphael. In a void of darkness, Harry's consciousness was afloat in the vast sea of nothingness. Suddenly his eyes opened, revealing a pair of red-crimson eyes. Request for the ultimate skill. Sedulous. Success, Voldemort laughs. He turns to the rocks moving, revealing that Padfoot and Aragog still live. So you two still live. Well, take a look, your master has fallen. The true Dark Lord of the Wizarding World. The young version of Voldemort has a thought, you know, Dark Lord isn't enough. He smiles, looking up at the ceiling. With the power I possess, I should change my title. Something like, Demon Lord Voldemort. A nice ring to it. Voldemort announced, causing Harry's finger to twitch. Insert that time I got reincarnated as a slime season 2 ending 2. Reincarnate. Both monsters gasped, seeing their master on the floor, with a sword embedded in his back. Young master. Harry Sama. Padfoot and Aragog growl at the enemy before them for killing their master. Voldemort grins, aiming his wand at the two. You will serve me and no one else. He paused, sensing powerful energy nearby. What is? The young Voldemort turns to his left and saw something that's impossible. And no. That's not possible. A sword is embedded where your half-breed heart should be. He panics at the sight. He thought he won, that his power over the wizarding world is set in motion, but he was wrong. Padfoot saw Harry slowly getting up from the ground. He still lives. Harry Sama. The Tempest Wolf barks in glee. Harry Sama, you've evolved. Aragog sensed the new power his master acquired. Footsteps running from the back caused them to look at the back. Harry. Don't worry, we're here. Whoa, what's going on? Ron asked, seeing Harry standing weirdly. Ultima sensed that something was off with the young master. She smiles, realizing what this is. So, he has done it, the primordial demon smiles. Leon can tell this is a battle between the two individuals. A duel between two people intertwines through the threads of destiny. We don't have the right to be involved with this. The Demon Lord states. What? But Harry needs us to help him. Professor, we can't. You trust Harry, right? Ultima asked the red-haired boy beside her. Ron thought for a moment, remembering the good times he spent with him. The danger they went through, he did his best to protect him. Yes, I do. He claims. Voldemort was too shocked to even notice the new company that arrived. Potter, how are you even alive? He demanded. That. Harry bends back, letting the sword fall to the ground. Once he heard the metal clang, Harry stood straight. Removing the hood that fell on his head, Harry turns to face. NGH. Voldemort froze, seeing the yellow iris in his enemy's eyes. What are you, Potter? He asked, feeling something is off with him. Harry stared at the one who killed him. He looks down at his hands, gripping them as his power. Riddle. A deep voice echoes in the chamber. Voldemort's eyes twitched, hearing his Muggle father's name, unaware of the voice difference in the boy. No. The Demon Lord Rimuru's son. How dare you? Demon Lord. Harry inquired, feeling like he insulted the true Demon Lords. You don't deserve to be a Demon Lord, he stated. And what you know about being a Demon Lord, Potter? Voldemort demanded of the brat. I'll have you know that Demon Lords are people who brought fear to others in obtaining power and being evil. Evil? Harry closes his eyes, hearing Voldemort's own definition of a Demon Lord. Yes, Demon Lords are powerful, the highest rank in the monster race. But evil? No, he said, making Voldemort confused. What? Harry shot up, staring at the fool who calls himself a Demon Lord. A Demon Lord is someone who obtains the power to protect and live freely for those around them, he proclaims. Leon smiles, seeing that Harry matured since living in Tempest. The newly evolved Archmage points his finger at the foolish memory. You, Tom Marvolo riddle tarnish the name of the 8-star demon lords. Harry stated. The octagram. The what? Voldemort questions the name Harry announces. What are you spouting, Potter? Picking up his sword, he held it with pride, facing his enemy dead on. I, Harry Tempest, the Prince of Monsters, heir of the Rimuru Tempest Federation, the son of the true demon lord, Rimuru Tempest of the octagram shall eliminate the fool who insulted the 8 demon lords. I shall earn my seat by defeating you. Good luck, young master, Padfoot howls. Aragog smiles, giving him a thumbs up to his master. Give that bastard what he deserves, Harry Sama. He has faith in him. Kick his ass, Harry. Ron shouted. Ultima chuckles, crossing her arms. You better not lose, young master. She smirks, knowing how this will end. HMPF. Leon remains the same, but inside he felt proud of Rimuru's son. He lets his lips curve, seeing the boy growing before his eyes. A flash of Rimuru in Harry's place appeared in his mind. Rimuru, your son is truly something. Harry stood prompt, ready to end this. All right, let's end this. Voldemort gritted his teeth, aiming his wand at Harry. How dare you show your foolishness to me, he cried, getting serious in this fight. I will show you what a true demon lord is capable of, ha. End song. AN. I know this is short. I want to show Harry's evolution as a separate chapter. Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 30 AN. I notice there's a lot of criticism on how I write this story. I'm very open when it comes to criticism and considerate. This story is for me to relieve stress like the others I write. It's a way for me to get my ideas out there. I may be not perfect in writing, and I appreciate those who give their input into this, but this is my story and I will write it how I see fit. If you don't like how it's going, then stop reading. This is supposed to be fun for others and me, not for one person. CH30 Destiny's Defier. Harry closes his now yellow eyes, hearing Voldemort laughing at his resolve. Ha 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 ha, foolish boy. I shall teach you a lesson on what a true demon lord is. Voldemort exclaims. Notice. Silent movement has been detected in the background. The newly evolved Raphael informed her master. Oh, the basilisk. Harry paused, hearing the familiar female voice he's been hearing whenever there was an incident. Help me, Raphael, you don't think that's... Raphael scans the area, originating the voice to answer. The voice in question originated from the creature that was petrifying the students. The unique skill informed her master. Suggestion. Use the extra skill. I see, Harry said, just as the basilisk appeared from beneath the water with its jaw open to consume the archmage. Harry, look out. Ron cried out, seeing the giant snake appear from the water. Young master. Padfoot was about to save his master when Leon held onto him. The Tempest Wolf turns to the demigod. Wondering why he's holding him back. Leon Sama, why are you holding me back from defending our master? He asked the demon lord. Leon's blue eyes looked downward at the loyal subordinate of Harry Tempest. Padfoot, was it? He asked his name, receiving a nod from the white Tempest Wolf. This is Harry's fight. Any interference is an insult to him and the demon lords. Leon explains to the young wolf. The best you can do is to give him some moral support. The Platinum Devil advised the loyal subordinate. He's correct, Padfoot-san. This is his fight. Aragog crossed his arms, watching the battle that his new master is enduring. Ha 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 ha. Attack the foolish boy, my pet. Voldemort points his wand at Harry, standing in the open. Being a simple-minded wizard, he doesn't realize that Harry has the upper hand against the basilisk. No, I don't want to. Don't worry. Harry's yellow eyes look at her, closing it as the basilisk gets closer to him. What are you doing? Harry's eyes shot open, his skill ready for use. I've been waiting for this, he stated. Unique skill, override, he cried. Insert Tensai Shitara Slime Data Ken 2 Season Original Soundtrack. Shuna vs. Adelman Ost 127. A golden spell circled appeared in Harry's hand. It enlarged, creating magical tendrils. They hurl over to the basilisk's head embedded inside as she cried in pain. Voldemort gasps, seeing the strange spell cast by the Potter brat. What is that spell? What is it doing to my pet? He then felt something strange within, almost like something or someone is ripping some part of him. Or in better terms, someone overriding a computer system into their own. I have overridden your bond to the basilisk. Now she's no longer under your control, she's free. Harry informed the memory of Voldemort's younger self. That can't be. There's no such spell. Voldemort was speechless, unable to comprehend what the Archmage has done to his pet, his tool to rid Hogwarts of fifthly mudbloods. Harry smiles, seeing magic circles forming around the basilisk's head. The color of the circles was a poison green, slowly shifting to a golden color, signifying his skill is overriding Voldemort's bond. Now, your name shall be Rimu. With a new name given to the basilisk, her body began to glow gold, shifting to a more humanoid form. Voldemort steps back, still shocked by what he just witnessed. Impossible, this is impossible, he exclaims. Rimu, now a naked pale woman with light blue hair, fell from the air. Her ears were like fins, indicating the reptilian part of her. Harry grabs her before she touched the ground. End song. Holy shit. I did not expect that to happen. Harry mentally panics, unsure what to do in this situation. Raphael, help. Sigh. Raphael sighs at her master's situation. Wait, did you just sigh? Was that irritation? Harry asked his ultimate skill. No. Harry sighs, about to say something when Raphael detected a magicule signature. Notice. The individual known as Tom Riddle is on the offensive. Raphael informed her master. The Archmage turns to the others watching their confrontation. Aragog. Take Rimu and Ginny. Aragog blinks, understanding his order from his master. Hi, Harry-sama. Using his threads to latch on the unconscious females. No. I won't let you. Voldemort cast the killing curse at them, nearing the two. The curse was about to hit them until, unique skill. Magic override. The green light froze, it became all staticky until it vanished. How? Tell me, Potter, what did you do? Voldemort turns to the boy, outraged that one of his powerful spells was taken out like that. Harry remained cool-headed. Like what I did to Rimu, I override your magic. Your spells won't do anything to them, he said confidently. But let's not wait, this is a fight after all. Flame wall. He snaps his fingers, creating a barrier around them. Insert Tensai Shitara Slime Data Ken Season 2 Opus 2 Full Open Black Lens Bracket Like Flames, Minda Rin. Voldemort looks around frantically. Huh? His eyes widen, looking around for a way to leave. Oye, are you thinking of leaving? After all that talk, being a demon lord and that? Harry waves his hand, not impressed with his demeanor of a dark lord. Leon blinks, he smiles at the smug attitude that Harry adopted from his father. Well, that's not surprising. After all, he is his son, he chuckles. Damn you, Potter. Voldemort grins, having an idea in mind. I'll show you. This is a spell only a professional wizard can master. Bombarda Maxima. He shot multiple of the spell at Harry, smiling wickedly at him. You've been a fool, boy. This spell is more powerful than the regular charm. Voldemort grins. Suggestion. Shall I take over to defeat the enemy? Raphael asked her master if her assistance is required. Harry chuckles. Go for it. Wasn't it the reason why you want Tom alive? He asked his ultimate skill. Soon Raphael took over Harry's body, changing his yellow eyes to a red hue. Harry looks at the spell, raising his hand. Unique skill, Gluttony. A dark cloud was released from his hands, engulfing the maximized explosion charm. Skill acquired. Maximize. Raphael analyzed the spell that was cast at them, adding it to the list. Voldemort's mouth gaped at the dark aura swallowing the spell he cast. Impossible. You can't counter the most powerful spell in the wizarding world. He throws his head back at the anomaly before him. Yeah, Harry. Ron cheered, watching the one-sided battle. Ultima smiles at the power her young master now held. Like father like son, as they say. The primordial demon shrugs. Leon nods, agree with the demon next to him as he crosses his arms. That's what I said. Keep it up, Harry-sama. Padfoot wags his tail at how powerful his master is, with Aragog laughing at Voldemort's situation. I'm the most powerful wizard in the entire world. Voldemort shouts, unable to fathom the power scaling between him and Harry. How is it you're this powerful? This is impossible. Impossible, I say. Raphael sighs, looking at the memory letting her master speak. If you can't fathom the fact that I'm more powerful than you, then you have no right to call yourself a Dark Lord. Red eyes glare at Voldemort, gritting his teeth at the boy. Especially a Demon Lord. Voldemort screams in the air, frustrated, mocked, let alone humiliated by this mere boy. You have no right to chastise me, boy. Raising his wand in the air, he was about to cast another spell. A spell that will bring down the roof on them. Raphael, taking over again of Harry's body, threw his sword at the memory of Voldemort. Harry's sword slashed through Voldemort's hand, causing blood to spew out from his wrist. The sword embedded itself on the rocky wall. Voldemort grips his hands, shocked to find out he was injured by a muggle weapon. Gee-gaw! He screams in pain, looking up at the boy who injured him. Raphael, let me gain control, Harry. How? I'm a memory, nothing should harm me seriously, Voldemort screams. I have a skill that allows me to attack anything from a spiritual standpoint to physical. Harry walks over to Voldemort's memory, still gripping his hand. Even concepts like you, riddle. Voldemort looks up at Harry, standing above him like some kind of deity. Why? Why are you so powerful than me? I managed to overrun you in my weakened state last year. And now you're like a demon, he cried. My dad has been generous to me, giving me a home, friends outside of Hogwarts, teachers who really want me to improve, and most of all a family. Harry looks down at the pathetic man who earned nothing in life. You had potential, I admit to that. But you wasted it for piety goals. That's what makes us different. Voldemort growls, no, I won't accept that I'm inferior. Then NGH. Harry throws a punch in Voldemort's face, cracking his nose like a rock thrown into a glass. Voldemort coughs, not expecting that reaction from the boy. He looks up, touching his nose with his remaining hand, feeling the cracks. He growls at the boy like some rabid animal as he approaches. Damn you. Voldemort tries to rush at Harry, but he moves away. Looking back, Harry threw another punch to his right cheeks, creaking it like his nose. Gah! Harry blinks, seeing chips of Voldemort's skin fall off like flakes. Interesting. Notice. With your universal attack, you did immense damage upon the individual. Raphael informed her master after a scan of the anomaly. Notice. Continuing this may lead to the memory's destruction. Good to know, Harry smiles, walking over to finish the job. This can't be happening. Why is this happening? Voldemort gasps, more of his skin chipping off. Why are you so strong? My ultimate skill, Sedulous, Harry informed his fallen enemy. This skill allows me to have more power whenever I'm faced with a difficult task or near death. Voldemort got up, staggering at his humiliation. I'll kill you. In a split second, Harry rushed towards the memory, punching his face multiple times. Voldemort was gasping, being punched from the side, then the right, from the bottom of his chin, and from above. Each punch exaggerates the cracks already forming on his body. Harry, each time he stops, more punches were served to Voldemort. He finally understands there's more to his purpose than building a nation for the monsters in the wizarding world. His other purpose is to defeat the evils here. Gee-gaw, falling to his knees, humiliated that he was defeated by a muggle way of fighting. Voldemort's entire body was in shambles, even his uniform is damaged. Cracks are covered everywhere. Looking up with one good eye at his enemy, Harry looks down at him one last time. One last punch should do it, Harry stated, observing his damage. Do as you wish, I will always come back, Voldemort retorted, boasting that he will survive if this body dies. I will find a way to be stronger than you, Potter, he swore to him. Harry smirks, ready to punch him one last time. Then I'll train harder than before, and I'll be ready for you to defeat you, he stated, before telling him something. And it's Tempest. Harry Tempest. With a final strike, Harry punches Voldemort in the face. NNNNNNNO. His body shattered like glass, disappearing from the physical realm. End song. Harry gasps, going into a limp. Notice. The memory of the individual known as Tom Riddle has disappeared. Raphael informed her master, detecting no hostility anymore. Tea, that's good. Harry chuckles, feeling the effect of using sedulous on his body. Snapping his finger, the wall of flames disappeared. Ginny gasps, waking up from what seems to be a nightmare. What happened? Where am I? She looks around and spots Ultima and the professor with his brother. Ginny. Ron ran over to his sister, kneeling to see if she was injured on her body. Ron, what happened? Where am I? Ginny asked her brother, then she saw Leon making his way to them. Don't worry about it, Ms. Weasley. Leon ensures the young witch, let me check you over, medically I mean, he stated. Harry smiles seeing that Ginny's safe. On the other side, Ultima and his new subordinates head over to him. Good, she's all right. Harry felt light-headed before his conscience starts to fade. Harry Sama, Padfoot shouted, rushing over. Harry's eyes draw over to his subordinates running over to him. Guy's eye, his body felt heavy, suddenly he was falling backward, then he hits the ground. Why can't I get up? I need to make sure, warning. Magicule count at the danger zone. Raphael announces to her master, taking immediate actions to prevent Harry from exhausting any more energy. Notice. Individual's body shall go into a deep sleep to restore lost magicules. Wait, I can't, yet, Harry's eyes close, already in the process of restoring his used magicules. Harry was floating in darkness, something that he's been going through lately. Am I dead? I feel like I'm dead, he sighs. Notice. Magicules restored, waking individual's deep sleep. Raphael announces, letting the light from a light source shine in the darkness. Raphael. What happened? What do you mean, by deep sleep? Harry asked, already started the waking process. Answer. Due to your fight with the individual known as Tom Riddle, you used your ultimate skill Sedulous. Raphael informed her master why he was in his current state. By using Sedulous, you used about 90% of your magicules to gain a power-up to defeat the individual known as Tom Riddle. So it's like the last resort which can harm me in the process. Harry sighs, needing to be careful when gaining new skills like that. Yes, Harry felt the warm light coming forward. Opening his eyes, he was met by the ceiling of the infirmary. He groans, setting his back on the headboard of his bed. The boy looks around. Curtains were surrounding him to give him privacy. The infirmary? Did Ultima, or Leon bring me here? He questions himself, knowing that Aragog and Padfoot can't bring him here. That will cause a bit of a panic with the other students and staff. The curtains opened, revealing Albus entering his area. Ah, Harry Sama, glad you're awake. You gave us a bit of a scare there. The lycanthrope chuckles. Lady Albus. What happened to me? How did I get here? Harry asked the Beastketeer. Albus walks over to his nightstand, placing a glass of water for him. Well, after your fight with Riddle, Leon Sama carried your body here from the chamber. She explains what transpired during his sleep. You weren't waking up upon arrival to the infirmary, madam. Pomfrey and the others were panicking, not knowing what's wrong with you. Did you tell? Leon Sama forbid that part. However, with a simple potion from Gabiru Dono, your body healed itself. Albus concluded. Harry nodded, now understanding what happened. Suddenly a flash of the basilisk appeared in his mind, turning to the lycanthrope once more for more questions. How about the ones that are petrified? Hermione, Colin, and the others, are they? Albus nodded. Her smile was the indication he needs to relax. Yes, the children who were petrified are now unpetrified thanks to your efforts. Your friend Ginny as well, she's back to her normal self. The lycanthrope relayed the good news to the young Archmage. As of right now, classes are still going on, so you can't see them right now. Oh, wait, how long was I out? Harry asked the Beastketeer. About 2 days, another voice entered the area. Diablo walks in with a relieved expression when he laid eyes on the young master. Harry Sama, you being awake and lively brings joy to my being. Diablo inclines his head towards the Archmage. Harry held his hand on his forehead, processing he's been asleep for 2 days. 2 days? I've been asleep for 2 days straight. Albus nodded, confirming what Diablo said is true. Indeed, Harry Sama. During those days a lot of visitors came to see you, she informed him. Mainly the headmaster, but mostly your friends. What about the basilisk Rima? I remember bits and pieces in Diablo inclines his head with a smile. Worry not, Harry-sama. I had Gabiru Dono take her, Myrtle, and Aragog Dono back to Tempest, where I'm sure your father will take care of them. The demon ensures that the people he requests to see are in good hands. Harry sighs, leaning back on his headboard. That's good to hear, he smiles. Now that is settled, there's someone important that wants to speak with you, Diablo informed his young master of the guest. He's currently waiting in the defense against the dark arts classroom. Leon-sama has informed everyone in the octagram of what transpires in the chamber. The primordial demon continued. Many of them were impressed that you've overcome that obstacle. Some were, a bit, how should I say it? Diablo looks over to Albus for some assistance. Peeved. The archmage blinks at the two powerful monsters in the entire room. Mainly confused on why the octagram would be peeved, there's only one person who would be mad about this. Let me guess, he's the one who's waiting for me in the Dada classroom. Well, Harry got up from the bed, putting on the shoes that were on the side. Well, it's best to get scolded now than later. He made his way over to the doors, a bit surprised that he can walk. Wait, Harry-sama, Albus calls for the young lord. They followed the boy in the halls, presumably heading to the classroom where this supposedly guest was waiting for him. During that time, Harry was speaking about how to face whatever punishment he'll face. But Harry-sama, this person isn't who you. Harry arrived at the door to the classroom, holding the handle. If Dad wants to scold me for being reckless, then I will take it. Oh, do you think I'm your father? That's humorous. Harry shot his eyes over to Leon's desk where a red-haired man was drinking a cup of pumpkin juice, and by his expression he hates it. Lord Crisman, I didn't expect you to be here. Harry started at the primordial demon of red sitting on Leon's desk. Guy got up from the desk, placing his hands on his sides. Well, when Black said that you've evolved and defeated a venomous basilisk. He smiles, finding this boy interesting. I took an interest and wanted to see how you've grown since I first met you. Guy looks at the boy still in shock by his appearance. Tell me, do you have an ultimate skill now? How do you like it? Please leave a comment or review. Chapter 31 AN. Sorry this took long, I just needed a mental break from everything in my life. Enjoy the chapter. CH31 Aftermath. Harry blinks nervously, sitting in front of Guy in the class alone. Guy has told both Albus and Diablo to leave them be. You know, I never been inside the defense classroom. Guy looks at his cup, starting up with a simple conversation with him. Lord Crisman, what are you doing here exactly? Harry asked the demon lord before him. I didn't know that Diablo reported to you. Guy chuckles, placing down the cup on Leon's desk. He doesn't, Leon did. He answered part of Harry's question. As for why I'm here, you know that answer, dear Harry. He smirks at the young archmage. The black-haired boy thought for a moment, recalling the conversation before Diablo and Albus left. Is it because I gained an ultimate skill? Harry inquired. The primordial demon of red grins, seeing that he's on the mark. Yes, that one reason and the other. He got up from Leon's chair, walking over to the heir of Rimuru. Harry sweats, seeing Guy's hand reaching out and creasing his hand on his cheeks. I was merely concerned for my only nephew, not waking up for a few days. Guy leans in, making the boy uncomfortable, weirded out by the sudden approach from the demon. Guy gave out a light chuckle, stepping back from Harry. I'm sure your aunts and uncle will be pleased that you're up and ready to move on. The demon lord stated, sitting on Leon's desk once more. That aside, Guy picks up his cup, looking at the aspiring demon lord. How does it feel to be only a few select individuals to possess not only one but two ultimate skills? He asked, waiting for his answer. Harry took a moment to calm himself after Guy got too close for comfort. After a moment for himself, he ponders about having two ultimate skills. Any changes in yourself perhaps? Or any desire for off-balancing the current state of the world? Guy inquires. What? No, I don't feel anything like that at all. Harry stated, unsure why would the demon lord ask such a strange question. Sure, he heard from Diablo that Guy was this all-powerful demon who maintained the balance whenever someone got an ultimate skill or more. However, he still doesn't get why he needs to question him about it. If you're just checking that if I changed because of my evolution. Then no, I haven't, Harry answered the Lord of Darkness. I'm still the same Harry like before. Guy looks at Harry for a good second or so before laughing at his words. After a few minutes of laughing, Guy gave a genuine smile. Well, from that statement I can tell you have changed from your evolution, Harry. The demon stated. Told ya, Harry retorted, watching Guy walking to Leon's office. Wait, that was all you're going to say? Yep, I merely want to see for myself if you've changed mentally, but you spiritually, well, that's something you should be proud of. Guy walks on the stairs, waving at Harry before entering the room. Keep doing your best, kid. I'm eagerly await for whatever is at the end of the tunnel for you. With that said and done, Harry now sat alone in the defense classroom. He sighs, relieved that Guy just wanted to speak with him and not that he wants to eliminate him because of his evolution. Well, I guess we're done here then. Harry got up, walking to the door wanting to meet his friends. Guy smirks through the cracked door, watching the boy leave the classroom. So, what do you think about the boys so far, Guy? Leon looks at the primordial demon from his desk. Enough about me. The red-haired demon looks over to the demigod, filing some papers before the end of the year. What do you think of the boy, Leon? I'm sure after watching his fight with this broken spirit called Voldemort or something, you're just as invested in his life as me. Leon scoffs that Guy would compare him to himself. However, he does admit that the slime's boy was growing at an exponential rate. Going against a dangerous creature is no feat to be scoffed at. To come out victorious from that battle at the level he was, truly a destiny's defier. The Platinum Devil places down the papers, looking at the leader of the octagram. Indeed, I am invested in his future, Guy. He gave a small smirk. I wonder what else the slime's son will go against. Harry walks into the halls, seeing that the classes currently in progress were about to end soon. He has a few minutes left before the halls are crowded with students leaving for their other classes. Looking around the hallway, he notices Professor McGonagall walking towards him after eye contact. Mr. Tempest, I'm relieved you're better and able to walk on your 2 feet. The head of Gryffindor greeted the Archmage. Professor McGonagall, I'm sorry I didn't attend your. Don't worry about that, Mr. Tempest. I have granted a full pardon for the past days you were unconscious. McGonagall assures her student that there's nothing to worry about. The reason I came looking for you is that Professor Dumbledore requested to meet with him in his office. Harry blinks, having a feeling that the reason why he's been called to his office was because of the Chamber of Secrets incident. Am I in trouble, Professor? Harry asked innocently. Answer. Due to the rules you've broken, it's the most. Raphael, please stop, Harry cried mentally at his ultimate skill for stating the obvious. I can tell when I'm in trouble or not, he continues. HMPH, Harry blinks, realizing that she's more open before. Was that? Answer. That was just your imagination, Raphael stated, not wanting Harry to caught on to her new gain awareness. Harry sighs, looking back at the old professor before him answering his question. From your little adventure with Mr. Weasley into a dangerous area, even though supervised, you both have still broken many rules of Hogwarts, McGonagall explains to the aspiring demon lord. So my answer is, possibly, McGonagall stated, motioning him to follow her to the headmaster's office. Now come along, Mr. Tempest. We wouldn't want to make him wait. All right, Harry agreed, following his house head through the halls. Both student and teacher were at a statue at the end of the hall. McGonagall stood before the statue. She spoke a password, lemon drops. Once the Transfiguration professor said the password, the statue descended to the ground, and stairs formed from the bricks around. McGonagall looks back at Harry, motioning him to enter the stairwell. Go on, Mr. Tempest. The headmaster requests to meet with you privately. She informed the boy, indicating that she won't be joining him in the office. Harry understood, entering the stairwell going to see the headmaster. The Archmage walks inside the doorway, seeing the old wizard sitting behind his desk. Dumbledore gave a grandfatherly smile, seeing the tool to power. The old wizard stood from his chair, welcoming the boy who lived into his office. Harry, I'm truly glad you were able to walk again after a long time. He motions for him to take a seat. Thank you, sir. Harry smiles, taking a seat as the old headmaster took out a bowl of candy. Lemon drops? Dumbledore asked the boy. Harry shook his head, declining the offer. No thank you, sir, he said politely. Dumbledore smiles, sitting back down in his chair. Now Harry, the reason why I call you in my office today is to discuss what has happened in the past few days, the headmaster sternly said. Harry knew this would be coming. He sighs, letting the headmaster scold him. I spoke to Mr. Weasley about this when you returned. Dumbledore explains before continuing. Nonetheless, both you and Mr. Weasley had broken perhaps a dozen of school rules. Yes, sir, Harry replied. With the sufficient evidence of both Professor Cromwell's report and a dozen of ghosts seeing you entering the girls' lavatory, I ought to expel both you and Mr. Weasley from the school. Dumbledore scolded, seeing Harry's head looking down. However, with the fact, you've saved not only Ms. Weasley and the school for that matter. Dumbledore took out a medal from under his desk. Both you and Mr. Weasley shall receive special services to the school. That part was unexpected for Harry. I'm sorry. Harry blinked at the surprise. Dumbledore smiles at the boy, thinking this reward will put him in good graces with Harry. Yes, you two did a great service to the school, Mr. P. Tempest. He stated, I have asked Mr. Weasley to send release forms to Azkaban to let Hagrid free, he informed him. Harry smiles, before sensing something off with this. Hey Raphael, can tell me what the deal with the headmaster giving me a reward? He asked his ultimate skill to get clarity behind the situation. Notice. The individual known as Albus Dumbledore is trying to fall in your good side. Raphael quickly scans the old wizard, determining that was his intentions with her master. Suggestion. Go along with what the individual is saying. All right, thanks. Harry looks back at Dumbledore across from him. As you are aware that finals are being held this week going into the next, Dumbledore explains to the aspiring demon lord. Harry nodded, I understand, sir. He replied to Dumbledore's statement, I'll study harder than before to pass the classes. I know you will, my boy. Dumbledore smiles, standing from his chair. Now, I believe I kept you away from your friends long enough. He dismissed his student from his office. The black-haired boy stood up from his seat. Thank you, headmaster. Just as Harry is about to leave his office, Dumbledore stops him in a split second. By the way, Mr. P. Tempest, might I inquire the whereabouts of Ms. Myrtle? Dumbledore asked the young archmage of the ghost in the girls' lavatory. Harry paused, thinking of a good excuse at the moment where Myrtle is. I'm not sure, Professor. He lied, thinking that might fool Dumbledore. The old wizard sighs, sitting back in his chair behind his desk. I see, well. That's not a problem at all, I'll have Peeves and the rest of the ghost to say. The door burst opened, revealing to be Lucius Malfoy and DBBY entering the office. Dobby. Harry blinks, seeing the house elf hiding nervously behind Lucius. He looks up at the head of the Malfoy and with his keen eye skill, he could deduce that this was Dobby's master. You're Lucius Malfoy's house elf, he stated. Dobby shyly looks away, knowing full well that he'd be punished by Lucius for speaking. I'll deal with you later, Lucius hissed, turning back to Dumbledore and Harry. The Lord walks over to the desk, pushing aside Harry with his cane. So, you did return. Yes, with Ms. Weasley's safe return the government saw it fit for me to return. Dumbledore looks over to Harry. Mr. P. Tempest, why don't you leave the office, this will take a while. Harry looks at Dobby with a worried expression. All right. The young archmage blinks at Dobby, signaling him to meet him outside in the halls when they're done here. With that placed, Harry walks down the hall alone where nobody is in the halls. Ultima. Harry called her name, sensing she's close by. I know you're there. Ultima steps out of the corner of the hall, inclining her head to her lord's ear. You called for me, Harry-sama? She smiles sadistically. Harry turns to the primordial demon or purple waiting for his orders to her. Can you get something from Draco's belongings that he got from his dad recently? He asked the Pain Lord for a simple task. An easy task, young master. Ultima soon disappeared, heading to do the task. Harry smiles that his plan was going off with a hitch. Having nothing better to do at the moment, he heads over to the Great Hall for lunch and possibly meet his friends. It was near lunch and Harry could hear everyone inside the Great Hall chattering with their housemates. The black-haired boy paused near the double doors of the hall. Harry was unsure if anyone inside heard about what happened in the chamber. Harry-sama. Why are you standing out here? Harry turns around, seeing Shuna standing behind him. Shuna, It's good to see you. Harry greeted his aide, appearing suddenly. The Oni princess smiles, her eyes closed when he'd turned to face her. You didn't answer my question, young master, Shuna stated, curious as to why he's hesitating to go into the Great Hall. Harry looks away, looking at the doors instead of the Oni princess. Fine, he huffs, telling her what's his problem. It's just, I'm not sure if everyone heard what happened at the chamber, he admits to his aide. I just don't want that to become something like surviving Voldemort's attack, Harry explains to the Oni princess what he felt. Shuna smiles, understanding the young boy's plight. Her eyes then shifted to the side, seeing a few people that might want to speak with him. I don't believe that would come to that, Harry-sama. She ensures her lord's son. How do you know? Harry's yellow eyes caught Ron and Hermione standing at the other end of the hall. I do believe that your friends want to thank you for the actions you've taken down there. Shuna assumes, sensing no hostility from both Hermione and Ronald. Harry gulps, seeing both his best friends walking over to him. Hermione, Ron. It's been a will. Hermione hugged Harry, her face was expressing joy from just seeing him. Harry, we're happy you're awake, the bushy-haired girl exclaims. Harry smiles seeing Hermione unpetrified from the gaze of Rimu's eyes. Hermione, you're all right. Yeah, thanks to Albus, Snape, and Ultima's antidote. Hermione lets go of the black-haired boy. She got a good look at him, noticing a new feature to her friend. Gotta say, when I came out of being petrified I didn't expect your appearance to change, Harry, she stated. The Archmage blinks, curious what Hermione means by that. Hermione, what do you mean? Hermione giggled, pointing to his eyes. Your eyes, it's yellow. A golden yellow like your dad's. She pointed out the changes to his appearance to the boy. Huh? Harry looks over to Shuna who simply nodded, confirming that what Hermione says is true. Anyways, I'm happy that you guys find my clue in my hand. Hermione said with gratitude. I thanked Ron when I was unpetrified and I wanted to thank you too for saving my life, Harry. The brightest witch appreciated the risk both he and Ron took for her and the others. Harry blushed, smiling at his friend. You're welcome, Hermione. He looks over to Ron, awkwardly looking away from him. The red-haired boy noticed that the Archmage was looking at him. Hey mate, Ron smiles, walking up to his friend feeling nervous all of a sudden. Hey, Ron. Harry greeted the red-haired boy, unsure what to say to him next. The pink-haired Oni took this awkward moment as a way for Harry to speak to Ron. Shuna turns to Hermione, looking confused with the scene in front of her. Hermione-chan, why don't we leave the two boys be for the time being? Hermione looks over to Shuna, ushering for her to come with her. All right, Shuna. I'll see you two later then. Okay, Hermione. Harry watches as his aide walks away with Hermione, leaving both him and Ron to talk things out. So, we did it. Harry was the one who spoke first. We? Ron raised his eyebrows at Harry's choice of words. Don't you mean you? I mean you beat that V you know who's ass with? Ease mate, he smiles, never seeing anything epic like that before. I did nothing but watch. Harry shook his head, seeming that Ron was unfazed by the whole Demon Lord thing. Actually you did something, Ron, that helped me a lot down there, he admitted. Ron laughs, not sure what Harry means by that. Really, what is it? You supported me through the fight, I appreciated that, Harry stated before going into the deep end. He placed his hand on the back of his neck, unsure how Ron would react. So, you didn't tell Hermione? Nope. Ron smiles, leaning into his ears. I figured that you would tell her yourself that you're going to be a demon. SSSSSHHHHHH. Harry hushed his friend for blurting out that he's going to be a demon lord in the future. Not so loud, Ron. The school will hear you what I'm going to be. He hissed at him. Ron blushed, apologizing for almost blurting out the secret. Oops, sorry mate. It's just so cool when you kick his ass. Harry sighs, seeing there's no way to quiet Ron with this. He looks at him once more, asking the question he's been avoiding. Are you afraid of what I am? He saw Ron's straight face, assuming that he is indeed afraid of him. Why on Merlin's name would I be afraid of the person who saved my sister and myself? Ron asked the Archmage for asking a question like that. If you want my answer, then no I am not. Harry, you are my friend, sure you going to be is shocking. Ron waved his hand at him. But no, it doesn't matter that you going to be that. You're still my best friend Harry, he stated. Harry sighs, happy that his friend still wants to be friends with him. Thank you, Ron. You don't know how much that means to me, he said to the red-haired student. That's great to hear, so how does it feel? Ron asked the black-haired boy. How's what? Harry asked Ron, curious about him some more. How does it feel to be a son? I mean, there have to be some perks to being one. Ron casually said, curious about Harry's power. Harry laughs, going to answer his friend when Ultima appeared behind him. Young master, I retrieved this book from Draco's room. Ultima waved the new black book in her hand, offering it to him. The Archmage smiles, taking the book off the demon's hands. Thanks, Ultima, this is what I need. Oh, Harry looks back at the purple-haired girl once more, showing his palms to her. Can you hand me a piece of your clothing? Wah, Harry. Ron exclaims, unsure why Harry would say something like that, to a girl no less. Notice. Your request came out too brash. Raphael informed her master of the way up front question. Harry jumps, realizing what he just said. No, wait, you Ultima, I didn't. My, young master, I didn't know you became bolder after waking up from your coma, Ultima spoke slyly, playing with her tie as she purrs at him. If you wanted and you to be alone, then all you need to do is ask. Forget it, Harry cried out, now embarrassed and regretting he said that. So the next chapter is probably going to be the last chapter for this story. As preparation for the next one, which house would fit for a certain pink slime? Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, Chapter 32. Sorry it took too long. I wasn't feeling inspired to write. Anyways, I decided to change the title to That Time Is Slime Was My Father since I realized where this story was heading. Gryffindor 2, Hufflepuff 13, Ravenclaw 3, Slytherin. CH 32. One chapter closes, another opens. Harry was embarrassed. Ultima was giving him a mischievous smirk with Ron laughing beside him. Ultima, he whines before catching a glimpse of two people. We'll deal with this later. Can you tie please? Harry asked, this time watching his wording. Ultima smirks, removing her tie and hands it over to her lord's son. I'm not sure what you're planning to do, young master. She looks at Harry with bright yellow eyes. But if it's something unethical in school standard, well, you know what your father told us to do. She chuckles. Ron felt a cold chill running down his back when he heard that. He turns to the Archmage next to him. Hey maid, maybe you shouldn't do that thing you're going to do. He urges him to leave his plan B. Your dad is scary when it comes to punishments. Harry shrugs, smiling as he took the tie from Ultima's hand. Don't worry, it's nothing like that time when we disguised ourselves like Slytherin's Ron. He opens the book, placing the tie inside the pages. Listen, I'll be a while, so don't wait for me. Harry waves at the two, starting to make his to Dobby and Lucius. Okay. We'll meet you at tonight's dinner, Harry. Ron informed the heir of Tempest, watching him leave their sights. The red-haired boy turns to Ultima, still afraid of what the primordial demon just said a little while ago. So, you're a demon too. He jokes, learning already what Harry's dad is. Primordial demon of purple to be precise. Ultima corrected him on who she was. Ron nodded, not getting the full story just yet. Oh, a primordial demon, that cool, wait, what? Harry rushed down the halls, trying to catch up with Dobby and Lucius before they leave Hogwarts. He held onto the book closely, seeing the two coming up in his sights. Mr. Malfoy, wait, Harry called out to the pureblood lord, prompting him to turn and face him. Lucius looks at Harry with a stern face, not in the mood to deal with the son of a dead blood traitor. What is it, Mr. Potter? Harry smiles, showing the pureblood lord a book he has seen before. I found this book in the study hall. Inside was the name Draco Malfoy. He explains what the book is. I believe Draco accidentally left his book there. And why are you giving this to me, Potter? Lucius asked, suspicious of the young demon lord. Dobby quietly whimpers, unsure how this will turn out between both his current master and Harry Tempest. Harry just gave a bright smile, ushering the lord to take the book. You see, Mr. Malfoy. I'm not welcomed in the Slytherin common room and I hardly see Draco in the halls. He explains, hoping this would convince him, and figured that I'm the perfect candidate to give this to my son. The long blonde-haired man ponders a bit before giving his answer. Very well, Potter. Lucius took the book out of the Archmage's hands roughly. He shoves it into the house elf's arms. Dobby, take this to Draco's room. He turns around, going back to the exit. Dobby sighs, looking at Harry Tempest one last time. Harry leans to Dobby's height, pointing to the book. Open it, he whispers to the house elf. And don't speak to Potter, Dobby, Lucius orders his house elf, never having the patience for him small talking to others. Dobby blinks, opening the book to see a black tie within the pages. He gasps, seeing a piece of clothing gifted to him. Master has given Dobby a tie? Lucius paused, hearing what his servant said. What, I didn't give you? His face frowns, seeing the piece of clothing in his hands. Master has presented Dobby with clothes. Dobby showed the tie to his now former master. Dobby is now free. He squeals at his new sense of freedom. Lucius looks at Dobby with the black tie, then at Harry who has a mischievous grin on his face. You lost me. My servant. The pureblood wizard shouted in rage, drawing his wand from his cane. The wizard points his wand at Harry, determined to punish the boy for his loss. Even if his punishment is death, nobody tricks a Malfoy. Avada Kedavra. Lucius felt pressure coming from the back of his neck. Somebody was choking him from his back. What is GG going? He looks at Harry, who just watches his pain with Dobby standing next to him. Kufufufufufu. Now what do we have here? A chilling voice spoke from behind. Lucius eyes the person that held him suspended in the air. Why you're Gak. Lucius gasped for air, feeling the pressure increase. Diablo smiles at the pureblood lord in his hands. Tell me, Lord Malfoy, why were you trying to harm my young master? The primordial demon of black asked the lord. Lucius refused to answer someone like him. Struggling to get free from the demon's grip, Diablo only increased the pressure more. I asked you a simple question, Lord Malfoy, Diablo said to the trembling lord. So, I'm going to ask again. What are you going to do to my young master? Diablo asked again, this time tightening his grip around Lucius. I was going to do. Lucius paused, thinking of the outcome if he told Potter's butler the truth. He would surely face some horrible punishment judging by the pressure if he did. And nothing, I wasn't going to do nothing. Diablo smiles, eyeing both Dobby and his young master watching him. From the look that Harry was giving him, he releases the pure-blooded lord. Very well, seeing that you're not going to harm my lord's son. I see no fit to punish you for your transgression. The primordial demon of black stated. Lucius coughs, taking in multiple breaths to calm himself. He turns around at Diablo, which froze in place upon gazing into his eyes. However, if I ever catch you doing something that could harm the young master. A flash of his true eyes gave Lucius a scare. A pale coloration spread across his face. I won't hesitate to kill you myself. Do I make myself clear? He asked. Why yes. Lucius got up from the floor, his eyes darted back at both his former house elf and the archmage. He huffs, dramatically and walks away from them. Diablo watches as Lucius Malfoy left the premises of the school. After he was gone, he promptly turns to his young master, placing his hand on his chest. Harry-sama, are you all right? Did Lord Malfoy harm you in any way? The demon asked. No, he didn't, Diablo, Harry answered. He looks down at Dobby who stood firmly at him. I'm sure you remember Dobby, Diablo. Ah, yes, the small intruder to your home young master, Diablo stated, remembering him from before the beginning of Harry's school. Diablo, can you take Dobby back to Tempest? Now he's free, he needs a place to live. Harry explains, offering a place in Tempest for the free elf. Dobby jumps at the generous offer from the heir of Tempest. And no, the great Harry Tempest shouldn't bother with a simple task for Dobby, he said to the archmage, feeling this was too much to give him. Harry smiles at the former house elf. It's the right thing to do. Dobby, you've done so much for my safety, even risking your life to tell us what's happening here for this term. The black-haired boy stated, wanting to repay him. B. But is Harry Tempest's father alright with Dobby staying with Harry Tempest? Dobby asked, receiving a nod of approval from both Harry and Diablo. Diablo places his hand on his chest, looking down at the former house elf. Dobby Dono, I'm sure Rimuru-sama would be delighted to help someone who helped his son. The primordial demon ensures the small elf. If anything, I'm sure you would be praised by him for trying to protect young master. Harry gave a light chuckle, now seeing the reward that his father would give him. Yeah, he would definitely reward you by giving you a name and money, he sighs. Dobby took a moment to consider the offer that was given to him. Now that he's a free house elf, he wasn't bounded by anyone to tell him what to do. Looking at the two, he knew he can freely choose whatever he wants. Dobby will now serve Harry Tempest and his father. Dobby wants to repay Harry Tempest for giving Dobby's freedom. The house elf informed the two, this is Dobby's choice, a choice that Dobby knows is right. Harry nodded, looking at Diablo. Diablo, can you take Dobby to Tempest today? I don't want Draco's dad to, you know. Diablo nodded, inclining his head to the young master. Of course, Harry-sama. I shall fulfill your request, he replied. Diablo will be taking you to Tempest, Dobby. There, Dad will help you settle in. Harry explains, seeing the joy that was on the elf's face. Dobby inclined his head just like Diablo for his new master's offer. Thank you, Harry Tempest. Dobby will serve you and your family for ages, he announced. Harry gave a light chuckle, try not to. Remember you're free now. Dobby nodded as Diablo personally escorts him to Gringotts where he'd be transported to the Rimuru Tempest Federation, in Rimuru City alike the Acromantula and Rimu. Nearing the end of the day, Harry encountered Ginny heading to the Great Hall for dinner. Ginny, Harry called out, running over to the red-haired girl. Ginny turns around, blushing at the one who saved her down at the chamber. Harry, she greeted the boy, is there something you need? She asked, a bit queasy when he approached her. Notice. The heart rate of the individual known as Ginevra Weasley has increased upon your arrival. Raphael informed her master of the sudden shift in the Gryffindor's physiology. What does that mean? Harry asked his ultimate skill, now pretty sure he could hear her sigh in his mind. Hey, I know that you're giving me an attitude. Conclusion. It was your imagination. Raphael informed her master, hiding her personality from him. Moving that to the side, Harry looks at Ginny, acting a bit weird in his presence. Hey, Ginny, are you okay? Your face is red. He asked, thinking that she might be coming down with a fever. Sigh, it's nothing, Ginny responded, hiding her face from the Archmage. So, is there something you need of me, Harry? She asked. Harry gave a charming smile, something he didn't do intentionally. I was actually wanted to see how you've been since the whole chamber incident. Since I was out cold for 2 days to really check up on you. The black-haired boy stated, blinking at the young witch. Damn it, why does he have to say that? He's so cute. Ginny cleared her throat, looking up at the demon lord's heir. I'm okay, thank you, Harry, she blushed. Harry smiles, still blind to the fact she has a crush on him. That's good to hear, Ginny. He smiles, he looks up at the ceiling. Hey, you're going to the Great Hall, right? He asked the red-haired girl. Ginny nodded, still blushing in his presence. Why yeah, she responded, looking away from the boy. Great, then we should go together. Harry offered to his fellow Gryffindor since they're heading to the same place. Ginny jumps at what Harry offered her. Yes, she quickly replied, finding this to be the perfect opportunity to get to know him better. Harry grins, great, after you, Ginny. Both Gryffindors walk towards the Great Hall entrance where their fellow students are waiting. Upon walking through the large doors everyone was there. Shuna was sitting with Ultima along with Hermione and Ron. At the Slytherin table, Draco saw Harry walking alongside Ginny Weasley. Smirking, the blonde stood up from his seat, and hands over his mouth. Hey, Potter. When did you and the Weasley girl start dating? He mocked them for coming into the hall together. Dating. Ginny blushed at the thought she and Harry were dating. She whimpers, thinking about everything that might come from dating the boy who lived. Harry looks at Draco who froze at his gaze. How about you, Malfoy? Were you just saying that because you can't find someone to call your own? He gave a mischievous smirk at Draco, who was taken aback. Aye, Draco stammers, unsure wherever did the half-blood heard that. Harry grins at the lost boy turning away from him. That's what I thought, he chuckles, heading to the Gryffindor table where Shuna, Ultima, and the rest of their friends were sitting. Ultima looks at her young master walking towards them. So, girlfriend huh? The primordial demon of purple raised her eyebrow at the archmage. Shuna giggles at the red spreading across her young master's face when Ultima spoke. It was just a joke, you guys. Don't take it seriously, Harry retorted, sitting next to Shuna. Ginny sighs, sitting next to Harry still comprehending what he just said. She looks at her crush knowing all too well that he's going to be hard to get. So, how the thing with Ultima asked the black-haired boy. Did it turn out well? She asked. Harry smiles, happy that things turned out how he hoped to be. It went exactly what I planned in mind. He confirms what the primordial demon asked. Ron looks at Ultima then at Harry. He leans forward a bit curious about what his friend did when he left earlier. Hey mate, what did you do when you left earlier? He asked the archmage. Harry smirks, leaning forward to Ron's ear whispering what he did. I sorta stole Malfoy's house elf from under his father's nose, he chuckles. No, Ron covered his mouth before he could blurt out what his friend. He looks around the table seeing that their fellow Gryffindors were conversing with each other about other things. He turns back to Harry, covering his mouth to prevent himself from spilling out their conversation. Did you really steal Malfoy's house elf from under him? Ron asked, his lips curved upwards at the badass thing he did to the Slytherin's favorite student in his opinion. Mate, did I ever tell you you're wicked? Not only you know in the chamber but taking something from that prat? Huh? Harry chuckles, waving his hands to the red-haired boy before someone hears them. Okay. Ron, quiet down will ya? He smiles. Hermione and Shuna sigh, looking at each other from the boys being boys. Men, am I right? The bushy-haired girl asked the Oni. Princess. Shuna nodded, having the same situation back home with her brother and Sue. You can say that again, Hermione-chan. The Oni princess commented. After a good while, Dumbledore took the podium, clearing his throat as everyone looked at him. Good evening, everyone. It's been quite an interesting and hectic year this turned out to be. But I am pleased to say that despite everything has been resolved. He looks over to Harry with a smile. With that, I'm also pleased to announce that Mr. Tempest made a successful recovery after a long 2 days of rest, Dumbledore announced to the entire hall, giving the aspiring demon lord praise for his recovery. Soon the entire hall, minus a few Slytherins, followed the headmaster's lead, applauding for the archmage. Harry lets out a chuckle, waving at everyone in the fall for their support. Now that's out of the way, I would like to inform you all of what's happening in the following weeks of the term, Dumbledore informed the student body, clearing his throat then adjusting his body. The old wizard looks at his students. Due to the number of incidents within our school, the International Confederation of Wizards have sent investigators to investigate the school based on those reports. Whispering arose among the student body, mainly about the ICW sending investigators to their school. Dumbledore cleared his throat, looking at his students. As such, finals for all courses shall be cancelled. Everyone erupts into cheers for the cancellation of the most dreading time in the term for all. Harry grins looking at his friends who shared the same joy he's feeling. Gazing his eyes at Hermione, he'd expect her to be joyous about this news, however, he was wrong. And no, it can't be. What about the test scores that would grant me a position in the ministry? Hermione mutters to herself, not happy with the news. Shuna and Ultima looked at each other, questioning the motives of Dumbledore's decision. Well, this is strange. He should have just cancelled the less major classes. Shuna stated her opinion if she were the headmaster. If taking these tests to determine your occupations once you graduate, then what's the point in cancelling them? Ultima added, conversing with the Oni princess about this. Harry could hear their conversation with his heightened senses. He looks over to Leon, disapproving of this method the headmaster made. Now he thinks of it, it does seem weird that something that is considered important in the wizarding community was casually thrown away. He moved his head to the side, now curious about what education does his father placed in their nation. Hey mate. Ron snaps Harry back from his pondering. He smiles at the Archmage at the news they were given. Isn't it great? We don't need to cram what we learned in one study session, he cheered. Huh? Oh, yeah, that's great, Ron. Sorry, I was thinking about something. Harry smiles at his friend. Ron blinks, curious about what his friend was thinking. Is it some kind of test, your father? Quiet down, please. Dumbledore raised his voice, causing everyone to pipe down. That said, due to these circumstances, I have the liberty to end the term early. The great hall grew louder with the cheers of excitement at another great news for them. Hermione grew more disappointed with the news. And now that school's ending early, what has the world gotten into? She held her head, confused with the entire situation. Ginny comforts Hermione, knowing how she gets when things don't go how they were supposed to. Now that all said is done, I would like to congratulate Gryffindor for yet another win for accumulating the most points for saving Ms. Weasley in the chamber and defeating the Beast, Dumbledore announced, applauding Gryffindor for yet another win in the House Cup. The other houses besides Slytherin join in with the headmaster for Gryffindor's victory. Harry smiles, cheering alongside his friends for winning again. For the celebration of Gryffindor's victory, the final feast for the term shall begin, Dumbledore announced as the food appeared before the house's tables. Throughout the night the hall was filled with cheer and joy until it was time for bed. The next day every student was at Hogsmeade Station preparing to board the train to King's Cross Station where their family are waiting for them. Diablo and Gabiru returned in the middle of the night helping their young master pack his things. All right, I got everyone's things set in the compartment, Diablo dono. Gabiru steps out of the train car, finishing loading the last of their luggage on the train. Diablo nodded, looking back at their young master talking with his friends. Heading back to Tempest, it's been quite a while since we've been home. The demon stated, weren't we just home yesterday, Diablo dono? Gabiru asked, knowing they brought the entire Aragog and the Drider clan, Rima the Naga, and the house elf Dobby, back to Tempest. A rather large and yet quick process with the pale hobgoblin's help with sorting the clan. Indeed, but we were only there for that moment. After all, Rimuru-sama has a rather interesting surprise for the young master. Diablo smirks at the Dragonoot standing on the stairway in the train. You mean the young mistress? Shuna walks up to the men of Harry's guard. Ultima steps next to the Oni princess, hearing that the two were speaking about the new member of their lord's family. We read about her in the letters that Rimuru-sama sent us from Hedwig. She looks over to the snowy owl, sleeping in the cage she was carrying. Then I presume that you heed by our lord's request? Diablo asked, following their master's request to the letter. Shuna smiles at the surprise that their master has prepared for his son. Of course, it's nice that Rimuru-sama thought of having someone close for our young master. She commented on the kind thought. Ultima blinks, turning to the pink-haired maiden. Didn't Rimuru-sama say that you somehow played a role in that? The primordial demon asked her ally. Not like that, it was just a thought. Shuna blushed, vividly remembering a strange dream asking what her wish was. To be honest, I don't recall much of it. Everyone sighs, turning to Harry with his friends and an approaching half-giant over to them. Well, at least it's something that our young master's going to look forward to, Gabiru commented, having confidence that both his sibling and him will get along well. Well, I can't believe that Dumbledore would end the term like that, Hermione complains, holding her luggage on the side. There are still many days to meet the ministry standards for schooling, she stated to her friends. Ron sighs, looking at the bushy-haired girl. Face it, Hermione, after what we students have been through, plus with the reports from the parents learning about their children being petrified caused them to demand safety things at Hogwarts. The red-haired boy stated, hearing that from his father and brother. Hermione nodded, feeling like that was understandable on the parents' part. She then looks at Harry, wondering if his father got a say in this. Harry, I'm wondering if your dad also wrote to the ministry about this year? She asked. I mean, Albus and Ultima did help Professor Snape with the Mandrake restorative draft potions. After all, they're your dad's subordinates. Hermione commented on the assistance in that situation. Harry thought for a moment. I did see Diablo write something to the ministry. He explains, remember something like that before. But I'm sure that Dad will do something about it in his own way. I see. Oh, Hagrid. Hermione greeted the incoming half-giant to meet with them. Hello Hermione, I see ye all are ready tear go back tear ye families. Hagrid greeted the bushy-haired girl before looking at a smiling Harry. Hagrid, I'm glad you're back to Hogwarts. It's not the same without you. Ya know? Harry smiles at the first person he met from the wizarding world. Hagrid smiles, puffing out his chest. Well, I would have been back earlier if the owl delivering me release papers wasn't Lawson, confuse, some bloody bird named Errol. He looks at Ron, giving an apologetic look to the gatekeeper. Ron gave a light chuckle. Sorry, Hagrid. He apologizes on his family's behalf. No worries, Ron. Hagrid ensures the road-haired boy that there's nothing wrong. What's done is done, as I say. Well, there will be no Hogwarts without you around, Hagrid. Harry smiles, happy that everything is back to how it should be. Hagrid nodded, agreeing completely with Harry's statement. I agree, Harry. He smiles before getting to why he's here. Before ye leave, I want to thank ye three for proving me innocence. I don't think I would have survived another week in Azkaban. He chuckles. That's what friends are for, Hagrid, Hermione stated. Yeah, we know you don't want to harm Hogwarts, Ron added. Always have faith in the half-giant. The train whistle blew, signifying that it was time to leave. Ye three should get tear on board before it leaves without ye. Hagrid motions the golden trio to get on board the train. The three nodded, heading to the entrance where Shuna and Ultima are waiting for them. They wave goodbye to the gatekeeper, heading inside the train car. In the middle of the corridor, Ron leans in Harry's ear. Hey mate, are you going to tell Hermione about you aiming to be, ya know? He looks around, making sure no one else hears them. A demon lord? Harry smirks at his best friend, raising his eyebrow. So you're all in of me becoming a demon lord? He asked the red-haired boy. Oh, I still have my doubts, but I'm sure you'll still be the Harry that way, no. Ron waved his hand, having faith in him. He looks at Harry, still wondering about what he's going to do with Hermione. So, you're going to tell her or? Harry looks at Hermione, waving at the empty compartment. She's been through a lot. I think I should wait until next term. Shuna sighs, thinking that's not a wise decision. Harry-sama, I believe that the truth should come out before it reveals itself in a different matter. The Oni princess advises the Archmage. Shuna-sama's right, Harry-sama. Gabiru added, your friend might not take it well if she finds out on her own, unlike Ron-kun here. Right. Thank you, Gabiru. Ron smiles, appreciating that Harry's guardians are backing him up. But that's your call, mate, not ours. Harry ponders a bit, entering the compartment where they relaxed after a vexing year in Hogwarts. Once the train stopped at King's Cross Station, Harry and his guardians waved both Ron and Hermione goodbye before heading to meet their parents. From there, they made their way to Gringotts, where the pale hobgoblins were ready for their arrival. Greetings, Lord Tempest and company, we were awaiting your arrival. Ripclaw greeted their king's most important guests. Harry smiles, seeing his nation's allies in this world. Thank you, Ripclaw Dono. We assume that Tempest's transports are ready on the other side. Diablo asked the pale hobgoblin if they were set. Indeed, Lord Diablo. The teleporter has been prepped and ready for your departure at any time. Ripclaw explains, remembering the request from the time Diablo was last here with Aragog and the others. Diablo smiles that things were going smoothly. Excellent, I want our young master to enjoy a relaxing trip back home without any worries. The primordial demon smiles down at the Archmage, wanting him to relax after this year. That's pretty thoughtful of you, Diablo Dono, Gabiru stated, liking the sound of a smooth trip back home. Yes, after what you faced, you need a nice bit of relaxation, young master. Shuna giggles. Ultima smirks, crossing her arms. Maybe some time at the bathhouse would be sufficient, she commented. Harry gave a bright smile. He could hear Padfoot panting and agreeing with the guardians. Maybe, but I want to spend time with Dad some more. They all looked at each other, breaking into a smiling fit. Not sure why they smile like that. Harry shrugged it off. As soon the conversation was done, they all went into the teleporter where they were sent home. Like what Diablo requested, once they got to the other side, goblin riders were waiting to escort them home. Ah, home sweet home. Gabiru yawns, smelling the fresh air of their world. You said it, Harry commented, feeling the warm sun shining on his face. Padfoot leaps out, yawning after that time within his master's shadow. I can't wait to lie in the shade when we get back, Padfoot added, wagging his tail happily. Well, I see you guys must be tired after what happened at Hogwarts. Harry looks forward to seeing the person he wanted to see since parent-teachers conference. Rimuru was standing with Shuna and Carrera was beside him, waving at the heir of Tempest. Dad, he waved at his son, rushing to embrace him. The Demon Lord was met by a strong embrace by his son, realizing he must have missed him a lot. Man, Harry, I didn't realize you missed me that much. Rimuru jokes, taking a good look at him after the year. I heard what happened in the Chamber of Secrets from Diablo and Shuna. Harry looks at his father. You're not mad, are you? He asked, a bit worried about that. Mad? Rimuru asked. He burst into sudden laughter and ruffled the boy's hair. Why should I be mad? You just took your first step to become a demon lord, he proclaims proudly. Plus you beat that son of a bitch riddle for me, Rimuru smiles widely, unable to contain his pride for him. If I were given a chance to meet him, I would do that same thing as you did, Harry. Harry laughs, happy that he made Rimuru proud. In fact, it felt nice to receive a parent's affection for what he did. Thanks, Dad, maybe next time. Let's hope not. That monster should just stay in his grave, Rimuru stated. He then remembered that someone was waiting for him back home. Oh, Harry, I have someone who wants to meet you at our house, he informed his son. Who, Dad? Harry asked, heading to the carriages. Upon arrival at their home, a pink-haired girl with two antennas in a blue sleeveless shirt and yellow pants was smiling at Allison. Alexis on their front porch. Harry paused, seeing the striking resemblance between his father. With this girl. Rimuru walks past him, standing next to the girl. Dad, who is? Harry, I would like to meet your younger sister, Shinsha Tempest. Rimuru introduces his new sister to his son. He turns to Shinsha, smiling at him. Shinsha, this is your brother, Harry Tempest. Harry was frozen like a rock. Raphael, I is she. Shinsha smiles brightly, skipping over to the Archmage. She tilts her head, going around to have a better look at her sibling. Hello, Oni-chan. I'm so excited to meet you. She closes her eyes happily. We're going to have so much fun together now you're home. Answer. Yes, Azkaban prison. A shaggy-haired man sat on the sidewall of his cell near the door. Hey Black, you got a visitor. The man looks up to see a familiar face. What do you want? An old man came to the light, looking down at the convict. Headmaster, I need your help, Sirius. If you do that, I can guarantee your release. Dumbledore offered his former student. And what is it? You locked me up here without any TR. Your godson is in danger, Dumbledore informed the convict. Sirius blinks, remembering the child who used to call him Padfoot every time he show himself. Harry. He thought before agreeing with the headmaster. What is it you want me to do? Sirius asked, completely agreeing with the headmaster. Next time. That time a slime was my father. Life with a sister, summer arc.